Chapter 1. The Lattice Anxiety. Under the luminous full moon, the resplendent red lanterns hung high. The entire Pingyuan Marquis mansion radiated with joy, illuminated as if it were daylight, and even the ornamental stones bore the character for happiness. Lu Shuang, adorned with a vibrant red veil, sat upon the bridal bed, her vision entirely obscured, leaving her keen ears to absorb the myriad sounds from outside. The raucous laughter and merriment grew louder, suggesting that the guests were thoroughly indulged in their libations, reveling in high spirits. After a long day, Lu Shuang was famished aside from a few morsels consumed in the morning. She had been left hungry until now. She was also burdened with the intricate rituals of the wedding, constantly reminded by her mother to remain vigilant in her conduct and to avoid any missteps that might draw criticism. It seemed as though she had been seated for an eternity, her left hand having counted her right fingers 35 times, while her right hand had fared even worse, tapping her left fingers over 40 times. She was not made of iron. Maintaining such tension had brought her to the brink of exhaustion. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The custom dictated that the groom must be the first to behold the bride's true visage. Thus, she was alone in this chamber. What was the purpose of her maintaining the pretense? Cursing her own foolishness, she relinquished her posture, allowing her back to bend slightly. As her left hand massaged her aching waist, her right hand lifted the veil to her forehead, restoring her long-deprived sight. At last, she beheld the room, or rather, her new abode. What a sight it was! The sheer size of the room rivaled that of her former boudoir, threefold. As she glanced around, screens obscured her view. Leaning to one side, she maneuvered past two screens to finally glimpse the door to the outer room. It was a considerable distance from the bed to the entrance, approximately 100 steps. This would surely prove tiring. Life in the Marquis mansion would likely lack the indulgence of leisure. Her gaze retreated, allowing her to discern the layout of the space, which comprised an outer chamber, a middle chamber, and an inner sanctum. The outer room was obscured by screens, revealing only a glimpse of the middle chamber, furnished with a table and chairs for receiving guests, along with several exquisitely ornate decorations, while the remainder remained shrouded in mystery. Returning to her current inner chamber, it was spacious enough for a child to roll about without fear of bumping their head. The bed, draped in a vibrant red wedding coverlet, could comfortably accommodate 5, though the 2 pillows atop it appeared rather diminutive. The sight of this bed evoked memories of home, where her younger sister would often squeeze in beside her. In their childhood, it was manageable, but as they grew, the bed became increasingly cramped. Yet, her sister clung to the comfort of sharing the bed with Lu Shuang, insisting she could only find sleep in her sister's presence, regardless of how restlessly she herself would toss and turn. Reflecting on her mischievous yet endearing sister, a pang of longing struck Lu Shuang's heart. She wondered if her sister was still in her bed tonight, and if so, would she feel lonely? Would she shed tears? What her parents? What was her brother doing? Would the Lu household feel desolate in her absence? A soft sigh escaped into the empty room. Lu Shuang reached out to touch the quilt beneath her fingers. It was soft, new, and still bore a lingering fragrance, a testament to the distinguished nature of the Marquis. Mentioned that, will all of this eventually belong to me? Upon contemplating this, Lu Shuang's mood shifted from overcast to sunny in an instant, and she felt an urge to dance with joy. What was so great about that small, hard bed at home? Cramped and uncomfortable, sharing it with her sister often meant enduring her punches. Hardly something to miss. This grand bed, however, is splendid. It accommodates 2 without a hint of crowding. Even if the Marquis were to perform acrobatics upon it, it would not disturb her beauty. Sleep, how delightful. Her gaze shifted to the dressing table not far from the bed. The mirror reflected almost half of her, while 2 8-layered jewelry boxes sat atop the table. Lu Shuang stared at those boxes, imagining that the illustrious Marquis residence surely contained an abundance of exquisite adornments prepared for her as a new bride. Just the thought filled her with delight, and she felt an irresistible urge to explore them immediately. Just as she was about to rise from the edge of the bed, she noticed the commotion outside had quieted significantly. Having been preoccupied with her surroundings, she had not paid close attention to the noises outside. Now, closing her eyes and listening intently, she discerned footsteps approaching from afar, and it seemed there were more than just 1 or 2. Quickly, Lu Shuang settled back down, lowered her bright red veil, and adjusted it. Unsure if it was arranged correctly, what did it matter? She couldn't see it anyway. Moments later, the footsteps halted outside the door. Lu Shuang bowed her head, intertwining her fingers nervously, her heart a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Though this marriage was arranged by her parents, she had caught a glimpse of the Marquis Ping Yuan from a distance, before he was not unattractive. While she hadn't seen his face clearly, even in a blurred vision, it was evident that he was far from ugly. The door swung open, only to be shut once more. Lu Shuang perked her ears, listening as the steady footsteps approached her, increasing her tension until her palms began to sweat. "Are you Lu Shuang?" A deep, slightly rugged voice inquired, lacking a gentle tone. "Yes, I'm known as Lu Shuang," she replied. "Which Shuang?" "The unique Shuang," she responded. The Marquis Ping Yuan paused momentarily before settling down. Was this explanation satisfactory? Lu Shuang felt it was appropriate, but then noticed the bed beside her sagged slightly. Could it be that the Marquis was quite portly? She began to doubt her previous judgment. "That I know your name. Marquis Cheng Yuanji, is that correct?" Lu Shuang, feeling the need to reciprocate the inquiry out of courtesy, asked, despite already knowing the answer. After she spoke, she awaited the Marquis' next words, but an unexpected silence enveloped the air. Her tension escalated. Had she said something amiss? After a few seconds of stillness, Cheng Yuanji's voice broke through. "How do you know my name?" Lu Shuang almost gasped. What a peculiar question. Wouldn't my parents have informed me of my future husband's name before my marriage? Or does he assume that I, confined to my home, should know nothing at all? Perhaps Cheng Yuanji also realized the oddity of his question, as he was about to change the subject when Lu Shuang interjected. "Your reputation precedes you, my lord. There are surely few women in the capital who are unaware of your name." This statement not only avoided appearing overly eager to inquire about her husband's name, but also served as a subtle compliment. Lu Shuang felt quite clever indeed. Cheng Yuanji, inherently reticent, often found himself a loss for words when confronted with unfamiliar faces, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as arrogant or aloof. However, the truth was that he genuinely struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lu Shuang, noticing his continued silence, was filled with questions. This Marquis was not new to the institution of marriage. Surely, he was more familiar with the proceedings than she was. Why then did the atmosphere feel so awkward? Furthermore, what words could possibly be too difficult to utter once the veil was lifted? It was rather stifling, leaving her with a sense of disorientation. "My lord, I have seen you before," she ventured though. "Or might that have been?" "I have no recollection," he replied. "When I learned that the Cheng and Lu families had arranged a marriage, I stealthily ventured out and spotted your carriage in the street. After waiting for a while, I saw you disembark." Cheng Yuanji glanced down at Lu Shuang's delicate fingers, entwined in apprehension. Was she frightened? Had he perhaps spoken too harshly? Contemplating this, he softened his tone. "So, are you satisfied with me?" This question caught Lu Shuang completely off guard. The esteemed Marquis of Ping Yuan, a formidable general, would inquire about the satisfaction of a mere girl. "You're quite handsome, and I—" She hesitated, feeling bashful. "What is it?" Cheng Yuanji pressed. Lu Shuang bit her lip, embarrassed by his persistence. "I have seen your appearance, yet you have not seen mine. Would you like to know what I look like?" Enough with the awkward banter. Let us unveil the veil. "You seem eager, my lady." Lu Shuang. "Huh?" The mere title of my lady left her momentarily speechless. A blush crept up her cheeks as she mumbled softly, "That's not true." Chapter 2. Embarrassingly awkward at long last. The darkness dissipated as the veil was slowly lifted. Lu Shuang's gaze ascended with it, and when the veil was entirely removed, she finally beheld the face she had only glimpsed from afar. It was astonishingly handsome. Unlike the fair-skinned scions of the capital, Cheng Yuanji's complexion was darker and somewhat rugged, indicative of a life weathered by trials. Yet, this did not diminish his striking demeanor. Rather, it rendered him even more captivating, evoking admiration from women who gazed upon him, as if he could support an entire realm. It was no wonder that the emperor entrusted the weighty responsibility of the great Jin's safety to Cheng Yuanji. Noticing Lu Shuang's unwavering stare, Cheng Yuanji pondered whether she ought to feel bashful at such a moment. "Do you find me unappealing, my lady?" he inquired. Lu Shuang smiled gently. How could that be? If you were not handsome, I would not be so reluctant to avert my gaze. Cheng Yuanji was taken aback by her forthrightness. He took a seat beside her once more under her attentive gaze. Lu Shuang suddenly recalled a book she had read, which stated that lifting the veil signified entering the bridal chamber. Did this imply that the next step would be? Feeling somewhat shy about undressing, she instinctively tightened her belt, considering whether they might engage in further conversation to become better acquainted. Unaware of her thoughts, Cheng Yuanji adjusted himself and called out towards the door, "Please come in." No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing two matrons accompanied by 6 jubilantly dressed maidens, each sporting exaggerated smiles as they alternated glances between Cheng Yuanji and Lu Shuang, their faces radiating well wishes for a harmonious union. Upon reaching the couple, they recited a string of auspicious phrases, then proceeded to snip a lock of hair from both Cheng Yuanji and Lu Shuang, binding them together with a red string and placing them in an exquisite little box. "Your Grace and Lady, please partake in a cup of nuptial wine." A vibrant red cup was presented, which Cheng Yuanji raised and consumed in one swift motion, leaving the impression that the meager amount of wine was insufficient even for rinsing his mouth. Observing his actions, Lu Shuang wondered if such a manner of drinking was customary for newlyweds. As he had experienced marriage before, she deemed it wise to emulate him and boldly downed her drink. Cheng Yuanji remarked, "Oh, have I married a wife of such boldness?" A sudden cough interrupted him. "This wine is rather fiery. Cough, cough, cough." It appeared that perhaps she was not as audacious as he had initially thought. Lu Shuang suppressed her tears, determined not to lose face on this joyous occasion, and quickly stifled her cough, sitting up straight as if nothing were amiss. In the final act, the maidens took turns sprinkling longan, red dates, and peanuts upon the bridal bed while offering sweet blessings, such as wishes for early progeny, a century of harmony, and the harmonious melody of the zither and lute, each phrase uniquely crafted. Once the matrons had fulfilled their duties, it was time for the hosts to express their gratitude. Cheng Yuanji produced 2 bulging pouches of coin from seemingly nowhere, distributing them to the leading matrons, who beamed with delight at the unexpected generosity. "Thank you, Your Grace and Lady, for your bountiful gifts. We are profoundly grateful and shall take our leave." Cheng Yuanji waved his hand, and the matrons hastily exited. Lu Shuang sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The aura surrounding the marquis was distinctly different. Just as Cheng Yuanji's hand clasped hers, her ears flushed crimson. "Marquis the Gentle." Mellifluous whisper was enough to weaken even the strongest of men, although he had initially opposed the engagement arranged by the old lady. Faced with such beauty and in this enchanting moment, refusal seemed utterly impossible. "Madam, it is time." A resounding male voice echoed from outside. This man was Cheng Yuanji's trusted confidant, who had fought alongside him in countless battles. It was only moments ago that he had been indulging in drink and jovial banter at the banquet. "Marquis, I have urgent matters to report." The clarity of his voice belied any hint of inebriation. Chapter 3. The magnificence of the Marquis' residence with her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully to her side. Lu Shuang leisurely removed her hairpin, reclining comfortably on the soft, spacious bed. She continued to peel a longan, placing the succulent morsel in her mouth, while the box beside her overflowed with peanut shells, longan skins, and jujube pits. After a long day without sustenance, these simple snacks were a welcome reprieve. Otherwise, the discomfort of hunger and fatigue would have made sleep nearly impossible. She would not allow herself such distress. After a while, feeling somewhat satiated, Lu Shuang patted her hands and brushed off the peanut shells that had fallen onto her dress. Such a beautiful bridal gown. Yet Cheng Yuanji had not taken the time to truly appreciate it. What a pity. And the carefully selected garments beneath, he would never see them. TSK. One unfortunate man. Lu Shuang adjusted her pillow, shifting her position to recline more comfortably, and gazed at the drapes hanging above the bed, letting out a soft sigh. She had heard tales of how unforgettable the first night would be, and of the pain that accompanied it. Who could have imagined her wedding night would unfold in such a manner? Lost in thought, her head grew heavier, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. It felt as though she had not slept long when the sound of a servant knocking at the door roused her, urging her to awaken. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes only to close them again, flopping back onto the bed in a failed attempt to rise. Yet the voice outside persisted, and despite her reluctance, she understood that today marked her first day as a new bride, and she could not afford to be tardy in presenting tea to her in-laws. "Come in," she finally conceded, struggling to sit up, her eyes only half open, her mind still foggy. With the assistance of her maids, Xiaohuan and Xiaoyan, along with Mama Ruan, the matron assigned to her by the Marquis household, she washed her face and gradually felt more alert. Seated at her vanity, she noticed Mama Ruan occasionally stealing glances at her while combing her hair, and Xiaoyan, typically lively and spirited, was now unusually demure as she applied powder to Lu Shuang's face, as if carefully gauging her expression. "Miss, may I adorn you with these earrings today?" The normally vivacious Xiaoyan had transformed into a model of obedience. Lu Shuang was left puzzled. It had only been one night. What had transpired to cause such a shift in their demeanor? Madame Ruan corrected Xiaoyan, reminding her that it was time to present herself to the lady of the house. Xiaoyan obediently nodded, affirming that she remembered. "Madam, do you believe these earrings complement your attire today?" Lu Shuang was taken aback by her docile demeanor. Had it been Xiaohuan, she would not have been surprised. However, Xiaoyan, who had grown up alongside her, shared a temperament somewhat similar to her own, fiery and spirited. Why was she so subdued today? "What is happening with you all? Ruan Mama, why are you taking so long to style my hair? It feels as though you are combing it strand by strand." And Xiaolian and Xiaohuan, "Why are you sneaking glances at me? There is nothing amiss with my face, or rather, there is beauty to behold." Lu Shuang scrutinized her reflection in the mirror for quite some time, noticing no difference from her usual self. Ruan Mama assessed her complexion and tentatively inquired, "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong? Aside from feeling a bit tired, I am well." Ruan Mama hesitated, yet could not refrain from offering consolation. "Madam, the Marquis did not intend to act as he did. Had he the choice, he would certainly not wish for you to be upset. Although he may seem rough around the edges, he treats his wife with great care. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly lead a good life in the Marquis's residence." Lu Shuang instantly comprehended the matter at hand. They were concerned that she might be disheartened due to last night's events. "You are overthinking it. I slept splendidly last night and am in fine spirits. No need to fret." After yawning, she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "Everything is well? If all is well for them, then how did the first madam fall ill, and why did the second madam take her own life after being dismissed?" Such statements raise questions. However, upon reflecting on Cheng Yuanji from last night, he did not strike her as a malicious or tempestuous individual. "Madam, we are ready. It is time to proceed to the Hisong courtyard." Lu Shuang rose, turning before the mirror to admire her attire, thoroughly pleased with her appearance. Truly, the Marquis's residence was grand. Everything was of the finest quality. As she stepped outside, traversing the winding path and observing every blade of grass and leaf, she realized that this might be the place she would inhabit for the rest of her life. The maids and servants passing by bowed their heads in respect, clearly well-trained and courteous. Yet, as she continued walking, Lu Shuang found herself growing weary of the vastness of the estate. Why is it so expansive? It feels as if I am walking endlessly. I cannot recall how long I have been walking. It seems I have passed through 5 porticos and seen 2 ponds. Yet the destination remains elusive. Ruan Mama, how much further? Lu Shuang's tone betrayed her slight breathlessness. "Madam, we are nearly there. Just pass through the bamboo grove ahead and cross one more bridge." Lu Shuang nearly laughed in exasperation. So close, yet felt interminable. As she arrived at the entrance of the Hisong courtyard, she composed herself, smoothing her chest and taking a deep breath. Turning to Xiaohuan, she asked, "Is my makeup acceptable?" Xiaohuan lifted her hand, using a handkerchief to wipe a bead of sweat from Lu Shuang's forehead, surveying her from head to toe. "Madam, everything looks splendid." With that, Lu Shuang stepped inside. Upon entering, she immediately sensed from the courtyard's decor and plantings that it was tailored to the preferences of someone of the old matriarch's age. Upon entering, the room was already filled with guests. At the head of the table sat an elderly lady with silver hair, exuding an air of opulence and grace. Clearly a woman of considerable wealth and composure. To her left and right sat three women, accompanied by several small children. Lu Shuang, not wishing to linger in thought, immediately approached, kneeling to pay her respects and present tea to the matriarch. New bride Lu Shuang pays her respects to her mother-in-law, wishing her health and happiness, and presents her with the new tea. I shall serve you faithfully from now on. Lu Shuang's manners were impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. The old lady was delighted, as this daughter-in-law was personally chosen by her, and naturally, she felt pleased. After taking a sip of the tea from Lu Shuang, she gestured for her to rise. A maid by the old lady's side promptly assisted Lu Shuang to her feet. Lu Shuang stood with her head bowed, awaiting her mother-in-law's words of guidance. Shuang, for now on you shall be the esteemed lady of the main household. Everything within the household will rely upon your diligence. So I hope you will put forth your utmost effort. There are many affairs to attend to, and it will require your hard work. These are the duties of a daughter-in-law. I do not dare to claim it as hardship. The old lady's heart swelled with joy at her new daughter-in-law's obedience and sensibility, reassuring herself that she had made the right choice. She raised her hand, and two maids approached with a tray. This is a token of my affection for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. Lu Shuang gazed at the tray, which was adorned with a pair of intricate gold and jade bangles, 3 white jade hairpins, and 2 gold tassels shaped like birds holding pearls. Another tray held a complete set of exquisite jade hairpieces, unmistakably treasures of a bygone era. She could not help but marvel at the old lady's generosity. Bowing slightly, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your kind gift, esteemed mother. I'm truly fond of it. The old lady extended her hand, and Lu Shuang obediently placed her hand in hers. The old lady drew Lu Shuang close. Patting her hand, "Good child, I apologize for the discomfort you endured last night. I promise to ensure that you're compensated well in the future." With that, she removed a jade bangle from her wrist and placed it upon Lu Shuang's arm. The elderly matriarch perhaps felt a sense of remorse towards the young bride. For who among brides spends their first night alone? Thus, she bestowed upon Lu Shuang her most cherished bangle. Lu Shuang gazed at the jade bangle on her wrist, entranced. Though she had been raised in luxury, the lifestyle of her family paled in comparison to that of the noble house. She had never encountered such fine jewelry before, and she found herself captivated by it. Noticing Lu Shuang's silence, the old lady assumed she was sorrowful and felt even more regret. "Dear child, it truly is a pressing matter at the border, or else he would not have departed so hastily. I scarcely had a moment to exchange words with him before he left with the army. By now, he has likely already exited the city. Shuang, you are a good child. Please try to understand his position. As a government official, he cannot afford to neglect the emperor's orders." Lu Shuang averted her gaze from the bangle, meeting the old lady's concerned and remorseful eyes. Realizing the misunderstanding, she quickly clarified, "I am quite well, esteemed mother. I can comprehend the Marquis's responsibilities. The people at the border await his return. I shall not harbor ill feelings towards him over this matter. After all, it is a royal decree. My feelings are of little consequence. Would his departure from the capital hinge upon my sentiments?" Moreover, Lu Shuang truly felt little about the situation. Their encounter with the Marquis could only be deemed as a mere first meeting. They were not deeply bonded individuals forced to part ways. What emotional turmoil could one truly experience? Furthermore, in his absence, she could relish the luxury of that grand bed all to herself. This morning, upon awakening, she discovered that her head and feet had swapped positions. It was the first time she realized how restless her sleep had been. Had the Marquis been present, it was likely he would have kicked her off the bed. "Do not worry about me, mother-in-law. Having wed into the Chung family, I shall diligently honor you, manage the household affairs, and relieve the Marquis of any worries while awaiting his return." The old matriarch was genuinely pleased with her sensible demeanor. "Indeed, she is a good child. For our Chung family to have you as a daughter-in-law is truly a blessing." Engrossed in their conversation, the old lady then gestured, "Come, allow me to introduce you to your younger siblings." Lu Shuang turned to face them. The second wife, Su Yun, and the third wife, Li Qingyan, rose to greet her, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, sister-in-law. May both younger siblings be well." As they were all of the same generation and shared the status of Chung family daughters-in-law, the formality that characterized her interaction with the matriarch dissipated. The second wife appeared graceful and quiet, as if she had emerged from a pile of books, radiating a subtle fragrance of literature. In contrast, the third wife seemed much more vivacious, her smile bright and sunny, which Lu Shuangshuang suspected mirrored her own personality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time for the children to acknowledge their matriarch. Lu Shuangshuang took her place, and Nurse Ruan introduced each child to her. First to kneel before Lu Shuangshuang were the two children of the first wife, the eldest son, Cheng Yinyu, and the second daughter, Cheng Wanning. These children were somewhat older and had been without their mother for many years. The eldest son presented tea, saying, "Yinyu has met mother. Please have some tea." Though he bowed his head, a hint of pride lingered within him. When it was the second daughter's turn, as she approached, Lu Shuangshuang caught a strong whiff of medicinal herbs. "Cough, cough, Wanting has met mother. Please have some tea." However, the second daughter appeared notably pale, her kneeling form unsteady as if she might collapse at any moment. Lu Shuangshuang quickly reached out to take the tea, fearing that if she hesitated even a second longer, the trembling hands of the girl would falter and drop the cup. Alas, she was a moment too late. As Lu Shuangshuang grasped the teacup, Cheng Wanning's hand trembled, spilling hot tea onto Lu Shuangshuang's wrist. "Ah!" she cried out instinctively, drawing all eyes towards her. The tea was scalding, leaving a red mark on her skin. Cheng Wanning visibly panicked, hurriedly dabbing Lu Shuangshuang's hand with a cloth. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable, and her body shook even more violently. It's all right, I'm not burned." Cheng Wanning knelt again, her voice quivering as she stammered, "Mother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to." Her coughs became more pronounced, her frail body struggling to maintain its composure. Cheng Yinyu half knelt beside his sister, placing a hand on her back to help her catch her breath. "Mother, my sister did not mean it. She truly harbors no ill intentions. If you are angry, punish me instead, but please spare my sister." Lu Shuangshuang felt bewildered by their reactions. Indeed, it was not a grave matter, as any discerning person could see that the second young lady had not acted with malice. Yet, observing their fearful demeanor, one would think she, as their stepmother, intended to devour them whole. Even the elderly matriarch grew anxious and came to inspect Lu Shuangshuang's hand. Aside from some redness, there was nothing amiss. "Where's the ice? Hurry and bring it." The urgency in the old lady's voice was palpable. The servants rushed in with a handkerchief wrapped around the ice, and Ruan Momo immediately applied it to Lu Shuangshuang's hand. Lu Shuangshuang found it hard to believe her own sensations, staring at the back of her hand in disbelief. Could it be that her vision had failed her? Or was there an issue with her pain receptors? It hardly hurt now. Why all this fuss? Her gaze shifted to the two children on the ground, particularly the second young lady, who seemed to have committed an egregious transgression. "Shuangshuang, this child, Wan Ning, has always been frail. She did not intend any harm. Please do not hold it against her." The old lady personally tended to Lu Shuangshuang, a gesture that was somewhat surprising given her status as a former marquise for over 30 years and now the mother of the new marquis, with connections even to the current empress. Lu Shuangshuang helped the old lady to sit, raising her hand for her to see. "Mother-in-law, look, your daughter-in-law is perfectly fine. Wan Ning is merely a child. How could I possibly hold a grudge against her?" Turning, Lu Shuangshuang supported the kneeling Cheng Wan Ning, clearly sensing her trepidation. Even Cheng Yinyu displayed a noticeable wariness, as though Lu Shuangshuang were capable of doing something to her sister. "Get up. You are unwell and should be resting. It is my fault for not holding the teacup properly. It is nothing to blame you for." Cheng Wan Ning silently withdrew her hand, her dim eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty. "Mother, are you truly not angry?" Lu Shuangshuang chuckled helplessly. "Where would such anger come from? Please, sit down and have some tea to calm yourself." Lu Shuangshuang assisted the frail Cheng Wan Ning into a seat, gently wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. Cheng Yinyu returned to his seat, ever vigilant of his sister's condition. Lu Shuangshuang resumed her own seat. Next, a young woman of fair appearance, accompanied by two children, knelt before Lu Shuangshuang. Ruan Momo introduced her. This is concubine Jiang, along with the third young master and the fourth young lady. The children, dressed splendidly, surpassed even the legitimate offspring in their attire. More importantly, they exuded a lively spirit, clearly nurtured by a loving mother. Particularly striking was the fourth young lady, Cheng Wanru, who held her head high with an air of arrogance, greeting Lu Shuangshuang with a haughty demeanor. The third young master, Cheng Yinyu, displayed less overt hostility than the mother and daughter duo, yet he showed little reverence for his stepmother. Concubine Jiang, with her delicate, boneless hands, lifted her teacup, her posture languid and devoid of the decorum exhibited by the wives of the second and third houses. "Madam, please enjoy some tea." Concubine Jiang raised the cup to her brow, yet her gaze remained fixed intently on Lu Shuangshuang. Lu Shuangshuang, with her open and magnanimous disposition, disregarded the provocative glint in her eyes as she grasped the teacup. However, Aunt Jiang refused to release her grip. "Madam, the tea is scalding hot. Please be cautious, lest you burn your tongue." Lu Shuangshuang replied with serene composure. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Jiang. In the future, please serve tea at a more suitable temperature." With a slight exertion, she took the tea from Aunt Jiang, bringing it to her lips to gently blow on it before sipping a small mouthful. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Aunt Jiang's face no longer bore that earlier air of triumph. A concubine remains a concubine. Even if she bears a son and a daughter, she must still serve the madam, who is the true mistress in charge of the household. Only in disreputable families would one find such absurdities as favoring a concubine over the legitimate wife. Every affluent family in the capital understands the significance of madam. "Madam, this tea is the finest selected by my mother. It must be steeped in boiling water to release its fragrance. Please do not misinterpret my mother's intentions as neglectful." Cheng Wanru, accustomed to being domineering at home, surprisingly attempted to defend Aunt Jiang. Lu Shuangshuang observed Cheng Wanru, a small child whose eyes lacked the innocence typical of her age, instead reflecting a calculating shrewdness. Yet, could such a young child truly grasp the complexities of such matters? Cheng Wanru felt a pang of guilt under Lu Shuangshuang's scrutinizing gaze, her eyes darting away as she prepared to speak again. "Madam, you should address me as mother." Cheng Wanru was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Cheng Yin and Cheng Wanning had respectfully called her mother while offering tea. According to etiquette, the children of the household ought to refer to the new madam as mother. However, how could those two compare with her, as she and her brother had a biological mother? "Madam, Wanru has her own mother. She is not yet accustomed to this change. Please grant her some time to adjust. I trust you will not hold this against her," she said, blinking her large eyes at Lu Shuangshuang, believing herself to be innocent. The second and third wives exchanged knowing glances, having anticipated that this trio of mother and daughters would stir trouble. It seemed that the future would not bode well for the second sister-in-law. "What nonsense is this, you mischievous child?" Aunt Jiang gently patted Cheng Wanru, as if brushing off dust. "Madam, this child has been spoiled by me. I beg your pardon. However, as Ruer is still young, certain customs must be taught gradually. Please do not press her too hard." Lu Shuangshuang lifted the lid of the tea Aunt Jiang had presented and delicately traced the rim of the teacup, her gaze lingering on the trio of mother and daughters. On her very first day, the authority of the madam was already evident. Aunt Jiang and Cheng Wanru felt a twinge of unease under her watchful eyes, yet having already outlasted two previous mistresses, they were not intimidated by this newcomer. Rules are rules. The children, being young, should be properly guided to avoid regretting their upbringing once they mature and find themselves unable to change their ways. Having concluded her thoughts, she turned to the old matriarch, who merely nodded, having remained silent, observing Lu Shuangshuang's demeanor. In that exchange of glances, Lu Shuangshuang understood her stance. The old matriarch had just mentioned that the management of the main household would henceforth be entrusted to her. Thus, she must assume the responsibility of guiding the children of the primary family. With this declaration, Aunt Jiang was left speechless, making it clear to all present that this new madam was not one to be easily manipulated, since Qianru cannot remember the rules. She should kneel in the ancestral hall and copy the family precepts 3 times. That should help her commit them to memory, right? Lu Shuangshuang cast a serious glance at the self-satisfied child. No matter how much Qianru fussed, she was merely a 5-year-old. Lu Shuangshuang's words instantly frightened her, and she hurriedly bowed her head, pleading, "No, I don't want to kneel in the ancestral hall." Qianru recognizes her mistake and begs for her mother's forgiveness. "I will certainly remember the rules from now on. Please don't punish me." The family precepts were lengthy. Copying them even once would strain her hands, let alone 3 times, especially while kneeling. This was akin to a death sentence for her. Cheng Yinrui, fearing that his sister might truly be punished, quickly interceded, "Mother, while my sister deserves punishment for her thoughtless words, I implore you to forgive her this time, considering her youth and that it is her first offense." The young boy was sincere, showing genuine affection for his sister. Aunt Jiang slumped, tears streaming down her face before she could utter a word. "Madam, it is entirely my fault. I have failed to raise Ru-er properly. If punishment is necessary, then let it be directed at me." She wept pitifully, a sight that stirred sympathy, making one wonder how Lu Shuangshuang had managed to torment the 3 of them. Observing her woeful demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but speculate on how the Lord would react if he were present. Men are often softened by such displays of vulnerability from women. Would he be swayed? A mistake is a mistake, and a right is a right. Those responsible must bear the consequences. Your pleas are less forthright than your son's. Aunt Jiang felt thoroughly embarrassed. Yet, her resilience was not something the average person could match. "Madam, please forgive me. I am truly foolish. I beg for your understanding of my maternal affection. Ru-er is still young and frail, and cannot withstand punishment." With that, she knelt submissively at Lu Shuangshuang's feet, exposing her delicate neck. Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but marvel at her theatricality. If the Lord were here to witness this, he might blame me for being unyielding. Lu Shuangshuang intended to lay bare her little ruse. The elder lady and the 2 other wives fully grasped that this new mistress was not one to be trifled with. Aunt Jiang's expression stiffened. "No, that's not what I meant. I am simply concerned for Ru-er. Enough, put away that fragile demeanor. We are all women here, and no one appreciates your performance." Aunt Jiang secretly gritted her teeth. Today was undoubtedly the most humiliating day since her marriage into the Cheng family. "Aunt Jiang, please rise." Lu Shuangshuang lifted her hand, then turned to Cheng Qianru. "Qianru, I do not punish you today, not merely out of consideration for your mother's plea, but because I believe you're still young and deserve an opportunity for correction. From now on, you must learn more and observe closely, understanding what should and should not be said. Do you comprehend?" Seeing her mother's discontent, Qianru dared not act out and obediently replied, "Yes, mother, Qianru understands." Lu Shuangshuang stood up, bending down to assist Cheng Yinrui and Cheng Qianru to their feet. The elder lady timely remarked, "Your mother is a reasonable person. You all must obediently heed her guidance from now on." "Yes, yes," echoed the 6 children in unison, leaving only the 2 youngest. Chapter 6, Encountering the Children, Part 3. The 5th young lady, Cheng Wanqing, and the 6th young master, Cheng Yinza, are a pair of twins. The old servant, accompanied by the 5th young lady, Cheng Wanqing, and the 6th young master, Cheng Yinza, knelt before Lu Shuangshuang, the lady of the house. Lu Shuangshuang observed the 2 children, who appear to be around 3 or 4 years of age, the most delightful yet boisterous stage of childhood. However, these 2 seemed devoid of vitality, their heads bowed deeply, remaining as silent as the air despite the passage of time since morning. The 2 attending maids, noticing their mistress's unwavering gaze upon the children, feared that she might find their behavior disrespectful and reprimand them. They gently pinched the children's hands, whispering urgently, "Young master, young lady, please greet your mother." The children heard but remained unmoved, continuing to lower their heads, silent. The maids grew anxious, exerting a little more force, imploring, "Mistress, please speak a word to them. We must avoid any disrespect." The children's hands, hidden beneath their garments, silently clasped together. Though the maid's pinches stung, tears welled in their eyes, yet they remained mute. Lu Shuangshuang, experienced in caring for younger siblings, recognized their demeanor. The more the maids pressed, the more the children withdrew. Enough, maids. Do not trouble the children any further. Let us assume they have already offered their respects with tea. I cannot bear to see such young ones in distress. The maid beside the fifth young lady spoke with a face full of regret. Mistress, forgive us. The young masters truly do not intend any disrespect. They are merely shy due to their introverted nature, compounded by their late development in speech. Late in speech? Lu Shuangshuang reflected on their age. At 3 or 4 years, one would expect them to articulate themselves well. She recalled a little girl from her uncle's family, who, despite being said to speak late, could recite tongue twisters with remarkable fluency by the age of 3. Were Wanqing and Inza really so limited in their speech? The old lady, upon seeing the timid manner of the children, often pondered certain matters. Yet, despite her heartache each time she beheld them, over time, she gradually saw less of them. To the old lady, the maid continued, the young masters have improved significantly. They are now capable of uttering complete sentences. As she finished, the maid could not help but lower her own head. The children's heads sank even lower, almost touching the floor, their faces nearly invisible, perhaps. They too wished to escape this moment. The old lady sighed heavily, contemplating saying something, but upon glancing at her youngest grandsons, she remained silent. After a brief hesitation, she instructed the 2 maids to dedicate more time to their education. Yes, yes, they replied. Suddenly, Lu Shuangshuang pondered a pressing question. What of these children's biological mother? The 2 maids exchanged glances, aware that they could not evade the inquiry. The maid attending the 6th young master respectfully answered, the young master's mother is concubine's son, who passed away 2 years ago. Lu Shuangshuang reflected deeply, considering whether Cheng Yundi might indeed be a man fated to bring misfortune to his wives. With 2 wives gone and a concubine lost, was this not what people often referred to as a fate that harms one's spouses? As his thought crossed her mind, Lu Shuangshuang could not help but worry for herself, realizing it might be wise to consult a master about her own fate and seek ways to fortify her destiny. Madame Ruan noticed that Lu Shuangshuang had become lost in thought and quickly whispered a reminder. Madam, the 2 young masters are still kneeling. Her words jolted Lu Shuangshuang back to reality. Looking down, she saw the 2 small figures huddled on the ground, which was truly pitiful. Get up quickly. The maids hurried to assist the 5th miss and the 6th master, guiding their tiny hands back to their seats. Lu Shuangshuang's gaze involuntarily followed the 2 children, a pang of sorrow welling up within her. Such young children, bereft of their mother, appear to be poorly cared for. All right, let's conclude for today. I am weary. You may return. The old matron waved her hand, and everyone rose to take their leave. As it was their first meeting, they were still unfamiliar with one another, and upon exiting the Crane Pine courtyard, each returned to their own homes. After 2 exhausting days, Lu Shuangshuang finally had the chance to rest. Upon returning to the Qingfeng courtyard, she collapsed into a soft chair, gratefully accepting the water offered by Xiao Huan, drinking deeply, while her other hand rummaged for snacks. Truly famished. Once satiated, Lu Shuangshuang found the energy to ponder the children she had encountered earlier. As a newcomer to the Marquis's household, she was not well versed in its affairs and could only inquire of the elder, Madame Ruan. Madame Ruan, has the 2nd miss always been so frail? From her appearance, it does not seem like a mere cold or recent illness. The scent of herbs and her listless demeanor suggest a prolonged ailment. Speaking of the 2nd miss brought a twinge of pain to Madame Ruan's heart. Replying to Madame, the 2nd miss has been weak since birth. While the late Madame was alive, she took great care of her, and the 2nd miss was much like other children. However, after the late Madame's passing, her health gradually declined. Over the years, she has relied on medicinal broths, yet has shown no improvement. There was an unspoken thought lingering, especially regarding the 2 years following the marriage of the 2nd Madame, Qin, during which the 2nd miss nearly succumbed to her illness. Lu Shuangshuang sensed the underlying truth in her tone. Children without mothers often endured the greatest hardships. Despite being the daughter of a marquis and having a father who was a great general, what did it matter? Men, especially those as busy and detached as Cheng Yuanji, rarely concerned themselves with young girls. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Shuang rose and declared, "I shall go visit the second Mississippi." Madame Ruan was taken aback by Lu Shuang's earnestness and quickly followed her. The eldest son and the second miss still resided in the courtyard of the late Madame Yang, perhaps a lingering tribute to their mother. Cheng Wanning reclined against her bed, a maid feeding her the bitter concoction of herbal medicine. "Miss, you are in such a state. Why must you visit the new madam? You might catch a chill." Cheng Wanning struggled to drink the medicine, pausing for breath after each sip. Today marked her first day as a bride, and adhering to etiquette was paramount. If she did not attend, would she not leave herself open to criticism? Had she not learned enough from past experiences? Yet, the maid observed, this new madam did not seem to be a tyrant. Cheng Wanning let out a bitter laugh. The previous madam had also appeared amiable at first glance. The Qinglan courtyard is not far from the Qingfeng courtyard. One can reach it by passing through 2 gates and walking along a winding path of pebbles. Upon entering the Qinglan courtyard, a strong scent of herbs envelopes the air, which can be quite overwhelming for those unaccustomed to medicinal brews. Xiaohuan and Xiaoyan could not help but wrinkle their brows, instinctively raising their hands to cover their noses. However, upon noticing Lu Shuang's calm demeanor as she walked in without any sign of discomfort, they hesitated to do the same. As soon as the servants in Qinglan courtyard spotted Lu Shuang, they promptly set aside their tasks to pay their respects, greeting her with a bow. "Is the eldest son and the second miss present?" Lu Shuang inquired. "Madam, the eldest son has gone out, and the second miss is inside," came the reply. Nodding, Lu Shuang stepped into the inner courtyard. The servants, alerted by the commotion, hurried to inform the occupants within. Chapter 7. The first daughter of the Marquis household, second miss. "Madam has come to see you." Cheng Wanning, who was in the midst of taking her medicine, became flustered upon hearing the announcement, causing her to choke and cough incessantly. Her face turned pale, and tears brimmed in her eyes as she struggled to regain her composure. Upon entering, Lu Shuang immediately noticed the ailing Cheng Wanning by the bedside, gasping for breath, with a maid by her side gently assisting her. The maid, upon seeing Lu Shuang, was obliged to bow, but with the second miss in such distress, she could only continue to help while apologizing for the commotion. Despite her coughing fit, Cheng Wanning attempted to rise from her bed, but her strength faltered, causing her to fall back onto the mattress. "Do not move. Stay in bed," Lu Shuang urged as she quickly approached. The maid stepped aside, allowing Lu Shuang to sit beside Cheng Wanning and soothe her back. After a while, Cheng Wanning finally calmed down, wiping away her tears with a look of fear as she expressed her apologies. "I did not know mother was coming. It is my fault for not greeting you properly. Please punish me." Lu Shuang felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old child. Why should she bear such burdens? It was natural for children to be a bit mischievous at times. At home, Lu Shuang was strict with her younger brother, but she always doted on her sweet and gentle sister. Seeing Cheng Wanning was like gazing at her youngest sister. Noticing Cheng Wanning's anxious expression, Lu Shuang quickly offered words of comfort. "Mother does not blame you. Do not worry, Wanning. Besides, given your health, there is no need for formal greetings in the future. Mother is forgiving, and I must not be disrespectful. I cannot disrupt the rules." The children of this household spoke incessantly of decorum. Was this the norm for affluent families? Lu Shuang picked up a bowl from the small table and gently stirred the spoon to cool the medicinal soup. The moment she touched the bowl, she realized it was still too hot to consume. "You are sensible, and I believe your father would be pleased. However, you must first recuperate." She blew on the medicine to cool it down before offering it to Cheng Wanning. Cheng Wanning silently drank the medicine, yearning to recover swiftly. This concoction had become as routine as food and water for her over the years. Hope for better days seemed distant now. Cheng Wanning observed Lu Shuang's careful actions, as she cautiously blew on the soup, ensuring it was not too hot before feeding it to her with utmost care and diligence. From an early age, Cheng Wanning had been deprived of her mother's love, leaving her unaware of its essence. Yet, for reasons unknown, the simple act of Lu Shuang administering medicine evoked a fleeting illusion of maternal affection within her. As the medicinal concoction neared its end, with only 2 spoonfuls remaining. Lu Shuang glanced at the small table beside the bed, then turned to the dining table, finding nothing to fetch but a plate of candied fruits. The servant, accustomed to silence, promptly exited to fulfill her request. Once the last 2 spoonfuls of the bitter potion were consumed, Lu Shuang beckoned the servant, who approached with the plate. "Your mouth must be bitter. Do enjoy a candied fruit," she said, placing a large piece into Cheng Wanting's mouth. The sweetness enveloped her palate before she could even comprehend, swiftly overshadowing the bitterness. Lu Shuang instructed the attending servant, "In the future, prepare some fruits or candied treats before the young lady takes her medicine." "Yes, my lady." The maid responded with a slight bow, recalling that the young mistress had never shown an inclination for such treats, despite the bitterness that lingered in her own senses. She had never witnessed Cheng Wanting frown. "Mother, I have taken medicine since childhood. I have long grown accustomed to it. There is no need for such trouble," Cheng Wanting remarked. Lu Shuang gently assisted her in lying down, tucking her in, and said, "Bitter medicine is unavoidable. A touch of sweetness can diminish the harsh taste." Cheng Wanting's countenance fell. She mused that too much sweetness would render her unable to endure bitterness. Lu Shuang gazed tenderly at her. "You were born a lady of the Marquisate. You need not suffer. It is merely a matter of sweetness, and if you desire it, the entire capital is at your disposal." Cheng Wanting was momentarily taken aback. Could she truly be so willful? Could being a lady of the Marquisate afford her such indulgences? "Are you feeling tired? Do you wish to sleep?" Lu Shuang inquired. Cheng Wanting intended to express her slight fatigue. Yet the gentle tone and affectionate visage of Lu Shuang instilled in her an inexplicable longing, leaving her reluctant to part. "I'm not too tired yet. Then may I accompany you in conversation?" Lu Shuang gently proposed. "All right, but will this not hinder your important matters?" Cheng Wanting asked. "Your matters are my important affairs," Lu Shuang replied, the words falling like refreshing rain upon parched earth. Indeed, Lu Shuang spoke these words with sincerity. As the new mistress of the Marquisate, her responsibilities encompassed managing the household and nurturing the children. This was her foremost duty. "What do you usually enjoy eating, Wanting?" Lu Shuang prompted. Cheng Wanting pondered for a moment, fixating on Lu Shuang's hands. "I delight in sweet and sour fish, braised sea cucumber, soy sauce duck, minced meat with dried bamboo shoots, as well as glutinous rice balls. Rose cake and water chestnut cake, I truly cherish them." Upon mentioning these delicacies, Cheng Wanting visibly relaxed, her mind conjuring images of sumptuous dishes. "It seems our Wanting has a penchant for meat," Lu Shuang remarked, her eyes sparkling with joy as she observed Cheng Wanting enumerate her favorites. To her surprise, Cheng Wanting misinterpreted the comment and became noticeably anxious, stammering, "That's not entirely accurate. I also enjoy vegetables. I do not eat much meat." Lu Shuang feigned curiosity. "Then what vegetable dishes do you like?" Cheng Wanting hesitated. "Cold tofu, stir-fried, 3 shreds, and boiled cabbage. But the boiled cabbage is also cooked with chicken broth. So doesn't he really count as a vegetable dish?" Cheng Wanting found herself at a loss for words. Asserting that she indeed consumed a variety of vegetarian dishes and was not picky with her food, she understood that lying was unbecoming. Lowering her gaze, she dared not meet Lu Shuang's eyes. However, Lu Shuang was not genuinely perturbed by the notion of deceit. Rather, she was perplexed at how a young lady of a noble family, the esteemed first daughter of a marquis, who should have been indulged with every luxury, had to be so cautious even when it came to dining. "Do not hesitate to inform the kitchen of your preferences. Let them enhance the meal," Lu Shuang encouraged. Cheng Wanting murmured softly, "That seems too troublesome." "It is not troublesome at all. Their duty is to prepare meals. If the food does not meet expectations, we shall simply change the cook," Lu Shuang replied. Cheng Wanting looked up at Lu Shuang in disbelief, only to quickly avert her gaze. Murmuring a thank you to her mother, Lu Shuang gently patted Cheng Wanting's hand through the quilt, emphasizing that nothing was more important than nurturing her health. "Feel free to order whatever you desire. Only through enjoying your meals can you truly nourish yourself. A hearty appetite will naturally lead to a quicker recovery. No matter how difficult the ailment, one must eat well, Lu Shuangshuang firmly believed that good health could only stem from proper nourishment. Her sister had once claimed that she was avoiding food to maintain her figure, only to receive several reprimands and a piercing gaze from Lu Shuangshuang, which ultimately compelled her to resume eating properly. Cheng Wanning hesitated, but eventually nodded obediently. When does the Jixia Academy dismiss for the day? Cheng Wanning was unsure how to respond. What troubles you? Lu Shuangshuang thought this was a question Cheng Wanning ought to know, given that she shared a courtyard with her elder brother. Surely, she could not be unaware of his daily dismissal time from the academy. Mother, I do not know the dismissal time for the Jixia Academy. Lu Shuangshuang did not dwell on it for long, replying, "Oh, I assumed you lived in the same courtyard as Yin and would know when he returns from the academy." Cheng Wanning looked bewildered. Mother, my elder brother does not attend the Jixia Academy. Now it was Lu Shuangshuang's turn to be baffled. How could he not be studying there? The Jixia Academy was established by the royal family, and only the offspring of nobility and officials of the third rank and above were permitted to attend. Cheng Yinyu, being the son of the Pingyuan Marquis and a first-rank general, should undoubtedly be enrolled there. Then where does Yinyu study? He studies at the Honghu Private School. Lu Shuangshuang searched her memory for information about the Honghu Private School. It was somewhat renowned, though clearly not among the elite in the capital. What is it, mother? Cheng Wanning inquired, noticing her mother's contemplative expression. Although she was unaware of the specifics, this private school was established by the second Madam, Qin, and her brother had been studying there for 4 or 5 years. Never mind. You should rest well. When Yinyu returns, tell him to come see me. Yes, mother. Lu Shuangshuang chatted with Cheng Wanning for a while, but as the effects of the medicine set in, Cheng Wanning fell into a deep slumber. After ensuring her daughter's peaceful sleep, Lu Shuangshuang quietly stepped out. It was not until dinner that Lu Shuangshuang finally encountered Cheng Yinyu at the dining table. Despite the old matriarch presiding over the household, with each branch of the family managing their own affairs and residing in separate quarters, they still gathered for dinner each evening, while breakfast and lunch were taken separately. The residences of the three families stand independently, yet are closely situated, allowing for frequent visits. At the dining table, Lu Shuangshuang encountered the only son of the second household and 4 lively children from the third household. The second family's elder Cheng Yuanjing, had been dispatched to the capital and would not return for 2 years. Meanwhile, the jovial Cheng Sanshao from the third family greeted Lu Shuangshuang with a cheerful smile, as it was well known throughout the household that he was the epitome of geniality, always wearing a friendly countenance and treating everyone with kindness. In silence they dined, for the matriarch refrained from speaking, and thus no one else dared to break the stillness. Nevertheless, Lu Shuangshuang took special care to place the 5th young lady, Cheng Wanqing, and the 6th young master, Cheng Yinza, by her side. The 2 children, both 4 years old, were already adept at using chopsticks to feed themselves. Wanqing, do try this meat. How does it taste? Lu Shuangshuang whispered to Cheng Wanqing while placing a piece of meat into her bowl. Cheng Wanqing, with her head bowed, merely nodded slightly and clumsily attempted to grasp the food with her chopsticks. Cheng Yinza, seated beside her, mirrored her actions, quietly consuming whatever Lu Shuangshuang offered. The atmosphere at the table was quite different from how she typically dined at home, and it left her feeling rather uncomfortable. Mother-in-law, I have heard that your stomach is not in the best condition. I noticed you have eaten several bites of that sticky rice cake. I fear it may affect your sleep tonight. Perhaps you should consider something lighter for digestion. As she spoke, she served a helping of greens to the matriarch. This remark and gesture drew the attention of everyone in the room, who turned their gazes toward her. Lu Shuangshuang scanned the room in confusion, wondering why they were all looking at her. Had she said something amiss? After all, the elderly often have delicate stomachs and should be mindful of their diets. The matriarch paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Shuangshuang, her expression softening considerably. Such an ag, taking charge of this old woman on the very first day. She thought, oh dear, it seems I can no longer indulge in whatever I desire to eat. The matriarch feigned a frown and sighed, provoking laughter from the others. Lu Shuangshuang wore an expression of grievance, saying, Mother-in-law, how could you say that? Your daughter-in-law sincerely cares for your well-being. If you feel that way, it would be unjust to me. She set down her chopsticks and pouted. Since I am the one being wronged, perhaps I should not eat this meal at all. The matriarch laughed and pointed at her playfully, exclaiming, "Look, everyone, my eldest son has truly married a formidable daughter-in-law. She dares to threaten me." She continued, "Being a mother-in-law is indeed challenging. I would hate to see you starve. What if your husband returns and finds you emaciated? Very well. I shall refrain from the sticky rice cake. Whatever you suggest to eat, I shall comply. Is that agreeable?" The matriarch tilted her head toward Lu Shuangshuang, her expression clearly indicating that this arrangement was acceptable. Seeing the conversation turn in her favor, Lu Shuangshuang beamed and filled the matriarch's bowl with an abundance of dishes. "Mother-in-law, your understanding is truly remarkable. To be your daughter-in-law is a blessing I must have earned in a past life." The matriarch was charmed by her sweet words, her appetite noticeably improving. Mrs. Li Qingyan from the third household, with an exaggerated tone, remarked, "It seems our mother-in-law dotes on the new daughter-in-law, preferring her over us old." Tongue-tied wives. The elderly lady feigned a glare, remarking that in families with many children, the greatest challenge lies in maintaining balance. Having balanced water for most of her life, she lamented that even in her old age, she still found herself pouring water for her daughters-in-law, a testament to her tireless spirit. "Mother-in-law, you are truly blessed." Someone chimed in. Indeed, the second sister-in-law was right. They all agreed that their mother-in-law was the best. Laughter erupted, filling the room with warmth. As the old matriarch's face radiated joy, her wrinkles dancing with delight. The meal was enjoyed in a relaxed atmosphere, and as Lu Shuangshuang stepped outside, she heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, she was greeted by the cheerful faces of Cheng San and his wife, both embodying a joyful disposition that was comforting to behold. "Big sister, you were remarkable today. I hold you in such high regard," proclaimed Li Qingyan, the quick-witted wife of the third house, with Cheng Yuansong nodding in agreement. "Oh, what do you admire me for?" Lu Shuangshuang inquired. "You made our mother-in-law happy. This has been a most enjoyable meal I've had. Previously, it was always so quiet, making it rather uncomfortable for us." Li Qingyan, feeling familiar, linked her arm with Lu Shuangshuang's, leaving Cheng Yuansong to the side. "You head back. I wish to converse with my sister-in-law." Cheng Yuansong let out a sigh, reluctant to part from his wife, but unable to voice it, leaving her with a simple, "Please don't keep me waiting too long." From the dining table, Lu Shuangshuang observed the evident affection between the couple. "Sister-in-law, did our mother-in-law often feel unhappy before?" "Pretty much. Ever since the previous eldest sister-in-law lost her child, our mother-in-law fell gravely ill, her health declining significantly, which dampened her spirits as well. We have tried to cheer her up, but it often feels futile as we could not untangle her heart's knots." Lu Shuangshuang seized upon the crucial detail. "She lost a child?" Li Qingyan bit her lip, realizing she had spoken out of turn, but it was too late to retract her words. Lu Shuangshuang would undoubtedly inquire further. "It's an old story, and I shan't say much more, except that it was a pair of twins." They both sighed, a shared sense of regret hanging in the air. As they walked along, the sisters-in-law exchanged many words, their laughter echoing, and Lu Shuangshuang gleaned much about the Cheng family. Upon returning to Qingfeng Courtyard, she was promptly informed that the eldest son, Cheng Yinyu, had been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 9. Milk tea. Perhaps Lu Shuangshuang's footsteps were too light, or Cheng Yinyu was lost in thought. Either way, he remained oblivious to her presence until she stood at the door. Upon entering, she found him by the window, fiddling with the flowers on the table. His tall and slender figure, though only 13, already bore a striking resemblance to Cheng Yuendi. The bond between father and son was indeed remarkable. "Have I offended this pot of flowers?" Upon hearing her voice, Cheng Yinyu snapped back to reality, immediately turning to bow respectfully. Noticing Lu Shuangshuang's gaze on the flowers, he looked down and realized he had absent-mindedly mangled several perfectly blooming blossoms. "Mother, forgive me. I was lost in thought and didn't realize what I was doing." Lu Shuangshuang gestured for him to sit. After she took her seat, Cheng Yinyu followed suit. The maid served tea to the two of them, and as I was unsure of your preferences, I instructed them to brew the sweetest variety. "Thank you, mother." Cheng Yinyu raised the cup to sip, but showed no particular reaction. Lu Shuangshuang, with her keen observation, surmised that he might not enjoy it. "Is this tea not to your taste?" Chung Yinyu was about to express his fondness for it, but upon meeting Lu Shuangshuang's gaze, the words faltered on his lips. I do not particularly enjoy tea. What do you prefer to drink? Wine. I enjoy wine. Immediately regretting his admission, he recalled the numerous scoldings he had received from his father and grandmother for indulging in alcohol at such a young age. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled softly, displaying her candid nature. Chung Yinyu was taken aback by her response, expecting a lecture to follow, and felt a sense of aversion rising within him. However, she continued, your father fights valiantly on the battlefield, sharing drinks with his comrades as they pledge their loyalty to the nation. When he returns, you two may share a drink together. Chung Yinyu was astonished by her words, and amidst his surprise, he thought of his father. Though he was often fierce in his demeanor, he held immense admiration for his father's martial prowess. Mother, do you not oppose my drinking? I do oppose it, Lu Shuangshuang replied frankly. You are still quite young, and alcohol is detrimental to your health. However, being a boy, one need not be overly fastidious. An occasional small drink is acceptable. Besides, you will certainly enter the official realm in the future. Look at your father. Can he avoid drinking at social gatherings? Chung Yinyu nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed inevitable. In the future, spend more time with your father and learn the etiquette of the wine table. Surely, mother would not confine you to embroidery in the courtyard, would she? Chung Yinyu chuckled. Yes, mother speaks wisely. You truly understand. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang teased, did someone once tell you not to drink, claiming it was bad for your health? Those who say such things simply lack understanding. Indeed, they are not as generous as you, mother. Lu Shuangshuang playfully tapped his arm. You ungrateful child. Those who discourage your drinking do so out of concern for your well-being, and yet you show no gratitude. Chung Yinyu rubbed his arm. Despite the playful hit, warmth spread through his heart. How could mother change her stance so quickly, having just supported my drinking? Lu Shuangshuang, without hesitation, delivered another playful slap. I have not finished my thoughts. I do not oppose your drinking. However, I do not condone excessive indulgence. You are merely in your teens and may enjoy a few small drinks occasionally or accompany your father to broaden your horizons. At other times, you must not overindulge. Moreover, you must never drink to the point of disgrace. Chung Yinyu watched Lu Shuangshuang's serious expression. Typically rebellious, he ultimately relented and nodded obediently. Actually, mother, aside from wine, I also enjoy other beverages. Oh, what is it? Milk tea. Lu Shuangshuang had never heard of such a drink. Is it akin to cherry-flavored milk? Chung Yinyu, upon realizing Lu Shuangshuang's unfamiliarity with it, became animated and exclaimed, No, no. Cherry-flavored milk is sweet. This milk tea is savory. Lu Shuangshuang looked at him with disbelief. Her curiosity piqued. Savory? Do they make milk salty? Can it even taste good? Chung Yinyu nodded repeatedly, expressing his delight. It's delicious. Mother, would you like to try some? I can make it. I'm quite good at it. He had prepared it for the servants in the courtyard, and for Chung Wanning as well, but regrettably, none of them shared his enthusiasm. Lu Shuangshuang pondered for a moment, her interest piqued. I've never heard of it before. Since you recommend it so highly, I must give it a try. Really? Mother, are you truly willing to try it? Chung Yinyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Shuangshuang nodded excitedly. Of course. When you have time, please make some for me. How about tomorrow at noon, to enjoy with lunch? That sounds wonderful. It's a bit of a task for you. Yinyu. Chung Yinyu bashfully scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy that mother wants to drink it. Lu Shuangshuang smiled gently, admiring his sincere demeanor. And couldn't he help but remark, Yang is indeed fortunate to have raised two wonderful children. However, I have never heard of this milk tea before. Where did you learn about it? Lu Shuangshuang, before her marriage, was not a sheltered maiden. Her family had fewer restrictions, and she often ventured out with servants, hearing much in the process. Yet, this milk tea was entirely unfamiliar to her. I learned from the Xiongnu people in the Western market. They sell furs there, and I purchased some quality hides to make bedding and knee pads for Wanting. Having bought a fair amount, I got to know a few friends. One day, I happened to taste their milk tea and was pleasantly surprised. Upon savoring it, I found it quite delightful, so I began visiting them regularly to enjoy it and learn the recipe. Yinyu has indeed broadened his horizons through friendships. No wonder Wanning's exquisite sheepskin bedding came from your thoughtful concern. Cheng Inu chuckled shyly, his head lowered in modesty. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned somber. What is the matter? Wanning's health has not improved. She spends her days cooped up in that room, devoid of much joy. I will take good care of her health. I shall call for the doctor tomorrow to thoroughly examine Wanning. Before marrying, Lu Shuangshuang understood the significance of a maiden's youth and did not wish for her to waste away in the courtyard. Regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to make every effort. Cheng Inu knelt before Lu Shuangshuang. Thank you, mother. I express my gratitude on Wanning's behalf. Get up, what is this? Such words are rather formal. Cheng Inu obediently rose, glancing outside. Mother, it's getting late. I should return now. Rest early. As Cheng Inu took a few steps, he turned back. Mother, tomorrow I will go to the Western Market to buy ingredients for the milk tea. Lu Shuangshuang looked at him kindly and nodded. All right. Cheng Inu left in high spirits, while the ever-watchful Granny Ruan furrowed her brow. Chapter 10. A Pearl from the Ocean, Madam. The Western Market is a place of chaos, filled with all sorts of people. The eldest son frequently visits there, and I fear Granny Ruan could not help but interject, thinking Lu Shuangshuang was unaware of the market's nature. The Western Market was the largest trading hub in the capital, where people from the north and south sought opportunities. Desiring to explore, one can acquire a wealth of knowledge. At times, the lessons imparted by books lack vivacity, necessitating a venture into the world. Yet, Granny Ruan remains apprehensive. However, starting tomorrow, she intends to assign a few adept servants to discreetly accompany the young master. Will this entail replacing the current attendants? Lu Shuangshuang rose and approached the vanity, gradually removing her hairpins while Granny Ruan hastily assisted her. The dispatched individuals are to provide protection without disturbing the young master. His current servants are familiar. Unless he requests a change, there shall be none. Indeed, I understand. Observing her own exquisite reflection in the mirror, Granny Ruan could not help but admire the lady's meticulousness, feeling a sense of joy knowing that the young masters have a mother who cares for them. By the way, my lady, did you not summon the young master today to inquire about his studies? Oh, it seems we neglected to mention that. Let us ask him tomorrow. Very well. On the following day, Cheng Inu left early. When inquiring with those in his courtyard, it was said he had gone to the Honghu Private Academy. Lu Shuangshuang refrained from pressing further and turned to visit Cheng Wanning's chamber, where the strong scent of medicine lingered. Cheng Wanning reclined on a small couch, quietly engrossed in her reading. With her inherently tranquil demeanor, she sat by the window, savoring her book as if the medicinal aroma had somewhat dissipated. Upon seeing Lu Shuangshuang enter, she immediately attempted to rise in greeting, but Lu Shuangshuang was quicker, urging her to remain seated. Though Cheng Wanning felt a tinge of nervousness, she obediently settled back down. What book are you reading? Cheng Wanning turned the pages to show Lu Shuangshuang, proclaiming, I am reading the Book of Songs. Ah, splendid. Is it laborious to comprehend? For the most part, it is manageable. However, some passages elude my understanding of their deeper meanings. Cheng Wanning slightly furrowed her brow. Resembling a delicate maiden in ill health, Lu Shuangshuang surveyed the room, noting the abundance of books, surmising that Cheng Wanning must be an avid reader. Are these books you typically read? Yes, mother. I have perused those on the shelf multiple times. Recently, I asked them to procure a few new books for me, which I shall read when I have the energy. Lu Shuangshuang approached the bookshelf and casually flipped through several volumes, noting the extensive collection. Wanning is indeed a diligent child. Girls should immerse themselves in literature. Cheng Wanning felt a bit unaccustomed to the praise, forgetting the last time she had been complimented, her heart fluttering with a hint of joy. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of melancholy washed over her. With my condition, I could do little else but read to pass the time. The more she spoke, the heavier her heart felt. She longed to partake in the joys that other children experienced, strolling through markets, admiring lanterns, and enjoying flowers by the lake. Alas, Lu Shuangshuang chose to disregard her sorrow, pretending not to hear, and instead inquired, I see that the bookshelf holds a variety of genres, some of which do not seem suitable for your age. They appear quite challenging. Cheng Wanning nodded, affirming, many were brought back by my elder brother. Much of it I comprehend only partially. Some books, I cannot finish and have set aside. Ultimately, she is merely a 10-year-old child, literate and fond of reading, yet lacking guidance, often left to grasp at straws in her literary pursuits. Lu Shuang casually opened a book and noticed the footnotes, pointing and asking, "Did you write this?" "Oh dear, mother. Don't look at it. Just some ridiculous thoughts, utterly embarrassing." Cheng Wanning covered her small face with her hand, too shy to meet Lu Shuang's gaze. Lu Shuang glanced around. This was a bright child, seemingly naive yet possessing insights that could only stem from innate brilliance, untainted by formal instruction. It seemed that the Cheng family was on the brink of producing an extraordinary talent. The originality of her interpretations was striking. There were perspectives that even her mother had not considered while reading this book. Today, upon seeing her annotations, Lu Shuang was suddenly enlightened, realizing that one could indeed understand the text from such angles. Wanting was truly the most intelligent girl she had ever encountered. Lu Shuang admired her daughter's work, pausing occasionally to scrutinize certain passages, offering candid evaluations. Good was good, and bad was bad, which made Cheng Wanning feel a profound respect. When she came across the commendable sections, Lu Shuang generously lavished praise. Wanning's delicate face, partially concealed by her fingers, flushed crimson as she discreetly peered through the gaps to gauge Lu Shuang's expression, her heart fluttering with anxious anticipation for her mother's opinion. After finishing the book, Lu Shuang sat beside Cheng Wanning, her excitement akin to discovering a pearl in the vast sea. Gently, she moved Wanning's hand from her face and said, "My dear, such a remarkable talent must not be squandered. How about I arrange for a tutor to come to our home?" Cheng Wanning was taken aback. Girls her age had long since begun their studies at school, while she, a frail child, remained at home, enviously observing others without recourse. Hearing Lu Shuang's willingness to hire a tutor for her brought her immense joy. Lu Shuang noticed her daughter's expression and understood her feelings. I would like to study with a tutor, but would that be too much trouble?" "Not at all. What is so troublesome about it?" Lu Shuang pondered momentarily, recalling that the east wing was unoccupied, and suggested transforming it into a classroom. "We can move your books there from now on. You can study in that space and learn from a tutor. It's rather cramped here with all these books. A dedicated study would be far more suitable." Cheng Wanning was more than willing to embrace this arrangement, nodding with a smile. "But mother," regarding the tutor, "in schools, boys and girls sit separately, taught by a male instructor. I am all alone. If I were to choose a male teacher, it might present certain inconveniences." Lu Shuang contemplated this and suddenly thought of a most fitting candidate, the third Miss Ban, who was well educated and had traveled extensively with her father, gaining vast knowledge. Currently, she was assisting her aunt and father in organizing texts within the palace, making her the perfect choice. The Ban family was renowned throughout the capital for their scholarly lineage, having been responsible for the compilation and preservation of historical texts for 5 generations. If one were to rank the scholarly achievements of Ban family women, it would be hard to find anyone daring enough to claim the top position. Cheng Wanning held a deep admiration for Miss Ban, having often heard of her, and even had a collection of her poetry on the shelf, which she could recite flawlessly. "The individual I have long admired is not only within reach, but may even become my mentor. I am utterly overwhelmed with joy, so much so that I have tossed aside my book in excitement." Grasping Lu Shuang's hand, my eyes gleam with fervor. "Mother, can it truly be that the third Miss Ban, whom I hold in such high esteem, will come to teach me?" Yet, a wave of anxiety washes over me. After all, she is exceedingly busy and may not have the time. Moreover, I fear I am too inept, and the third Miss Ban may be unwilling to instruct me. Lu Shuang, unwilling to let the sparkle in Cheng Wanning's eyes dim, reassured her, "The third Miss Ban and I are close friends. She values talent highly and is eager to educate young women. I shall take your book to her. I assure you, she will certainly agree." Cheng Wanning immediately felt embarrassed, thinking her work was unworthy. "Perhaps it's best not to. I do not write well. Do you doubt your mother's judgment?" Cheng Wanning hastily shook her head. No, I absolutely trust mother. That's the spirit. You must take your medicine and rest well for the next few days and await Ban Yan's arrival." Even long after Lu Shuangshuang had departed, Cheng Wanning's excitement remained uncontainable. As Cheng Yinyu entered Qinglan courtyard, he noticed servants moving books. Just as he was about to inquire further, he caught sight of his sister seated in a rocking chair beneath the large locust tree in the courtyard. Typically, Cheng Wanning preferred to remain indoors, yet today she had ventured out. "Wanning, what brings you outside today?" Cheng Yinyu approached, gently lifting a corner of the blanket that had fallen to the floor and placing it back on the rocking chair. Cheng Wanning's spirit soared, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Observing her joy, Cheng Yinyu felt a surge of happiness as well. Whatever the reason, seeing his sister smile brought him delight. "Mother visited today and mentioned that the weather outside is splendid, encouraging me to bask in the sunlight, so I brought the blanket and sat for a while. Mother speaks wisely. It is indeed beneficial to be outdoors." Cheng Yinyu replied, though a pang of jealousy stirred within him. Previously, he had urged Cheng Wanning to spend more time outside rather than cooped up in her room, to which she had verbally agreed but rarely complied. How curious that upon their mother's suggestion, she had obediently come out. Cheng Wanning tilted her head, her neck weary, and tugged at Cheng Yinyu's arm, inviting him to sit beside her. "Brother, today Mother said she would convert the East Wing into my study and invite a female instructor to teach me." The mere mention of this filled Cheng Wanning with uncontainable excitement, which had only just begun to settle. Now, speaking of it to Cheng Yinyu, her joy surged anew. Cheng Yinyu shared in her elation but felt a tinge of disbelief. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Mother said she would invite the third Miss Ban Yen, to instruct me. "Brother, you know Ban Yen, don't you? That prodigy. I have admired her for so long and have always aspired to be a woman of such vast knowledge." When Mother mentioned it, I nearly fell over in sheer delight. Cheng Wanning excitedly grasped Cheng Yinyu's arm, shaking it with fervor. Seeing her sister so joyful, Cheng Yinyu felt reluctant to douse her enthusiasm with cold reality. The renowned third miss of the Ji family was not someone easily invited. Many sought her as a mentor, but it was only the emperor who could truly command her presence. "Sister, you often refer to her as mother. Do you hold a fondness for her?" Cheng Yinyu had long been aware of their mother's departure, leaving them vulnerable and unprotected, coupled with the previous tribulations inflicted by the Qin family. He genuinely feared for his sister's safety. "I understand your concerns, brother, but I believe she is different from the Qin family." Cheng Yinyu remained silent for a moment before replying. Initially, even the Qin family put on a facade. Cheng Wanning bowed her head in silence. Catching a glimpse of a plate of candied dates on the stone table, the bitterness in her mouth resurfacing, she reached for one, but then hesitated and withdrew her hand. "Brother, the wind has picked up. I wish to return and rest." Noticing her sudden change in mood, Cheng Yinyu chastised himself internally for his careless words. He assisted Cheng Wanning back to her room and only withdrew after ensuring her comfort. Most of the books in her chamber had been moved to the eastern wing by the servants. When Cheng Yinyu arrived to inspect, he found the servants diligently arranging the space and greeted them with a wave, signaling them to continue. The servants set about placing incense, potted plants, and dusting the furniture, meticulously organizing every book on the shelves. The previously neglected eastern wing now appeared revitalized, imbued with the fragrance of literature. Cheng Yinyu said nothing, observing for a moment before departing. As midday approached, just before lunch, Cheng Yinyu arrived with his secret weapon to seek out Lu Shuangshuang. Lu Shuangshuang sat nearby, watching as he rolled up his sleeves and stirred milk in a small pot with a ladle. She pinched a handful of tea leaves and brought it to her nose, inquiring, "What kind of tea is this?" "This is a special tea used by the Xiongnu for brewing milk tea. Indeed, it is quite different from what we usually drink, lacking in sweetness, but rich in a long-lasting, expansive aroma that evokes the essence of the grasslands. Mother's nose is truly discerning. This tea is rarely enjoyed by those in the capital, yet I find it possesses a unique charm." "Yes, quite so. Yinyu has a keen eye." "Oh, are you adding salt?" Lu Shuangshuang had never witnessed anyone adding salt to tea brewed with milk. Cheng Yinyu laughed heartily, of course. Otherwise, how could this milk tea be savory? Everyone present was astonished by his unconventional approach. Even Granny Ruan silently questioned the palatability of such a concoction. Noticing Lu Shuang's intense gaze on his actions, Cheng Yinyu couldn't help but show off, deliberately lifting the ladle and allowing the golden brown milk tea to cascade back into the pot, the aroma intensifying. After several theatrical demonstrations, he finally poured a bowl of steaming milk tea and placed it before Lu Shuang. "Mother, do give it a try." Lu Shuang scooped some with a small spoon. It was scalding hot. After blowing on it for a while, she finally managed to sip it. Upon tasting, a peculiar flavor made her frown. Seeing her expression, Cheng Yinyu immediately felt a wave of anxiety. "Is it too unfamiliar for you?" Lu Shuang took another sip, then a third, savoring the flavor as if it piqued her interest. Cheng Yinyu, hoping to see her silent, assumed she disliked it and was merely saving face by drinking a bit more. A sense of disappointment welled within him. "Mother, it's quite normal not to be accustomed to it. None of us are. Perhaps you should stick to this." He gestured to the Longjing tea beside them, intending to remove the bowl. Lu Shuang quickly shielded her bowl, exclaiming, "You rascal, there's plenty in the pot. Why are you trying to snatch mine?" Cheng Yinyu stood there, bewildered. "Huh? Who's the rascal? Who's snatching? I thought you didn't like it," he stammered. "If I didn't like it, would I be savoring it for so long? You miser. This tea is delightful. You should pour yourself a bowl." Cheng Yinyu's face broke into a radiant smile as he filled a bowl and sat across from Lu Shuang. Noticing him adding a tangled mass into his bowl, curiosity piqued her. "What is it you're adding?" Cheng Yinyu smirked, having achieved his aim of piquing her interest. "This is called sezi, a common type of noodle among the locals. The nomadic tribes often soak it in milk tea." Lu Shuang leaned in to catch the aroma of the buttery sazhi. "Give me some. I wish to try it too." Cheng Yinyu eagerly broke off a piece, meticulously tearing it into small segments to place in her bowl. "And this is made from milk. The locals call it cheese. You should try it too. It can also be soaked in milk tea." Lu Shuang followed suit, and indeed, the combination transformed the flavor remarkably. The milk's richness complemented the tender sazhi, and the cheese was sweet and creamy. The warm milk tea enveloped her, bringing a sense of warmth. She finished a bowl quickly, smacking her lips in satisfaction. "Today has truly been enlightening. This milk tea is quite excellent." Cheng Yinyu's eyes sparkled. "Mother, you're the first in the family to praise this milk tea. If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you often." Lu Shuang gazed into his sincere, youthful eyes and nodded. "Then I shall trouble Yinyu to cook." Cheng Yinyu, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, just as a servant entered to announce the arrival of the second Mississippi. Chapter 12. Maternal favoritism. Cheng Wanning was about to kneel in greeting when Lu Shuang directly pulled her sit. "Quickly, try the milk tea that Yinyu made." Cheng Wanning glanced into the pot, her brow furrowing. "The matron informed me that my brother has been indulging in particular tastes here, so I came to see for myself. Had I known it was this salty milk tea, I would not have come." Cheng Yinyu was not pleased, nearly jumping up. "What do you mean by that? This milk tea is delightful. I assent it, mother. Indeed, it is quite good. Yinyu has some skill. I just mentioned that he might have to work harder in the kitchen from now on, as I certainly won't be helping." Cheng Yinyu beamed at Lu Shuang's approval, his chin nearly reaching the heavens. Cheng Wanning shot him a disdainful glance. "Regardless, I shan't be partaking. You two enjoy." Cheng Yinyu filled another bowl for Lu Shuang. "Actually, among my friends, when they drink milk tea, they even soak dried meat in it. I feared mother might not appreciate the flavor of the dried meat, so I didn't buy any. I have long heard of the nomadic tribes, who wander without a fixed abode, following the grasslands for sustenance. It seems that the preservation of dried meat allows for easy transport. Indeed, my mother is a woman of great knowledge." Cheng Yinyu couldn't help but express a hint of admiration. Lu Shuang mimicked his gesture of raising his chin, asserting, "Of course. Did you truly believe your mother is merely skilled in embroidery? I am well versed in literature as well." The children were amused, finding their mother to oscillate between the role of an adult and that of a playful companion. Noticing Cheng Wanning gazing longingly, yet disinclined to drink, she playfully teased, "Yinyu and I have enough milk tea for lunch. What will you do without your meal? Perhaps you should join us for milk tea." Cheng Wanning frowned and retorted, "No way. I have had my share before. Then I must return." She pouted, eliciting stifled laughter from Cheng Yinyu and Lu Shuangshuang. All right. I won't tease you any longer. I have already instructed them to prepare the meal. Did you know I was coming? Even if you hadn't tea, I would have sent someone to fetch you, she replied, raising her hand, prompting the servants to bring forth the dishes one by one. Upon inspection, Cheng Wanning saw 6 dishes and 1 soup, 4 of which were meat dishes, their savory aroma wafting toward her, igniting her appetite like never before. Still looking? Your mouth is nearly watering. Hurry and eat. Cheng Wanning shyly smiled, immediately scooping a piece of meat into her bowl, just as she was about to take a bite. She remembered her mother hadn't begun eating yet, causing her to hastily place it down and sit properly, her head bowed as if she had committed a faux pas. Why are you not eating? Wanning, it is impolite. Let mother and brother begin first. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled, then took a helping for herself, urging, come, eat. Only then did Cheng Wanning feel reassured and began to eat daintily. Lu Shuangshuang continually served Cheng Wanning, her bowl nearly overflowing. Mother, I can't eat anymore. Cheng Wanning protested, shaking her head, prompting Lu Shuangshuang to relent. Suddenly, an exaggerated sigh emerged. Lu Shuangshuang and Cheng Wanning turned to see Cheng Yinyu with a glum expression. It is evident that mother favors beautiful daughters and has little regard for a rascal like me. Alas, perhaps in my next life, I shall be the daughter of a mother. Lu Shuangshuang, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by that? Look at Wanning's bowl, it's overflowing. While mother continues to serve her. My bowl is nearly licked clean, and I have nothing left. Cheng Wanning couldn't help but laugh. Brother, how shameless. Lu Shuangshuang playfully hit him. You rascal, you're also envious of your sister. Here, let me serve you this and this too. Eat quickly, so you can keep your mouth shut. Lu Shuangshuang energetically piled his plate high. With a grin, Cheng Yinyu devoured his food heartily, displaying a carefree demeanor. As Cheng Wanning savored her meal, she secretly glanced at her mother, then at her brother, feeling the warmth of the atmosphere, yet unable to fully believe in its authenticity. Once the meal neared completion, the servants cleared the table and brought forth tea. I also sent someone to fetch Wanning's siblings, but their nurse said they had already eaten. Do they always dine this early? Cheng Wanning hesitated briefly before deciding to speak candidly. Mother, it seems they have not dined yet. Perhaps 5th sister and 6th brother are unwilling to join us. Why? Cheng Wanning was a loss for words and discreetly tugged at Cheng Yinyu's sleeve. Cheng Yinyu pondered for a moment before responding. They are afraid of you, mother, and thus do not dare to come. Afraid of me? Why? Lu Shuangshuang considered her recent words and actions, assessing that she had not presented a fierce demeanor to the children. The previous stepmother treated them poorly. Children without a mother are always the most vulnerable. And what of you two? At this, both siblings fell silent. Why do they feel inclined to approach me? Given their past tribulations, they should, like the other siblings, be avoiding me. Cheng Yinyu remarked, Mother has praised me. Cheng Wanning added, Mother has given me sweets. Lu Shuangshuang mused, are the children of this generation so easily deceived? Wanning, I have invited Dr. Zhang to come this afternoon to check your pulse. You should take a proper rest after returning. Yes, thank you for your concern, Mother. She then turned to Cheng Yinyu. Yinyu, you are to attend school this afternoon, correct? A fleeting look of guilt crossed Cheng Yinyu's eyes, quickly masked by composure. Yes. Then you two should rest for a while. By the way, when is school dismiss? After they departed, Lu Shuangshuang made her way to the Qingzhou courtyard. The servants, startled at her arrival, hurried to offer their respects. We're a 5th miss and 6th young master. In response to the madam, the 2 young masters are dining inside. Lu Shuangshuang frowned. Why are they only eating now? As she traversed the courtyard, she noted its significant smaller size compared to others, with a somewhat desolate decor. And the ground was not even properly swept. Granny Ruan pushed open the door, and the sudden influx of light momentarily blinded those inside, prompting them to shield their eyes. Once adjusted, they lowered their hands and regarded the newcomer. In the next instant, 2 matrons rushed forward, cradling the children, and knelt before Lu Shuangshuang, greeting her. Madam, we pay our respects. Rise, Lu Shuangshuang replied. Upon entering, she momentarily thought it was dusk, only to realize that all the curtains were drawn, allowing only a sliver of light to penetrate. Why are they only eating now? Chapter 13. A desolate countenance, Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia huddled together, seeking refuge beside the matrons, wishing they could become invisible. The matrons wore peculiar expressions, torn between fear of incurring the madam's wrath and striving to display amiable smiles, hoping to garner a modicum of favor for the young masters. Lu Shuangshuang pushed aside some dishes, her displeasure evident as she noted the food was cold. How can you serve cold food to the children? Why are they only eating now? Lu Shuangshuang thought, wondering if the servants had been negligent or if the children had been obstinate about dining. However, the two kneeling matrons did not appear to be malicious servants. The matrons' hearts sank, and with bowed heads, one replied, "The kitchen just delivered it, and we fed the young masters immediately," implying that the food was cold upon arrival. Lu Shuangshuang scrutinized the meal on the table. It was just delivered? Indeed, within the grand residence. All meals are prepared in a single kitchen and then served to the masters, with the servants only allowed to eat after the masters have finished. Lu Shuangshuang, having already dined with Cheng Yinyu, found herself waiting for her turn. The food was brought to her, steaming hot, and she resolved that in the future, no cold meal should be served to Yinza and Wanqing. "Yes, I shall remember," the maid replied dutifully. As the servants cleared the table, Lu Shuangshuang approached the two children, eager to engage with them. However, the moment she crouched down, they huddled behind the nurse, refusing to budge despite the nurse's attempts to coax them out. "Wanqing, Yinza, I am your mother. Would you like to come with me to enjoy a warm meal?" The children remained unmoved, clinging tightly to the nurse's garments and hiding their faces. Observing their fearful demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang realized that coaxing them would be futile for the moment. She stood up, pondering what could have instilled such timidity in them. The nurses, noticing their mistress's displeasure, immediately knelt, shielding the children with one hand and speaking urgently. "Madam, please forgive us. The little masters are merely shy. They will adjust in a few days. Do not be angry or hold it against them. It is entirely my fault for not teaching them properly. If anyone deserves punishment, it is I." The nurse, perspiring profusely, was desperate to take the blame. Seeing the two women vying to shield the children from reprimand, Lu Shuangshuang was taken aback. "When did I say I would punish them?" A glance exchanged between the nurses suggested that perhaps this meant she would not pursue the matter further. "Thank you for your magnanimity, madam." "Thank you." Lu Shuangshuang wandered through the room, observing its sparse furnishings. Despite the dim lighting, the worn condition of the furniture was evident. How could one endure such squalor within this opulent marquisate? A casual swipe revealed a layer of dust. Lu Shuangshuang felt a surge of anger and decided to pull back the curtain to see the true state of the room. As her fingers brushed the fabric, creating only a slight opening for a beam of light, Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinza reacted as if startled by an unseen force, shrieking and scrambling onto the bed, burying their heads in the covers. "Wanqing, Yinza!" Lu Shuangshuang was taken aback, hastily releasing the curtain and rushing to the bedside, gently patting the two children. She endeavored to soften her tone, speaking with utmost tenderness to console them. Yet the children could not contain their sobs, their bodies trembling beneath the sheets, emitting heart-wrenching whimpers. The nurses, filled with concern, disregarded decorum and rushed over, each cradling a child in their arms, soothing them softly. This scene rendered Lu Shuangshuang as a formidable presence, seemingly a source of fear. It was inappropriate to linger further. "Take good care of them. I shall return tomorrow. Madam, please forgive us. Once the little masters have calmed, we will bring them to you to apologize." Lu Shuangshuang glanced at the two lumped forms under the blankets and replied, "No need. Just look after them well." After exiting, she surveyed the courtyard, noting the unkempt flowers and trees, dust accumulating on the tables in the corridors, and the few servants idly chatting with tools in hand as she entered. Now, as she departed, they rushed to her side in a flurry. "Clean this courtyard thoroughly," she commanded coldly. The servants discerned the mistress's dissatisfaction and promptly acknowledged it. Lu Shuangshuang stepped outside, gave a brief instruction to Xiao Lian, and then hurriedly made her way to Qinglan Courtyard. Upon meeting the lady of the house, it just so happened that Dr. Zhang was entering the estate at that moment, and they entered together. "I hear you have been attending to Wan Ning's health?" Dr. Zhang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the second young lady has had a frail constitution since childhood. The madam entrusted her care to me. After all these years, has there been no improvement? The inquiry was laden with reproach and skepticism. Madam, I swear upon my lifelong medical ethics that I have truly done my utmost, Dr. Zhang replied, feeling increasingly uneasy under Lu Shuang's scrutiny. Perspiration began to bead on his forehead, and he gestured dismissively. If you do not trust me, perhaps it would be best to seek another expert. With that, he turned to leave. Dr. Zhang, that is not my intention. I am merely concerned for Wan Ning's health. At such a tender age, if illness were to plague her, it could derail her promising future, and I share in your anxiety. This ailment is one she has carried since birth. It is likely very difficult to cure, he replied. Lu Shuang softened her demeanor. Thus, I am grateful to you, Dr. Zhang, for your years of care for Wan Ning. When the Marquis returns, we shall properly express our gratitude. Dr. Zhang's anxious heart eased, and his expression softened from earlier indignation. Madam, it is my honor to treat the Marquis's daughter. As they approached the door, Dr. Zhang called out, Madam, please. Mother, you're here. Cheng Wan Ning emerged from behind the curtain, but quickly retreated upon seeing Dr. Zhang. You made the effort to come, Dr. Zhang, she said. Miss, you flatter me, he replied. Lu Shuang entered the curtain to keep Cheng Wan Ning company, while Dr. Zhang felt her pulse from behind the veil. Noticing Cheng Wan Ning's tension, Lu Shuang moved closer, allowing her to lean against her and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Cheng Wan Ning felt a sense of security and grasped Lu Shuang's hand with her free one. Alas, Dr. Zhang sighed, shaking his head. The two behind the curtain immediately tensed. Lu Shuang observed Cheng Wan Ning's posture slump, her face a mask of despair, an expression unbecoming of a child. Dr. Zhang, what is the prognosis? Furrowing his brow, Dr. Zhang stroked his chin and sighed again. His demeanor incited a desire in Lu Shuang to admonish him. The second young lady's condition can only be managed with continued medication. What do you mean by merely managing? Lu Shuang retorted. If this prescription is ineffective, then let us try another. Madam, please do not rush. I understand your concern for your beloved daughter. However, changing the prescription is not so simple. The young lady has been accustomed to this medicine since childhood. A sudden switch could exacerbate her condition. Feeling a twinge of pain in her hand, Cheng Wan Ning looked up to see the clear anger on Lu Shuang's face. For years, there has been no change in her medication, and her health remains stagnant, indicating that your prescription is unsuitable. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang's temper flared, yet he tempered his tone in deference to the new lady of the Marquis's household. Madam, you may not comprehend the intricacies of medicine. The second young lady's constitution is inherently weak. A sudden alteration in her treatment could prove detrimental. And what then? Lu Shuang gently patted Cheng Wan Ning's hand before stepping out from behind the curtain. Her demeanor had shifted from gentle to one filled with palpable fury. Her questioning gaze fixed intently upon Dr. Zhang. Should Cheng Wan Ning endure a lifetime of suffering from medicinal concoctions? Chapter 14. The Memory of Mother's Countenance. Dr. Zhang, cornered by Lu Shuang's relentless questioning, decided to play the rogue. Since you doubt my capabilities, perhaps you should seek another physician. Lu Shuang raised an eyebrow, bemused. Was he attempting to threaten her? If Dr. Zhang himself questioned his own medical prowess, then, Mother, Dr. Zhang has indeed been diligent. It is my fault. Even if we were to change doctors, it may not yield better results than those provided by Dr. Zhang. Cheng Wan Ning interjected, attempting to mediate. Instantly, Dr. Zhang regained his confidence. Madam, it is not mere boasting. I have practiced medicine for half my life and have encountered countless patients without ever facing such skepticism. Even if you scour the entire capital, you may not find anyone with superior skills. Competence is not determined by self-praise. Since Wan Ning trusts you, I shall grant you another opportunity. A smirk formed in Dr. Zhang's heart. What did she mean by giving him another chance? It was evident there were no more suitable candidates. Just as he was about to reveal his triumphant smirk, Lu Shuang interjected, it is now late spring, and if by autumn Wan Ning remains unable to freely fly kites, then you shall no longer be welcome at our door. Dr. Zhang could not help but regard the new madam with renewed scrutiny. Her demeanor did not seem to suggest mere intimidation. Yet, did she truly possess such authority? Lu Shuang fixed her gaze upon him, her brow subtly arching, making her intentions unmistakably clear. What are you still doing here? Hurry and prepare the medicine. With a heavy heart, Dr. Zhang turned and exited. Mother, Dr. Zhang is not only my physician but also oversees grandmother's health. He is rather persuasive. Lu Shuang caressed Cheng Wanning's temple. I merely wish to alleviate your struggles. Perhaps a change in physician would be beneficial. Cheng Wanning's eyes were dim and devoid of hope. I have grown accustomed to it. Since I learned to eat, I have been drinking medicine. My body may never recover. Do not speak such nonsense. A lifetime is a long journey, and you will heal. Trust me. A flicker of hope briefly illuminated Cheng Wanning's eyes, only to quickly fade as she lowered her head and softly replied. After witnessing Cheng Wanning finish her medicine and enjoy some sweet oranges, Lu Shuang finally departed from Qinglan courtyard. Master, do not cry. It will ruin your eyes. Cheng Wanning's maid gently wiped away the tears that pooled at her corners. I can hardly remember what mother looked like. What should I do? Cheng Wanning's tears flowed freely, and the maid could scarcely keep up with the task of drying them. Your mother will always watch over you from above. As long as you hold her in your heart, you shall never forget. This maid had been a companion to Yang Shi, having witnessed her grow and later nurture both the eldest son and the second daughter. After Yang Shi's passing, she devoted herself to raising Cheng Wanning. Duan Mama, please tell me more about my mother, Cheng Wanning implored, clutching a handkerchief embroidered with 2 rabbits, crafted by her mother to amuse the young Cheng Wanning. Duan Mama's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, her voice slightly choked, of course. Lu Shuang glanced outside, noting that the time was nearly upon them, and instructed her servant to harness the horse-drawn carriage. En route, she requested the purchase of hot sugar cakes, carefully wrapping them in 3 layers of handkerchief. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Honghu Academy, they waited a short while until the dismissal bell rang, and students began to exit in small groups. During lunch, she had deliberately inquired about the dismissal time from Cheng Yinyu, intending to come personally to fetch him. Seated inside the carriage with the small window closed, Lu Shuang could not see outside, while a servant peered out, straining to catch sight of each departing student. The gazes of the 4 individuals were fixated on the academy's entrance, anxious not to miss the eldest son. Perhaps it was the joyful nature of dismissal or the tantalizing aromas of home-cooked meals wafting into the students' nostrils that caused everyone to hurry. Before long, the entrance was nearly deserted, and no more students emerged from within. Grandma Wan made a point to inquire within the academy, confirming that everyone had indeed departed. Madam, we did not see the eldest son. Inside the carriage, Lu Shuang touched the handkerchief that wrapped the cakes, just as she had anticipated. She spoke in a low voice to the servant outside. Today, our visit here must not be mentioned to anyone. Yes, madam. By the time Lu Shuang returned, Cheng Yinyu had just arrived home. Lu Shuang entered Qinglan courtyard and called out, "Where is the eldest son?" "Mother, I am here." At the sound of her voice, a refreshing youth appeared before her, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze. "Were you tired from your lessons today?" Lu Shuang inquired as she walked inside. Cheng Yinyu scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Not at all. Did you pay close attention? Did you grasp what the teacher taught?" "I learned it all. I listened very attentively." Cheng Yinyu, fearing her continued questioning, quickly shifted the topic. "Mother, just now, Channing was mentioning you. What did she say?" "Oh, she simply asked about how you were managing to find her a tutor." Cheng Yinyu felt a hint of nervousness. "You speak nonsense. When did I say such a thing?" In the next moment, an awkward silence ensued as Cheng Channing glared at Cheng Yinyu, feeling that his words betrayed his own eagerness, as if he were pressuring their mother. To avert any further slip-ups, Cheng Yinyu hastily countered, "You clearly mentioned it, and you've been studying diligently these past few days. Hasn't Tia been to prepare for meeting the tutor?" I didn't tea." "Oh, dear sister, there is no need to be shy in front of mother." "No, Cheng Channing, supported by Grandma Duan, stepped out. Had she not been feeling unwell and unable to run, she would have already covered Cheng Yinyu's mouth to prevent his slip. Lu Shuang played along with Cheng Yinyu, continuing his narrative. "Channing, there is no need to be anxious. I have already sent a formal invitation to Banyan, and we can finalize this matter in the next couple of days." Upon hearing this, Chung Channing momentarily forgot Chung Inyu's earlier words and, suppressing her excitement, slightly bent her knees in gratitude. Thank you, Mother, for arranging this for me. Channing is immensely grateful and unsure how to repay you. Your good health is the greatest repayment you could offer me. Chung Channing felt warmth in her heart. Lowering her head until her gaze fell upon Lu Shuang's fair hand. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly raised her hand. Inching closer to Lu Shuang's, and after a moment's pause, she grasped it gently. Lu Shuang was initially engaged in conversation with Chung Inyu when she suddenly froze, as if struck by a stimulus. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a pair of small hands reaching out to her. Lu Shuang smiled gently and clasped Chung Wanning's hand. The chill outside intensified, prompting her to suggest they return indoors. As Lu Shuang led Chung Wanning into the house, Chung Inyu followed behind, his eyes fixated on their intertwined hands. In a moment of reverie, he was transported back to his childhood, remembering how his mother would hold his hand and how he would obediently walk beside her. Though his sister had forgotten their mother's appearance, Chung Inyu recalled it vividly, a memory etched in his mind for eternity. Mother, I thought you and brother would return together, he remarked, a sudden tightness gripping his heart. It wasn't on the way. I went out to buy sweet pancakes from a shop that was a bit far, which delayed me, Lu Shuang explained. Sweet pancakes? What kind of sweet pancakes? Chung Inyu's nose twitched as he recalled the tantalizing aroma he had caught moments earlier. Lu Shuang accepted the sweet pancakes from Granny Ruan, declaring, These pancakes are exquisite. I specifically went out to procure them for you too. The siblings savored the treats with delight, too engrossed in their indulgence to converse. Lu Shuang watched them tenderly, even assisting Chung Inyu, who was choking on his food. Don't overindulge. We still have dinner to attend to, she cautioned. During dinner, the absence of Chung Wanxing and Chung Inja was palpable. It was reported from Kingsui Wan that the two had been frightened and refused to emerge. The atmosphere was noticeably tense, with the matriarch's mood weighing heavily upon the table, causing everyone to eat cautiously. Only Aunt Jiang appeared at ease, relishing the unfolding drama. The meal concluded swiftly, and Aunt Jiang addressed the old lady, Mother, I wish to visit Qinglan Courtyard to check on those two children. It is puzzling why they were so frightened. They are quite pitiable. The old lady cast an irritated glance at Lu Shuang. Why would you go? They have been frightened. They are timid by nature. Wouldn't your visit only cause further chaos? Though directed at Aunt Jiang, Lu Shuang felt the words were intended for her as well. Aunt Jiang obediently bowed, acknowledging yes. You are right, Mother. I failed to consider the situation. She resolved to return home to prepare 2 dishes herself and send them to Kingsui Wan, ensuring they would not be disturbed further. The old lady nodded and waved her off. As Aunt Jiang turned to leave, she cast a triumphant glance at Lu Shuang, leading Chung Wanru and Chung Inzue away. Once the others had departed, the old lady remained alone with Lu Shuang. Mother, what will you prepare for those 2 mute children? Chung Wanru inquired, tugging at Aunt Jiang's sleeve, somewhat reluctant to share her mother's culinary skills with others. Aunt Jiang scoffed lightly, Silly child, I'm going to make sweet rice balls for you too. They, however, do not deserve to partake in my cooking. Upon hearing that Aunt Jiang would personally prepare sweet rice balls, Chung Inzue leaped with joy. Chung Wanru, observing her brother's exuberance, placed her hand on her forehead, often bewildered as to who was the elder between them. But, Mother, didn't you just mention to grandmother that you would send them some pastries? Simply send over any 2 dishes you dislike. They truly take it to heart. Chung Wanru held her head high in pride, asserting that what we do not favor is indeed a gift to them. Aunt Jiang mirrored this arrogance. Her neck stiffened, exuding an air of superiority. Viewed directly, the mother and daughter, one tall and one small, presented an identical pretentious demeanor. Shuang, I have heard that you reprimanded Dr. Zhang, stating that if Wan Ning's condition does not improve within 6 months, you would seek another physician. Is that true? The old matriarch sat there, her expression grave. Lu Shuang stood beside her, apprehensive and meekly acknowledged. Nonsense. The matriarch's sharp admonition startled a nearby maid, causing her to bump her hand against the table's edge. Though in pain, she remained silent, discreetly nursing her injury. The matriarch cast a cold glance at her and ordered leave. Once the servants had exited, Lu Shuang awaited the matriarch's remarks, puzzled as to why she was incensed. Do you realize your mistake? I am but a foolish daughter-in-law. I humbly seek your guidance. Esteemed mother-in-law. The matriarch leaned back in her chair, attempting to ease her weary form. Age had taken its toll, and her temper could no longer be easily managed. If only she were a decade younger, she mused, she would not appear so feeble. Despite her efforts to maintain an imposing presence, Lu Shuang perceptibly noted her mother-in-law's waning strength and promptly offered a cup of tea. It is all my fault. Please do not be angered, esteemed mother-in-law. I have only recently joined this family and am still learning. I implore your kindness and guidance. I shall remember your teachings. No one is immune to flattery, and the elderly lady was no exception. Lu Shuang's words quelled some of her ire. After sipping her tea, she spoke. Dr. Zhang has diligently cared for Wan Ning and me over the years, and I hold him in esteem. Your brash reprimand must have stirred his thoughts. This time, you have lost your decorum. It appeared Dr. Zhang had reported her to the matriarch. Lu Shuang felt a surge of anger, yet maintained a gentle smile. Esteemed mother-in-law, I did not intend to target him. However, after all these years, Wan Ning's health shows no sign of improvement, which is indeed distressing. I'm worried too. But what can be done? It is a matter of her constitution, not easily remedied. I pondered whether perhaps Dr. Zhang might not be adept in treating her ailment. Should we consider a different physician? The matriarch dismissed this notion without hesitation. No, who in this capital does not recognize Dr. Zhang's exceptional skills? Surely, no one else could compare. If he were to leave, not only would Wan Ning be left without care, but it would be impossible to invite him back in the future. However, enough. Let's not dwell on this matter further. The matriarch took another sip of her tea, clearly unwilling to entertain more of Lu Shuang's arguments. Yet, wishing to soften her refusal, she added, Dr. Zhang often examines my pulse and prescribes medicine. I can attest to his abilities. A few years ago, my health suddenly deteriorated. Were it not for him, you might not even see me now. Rest assured, Wan Ning's condition cannot be rushed. It requires careful and gradual treatment. Lu Shuang slightly bent her knees, acquiescing. Very well, I shall heed the elder's words. The old lady set down her teacup and added, moreover, do refrain from disturbing Wanqing and Inja. These two children have always been fearful of strangers and light. After your recent visit, they were so startled that they developed a high fever in the middle of the night. What? Lu Shuang was taken aback by the severity of the situation, hastily inquiring, how are they now? Has the doctor seen them? Have they taken their medicine? I must go check on them. Observing her immediate concern, the old lady noted that Lu Shuang's anxiety was genuine, unlike the previous one who had feigned emotions. Any reprimand she had intended to deliver faded away. Wait, the old lady interjected. You've forgotten what I just told you. They have already taken their medicine and are asleep now. The people over there have reported back. The fever has subsided. Lu Shuang furrowed her brow, pondering how such healthy children could have fallen into this state. Mother, surely they were not born afraid of light and strangers? Of course not. Then why have they become like this? Lu Shuang's sudden inquiry caught the old lady off guard, and painful memories surged forth, clamoring to resurface. It is all in the past. No, let us not speak of it again. Huh? Lu Shuang remained bewildered, as the old lady steadied herself against a chair and heavily made her way toward the inner chamber. After Lu Shuang stepped outside, she instructed the maidservant attending the old lady before departing. In the inner chamber's Buddhist hall, the old lady knelt reverently before the Buddha, her lips chanting the rebirth mantra incessantly. Madam, your concerns for the old lady seem to weigh heavily, Sun Mama began, wanting to offer comfort but unsure of how to express it. Over the years, she had exhausted all her words. What a sin, what a sin! If it were not for me, how could those two children have? The old lady closed her eyes tightly, her heart aching to the point where she could not continue speaking. Chapter 16. Did he also boldly inquire? For 3 consecutive days, Lu Shuang did not see Qing Yinyu when the Honghu Academy dismissed for the day. Even the little maid, Xiao Huan, could not contain her curiosity, remarking, The eldest young master clearly left on time. How is it that he is absent at dismissal? Lu Shuang remained silent, instructing her servants to keep everything confidential. Each day, upon returning home, she would visit Qingluan courtyard to see Wan Ning, casually inquiring about Cheng Yinyu's studies, only to be met with vague responses or a swift change of subject. The weather had been persistently overcast, and Cheng Wanning's health continued to deteriorate, resulting in her spending more time in bed. The thought of Ban Yin potentially coming to teach her, yet feeling so unwell, caused Cheng Wanning to weep in secret multiple times. Today, Lu Shuang did not wait until the usual dismissal time to leave. Rather, she found an excuse to depart early in the afternoon. As the mistress of the house, she was not obliged to explain her movements. However, having been out frequently in the past few days, the old lady had mentioned it during mealtime, prompting Lu Shuang to fabricate a convenient excuse. Upon arriving at Honghu Academy, a servant announced her presence to the gatekeeper, and shortly thereafter, the academy's headmaster personally came out to greet her. Initially, the headmaster was incredulous, wondering how the wife of the Pingyuan Marquis, who was believed to be deceased, had suddenly reappeared. The gatekeeper insisted that the carriage belonged to the Cheng family. Suddenly, someone beside the dean recalled that the Marquis of Pingyuan had recently married, prompting the dean to hastily emerge to offer a personal welcome. Bowing respectfully, he expressed, "Madam, your esteemed presence is a great honor, and I regret not greeting you sooner. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Lu Shuang returned the gesture, stating that there was no need for excessive formalities, for her visit was quite unannounced, and she hoped not to intrude upon the dean's affairs. The dean graciously insisted otherwise and guided her into the Honghu Private Academy, which boasted a certain elegance with its white walls, gray tiles, rockeries, flowing water, and lush greenery, creating a pleasant environment. As they ventured further inside, they encountered the student study rooms, adorned with particularly large windows that allowed ample sunlight to flood in, though the recent overcast days rendered the interiors somewhat dim. According to the dean, there were 3 classes in total at the academy, each comprising around 20 students, organized by age and level of knowledge, with the teachers tailoring their instruction to suit each student's needs. Lu Shuang listened attentively to his descriptions, occasionally responding with polite acknowledgement. "How has my son, Yin, been faring lately?" she inquired. Anticipating this question, the dean had already prepared his response. Recognizing that the Marquis's wife must be genuinely concerned about her child rather than merely visiting the academy out of idle curiosity, young Master Cheng is exceptionally gifted and possesses a remarkable memory. The teachers all praise his diligence and eagerness to learn, making him a delight to instruct. It is indeed a great honor for us at Honghu Private Academy to have a student of his caliber. The dean spoke with sincere warmth in his smile. Lu Shuang nodded, pride evident on her face, acknowledging her son's intelligence, which was greatly attributed to the teacher's patient guidance. Raising an eyebrow subtly, the dean continued, "However, I must ask, has Inu adjusted well here? He can be quite spoiled at home, and I wonder if he's getting along with the other students. I trust he shows the proper respect to his teachers?" After a moment, he added, "Please do not hesitate to inform me if there are any issues. I will discipline him accordingly." The dean waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Young Master Cheng is exceedingly courteous, kind, and cultured. He would never engage in conflict with others. In fact, he treats his teachers with the utmost respect, a quality that other students could certainly emulate." Upon hearing these words, Lu Shuang covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her pride and satisfaction more pronounced than ever. Meanwhile, those following the dean remained with their heads bowed, gritting their teeth in silent restraint. Just then, a young servant entered, reporting, "Excuse me, sir, but the north wall has collapsed again." The dean's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to Lu Shuang, saying, "Madam, I must attend to this matter promptly. The north wall is quite old and situated in a low area, making it susceptible to rain erosion. With classes ending soon, I am concerned for the students' safety. I apologize for this interruption." "Not at all. Please attend to your duties," she replied. "I shall wait a moment." The dean instructed his servants, "Quickly, bring Madam some tea and some pastries." With that, He hurriedly departed. Lu Shuang, her smile fading, scanned her surroundings with a neutral expression before stepping outside. According to the recent introduction by the dean, Cheng Yinyu is to study in this elementary class. Lu Shuang stands behind a tree, perfectly positioned to observe and hear the sounds of study emanating from within. Looking inside, the students are evidently younger than Cheng Yinyu, all around 7 or 8 years of age, while he is already 13. Why has he not been reassigned? The teacher leisurely elongates his tone as he recites a line, and the students below mimic him, swaying their heads as they echo the drawn-out intonation. Teacher, I have a question. Suddenly a student stands up, interrupting the lesson. The teacher lazily lifts his gaze to glance at him. Sit down first. Wait until you have memorized it before speaking. Teacher, I have already memorized it, but like a child hastily consuming food, I do not comprehend its meaning. Several questions have troubled me for a long time, and I hope you can assist me in finding answers. The teacher impatiently raises his head to look at him. Read it 100 times, and its meaning will become evident. Read more, and you shall understand. The student takes a deep breath, summoning considerable resolve. Teacher, I have read it many times and truly do not understand. I beseech you for guidance. With a sudden clap, the teacher slams the book down on the desk, startling the students beneath. Lu Shuang observes the student, and in her mind, the figure of Cheng Yinyu begins to merge with that of the student. He, so intelligent, must have bravely stood up more than once to voice his uncertainties. After the student finishes speaking, he gazes at the teacher with hopeful eyes, his heart racing with anticipation. The teacher pauses for a moment, then slowly picks up the book, stroking his beard. Regarding your inquiry, your understanding is incorrect. It ought to be the teacher briefly articulates a few sentences, then gazes sternly at the student. Your perspective is overly radical. It is evident you have not studied diligently. Copy this 5 times and submit it to me tomorrow. Lu Shuang has read this text. At her current age and level of knowledge, comprehending it poses no challenge. However, for children of 7 or 8, it is indeed difficult to grasp, and the child's query is quite standard. Regardless of the teacher's view on the student's question, one thing is certain. If the child must copy the text 5 times, he will not find rest until the early hours of the morning. Teacher, I truly have read it many times, the student stammers. Sit down. The teacher sternly interrupts him, resuming his slow-paced reading, while the other students hurriedly lower their heads to follow suit, fearful of also being punished with writing. The child can only sit down in silence. After a while, someone strikes the large bell within the pavilion. Lu Shuang sends someone to summon Cheng Yinyu's teacher. Chapter 17. The Legend of Women. When summoned, the teacher appears reluctant. But when informed that it is the lady of the marquis requesting him, he slowly makes his way over. However, the servant did not specify which marquise lady, as there are several in the capital. Upon his arrival, he focuses his gaze and sees a young woman adorned in splendid attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He cannot immediately recall which marquis in the capital has a young and beautiful wife. Nevertheless, he adheres to etiquette and bows. I have come to greet you, my lady. Lu Shuang also treats him with courtesy. You are most welcome, teacher. Although the master was aware that she was the lady of a marquis, he maintained his languid demeanor, distinctly different from the principal's enthusiasm. Lu Shuang scrutinized him, her eyelids drooping and her expression vacant, with graying hair that suggested a disinterest in everything around her. Such an attitude could only belong to a sage or a half-baked scholar oblivious to his own shortcomings. Master, I found the question posed by that child to be quite astute. It is evident he has pondered it earnestly. Lu Shuang calmly articulated her perspective. The master slightly lifted his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance, remarking that this profound text was beyond the comprehension of a woman of her station. Such a statement was undeniably impolite, and Granny Ruan was about to admonish him for his rudeness when Lu Shuang intervened. Master, have you hastily drawn your conclusions without even hearing my thoughts? Do you judge a person's knowledge merely by their gender? The master, impatient and unwilling to engage in a dispute with a woman, declared, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. Then let us discuss that book. Do you recall what was said in the 10th chapter of the 3rd volume? Lu Xuangshuang confidently inquired, not waiting for his response. In the presence of the revered sage, a child expressed a truth unknown to the sage, who then acknowledged the child as a potential teacher. What is your opinion on this, master? Lu Xuangshuang's words caused the master to halt, indicating that this woman had indeed perused a few texts. That child merely echoed what an adult had taught him. It was mere coincidence, the master replied, stroking his beard with an air of arrogance. Setting aside whether the child was genuinely instructed by an adult, the mere willingness of the sage to recognize his limitations was commendable, especially given that the interlocutor was a mere child. The master understood the implications of Lu Xuangshuang's words and was about to retort when she interrupted. Adults often believe that age and experience grant them the right to dismiss children's words as naive and trivial. Little do they realize that children possess a clarity of vision and a purity of heart, capable of perceiving truths that elude many adults. Conversely, some adults cling to their self-imposed doctrines, unwittingly stifling children's insights and coercing them to adopt their views, even resorting to extreme measures to suppress burgeoning intelligence. If only everyone could emulate the sage's magnanimity, recognizing the boundless ocean of learning, perhaps they would come to appreciate the intrinsic value of children. Such utter nonsense. This is sheer obstinacy. The master, rendered speechless by her barrage, retorted, you women can read a few books, adhering to the principles of womanly virtue, and speech suffices. Yet you insist on delving into subjects meant for men, only to flaunt your supposed intellect. Can you truly comprehend such texts? It's laughable. Master, mind your language. Granny Ruan interjected sharply, unable to endure the disrespect. My lady is the Marquis's wife. How dare you, a mere tutor, humiliate her? Am I mistaken in my assertions? The master does possess a measure of pride and audacity, she continued. I shall certainly report this to your principal, and we shall see whether he chooses to retain you. Having served in the Marquis's household for half her life, Granny Ruan's authority was far from that of an ordinary maidservant, and even the proudest among them felt the weight of her words. Lu Xuangshuang raised her hand to halt the further remarks of Nurse Ruan. She felt a twinge of anger, not because of any affront from the scholar, but due to his contempt for women in general. The late emperor once proclaimed that a single woman from the Ban family could surpass a multitude of men in court. When Ban Sheng represented the nation, skillfully navigating the treacherous waters of diplomacy with enemies, who dared to belittle her for being a woman, and when Ban Sheng oversaw the construction of the Hushi Dam, who would have the audacity to defy her simply because of her gender. The people of Hushi now thrive with abundant pastures and plentiful grain during the ancestral ceremonies. Could one truly despise Ban Sheng for being a woman? Even the tome, titled Comprehensive History of the Great Gene upon your desk, was meticulously compiled by the eminent scholar Ban Hui. In the younger generation of the Ban family, there are also talented women like Ban Yin, whose reputation resonates throughout the Great Gene. Can you assert that women are incapable of scholarly pursuits? The scholar was rendered speechless by her assertions. And what of General Li or the legendary healer, Dr. He? General Li, celebrated for his 6 victories, famously infiltrated enemy lines and claimed the head of their leader with a single arrow. His exploits remain legendary and serve as inspiration for countless women. Dr. He, too, is a figure of legend, wielding her silver needles with unparalleled skill, often engaged in a battle for lives against the Grim Reaper, preferring to intervene in dire circumstances. Lu Xuangshuang raised an eyebrow, curious to see how he would respond. The scholar, with a flick of his sleeve, indignantly prepared to depart. Lu Xuangshuang signaled for the attendants to obstruct his exit. Their business was yet to be addressed. The scholar, learned and magnanimous, would surely not stoop to quarrel with a mere woman. I have indeed overstepped. With a haughty flourish, he scoffed. My visit today was not intended to undermine you, but rather to inquire about the affairs of my family, Cheng Yinyu. The scholar immediately turned to her. Cheng Yinyu, your family? Lu Xuangshuang nodded affirmatively. You are the wife of the Pingyuan Marquis. The scholar pondered, but then recalled that Cheng Yinyu was motherless. Seeing his skepticism, she affirmed, I am indeed the wife of the Pingyuan Marquis, having married into the household just a month ago. Is Yinyu diligent in his studies? What are your thoughts on his aptitude? The scholar sneered. Did you see him today? The inquiry left Lu Shuang, feeling somewhat awkward. Truth be told, she could scarcely recall the last time she had seen him. Aware of her fault, she forced a smile and said, "Please forgive me, and you can indeed be quite mischievous. Daring to skip school. I shall certainly have a word with him upon my return." The scholar appeared to find this statement utterly ludicrous. His disdain and contempt were palpable. A wayward child, and a few words will suffice for his atonement? Just because he has learned a few characters at home, he dares to speak out in class? How absurd! Lu Shuang took umbrage at this. Inyu's talents were not those of an ordinary child, even if he expressed his own thoughts. While the scholar might criticize his lack of decorum, he ought to consider his insights as well. Preposterous! What insights could he possibly possess? That insolent boy, so foolishly self-assured. I have perused more books than he has marbles. The scholar retorted vehemently. Chapter 18. It was the eldest son of the Chung family who abandoned you. Lu Shuang had exhausted all her patience and courtesy, her voice cold and her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon the teacher. With the Marquis still outside commanding his troops, do you not feel a pang of conscience when you speak of his son in such a manner? Perhaps it was Lu Shuang's imposing presence that prompted a shift, or perhaps a fear of the Marquis. The teacher reigned in his disdainful and contemptuous demeanor, admitting his earlier words were ill-considered and imploring her not to take offense. However, he insisted that the young Master Chung was indeed incorrigibly unruly, resistant to guidance, and urged the lady to impose stricter discipline upon him. Lu Shuang scoffed, asserting that she was far more aware of her son's true nature than he could ever be. He was exceptionally gifted, with a keen intellect and quick wit. A mere hint from her would lead him to profound understanding. He was far from the incompetent child you describe. From time to time, several students passed by, and the teacher, having spent many years in the private academy, had cultivated an air of authority. Now, feeling cornered and embarrassed, he spoke without thinking. "You are but a newlywed lady. How could you possibly know him well? I have taught him for several years. I am well aware of his character. Can you claim to understand him better than his own mother?" Lu Shuang was nearly driven to strike him, for while he claimed to teach, he had evidently failed to nurture her son as potential, revealing himself to be an incompetent educator, merely a fool who misleads his students. "You dare to speak thus? From now on, my son shall not require your instruction. Remember this well, it is my son, the eldest of the Chung family, who has abandoned you." Lu Shuang's voice rose, drawing the attention of those nearby. The teacher, feeling humiliated, stammered, pointing at her, his beard bristling with indignation. Ultimately, he muttered a word of disbelief before departing. Lu Shuang trembled with rage, gripping Granny Ruan's hand so tightly that it pained her. Informed the accountant that there is no need to pay tuition for Honghu Academy any longer. Having declared this, she cast a glare at her surroundings before storming off in a fury. The headmaster went to inspect the northern wall, noting the considerable damage. Nearly the entire wall had collapsed, and the adjacent garden was also ruined, resulting in substantial repair costs. Just as he was pondering this predicament, he recalled that the Marquis's wife had recently arrived. Perhaps a candid conversation with her could yield a solution, especially with Master Chung attending classes here. Surely there was a chance the Chung family might cover these expenses? As the headmaster walked, he contemplated how best to curry favor with the Marquis's wife. "Headmaster, where are you rushing off to? What has happened to cause such urgency?" The headmaster nearly assumed another wall had fallen. "Which wall has collapsed this time?" "No, it is far more serious than that." His subordinate recounted the events in detail, and the headmaster's vision darkened. He nearly stumbled. "Are you saying that obstinate old fool has offended the Marquis's wife? She declared that Master Chung would no longer attend our academy?" "Yes, and I fear the Marquis's wife is exceedingly angered. It may be challenging to mend this rift." The headmaster's headache intensified. He only wished to seize that obstinate teacher and present him to the Marquis's wife to beg for forgiveness. And what of the teacher? He's gone home. He is so carefree. After leaving the private school, Lu Shuang did not return directly to the residence. She was aware that Chung Yingyu, in an effort to maintain the facade of punctuality in attending classes, would not return until the end of school hours. At this moment, he was certainly hiding somewhere indulging in merriment. Fortunately, She had previously dispatched a servant to follow him, so locating Chung Inyu would not be a daunting task. As the carriage made its way to the West Market, its pace noticeably slowed. The narrow roads, bustling with people, made it quite cramped for a carriage. The lively sounds of the throng outside continuously filtered into the carriage, compelling even the servants of the Chung family to glance around in fascination. As there were an abundance of intriguing sights, many of the individuals bore features distinct from those of the Jin people, their peculiar accents and manner of speaking providing an amusing auditory experience. Peering through a corner of the window, Lu Shuangshuang wondered if this was indeed the place Chung Inyu frequented. It was undeniably vibrant and captivating. As a lady of the Marquis's household, she preferred not to draw attention to herself amidst the crowd. The carriage halted before the largest tavern, where the servants entered to secure a private room with the proprietor. Lu Shuangshuang, donning a long hooded cloak, gracefully stepped inside. The tavern was bustling with patrons, the cacophony overwhelming to the senses. It was only upon entering the private room that the clamor of the outside world was sufficiently muted. "Madam, I heard from Feng Wu and the others that the eldest young master enjoys dining here whenever he visits the West Market," one of the servants remarked. "Well, since the eldest young master favors this establishment, let us also sample its cuisine," Lu Shuangshuang replied. Noticing their opulent attire, the astute proprietor immediately recognized that the leader of this party must be someone of considerable wealth or status. He ensured that the finest dishes were served, aiming to leave a lasting impression that would compel the guests to return. Of course, such luxury came at a significant price. Lu Shuangshuang surveyed the lavish spread before her. Indeed, the array of dishes was impressive, showcasing flavors from various regions, befitting such a cosmopolitan locale. Aunt Ruan and the others occupied a separate table, also laden with numerous dishes, as Lu Shuangshuang felt it imperative that they not return home on empty stomachs after accompanying her for so long. Shortly after they began their meal, an observant servant spotted a familiar figure. "Madam, the eldest young master has arrived." "Is he alone?" "No. He is accompanied by several young men, appearing to be of foreign descent." Lu Shuangshuang was not surprised and continued to eat her meal with composure. Which private room did they occupy? They did not go to a private room. They're seated downstairs, in the midst of a lively atmosphere. Had it not been for Chung Inyu's refined attire and the poise cultivated from his privileged upbringing, one might not have discerned his noble status. However, it wasn't long before the air of distinction that marked his identity began to dissipate. Lu Shuangshuang's private room was situated at an angle directly across from Chung Inyu, allowing her to see their table with ease upon opening the window. A boisterous man with a thick beard bellowed, "Waiter, bring us 2 pounds of soy sauce beef, and 2 pork knuckles, along with a jug of wine." "What are you waiting for? Bring 2 jugs of wine." Chung Inyu, playfully draping his arm over one of his companion's shoulders, turned to the waiter and added, "and a serving of fried yellow fish as well." "You're quite the epicure." A lean man in loose attire chuckled, pointing at Chung Inyu. Before the dishes had fully arrived, their wine cups were already brimming, and they cheerfully downed a hearty drink. Lu Shuangshuang observed the 4 individuals below. Apart from Chung Inyu, the other 3 were evidently adults, nearing the age of 30. The burly man with a thick beard resembled a Xiongnu, with dark, rough skin and imperfect Mandarin. Beside him, the one with Chung Inyu's arm draped over his shoulder appeared to be a foreigner, possessing deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, typically indicative of those engaged in the spice trade. Opposite Chung Inyu sat a lean, dark-skinned man, seemingly a commoner from the Jin dynasty, likely laboring as a dock worker. Chung Inyu raised a cup of wine to his lips, but the slender man snatched it away, exclaiming, "Did you not say your mother has been strict lately? Do you dare drink?" "Ah, it's nothing. I'll go back later and air out the smell of the wine," came Chung Inyu's nonchalant reply. "What is there to fear? Us lads from the grasslands have been drinking since childhood. Forget about that woman. Drink. Indulge." Chung Inyu seized the cup before the bearded man and poured it down his throat, teasing, "You wild stallion. Is it not your wife who used to chase you with a whip?" The bearded man coughed twice before bursting in a hearty laughter. "You cheeky little rascal. Always pointing out others' shortcomings. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can best him? 10 of you would not outweed him. I'll not speak. I'll match him in jest," Chung Inyu declared. All right, let us step outside and have a friendly contest, the bearded man replied. Are you two going to eat or not? If not, this blue-eyed fellow will finish everything. Upon glancing down, they realized the foreigner was indeed devouring the food with remarkable speed. Have you not eaten at all? One quipped. Who could resist the delicious fare of the gene? The other retorted. Chapter 19. He belonged to the sky. Chung Inyu, the youngest among them, sat in their midst, his fair complexion rendering him particularly conspicuous. Yet, Lu Xuanxuang had never seen Chung Inyu so joyously animated at home, laughing heartily and unreservedly, his mirth unrestrained by decorum. His youthful eyes sparkled with vivacity, and as he engaged in their lively discourse, he appeared genuinely eager to partake in the feast laid before them. The atmosphere was somewhat boisterous, though Lu Xuanxuang could not catch every word. The conversation revolved around trade and commerce, punctuated by exclamations of indignation and boisterous laughter. Despite the 2 jars of wine consumed, they still brought Chung Inyu a pot of tea, and the meat was generously shared with him, without any hesitation due to his youth. As the lean man remarked, he had already begun roaming the markets at the age of 13, just as Chung Inyu was now. Chung Inyu would occasionally listen intently, joining in the laughter or interjecting with quips, his playful banter contributing to the carefree atmosphere. In essence, there was no room for worry, only unbridled joy. Lu Xuanxuang soon understood why Chung Inyu detested the Honghu Academy and preferred to play truant. He perhaps belonged to the skies, not confined within a cage. The group's conviviality contrasted sharply with the languid pace of the private room dining. Before long, they had finished their meal and were preparing to depart. Chung Inyu reached into his pocket to retrieve his money pouch for the bill, but the bearded man stopped him, saying, Young lad, this meal is on me. I sold my batch of pelts at a good price. Alas, it simply cannot be. I have feasted upon their hospitality more than enough times. It is now my turn to contribute. Chung Inyu insisted on retrieving his purse to settle the bill. The burly man restrained his hand, saying, Young master, we are well aware of your wealth. However, as your elder brothers, we can certainly forego this trifling amount. Do not struggle. Allow me to take care of it today. Very well, do not contest with him. He has acquired a little wealth and deserves a chance to show off, remarked the lean man as he withdrew Chung Inyu's hand from his pocket. The burly man called for the waiter, handed him some silver, and prepared to leave. Next time, I shall treat you all. It has been agreed, for I have already dined at your expense several times, Chung Inyu earnestly stipulated. The man with the prominent nose draped an arm over Chung Inyu's shoulders, saying, Understood, understood. We shall discuss it next time. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Chung Inyu was ushered outside by the two, but for some inexplicable reason, he turned back to glance upward. At that moment, his gaze met that of Lu Xuanxuang, and the air grew momentarily tense. Chung Inyu's countenance froze, his expression caught between surprise and unease. Sensing the awkwardness, Lu Xuanxuang discreetly closed the window. The others, noticing Chung Inyu's sudden glance upward, followed suit, but beheld only the shut window. What is it? Chung Inyu forced an uneasy smile. It is nothing. I just remembered that I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not join you. What could be so urgent? There is a Hu-Ji performance today. Are you truly not attending? The burly man tilted his head, conveying a look of disbelief as if Chung Inyu would miss out on a grand opportunity. Chung Inyu shot back. You ought to be careful lest your wife discovers your escapades. You. The burly man felt the sting of the retort and lightly struck him on the shoulder. The lean man, discerning Chung Inyu's troubled demeanor, pulled the burly man aside, saying, If he has matters to attend to, let us be on our way without further ado. Take care of yourself and return home early. Indeed, fret not about me. After watching them leave the tavern, Chung Inyu ascended the stairs with trepidation. Upon entering, he lowered his gaze, moving step by step until he found himself beside Lu Xuanxuang. Please wait outside, instructed Granny Ruan, ushering the attendants away, leaving only Lu Xuanxuang and Chung Inyu. Chung Inyu knelt before Lu Xuanxuang, his demeanor one of remorse. Mother, I was in the wrong. His voice was barely above a whisper, a stark contrast to the earlier boisterous conversation. Lu Xuanxuang's tone turned stern. What exactly did you do wrong? I should not have skipped school, nor should I have deceived you, mother. Chung Inyu cautiously raises eyes to gauge Lu Shuang's expression, noting her genuine anger, which intensified his fear. Mother, I truly realize my mistake. Please do not be angry. You may punish me as you wish, so long as you do not remain upset. Very well. Since you acknowledge your error, tell me, why do you dislike attending school? Is it merely because you wish to frolic about with them? Chung Inyu immediately shook his head. No, mother, that is not the case. Fearing a misunderstanding, he explained hastily. The teachers there simply recite from books all day, demanding us to memorize passages. I have already learned them all. They do not teach anything new. Moreover, whenever I find myself in a state of confusion or harboring certain thoughts, I approach my teacher for guidance. Yet he often chastises me, claiming that I merely indulge in frivolous musings or misinterpret the wisdom of the sages. Consequently, he subjects me to copying texts and administers corporal punishment. Chung Inyu, increasingly agitated, reveals a hint of grievance. Observing the crestfallen expression upon his head, Lu Shuang realizes her initial intuition was correct. His plight mirrors that of the child she encountered today. No, given his indomitable spirit, it is evident that he has endured far greater adversity than that child. Since you have mastered all that is required and have also matured in years, why not transition to an intermediate class? The mention of this provokes even greater ire in Chung Inyu, who clenches his fists in silence. The dean once arranged for me to move, but upon my arrival, I clashed with the teacher there, who, without any justification, sought to strike me, even hitting my head. In a moment of anger, I push him away. As he recounts this, his voice diminishes, fearing Lu Shuang might accuse him of lacking respect for his elders. Lu Shuang, unfazed by his earlier remarks, immediately bends down and gently probes the back of his head. What did he strike you? Is it serious? Show me. Do not let any injury linger. Feeling her tender and cautious touch, a wave of vulnerability washes over Chung Inyu, moistening his eyes. Yet, when he raises his gaze, defiance fills his expression. It is nothing. Mother, just a light hit. It is of no consequence. Is there any swelling, any bleeding? Did you summon a doctor at that time? Mother. Chung Inyu pats Lu Shuang's arm reassuringly. It is truly nothing. It happened long ago, back when the Qin family controlled the Chung household. At that time, no one cared about the state of my head. Nervously, Chung Inyu continues without concealing the truth later. The teacher of the intermediate class deemed me incorrigible and cast me out, forcing me to return to the primary class. Moreover, upon hearing that I had dared to retaliate, he grew even more disdainful, punishing me with extra assignments every few days. Thus, I decided to escape by climbing over the wall. Having said this, Chung Inyu bows his head, bracing himself for reprimand, prepared to endure any scolding that may come. However, the anticipated harsh words do not materialize. After a prolonged silence, a soft sigh escapes. Inyu, you have endured such suffering for so many years. Her words are laden with heartfelt compassion, resonating deeply, evoking tears. Chung Inyu, incredulous, lifts his gaze just in time to witness a tear cascade down her cheek. Mother, is this for me? Are you crying? His lips quiver as he struggles to find words, feeling helpless and wishing for a handkerchief to wipe her tears, though he carries none. Mother, please do not cry. I have not suffered greatly. I am not someone who can be easily oppressed. After all, I managed to sneak away, didn't I? By the way, you were upset about my truancy, weren't you? Please do not cry. If you must, strike me a couple of times instead, but do not be saddened on my account. This anguish weighs heavier on him than any punishment. Mother, I assure you, I will never skip class again, nor will I argue with the teacher. I will certainly ease your worries. Please do not cry anymore. The youthful boy's bright eyes brimmed with confusion, yet within those pure orbs, not a trace of resentment could be found. Bah, what a wretched school. We shall not attend any longer. Never again. Lu Shuang banged her hand upon the table. Such an institution, such a teacher, merely stifles a talent as extraordinary as yours. There is no need to return. Chung Inyu, believing her words to be uttered in anger, was in a state of distress. Mother, I truly made a mistake. Please do not be this way. I promise to attend school diligently starting tomorrow. I will never skip class again. Lu Shuang, understanding his misunderstanding, wiped her tears and looked at him earnestly. Inyu, I must tell you the truth. This afternoon, I visited the Honghu private school and met your teacher, exchanging a few words. Did he speak of me? Chung Inyu's lips trembled with anxiety. Such an obstinate old fool, lacking respect for his students, complacently ignorant of his own shortcomings. What worth does he possess to teach you? Henceforth, you need not return there. I shall find a better school for you. Really? Is that true? Chung Inyu could scarcely believe it, yet he yearned for it to be so. Indeed, it is true. Upon my return, simply await my news. I shall undoubtedly secure the finest school for you. Thank you, mother. Thank you. Lu Shuang's heart lightened as she observed his joyful demeanor, and she too broke into a smile. Now please sit up. Chung Inyu rose and took a seat beside Lu Shuang. Were those few just now your friends? Chung Inyu scratched his head, uncertain of Lu Shuang's disposition, responding cautiously. They are acquaintances I've made in the West Market. We've grown familiar over time. That burly man seemed quite jovial. He appears to be of Xiongnu descent, does he not? And a slender one. He clearly makes a living through physical labor. Am I mistaken? Chung Inyu nodded vigorously. And that one with blue eyes and a prominent nose must be Persian. At this time of year, if I'm not mistaken, they are likely here for spice trading, intending to return with a bounty of silk when the weather warms. Chung Inyu gazed at her with admiration. Mother, you are remarkable. Your observations are impeccable. Moreover, their willingness to befriend a young lad like you speaks volumes of their character. They are certainly far superior to the self-important teacher at Honghu Private School. Indeed, Chung Inyu exclaimed, astonished that his mother would praise them. They all possess a generous spirit, without any deceitful intentions. I have encountered many unscrupulous merchants, yet they seem genuinely committed to their trade. That slender man, his name is Chang'an, he works at the docks. When the docks are slow, he roams the West Market seeking work, and he possesses remarkable strength. Furthermore, he is well informed. He always seems to have the latest news about the happenings in the West Market, and I have learned many fascinating tales by his side. Lu Shuang nodded approvingly. He is a man of substance. Accompanying him will surely broaden your horizons. Chung Inyu hesitated, glancing at Lu Shuang. Mother, does this mean you do not oppose my association with these individuals? Who exactly are these people? Lu Shuang inquired earnestly in response. Indeed, these merchants, laborers, and artisans. While Chung Inyu was born into nobility, his companions, the young aristocrats, often regarded those from the Western market with disdain, having never even laid eyes upon them, viewing their association as a degradation of their own status. However, Chung Inyu harbored a different perspective. He found these individuals refreshingly straightforward, unpretentious in their speech, and devoid of the burdensome constraints of etiquette, making interactions exceedingly pleasant. Lu Shuang smiled gently, remarking that had it not been for the Xiongnu, they would not have had such fine sheepskin for bedding, and without the Persian, their meals would have lacked much flavor. The common folk possess an abundance of amusing tales, and if one does not hear a few, life becomes rather dreary. Should you come across any delightful stories in the future, do share them with me. In that instant, Chung Inyu's admiration for Lu Shuang surged immensely. He perceived her as the most enlightened, magnanimous, and sagacious adult he had ever encountered. Mother, you are truly the best mother in the world, he thought, adding in his heart, aside from my own biological mother. Lu Shuang was amused by his animated demeanor, initially believing him to be a precocious child, only to realize he was merely an exuberant youth. Well, it's time to return. We've been out for quite a while. All right, upon our return, I shall test your studies, as I am keen to see how much you've memorized. Chung Inyu, filled with confidence, patted his chest, proclaiming, no problem, feel free to examine me. Following Lu Shuang, Chung Inyu finally set aside his anxieties, recognizing that his worries were unfounded. Upon returning home, Chung Wanning noticed Chung Inyu's elation and couldn't help but inquire, brother, have you encountered some joyous news? Why are you so cheerful? Chung Inyu casually grabbed a bunch of grapes from her table and stuffed them into his mouth, exclaiming, a splendid event. Mother has decided to help me transfer to a new school, And furthermore, she is not holding my previous truancy against me. What is there to be proud of in that? Cheng Wanning retorted with a roll of her eyes. Cheng Yinyu, in jest, made a cutting sound at her, seizing her grapes and even the plate away. That evening, Lu Shuangshuang approached the old matriarch to discuss the matter of Cheng Yinyu's school transfer. Initially, the old matriarch was resistant, but after hearing Lu Shuangshuang recount her observations from the day, she contemplated the situation and concluded that the current arrangement was indeed unsuitable. Where do you believe Yinyu should attend school? The Jixia Academy. The old matriarch fell silent upon hearing this. Mother, I have always been perplexed. Logically, Yinyu, being the son of a marquis, is fully qualified to attend Jixia Academy. Why was he sent to Honghu Academy instead? After a moment of silence, the old lady responded. His biological mother's health was poor, and she found it challenging to care for him. Moreover, with the demands of the household, this child's education was delayed, causing him to miss the enrollment at Jixia Academy. Later, when Yang entered the household, the myriad of affairs consumed 2 more years, and subsequently, upon the Qin family's arrival, he was assigned to Honghu Academy. Whenever Lu Shuangshuang reflected on the past, she sensed a profound helplessness and anguish in the old matriarch's tone. What kind of household had the marquis's residence been? What actions had the Qin family undertaken? Chapter 21. The quarrelsome good sisters Lu Shuangshuang declared that Cheng Yinyu would certainly be tested on her studies. And Cheng Yinyu had discerned in recent days that this mother possessed a profound literary knowledge, far beyond that of a mere sheltered woman with a superficial grasp of a few characters. Thus, Cheng Yinyu approached her examination with utmost seriousness. In response, Cheng Yinyu diligently studied for several days, much to the astonishment of Cheng Wanning, who secretly observed him in the study on multiple occasions, only to find him engrossed in his books, utterly unaware of her presence. The elder brother's industriousness inspired Cheng Wanning to strive even harder. A spring rain had brought warmth, and the sky was particularly azure after the rain had washed it clean. The stone bench in the courtyard, still chilled from the rainfall, bore droplets of transparent water that occasionally dripped from the leaves. Second miss, it is time for your medicine, announced Granny Duan, entering with a tray that held a bowl of medicine and a plate of honeyed fruit. This was a special instruction from a mistress. Each time the second miss finished her medicine, she was to consume something sweet to mask the taste. Cheng Wanning, catching the scent of the medicine, lifted her head from her book, feeling a twinge of soreness in her neck. She had been so absorbed in her reading that she hadn't noticed the discomfort until now. Rubbing her neck gently, she took the medicine from Granny Duan's hands, noting it was at a palatable temperature. Taking a deep breath, she tilted her head back and downed it entirely. After Cheng Wanning swallowed the honeyed fruit, Granny Duan set the tray aside and began to massage her shoulders and neck. You must take a moment to rest, second miss. You have been reading for over an hour. Though Cheng Wanning cherished her reading, she wished to decline the massage, but her body protested, and she felt a throbbing heaviness in her head. She closed her eyes, surrendering to Granny Duan's ministrations. A cool breeze wafted in through the window, refreshing her foggy mind. Where is Mother? She wondered aloud. Lu Shuangshuang usually came to check on her, ensuring she had taken her medicine and inquiring about her well-being and reading material. Cheng Wanning had grown accustomed to seeing Lu Shuangshuang daily. However, as the hour grew late and her mother had yet to appear, she couldn't help but ask. It seems she left early this morning for an appointment. Granny Duan replied. An appointment? Did Mother mention whose it was? I know not, my lady. I am but a servant. It is not for me to question the affairs of my masters, unless it is spoken of among other servants. Cheng Wanning felt a tinge of melancholy and lowered her head to continue her reading. Fearing she might catch a chill, Granny Duan approached to secure the window tighter. Granny, let it remain slightly ajar, lest I doze off, Cheng Wanning said. Granny Duan turned, intending to suggest that if she felt sleepy, she should not force herself to stay awake. However, upon seeing the second miss once again buried in her book, she realized not to disturb her and quietly withdrew. The willow trees along the riverbank swayed, their tender green leaves promising a season of flourishing vitality. The weather was perfect, neither too cold nor too warm. 2 young women of similar age strolled side by side along the riverbank. One wore her hair elegantly arranged, adorned with luxurious hairpins and draped in splendid garments, unmistakably the attire of a noblewoman. The other had her hair neatly wrapped in a simple blue scarf, exuding a sense of cleanliness and decisiveness. She donned a floor-length robe, dressed in male attire, reminiscent of a character from a tale of a woman disguised as a man. Is it your intention to summon me today solely for the matter of your stepdaughter's education? Ban Yan's voice was measured and calm, exuding a steadiness that contrasted sharply with the soft allure typically associated with women. She resembled a teacher in a scholarly setting. Indeed, this matter had occupied my thoughts for quite some time, and after much contemplation, I deemed you the most suitable. Ban Yan neither affirmed nor denied, but instead inquired, "How long has it been since we last met?" Lu Shuang pondered for a moment, realizing it had been an eternity. "Yes, it has been ages. Since your engagement, you have been preoccupied with preparations, and it wasn't until over a month after your wedding that you remembered me. It has been a full 4 months since we last laid eyes on each other." Ban Yan's emotions surged, her tone shifting dramatically from that of a scholar to an irate young woman, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Lu Shuang remained composed, nodding in agreement, acknowledging how swiftly time had passed. Stopping in her tracks, Ban Yan grasped Lu Shuang's arms, exclaiming in frustration, "What is this attitude? Have you forgotten me now that you have a husband? Did you not vow that we would be lifelong sisters? Why have you not sought me out for so long? Why? Tell me why?" Lu Shuang felt as though her arms might be shaken off, eyeing Ban Yan with mild disdain, and replied coolly, "That person over there appears to be one of your former students." Ban Yan immediately released her, placing her hands behind her back, walking with a firm demeanor, head held high, her gaze fixed ahead while her peripheral vision scanned the surroundings. "You must be jesting. That old man with the white beard is my student? Or perhaps that little brat urinating in the river is one of my pupils." Lu Shuang chuckled, having long since acclimated to Ban Yan's dramatic flair and unfiltered nature. Regardless of how serious she appeared in public, Lu Shuang alone understood her true self. All right, do not be angry, my dear Miss Ban. I have merely been preoccupied." Lu Shuang cooed in a soothing tone. Ban Yan crossed her arms, retorting petulantly, "I am the third Miss Ban." Lu Shuang responded with a simple "O." Ban Yan remained disgruntled, and Lu Shuang recognized that without coaxing her, they could argue all day. She found it perplexing how the emperor had been drawn to her talents. "Please try to understand my situation. As a newlywed, I must contend with numerous matters and require time to adjust before I can free myself," she explained. "You are familiar with the Chung family. It is indeed challenging for me to break away." Upon hearing this, Ban Yan's heart softened. She believed her dear sister had not married well, having heard that Chung Yuanji already had 6 children. "You have entered a household with 6 children. You are still so young. Isn't that exhausting?" Though her words lacked gentleness, concern permeated her tone. "Having married into this family, I must learn to be a stepmother, caring for the children as I did my own siblings." Lu Shuang reflected, grateful for her experience in caring for younger brothers and sisters. She had tended to siblings several years her junior and those much younger, whom she had nurtured since birth. Ban Yan sighed heavily, her heart aching for her friend. "You, my dear, are truly a burdened soul. You care for several siblings at home, and now you must tend to stepchildren, all while neglecting your own well-being. It is not as dire as you suggest. Look at what you've said. After all, I am the wife of a marquis, and I do possess a certain standing when I step out." Lu Shuang twirled gracefully, deliberately showcasing the ornamental hairpin atop her head, implying, "See, I am indeed a woman of wealth and influence." Ban Yan responded with a dramatic eye roll, questioning what of being a marquis. Is he the only one in the capital? There are princes and even imperial sons. Why not marry one of them? Lu Shuang's lips twitched as she retorted, "You truly overestimate me." Ban Yan continued earnestly, "Such a remarkable woman as yourself, whomever you wed would undoubtedly bask in glory." Lu Shuang felt a surge of emotion. Regardless of how others perceived her, in the heart of her dear friend, she was the finest of all. With a smile, Lu Shuang played along. "All right, you're right. I am unmatched." Ban Yan, with utmost sincerity, replied to her jest, Indeed, had I been in the capital at that time, I would have certainly opposed your marriage to the Pingyuan Marquis. Chapter 22. A Dominant Mother-in-Law. When old Lady Chung sent emissaries to the Liu family to propose a marriage, Ban Yin was dispatched outside the capital to gather rare ancient texts that had fallen into private hands. Upon her return, she learned that her closest friend had already been betrothed. Ban Yin immediately set out to investigate the Chung family's background. As someone of repute before the emperor, uncovering the circumstances of the Chung family was not particularly challenging. However, the more she discovered, the more her brows furrowed. She had encountered Chung Yuanji during her service in the palace. He was indeed handsome and athletic, a man of commendable character, distinguished in his achievements and trusted by the emperor, suitable for her dear friend. Yet, Chung Yuanji was 7 years older than Liu Shuang, had married early, and had 2 previous wives, leaving him with 6 children. Liu Shuang would step into the role of stepmother to these 6 children, leaving little room for the sweetness typically found in a newlywed couple. Moreover, certain matters within the marquisate were shrouded in uncertainty, but the whispers were not without foundation. Ban Yin promptly informed Liu Shuang of what she had learned. However, by that time, the 2 families had already completed the formalities of engagement, with only the wedding remaining. The entire capital was abuzz with the news that the Chung family's eldest son was to wed the Liu family's eldest daughter. And even the emperor had given his tacit approval. What could Ban Yin do? Although Liu Shuang was a gem in Ban Yin's eyes, worthy of the highest regard, the rumors were akin to a predatory beast. Ban Yin could dismiss them, but Liu Shuang could not afford such luxury. Ban Yin believed that Liu Shuang's intellect was on par with her own, and she was more than capable of serving as a lady-in-waiting in the palace. However, the Liu family did not hold the same status as the Ban family, and no matter how much Liu Shuang immersed herself in historical texts, she could not ignore the relentless march of time. Liu Shuang's mother had previously warned that if her daughter did not marry this year, she might as well dash her head against the wall to atone for their ancestors. What could Ban Yin do? What could Liu Shuang do? Does Chung Yuanji treat you well? At the mention of this, the earlier pang of sympathy was swiftly replaced by indignation. It has been so long, and not even an attempt to see me? Not a single letter? What, is there no candlelight by night, or no windows by day? Liu Shuang was deeply moved, caught off guard by her sudden inquiry, leaving her at a loss for words. Oh dear, you little firecracker, why are you speaking in such disjointed phrases? I hardly know how to converse with you, she lamented. Come now, we have been exchanging words since our time in the womb. Speak to me properly. Liu Shuang, feeling helpless and troubled, recalled that on the night of their wedding, her husband had been summoned away to lead troops, leaving her without the opportunity to truly experience marital bliss. Ban Yin momentarily felt awkward, having forgotten that detail. So, how does your mother-in-law treat you? Are the children manageable? The age-old conundrum of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relations remained unsolved, and even a woman as astute and learned as Ban Yin found herself at a loss when contemplating the complexities of such dynamics. Liu Shuang wore a gentle smile as she replied, My mother-in-law is quite kind to me and trusts me greatly. The children, each with their own unique traits, are indeed good kids. However, as I'm not their biological mother, it will take some time for them to grow close to me. Ban Yin hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts. Observing her friend's demeanor, Liu Shuang became curious, asking, What troubles you? Speak freely. There is no need to be so reserved. I have come across some internal news, though I am uncertain of its veracity, Ban Yin revealed. What news? Liu Shuang inquired. It is said that the matriarch of the Chung family is exceedingly domineering, having disciplined her 3 daughters-in-law into submission. I worry that you may face difficulties in the future. Understanding Liu Shuang well, Ban Yin knew that despite her gentle exterior, she possessed an unyielding spirit. Should anyone dare to wrong her, she would stand firm, unbending. Ban Yin feared that if Liu Shuang encountered someone even more formidable, it could lead to her own detriment. Liu Shuang's expression was one of disbelief, her mind conjuring images of her mother-in-law's kind face and frail physique, which hardly seemed to embody a domineering nature. Surely not. It can't be. In these past days, I have found my mother-in-law to be quite amiable and reasonable, nothing like a wicked stepmother. Given that this information was secondhand, Ban Yin refrained from asserting its certainty, merely stating, rumors often have some basis. You have been married for a short time, so it is prudent to exercise caution. Indeed, Lu Shuangshuang agreed. Have you heard anything else? Since her marriage into the Chung family, Lu Shuangshuang sensed a certain deference from the servants, yet felt some matters were being concealed from her. It was better to inquire with Ban Yin, who was astute and might possess valuable insights. To her surprise, Ban Yin adopted a somewhat haughty demeanor. Oh, so now you seek my counsel? Only now do you remember my worth? Should you ask? I might not even wish to share, she teased. Lu Shuangshuang pursed her lips, wrestling with her thoughts, her teeth clenched in determination. Ultimately, she could not convince herself, and, with a flick of Ban Yan's sleeve, she strode ahead. If you choose not to speak, then I shan't bother to listen. Ah, Ban Yin hurried to catch up. Hey, why are you still in such a temper? I thought you had changed, but it seems you remain as headstrong as ever. Will you speak or not? Yes, I shall speak, just don't walk so swiftly, Ban Yin implored, her voice a blend of urgency and exasperation. As the gentle breeze caressed their faces, Ban Yin spoke while observing Lu Shuangshuang's expression, which shifted from shock to a calm demeanor, as if she were listening to the tales of another family. Shuangshuang, are you all right? Ban Yin asked, unperturbed by the possibility of inciting Lu Shuangshuang's anger or panic. Yet, Lu Shuangshuang's composed exterior filled Ban Yin with trepidation. I'm quite well, Lu Shuangshuang assured her. Lu Shuangshuang gazed at her with a calm demeanor. After all, these matters were learned through inquiries, and the truth behind them required further investigation. It's nothing. Oh, what expression is that? Do you think they could possibly devour me? Go on, stop worrying about me unnecessarily. Ban Yin appeared skeptical. Lu Shuangshuang shifted the topic, speaking of my girl wanting. Do you truly have no time? Ban Yin waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was occupied. Lu Shuangshuang could discern her feelings and understood the situation. I know you cherish talent, particularly those who are studious and gifted. My wanting, without exaggeration, is unmatched in Beijing for her intelligence. At merely 10 years old, the stack of books she has read surpasses her own height. She is far from an ordinary girl. Upon hearing Lu Shuangshuang's praise, though Ban Yin maintained an air of pride, her heart was already swayed, secretly straining to hear more of Lu Shuangshuang's accolades. However, despite the child's diligence, she had never attended a formal school. The vast knowledge she possessed was merely memorized, lacking true comprehension. Why hasn't she attended school? Lu Shuangshuang explained that her frail health had hindered her from enduring the travel required to enroll. Ban Yan's expression gradually grew serious. Her trust in Lu Shuangshuang was not merely because the child was her stepdaughter. Since Lu Shuangshuang had spoken so highly of her, there must be something extraordinary about her. Furthermore, although Wanning was older than children who began their studies at 4 or 5, she was now 10, possessing a greater capacity for understanding and able to absorb knowledge. More importantly, she had not been influenced by other teachers, making it considerably easier for Ban Yin to instruct her. Different instructors employed varied teaching methods and philosophies. Had she been previously tutored by someone else, even her exceptional intellect might not guarantee Ban Yan's willingness to teach her. Lu Shuangshuang, animatedly extolling Chung Wanning's virtues, spoke until her throat was dry. Noticing Ban Yan's unchanged demeanor, she became irritated and exclaimed, "Will you teach her or not?" "No, I will not." Chapter 23, Agreement to Teach Lu Shuangshuang, now flustered, retorted, "How can you be so stubborn? I have boasted to Wanning that I would secure your assistance. I will not relent. You must teach her, even if it is just a trial lesson. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave afterward. I will not be deterred. After all this time without news, what do you think I stand in your heart?" Ban Yin crossed her arms, her expression wounded, or rather, her heart was hurt. Lu Shuangshuang mirrored her stance, both standing by the riverside, two quarreling friends ignoring one another amid such picturesque scenery. After a moment of tense silence, a gentle breeze wafted across the river, carrying with it a hint of moisture, refreshing their spirits and easing the simmering tempers. Ultimately, Lu Shuangshuang had a request, and recognizing her own immaturity, she felt childish for their squabble. All right, Yinjie, it is my fault. I should not have neglected to contact you for so long. She turned to gently tug at Ban Yan's arm. In the future, I promise to write to you often, and whenever I have time, I will invite you out to enjoy the blossoms and take a boat ride, shall we? Ban Yan's expression softened. Though she pouted, I do not believe you. I swear, I will certainly not ignore you for several months in a row. Will you trust me one more time? Is that all right? Please? Lu Shuangshuang gently shook Ban Yan's arm, her voice soft and pleading. Ban Yan, who was merely a few months her senior, had often been the one to relent during their childhood squabbles. But this time, the roles were reversed, leaving Lu Shuangshuang somewhat unaccustomed. Ban Yan released her arm and lightly pushed away the head that had come too close, huffing. Who would care to bother with you? This was their reconciliation, and Lu Shuangshuang was overjoyed. Come, let me take you to eat roasted lamb. I will prepare it for you myself. I'm not particularly interested. I've had plenty of exquisite food before. Who would care for your cooking? Ban Yan retorted, yet his feet were already beginning to move. Lu Shuangshuang grasped Ban Yan's arm, quickening her pace. Yes. Ban the scholar has tasted everything, from what flies in the skies to what swims in the waters and roams the earth. You are indeed the most knowledgeable. But this roasted lamb is uniquely prepared by me. It is unparalleled, and you cannot find it elsewhere. Ban Yan swallowed hard, deliberately maintaining an aloof demeanor as he replied. You better make it delicious. My palate has grown pickier than before. I understand. I have everything prepared in advance. Now, let us hurry. Lu Shuangshuang and Ban Yan had an endless stream of conversation, and surrounded by delightful food and scenery, they lost track of time. By the time they returned home, the last rays of sunlight had dipped below the horizon. After freshening up, Lu Shuangshuang made her way to Hut's own courtyard. The old lady had already dined and was entertaining several children from the third household who were playing merrily. These children were close in age and had played together since they were little. The two adults from the third household shared a strong bond, which reassured the old lady greatly. As Lu Shuangshuang approached the entrance, she was greeted by the cheerful laughter of children, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon closer listening, she could hear the old lady's gentle admonitions. Run slowly. Be careful not to bump into anything. Merely listening to this warmth brought comfort to her heart. Surrounded by grandchildren, the old lady was indeed fortunate. Upon entering, the group of cheerful children politely greeted her. The eldest, a little girl of merely 6 years, was accompanied by 2 5-year-old twin brothers and a 3-year-old little sister. Seeing their beaming faces reminded her of the cheerful Madame Li Qingyan and the ever-smiling Cheng Sanyi. Cheng Yuansong. She felt a desire to inquire how they had raised such understanding and delightful children. After exchanging greetings, the old lady beckoned Lu Shuangshuang to sit beside her. Shuangshuang, I heard you were out all day today? Yes, dear grandmother. I want to find Miss Ban Yan from the Ban family and discuss the matter of teaching Chengwaning. The old lady wholeheartedly supported Ban Yan's instruction of Chengwaning, not only due to her trust in Ban Yan's scholarly prowess, but also because of her esteemed background. Although Chengwaning was a pampered young lady, her frail health was well known among Beijing's noble families, and the old lady feared this might adversely affect her future matchmaking prospects. However, if Ban Yan could guide her, perhaps earning the title of Ban Yan's disciple could somewhat mitigate her health issues. After all, in affluent families, selecting a wife is approached with utmost caution. A virtuous wife can bring stability to the family, while an unsuitable one can bring ruin across generations. Everyone aspires to marry a woman of good lineage, talent, and understanding as their rightful spouse. What did Miss Ban say? Lu Shuangshuang smiled gently. Having consumed so much of the roasted lamb she had prepared herself, she could hardly retract her promise. However, she insisted on first assessing Wan Ning's knowledge before deciding whether to accept her as a disciple. The old matron felt a twinge of concern, having heard that Miss Ban was notoriously strict. Would Wan Ning be able to pass the examination? Do not worry, mother. Lu Shuangshuang reassured her. I have been monitoring Wan Ning's studies for some time, and there are no issues. She is intelligent and diligent. I believe she will earn Ban Yan's admiration. With this, the old lady relaxed her brow and took Lu Shuang's hand, saying, "That is wonderful. Wan Ning is fortunate to have such a devoted mother looking out for her. This is what a daughter-in-law ought to do." Lu Shuang recalled Ban Yan's words and glanced at the elder before her, who, despite embodying the essence of a loving grandmother, seemed so unlikely to engage in such acts. "Mother, there is another matter for which I seek your counsel." "Speak." "I wish for Yin Yu to attend the Jixia Academy. However, it requires the head of the family to notify the principal in advance. Yet, Yuan Ji has not returned, and I fear this might delay Yin Yu's enrollment. The admission process at Jixia Academy is rather intricate, yet can be summarized succinctly. It merely assesses whether the student meets the qualifications for admission, hence the necessity for the family head to discuss matters in person." The old matron grasped Lu Shuang's predicament. Though she held the title of the Marquis's wife, she had only recently joined the family and was a secondary marriage. Her status at the royal-sponsored Jixia Academy rendered her somewhat inadequate in this context. After a moment's reflection, the old lady composed herself and declared, "I shall speak on your behalf." Lu Shuang's status may be limited, yet the old matron was a woman of considerable experience, having witnessed 2 generations of marquises. Even the principal of Jixia Academy would afford her some respect, making her the ideal advocate. As they engaged in conversation, Lu Shuang felt a gentle bump at her feet. Looking down, she discovered a small wooden cart. Upon closer inspection, she saw 2 young boys from the 3rd household gazing eagerly at her feet. Although lively, the children were somewhat apprehensive of their new aunt. Lu Shuang bent to pick up the cart and, cradling it in her hands, softly inquired, "Is this little cart yours?" The twins nodded in unison. Their identical appearance made it likely that only their parents could distinguish one from the other. "Shall you bring it to your aunt?" Lu Shuang suggested. The boys hesitated, glancing toward their sister, who, though only a year older, was their steadfast anchor. The young girl nodded gently, prompting the 2 boys to gleefully approach Lu Shuang to retrieve their cart before scampering off to continue their play. Observing the 4 children playing so joyfully, Lu Shuang couldn't help but reminisce about Qingzhou Courtyard's Wanxing and Yinzhe, who were of similar age. How delightful it would be if they could join the fun together. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Shuang, causing her to sit up abruptly, startling the old matron. "What is it?" "Nothing, just a sudden realization that I have forgotten to attend to certain matters," Lu Shuang replied with an awkward smile. "Is it important?" "Not really. It's not of great significance." The elderly lady settled her thoughts, glancing outside to find that the evening was drawing near. If the matter were not of utmost importance, it could surely wait until tomorrow. After a long day, it would be wise to return home for some rest. As Lu Shuang emerged, she began to contemplate. Chapter 24. Summoning a few children, Madame Li Qingyan of the 3rd household was engrossed in her embroidery when a servant approached, reporting, "Madam, the eldest madam has arrived." "Oh, please invite her in," she replied, already setting aside her needlework. "Ah, elder sister, what a pleasant surprise to see you," Li Qingyan exclaimed warmly as she moved to greet her at the door. Amongst the household, she was the most amiable, and upon first meeting Lu Shuang, she felt an instant connection. Each subsequent encounter was filled with her enthusiastic welcome, as she would engage Lu in conversation for an extended period. "Having been here for nearly 2 months, I feared that if I did not visit soon, I might find myself unable to enter this courtyard at all," Lu Shuang jested. Li Qingyan's cheerful demeanor was disarming, and she responded with playful banter. "Ha ha, elder sister, you truly flatter me. You have me blushing. I shall instruct the servants to keep the gates of my courtyard wide open. Whenever you wish to visit, you may enter as if it were your own home. Who would dare prevent you?" Lu Shuang waved her hands in protest. No, please do not. We cannot invite thieves. I must remain vigilant. If you were to grow disgruntled and extort me for a substantial sum, would I still be able to live peacefully in the main residence?" As they continued their playful exchange while walking inside, they could hardly contain their laughter. "To think that elder sister regards me so highly. TSK, you truly see me well. After all, My brother's household is prosperous, and the court stipend is generous. I must seize the opportunity to benefit from it. Li Qingyan winked, resembling a sly merchant. Lu Xuanshuang feigned a stern demeanor. I shall return to scrutinize the accounts meticulously, ensuring that any valuables are secured at my bedside, to be examined day and night, denying you any opportunity. Ha ha! Come now. I fear that the gold and jewels might weigh heavily upon your conscience. Sit down. Have a cup of tea. We have not even spoken for a few moments before you wish to leave. Lu Xuanshuang took a seat. Well, it was your sudden arrival that startled me. Very well, dear sister, I concede it is my fault. Allow me to make amends with tea in place of wine. Li Qingyan said, handing a teacup to Lu Xuanshuang. This is a delightful tea I recently discovered, with a sweet and lingering flavor, truly remarkable. Do give it a try. Lu Xuanshuang took a sip and savored it. Indeed, it is quite exquisite. The tea in my own collection pales in comparison. Li Qingyan, brimming with pride, nodded. It is not mere boast. My palate for selecting tea has yet to be rivaled by anyone I have encountered. If you fancy it, I will have some packaged and sent to you. Lu Xuanshuang hesitated, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Yet Li Qingyan was not one to merely jest. She had already summoned a servant to prepare the tea. This is too generous. Such delightful tea must be precious, and you are giving me so much. Regardless of its value, it is merely a beverage. If you feel uncomfortable, you may pay me the original price. Li Qingyan's gaze was unyieldingly fixed upon her, a look that made Lu Xuanshuang uneasy. What is the original price? 1 tael of tea leaves for 100 taels of silver. What? How can you be so exorbitant? Lu Xuanshuang nearly leaped from her seat. Li Qingyan shrugged, claiming, I am not black. I am quite fair. Lu Xuanshuang immediately set down her teacup, exclaiming, I can't afford your tea, you cunning merchant. Laughter erupted. Sister-in-law is truly adept at frugality. Oh, do drink up. I was merely jesting. The servant refilled Lu Xuanshuang's tea. My fondness for tea naturally leads me to establish connections with reliable tea merchants. Any fine tea they procure is delivered to me first. You need not worry about being overcharged, as we are all acquaintances. Lu Xuanshuang shot her a glance. At your age, you should behave more appropriately. It was surprising that, despite being a mother of 4, her demeanor remained as carefree as when she first married, indicating that Master Chung indeed treated her exceptionally well. After chatting and laughing for quite some time, Lu Xuanshuang finally recalled the main purpose of her visit. Qingyan, I would like to ask for your assistance. Sister-in-law, just say the word. If I can help, I shall. I wish for you to bring your 4 children over to play with mine. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyan nearly blinked in disbelief, thinking it was a serious matter. Those little rascals of mine, while they appear cheerful, are quite mischievous. If I frequently send them your way, I fear you will be overwhelmed. She added, this isn't an excuse. If it weren't for my eldest helping to look after the younger ones, I would surely be driven mad by their unyielding energy. They seem tireless, jumping around all day. I am at my wit's end. Lu Xuanshuang was thrilled by this prospect. That sounds wonderful. I would love lively children to come and play. Li Qingyan regarded her with a hint of skepticism. Are you not too idle? Lu Xuanshuang chuckled. I merely wish for them to interact with my children. Li Qingyan's smile faltered momentarily. That might be a bit challenging. They are preparing to attend school, and yawning is not in good health. Their boisterousness could be overwhelming. As for Aunt Zhang's 2 children, they do not enjoy playing with mine. To be honest, my children do not fancy them either. Li Qingyan felt somewhat cornered thus. It seems they cannot play with the children in your courtyard. Did you perhaps forget to mention too? Li Qingyan tilted her head, quickly grasping, you mean Wanqing and Inja? Lu Xuanshuang nodded affirmatively. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingyan declined. That truly cannot work. It's not a matter of disregarding your feelings, but those 2 children genuinely cannot manage. Why not? Their shyness towards strangers is profound. Even their siblings are considered unfamiliar to them. Moreover, they are frightened by bright lights. If my children come over and start running around, opening doors and windows, it would surely terrify them. Li Qingyan hesitated to mention that the last time Lu Xuanshuang visited, the 2 children developed a high fever, causing quite a stir with the elder matron, and she was wary of letting her children disturb them again. Lu Shuangshuang quickly reassured her. I understand your concerns. I'm not suggesting that my nephews barge in unannounced to play with them, but rather, upon hearing this, Li Qingyan's expression gradually softened. Would that truly be feasible? Whether it is feasible or not, we must give it a try. It ultimately depends on the willingness of the little nephews. Li Qingyan waved her handkerchief, exclaiming that they would be more than willing, as long as they weren't coerced into studying. It mattered little where they played. Lu Shuangshuang felt reassured and decided to express her gratitude to the little ones in advance, planning to return and personally prepare a delicious meal for them. However, Li Qingyan believed Lu Shuangshuang was perhaps too optimistic. She warned against celebrating too soon, as the children might become quite bothersome. You needn't worry, she added. I would never blame you for that. In fact, I would be grateful for your guidance. Lu Shuangshuang's lips twitched in disbelief, pondering the appropriateness of striking a child. Li Qingyan retorted, You underestimate just how annoying children of that age can be. Chapter 25. One should be confident in oneself early in the morning. Cheng Wanning had breakfast and sat in her study. When Grandma Duan attended to her in the morning, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety upon seeing Cheng Wanning's demeanor. She had combed her hair 3 times, each attempt deemed either too informal or excessively ornate. Grandma Duan could hardly contain her astonishment. The second young lady had never previously cared for her hairstyle, provided it was not disheveled. Today, however, she scrutinized her reflection with remarkable seriousness. This unusual behavior had a singular cause. Lu Shuangshuang had sent word the previous night that Ban Yin would come to the residence that day to assess her studies, prompting her to prepare earnestly. Upon receiving this news, Cheng Wanning was so exhilarated she could hardly sleep, fearing she would face her most admired person with a fatigued visage. She dreaded the possibility of being perceived as unruly and was apprehensive about not being able to answer Ban Yan's queries due to her lack of rest. Caught in a cycle of anxious thoughts, she forced herself to sleep, yet her excitement tormented her through the night, only allowing her to drift into slumber as dawn approached. Ban Yin arrived at Cheng's residence at the appointed time, dressed in her customary scholarly attire. If not for her feminine form, one might have easily mistaken her for a male scholar based solely on her appearance. Lu Shuangshuang personally awaited her at the door, leading her to pay respects to the matriarch. The old lady had initially assumed Ban Yin to be taciturn, but was pleasantly surprised when she engaged in conversation for quite some time. After leaving the Husong courtyard, even Lu Shuangshuang could not resist asking, What has inspired such merriment today that you conversed at length with the matriarch? Ban Yin maintained her stoic expression, revealing little emotion, as she explained. Because she is your mother-in-law, I wish to learn a bit more about her. In the presence of others, Ban Yin was indeed reticent, exchanging only the most formal of pleasantries. Lu Shuangshuang lowered her head in silence, stifling a laugh. To the inhabitants of Cheng's residence, Ban Yin appeared proud, serious, and aloof, evoking a sense that one ought to don an additional layer of clothing in her presence. Although Lu Shuangshuang was well aware of Ban Yan's true nature in private, she had grown accustomed to her businesslike demeanor. Yet, this was not always the case. Many years prior, Ban Yan's reputation as a talented woman had already garnered her fame in the capital, leading to numerous significant events she was expected to attend. Lu Shuangshuang vividly recalled the first poetry gathering hosted by the Prince and Princess Rong, where the prince had specifically called upon the 14-year-old Ban Yin to compose a poem on the spot, a task she handled with remarkable ease. Ban Yin earnestly composed a poem that garnered resounding applause from the entire audience, winning the admiration of all present. Yet only Lu Shuangshuang found herself laughing uncontrollably. It was truly unimaginable how she managed to maintain such a serious demeanor, especially after their playful banter just the day before, where they bickered over the number of legs a mosquito possesses. The very next day, she appeared as if she were a venerable sage, reciting poetry with a slow and steady cadence. It was utterly intolerable to witness a familiar face feigning solemnity. Lu Shuangshuang's laughter was so unrestrained that it drew the attention of the guests, causing her to hastily force herself into silence, her embarrassment palpable. To this day, she recalls the struggle of suppressing her amusement. As time passed, and she became accustomed to witnessing both her serious and playful sides. She found no peculiarities in her behavior. In fact, she felt that such a demeanor signified that Ban Yin indeed regarded her as a close friend, his best friend. Upon arriving at the study in Qinglan Courtyard, she spotted Cheng Wanning seated upright, deeply engrossed in a book. Lu Shuangshuang instructed the servants to wait outside the study while she accompanied Ban Yin inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Cheng Wanning looked up, first catching sight of Lu Shuangshuang, a smile already gracing her lips. However, as her gaze shifted, she encountered a stranger, momentarily taken aback before promptly rising to offer her respects. "I have met Scholar Ban," she acknowledged. It had been declared that Scholar Ban would visit today to assess their studies. Who else could this illustrious figure be but him? Ban Yin nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his serious demeanor, which starkly contrasted with Lu Shuangshuang's gentle smile, leaving Cheng Wanning feeling somewhat intimidated and increasingly anxious. Ban Yin proceeded to take a seat in the place designated for the teacher. Cheng Wanning stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss. Noticing her unease, Lu Shuangshuang approached her and whispered reassuringly, "Do not be nervous. I will be right behind you. Just answer Scholar Ban's questions honestly. And if you do not know something, simply admit it." Cheng Wanning nodded obediently, and Lu Shuangshuang settled into a chair in a corner of the study. "Please sit," Ban Yin urged, prompting Cheng Wanning to gradually take her seat. She cast her eyes downward, hesitant to meet Ban Yin's gaze. Yet the object of her admiration was before her, compelling her to steal glances. Her subtle actions did not escape Ban Yin's notice. His stern voice resonated through the quiet study like a thunderclap, shaking the very core of her being. "One must possess confidence. If you wish to look at the other, gaze directly into their eyes. If not, then bow your head and remain still, for there is no need to appear timid." Cheng Wanning immediately straightened her chair, reflecting on Ban Yin's words. He regarded her quietly, not in a hurry. After a brief internal struggle, she bravely lifted her head to meet Ban Yin's gaze. The very person she had held in such high esteem. Taking that first step brought Lu Shuangshuang great relief, almost prompting her to exclaim in approval. It was then that Cheng Wanning truly beheld Ban Yin's visage, which differed significantly from her prior imaginings. She had envisioned him as a rather austere figure, perpetually lost in his books, with a face etched with the wisdom of experience. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discovered a strikingly handsome man, his features soft and his complexion fair, exuding a soothing presence akin to a gently flowing spring in the mountains. Were it not for the solemnity reflected in her brows and eyes, one might find it difficult to associate her with the esteemed scholar, Ban Yin, renowned for his strictness. Ban Yin eschewed pleasantries and promptly delved into the matter at hand, inquiring about the books that Cheng Wanning had recently been reading. Cheng Wanning mentioned several titles with which she was familiar, prudently considering that should Ban Yin pose questions based on her readings, she would be adequately prepared. Indeed, Ban Yin did inquire about a few books she had read, posing questions that ranged from the trivial, testing her memory and attention to detail, to more profound inquiries, such as requesting her thoughts on a particular statement. Cheng Wanning believed she had sufficiently prepared herself, yet after several rounds of questioning, she felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. It was evident that her preparation had been insufficient. Her admiration for Ban Yin's vast knowledge was merely the surface of her awe. She had thought she was well acquainted with the books she mentioned. Yet Ban Yin could pinpoint the exact page, sentence, and even word, demonstrating an extraordinary command of the material. Though she felt disheartened within that brief period of challenge, Cheng Wanning experienced an epiphany. For every aspect she struggled to comprehend, Ban Yin's mere nudges would clear the fog, illuminating her understanding. After several questions, Cheng Wanning felt a deep sense of inadequacy. She believed her answers were unsatisfactory and questioned her worthiness to be Ban Yin's disciple. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt, causing her to lower her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reluctant to cry for her own shortcomings. Meanwhile, Lu Shuangshuang observed Cheng Wanning's despondent figure, recognizing the disappointment she felt in herself. However, Lu Shuangshuang believed that Cheng Wanning was setting her standards too high. Ban Yin concluded with a pivotal question. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Chapter 26. What is the purpose of studying? Why do you wish to become my disciple? Cheng Wanning lifted her head, almost ready to blurt out an answer, yet the words stalled at her lips. Ban Yan's inquiry clearly held deeper significance, prompting her to contemplate before responding. Just as she was about to reflect, Ban Yan's voice resounded again, urging her to express her initial reaction without overthinking. Because I admire you, Ban Yan. This was the foremost thought that sprang to her mind, the most straightforward reason. Ban Yan, having heard this sentiment from countless others, found it unremarkable. What is it that you admire about me? Cheng Wanning seized this opportunity as a singular chance to converse with her idol, her tone tinged with urgency. Your profound knowledge and nationwide renown command the respect of all who pursue learning. Ban Yin replied indifferently. So, your purpose in studying is to earn others' respect? Cheng Wanning could discern the nuances in his words, although she believed that if she were as erudite as Ban Yin, gaining the admiration of others would not be a negative outcome. It was not her primary objective. She shook her head, asserting no. I admire your talent and wish to follow in your footsteps, but it is not for the sake of others' approval. Then why do you study? Cheng Wanning pondered for a considerable time before responding. To gain understanding and discernment, to avoid ignorance in the light of knowledge, to approach matters with prudence and foresight. Ban Yin then inquired, is studying solely for your own benefit? The elderly lady once remarked that it is essential for women to pursue education, for it equips them to be exemplary wives and virtuous companions to their husbands. Such knowledge also enables them to impart wisdom to their children. My grandmother similarly asserted that a virtuous wife can stabilize a household, while a discerning spouse can contribute to the flourishing of a lineage. Ban Yin remained silent, listening intently to her reflections, neither affirming nor denying her words. This was the first time Cheng Wanning contemplated the matter with such seriousness. Ban Yan's demeanor was unchanged, leaving Cheng Wanning uncertain about his satisfaction with her response. Is that all? Cheng Wanning found herself at a loss for words, feeling that her thoughts had yet to be fully expressed, resulting in a prolonged silence. Ban Yin maintained his composure, patiently awaiting her reply. This query had consumed the most time and energy for Cheng Wanning during their examination today. Cheng Wanning felt as though she had pondered for an eternity, her mind racing with thoughts so numerous that she scarcely recognized them. Suddenly, in that moment, her ideas exploded into clarity. She raised her gaze to Ban Yin, her eyes sparkling with newfound determination, as if she had seized the initiative. Ban Yin regarded her calmly, his eyes subtly encouraging her to speak freely. Cheng Wanning was taken aback by the depth of her own realizations, yet she could not contain her excitement. Master Ban, I wish to be your disciple because I admire you. My desire for education is not solely for conventional reasons. I aspire to be as knowledgeable and talented as you. To serve the court, I long to step beyond the confines of the inner chambers and become a female official. I yearn to contribute my talents to the court and seek the welfare of the people. Her words tumbled out in a rush, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her chest heaved with fervor. Yet her gaze remained resolute, unwavering as she looked at Ban Yin, exhibiting a boldness she had never known before. Even after Ban Yin departed, Cheng Wanning's heart remained turbulent. She turned to Lu Shuang and asked, Mother, did Master Ban truly agree to accept me as a disciple? Lu Shuang nodded, her eyes betraying her admiration and pride. Cheng Wanning's performance had far exceeded her expectations. Am I really able to learn from Master Ban? Will she truly come to teach me? Doubts cascaded through her mind. What if I am too foolish? What if Master Ban does not take a liking to me? Can I truly meet her rigorous standards? I have heard she is exceptionally demanding of her students. Lu Shuang guided the anxious Cheng Wanning back to Qinglan courtyard, recognizing her voice had changed due to excitement. Unbeknownst to Cheng Wanning, her exhilaration had left her breathless, prompting Lu Shuang to note her distress. Upon entering Qinglan courtyard, Grandma Duan had already prepared medicine for Cheng Wanning's return. The moment she saw Cheng Wanning's pallid complexion, she became alarmed, noting the stark contrast of her pale lips against her otherwise flushed face. Despite her condition, Cheng Wanning continued to converse animatedly with Lu Shuangshuang. Lu Shuangshuang lifted the medicinal bowl, testing its temperature, which was just right, and handed it to Cheng Wanning. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Wanning drank it down, even forgetting the bitterness that lingered on her tongue. Lu Shuangshuang had never seen her so loquacious. She found herself unable to interject, opting for the most straightforward approach by covering Cheng Wanning's mouth with a handkerchief, gently supporting her as she leaned back against the bed. Wanning, you performed admirably today. Banyan is quite pleased with you. She was a woman who made decisions after careful contemplation. By declaring her intention to accept you as a disciple, she acknowledged your talent and innate gift, undoubtedly recognizing something extraordinary within you. Henceforth, you must have confidence in yourself, diligently follow Banyan, and refrain from overthinking or doubting your abilities. Banyan despises those who are timid and fearful before the battle has even begun. All you need to do is strive to better yourself with utmost effort. Cheng Wanning nodded, her respect for this mother figure deepening further. Earlier, her energy had been consumed by other matters, and now fatigue washed over her body unable to endure much longer. Lu Shuangshuang helped her lie down under the covers, gently patting her as one would a small child, and soon Cheng Wanning drifted into a deep slumber. Lu Shuangshuang discovered that as long as she soothed Cheng Wanning like a baby, she would fall asleep easily and sleep soundly. Perhaps it was because she had lost her mother at a young age. The more one lacks something, the more one longs for it. After tucking Cheng Wanning in snugly, Lu Shuangshuang quietly stepped outside. As she turned around, she was met with the exaggeratedly amused face of Cheng Yinyu. Ah! Lu Shuangshuang gasped in surprise, quickly glancing back into the room to ensure she hadn't woken Cheng Wanning. In the next moment, she playfully slapped Cheng Yinyu's shoulder. You little rascal, what are you doing here? Trying to scare me into finding a new mother? Cheng Yinyu, with an exaggerated grin, replied, Why would I want to change when my mother is so wonderful? Lu Shuangshuang shot him a sidelong glance, recognizing his demeanor as one with ulterior motives. Speak, what do you want from me? Hee, in a few days, the heir of the Rong Wangfu has invited us to go horseback riding and hunting, and I need a few sets of good equipment. Then simply send the servants to purchase them. It's not a grand affair that requires such flattery. Cheng Yinyu feigned annoyance. What if the servants don't do their best? We are to compete, and what if we lose due to inadequate equipment? This reasoning was something Lu Shuangshuang could not believe. The steward and servants of the Marquis family were not ordinary servants, and they would never dare to be negligent or lack discernment. What do you wish for then? Mother, could you help me select the best? Chapter 27. Does it satisfy? The season of transition had passed. The weather at this time was perfect, not too cold, nor too warm. The grass in the meadow grew lush and vibrant, presenting a scene teeming with life. A row of magnificent steeds stood in unison, each ridden by spirited youths in their teenage years. Untouched by the weariness of time or cunning schemes, their eyes filled with clarity, and even their laughter carried on the breeze was melodious. Yet, within their gazes lay an undeniable thirst for victory. At this age, boys are least willing to concede defeat. The flag-bearer hoisted the banner high and, upon receiving confirmation of the command, brought it down with a forceful flourish. In the next instant, a dozen majestic steeds surged forth, cleaving through the gentle breeze, infused with an exuberant and intense spirit. Go, go, go! The horsewhip cracked as these spirited creatures, unwilling to bow beneath human dominion, galloped freely in their rightful domain. Cheng Yinyu, among the youngest of the group, displayed equestrian prowess that rivaled his peers, skillfully maneuvering past both riders and horses to seize second place, nearly neck and neck with the leading young Master Shun. Ah, your horsemanship has improved since we last met. Young Master Shun exerted himself to maintain his lead. Yet, Cheng Yinyu paid no heed to the rank of nobility. He was determined to win. He pursued relentlessly, unabashedly declaring, Young Master, do take care, for I am about to overtake you. Come on, scared, are you? The red and blue ribbons fluttered in the wind, competing fiercely, embodying the unrestrained spirit of youth as they danced in the open expanse. The spectators remained undeterred, accustomed to the fierce rivalry between the two. aware that while their skills paled in comparison, they were still hopeful of claiming third place. They galloped through the woods, shattering innocent branches, scattering vibrant wildflowers, startling diligent bees, and catching glimpses of fluttering butterflies as they charged forward, the finish line now in sight. The crowd grew more excited, and the spirited horses, too, surged with vigor, straining every muscle to cross the finish line. Young Master Shun emerged victorious once more, with Chung Inu trailing by a mere half-length. "Ha ha! Once again, victory is mine." Young Master Shun triumphantly brandished the prize. Chung Inu clenched his teeth, unwilling to concede. "This time, consider it luck. Next time, the first place will surely be mine." Shun, waving the prize teasingly before him, quipped, "Ah, how fortunate I am, always relying on luck." Chung Inu gritted his teeth, turned away, and led his horse away. Shun, with a smile, followed closely. "Oh, are you upset? Can't take a joke?" Chung Inu turned and threw a punch, but Shin anticipated his move and evaded. "Enough nonsense. My mother chose this for me." "Oh, your new stepmother?" Chung Inu found the remark oddly uncomfortable, as if it implied his father was particularly unfaithful. Noticing Chung Inu's displeasure, Shin quickly shifted the conversation. "I've heard a few times that your stepmother treats you rather well, doesn't she?" Chung Inu fondly recalled the earnestness with which Lu Shuang selected riding gear for him, a warmth blossoming in his heart as he quietly nodded. "A rabbit. Over there." A sudden cry pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. There was movement in the grass, unmistakably indicating the presence of prey. Shun Yi declared loudly, "I haven't brought any provisions today, so what we dine on tonight depends entirely on your skills." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the rustling grass. The remaining riders hastily followed suit, each eager to avoid the pangs of hunger come nightfall. Chung Inu accepted the quiver passed to him by a servant, securing it onto his saddle before leaping onto his horse to join the others in the woods. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed continuously, causing a flurry of chaos among the trees, occasionally punctuated by triumphant shouts from successful hunters. Chung Inu, however, found himself beleaguered by an apparent lack of fortune. Since entering this path, he had yet to spot any game, neither large nor small, and even the trees seemed devoid of birds. Realizing this area was indeed barren, he turned his horse towards the direction where the others had gathered. After only a few strides, he encountered Shun Yi and several young aristocrats, who were visibly triumphant in their pursuits. "Oh, young Master Chung, are you planning to fast tonight?" one teased. "Nonsense. Young Master Chung simply has no interest in small game like chickens or rabbits. He aims to hunt bears and deer, unlike the rest of us." Laughter erupted among them, provoking Chung Inu to consider retaliating with a jest of his own. His gaze fell upon Shun Yi, who had accumulated a substantial haul, several wild chickens and rabbits, along with 2 pigeons, enough to feed several people. Noticing Chung Inu's stare, Shun Yi immediately shielded his spoils, exclaiming, "Hey, don't set your sights on my catch. I won't share unless you grovel at my feet." Chung Inu raised his bow, aiming it at Shun Yi, conveying his resolute stance. Shun Yi, startled, quickly relinquished his grip on the bag, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Wait, don't be angry. I was just joking. You can have all of this." "Really?" Chung Inu maintained his focus, drawing the bowstring taut, his gaze as fierce as that directed at prey. Shun Yi, ever composed and smiling, inadvertently frightened those around him who feared Chung Inu might truly be wrathful. "Yui, brother, please don't be upset. We were merely jesting," one implored. "Indeed, Yui, brother. Aiming at someone like that is far too dangerous. Put down your arrow." Unmoved, Chung Inu kept his eyes locked on Shun Yi, his hands steady and poised. Suddenly, a swift arrow whizzed through the air, nearly grazing Shun Yi's ear. "Ah, no!" The onlookers gasped in unison, their eyes widening in shock. Shun Yi chuckled, rubbing his ear, and remarked, "That was a bit loud, wasn't it? You truly are relentless." Lifting his gaze, he grinned, "Feeling better now, young Master Chung?" Chung Inu relaxed his bow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he raised an eyebrow at Shun Yi. A servant promptly darted forward to retrieve a striking red-eyed pigeon that had been struck down. The jovial banter among the group promptly fell silent, their earlier teasing replaced by a sense of unease. Look, there's a deer over there. Chapter 28. No turning back with the bow. The group turned in unison, aware that hunting wild chickens and rabbits was hardly a challenge. It merely served as a delightful addition to their evening repast. However, the deer in these woods are renowned for their swiftness and agility. Those fortunate enough to capture one will invariably earn the admiration of their peers, thus validating their hunting prowess. A few individuals subtly engaged in a silent competition, cautiously approaching the area where a deer had just appeared. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush prompted them to raise their bows, motionless, fixated on the thicket. The moment the quarry revealed itself, they would release their arrows in unison. Yet, this deer seemed cunning, weaving through the foliage without exposing itself, adeptly concealing its presence. At the slightest disturbance, the deer would dart away, and despite their prolonged aiming, none could release an arrow. The deer, inherently timid and quick, would be even more elusive if it managed to escape unscathed after a missed shot. Hence, they remained vigilant, refraining from hasty shots. Someone softly and discreetly urged caution, prompting them to align their arrows. As the deer appeared poised to reveal itself, they collectively held their breath in anticipation of a bountiful evening feast. Chung Inu, equally tense, had his arrow drawn, fixated on the cautious emergence of the deer's head. Just as he was about to release, he suddenly shouted, "Wait," and dashed forward, loosing 2 arrows, not at the prey, but at the ones already in flight. Among the arrows, 2 missed their mark, while another struck the tree trunk. The remaining 2 collided midair, with one hitting its target solidly. The deer fell lifeless. "Chung Inu, what are you doing?" Shun Yi exclaimed, startled, scolding him furiously. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The others were equally alarmed by Chung Inu's reckless act, fearing that one of their arrows might inadvertently harm him, which would lead to dire consequences. Ignoring the voices behind him, Chung Inu approached the fallen deer, dismounted, and peered closely, noting the blood that had already begun to flow. He swiftly made his way through the tall, dense grass, and Shun Yi and the others soon followed. Chung Inu called out to them, quickly summoned the healer. "There's a person here." Shun Yi halted momentarily. "A person?" The group hurried over, encircling Chung Inu, and indeed, there lay a woman. Shun Yi immediately dispatched someone to fetch a healer, then knelt to inspect the woman, who had been pierced by an arrow in the abdomen, bleeding profusely and on the brink of unconsciousness. Her attire, a simple long dress and a coarse cloth wrapping her hair, marked her as a commoner. Shun Yi was perplexed. This was a royal hunting ground. How could a commoner have wandered in? Furthermore, prior to the hunt, numerous individuals had been assigned to clear the area. How could such a significant oversight occur? As Chung Inu applied pressure to staunch the bleeding, he attempted to rouse the woman. "Miss, please, wake up. Stay with us." Perhaps hearing his plea, the young woman managed to open her eyes briefly, her gaze landing on his handsome face, the anxious voice resonating like an ethereal echo, though indistinct. It was melodious. By the time the healer arrived, she had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chung Inu entrusted the woman to the healer and stepped aside to await further developments. The physician hastily attended to the situation before turning to Shun Yi and saying, "Your Highness, this young lady is gravely injured and must be moved to a clean, sheltered room for treatment. Please come to my tent." The physician, not daring to delay, swiftly transported her to Shun Yi's tent. As she was a woman, the gentleman present felt it inappropriate to remain nearby and thus stepped outside to wait. Shun Yi summoned his subordinate responsible for maintaining the area, questioning him somberly as to how a civilian had managed to intrude. The man knelt in fear, aware that it was his duty to oversee security and had never encountered such an issue before. The gravity of Shun Yi's expression suggested he was quite displeased, making it evident that this matter could not be easily dismissed. "Are you mute?" Shun Yi asked, his usually amiable demeanor replaced by the formidable presence reminiscent of his father. Prince Rome, instilling a sense of dread. "Your Highness, it must have been my subordinate's oversight. I will investigate immediately to ascertain who is responsible for that area." Shun Yi glared at the trembling man on the ground. Find out who is at fault and bring them to me. Yes, yes, I will do so at once, the man replied, scrambling away without a moment's delay. Once he was finished reprimanding the subordinate, Cheng Yinyu approached and stood beside him, emphasizing the urgency of attending to the injured lady. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. If she could be moved, take her to my villa in the outskirts. It is not far from here, and I will ensure a physician is present daily to oversee her care. Though the villa was situated in the countryside, it was built in a picturesque location selected by Shen Yi himself, featuring a modest yet elegant three-courtyard structure. It was a favored retreat for Shen Yi when he sought solace outside the city or wished to escape from home, often inviting Cheng Yinyu for drinks there. Consequently, the villa was well equipped for daily needs and maintained by servants who kept it clean. After a short while, the physician's apprentice emerged, carrying a large basin of blood. Upon seeing Shen Yi, he hurried over to pay his respects. How is the lady? Shen Yi inquired. Your Highness, her condition is quite dire. She has lost a substantial amount of blood, and the wounds are deep. My master has managed to halt the bleeding and is currently attending to her injuries. With a heavy heart, Shen Yi gestured for the apprentice to continue his work. The young apprentice quickly fetched another basin of hot water and rushed back inside. Following this incident, the mood among the others was dampened, and Shen Yi instructed them to take their quarry home, leaving only Cheng Yinyu behind. With no one else present, Shen Yi and Cheng Yinyu sat side by side on the steps outside the tent. Fortunately, you discovered her in time. Otherwise, she could have been grievously harmed, Cheng Yinyu remarked, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile, though he too felt a sense of regret for the delay. Suddenly, Shen Yi slapped Cheng Yinyu's arm with force. Ouch! What are you doing? Cheng Yinyu exclaimed, clutching his arm. Are you attempting murder? Shen Yi glared at him, speaking sternly. Even if you had noticed, you cannot simply rush out. What if an arrow goes astray? You would be the one injured. And what if it strikes a vital area? The mention of a vital area sent a chill down Shen Yi's spine as the weight of fear flooded over him. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand to strike, causing Cheng Yinyu to grimace in pain. All right, please stop. Oh dear, don't hit me. Despite Cheng Yinyu's attempts to shield himself, he still endured several blows, each one stinging painfully. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, turning to look at Shen Yi with a resentful gaze. Even if I'm not injured, I feel as if I might perish from your blows. Shen Yi raised his hand once more, which made Cheng Yinyu leap back in fright. Come back and sit. I refuse. Shen Yi furrowed his brows. Obediently, Cheng Yinyu returned to his seat, adopting a defensive posture with his hands. Shen Yi cast him a helpless glance before turning his gaze away, finding the whole situation rather exasperating. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates acted swiftly, locating the individuals responsible for clearing the thicket and bringing them forth. My lord, these are the two who were in charge of that area. Chapter 29. The cheerful and the frosty. The two servants trembled as they knelt before Shen Yi, who had calmed down somewhat, no longer as furious as before. He sat on the steps, his expression impassive as he regarded the kneeling pair. Did you not notice anyone while inspecting the area? My lord, I assure you, there was truly no one there during our inspection. I observed it clearly. One of them responded earnestly. The other nodded vigorously. Indeed, we scoured every inch of that land, and there was absolutely no one present. Shen Yi sensed that they lacked the audacity to be negligent, yet the truth was undeniable. Someone had intruded. Was there a gap or anything of the sort? The two men swallowed nervously, exchanging furtive glances, silently urging each other to speak. I am addressing you. Speak. Shen Yi's imposing presence startled them into action, prompting the supervising servant to slap the back of their heads sharply. The master inquires, do not delay. Why yes, my lord, one stammered. In the southwest corner, there is an opening that was created by a wild beast from the forest. Before he could finish, beads of sweat began to gather at their chins. That explains it. The young lady must have slipped through that gap unnoticed. Shen Yi mused, his gaze fixated on the two like a predator stalking its prey, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. You both were aware of that opening long before, weren't you? And no, not at all. One of them desperately tried to mitigate his culpability. We only discovered it the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Shen Yi turned to the servant responsible for the hunting grounds. Were you aware of this? The servant hastily denied it. No, I was not informed. I only learned of it just now. Understanding the situation, Shun Yi felt no need for further inquiry. Had they reported the discovery immediately, repairs could have been made yesterday, and today's incident would have been averted. Are you aware of your transgressions? Both men felt their spirits plummet as they hunched over, repeatedly confessing their faults. Shun Yi parted his lips slightly. Negligence and failure to report, 20 lashes. And you, for poor governance, 15 lashes. As soon as Shun Yigong finished speaking, a subordinate stepped forward to drag the three individuals away. One of them attempted to plead for mercy, only to receive a sharp slap from the guard behind him. After two futile attempts to speak, he was swiftly silenced with another stinging blow, leaving him both numb and in pain, too intimidated to utter another word. Cheng Yinyu pointed at the retreating guard's back, noting with intrigue that he exhibited a certain finesse and decisiveness. They had been fortunate not to suffer his wrath. Shun Yi glanced at the guard, and then turned to smile. Are you taken with him? Perhaps I should gift him to you. Cheng Yinyu curled his lip in disdain. No, your subordinates are far too stern. They've been trained to refrain from laughter. If I had to endure such company daily, I fear I might succumb to despair. Shun Yi's previous cold demeanor evaporated, as Cheng Yinyu's words effortlessly elicited laughter from him. Thus, Cheng Yinyu found himself perplexed by Shun Yi. He always appeared jovial and cheeky in Cheng Yinyu's presence, yet cold and distant towards others, with his subordinates quaking in fear. I shall select one who knows how to smile for you next time, Shun Yi asserted earnestly. Cheng Yinyu furrowed his brow. I have no need for additional subordinates. Why would you give me one? To protect you, Shun Yi replied. Cheng Yinyu scoffed. With my abilities, do I truly require protection? Shun Yi shot him a sharp glance. To prevent you from acting so recklessly again as you did today. Your Highness, young Master Cheng at that moment. The healer who had tended to the wounded girl emerged from the tent. Shun Yi and Cheng Yinyu immediately stood up. How is the girl? Replying to your Highness. She is not in immediate danger, but she must be carefully nurtured. She cannot move freely for approximately 20 days. As long as her life is preserved, that is sufficient. You are responsible for her recovery. Ensure she heals completely. The healer nodded. Your Highness, young Master Cheng, the girl wishes to see you both. You proceed to prepare the medicine first. Once the instructions were given, Shun Yi and Cheng Yinyu entered the tent, where they were met with a heavy stench of blood. Cheng Yinyu felt a pang of compassion. Such a delicate girl had suffered such grievous injuries. Upon entering, they could not discern if the girl was awake. As the curtain obscured their view, Cheng Yinyu leaned in closer. Miss? Miss? The young woman slowly opened her eyes upon hearing their voices. Gentlemen, I beseech you for a favor. I implore you. Her emotions overwhelmed her, causing her to inadvertently pull at her wounds, eliciting a cry of pain. Easy now. Do not move. Speak slowly. I promise to assist you. A gust of wind stirred outside, causing the women to flick their hair in annoyance at the disruption of their meticulously styled locks. Meanwhile, a group of children joyfully bounced about, exclaiming that with the wind, their kites could soar high into the sky, granting them a glimpse of the world above. Outside Qingzhou Courtyard, Lu Shuangshuang led 4 little ones borrowed from Li Qingnian in flying kites on the open ground. The twin boys, Cheng Fan and Cheng Li, raced about with their kites, running wherever the wind blew, their joyful shouts filling the air. Lu Shuangshuang found herself in constant din, finally understanding why Li Qingnian found these 2 boys so exasperating. In comparison to her younger sister, Cheng Yin, Li Qingnian's eldest daughter, Cheng Mo, remained notably more tranquil. With the assistance of the servants, she grasped the kite string, coordinating with the exuberant Cheng Fan and Cheng Li as they dashed about. The servants led the children, creating a delightful chaos as they scurried here and there. Eldest sister, hold the string tight. I'm about to let it go. All right. Oh no, it hasn't taken flight again. Pull the string. Hurry, we can still save it. Oh, quickly. Cheng Fan, fixated on the kite that swayed above, wished he could soar alongside it. Meanwhile, Cheng Li also released his grip, urging 4th sister, pull harder, faster. Don't just stand there. Help her pull with all your might. The youngest, being still quite small, required the help of the servants to manage the string. Yet she gleefully followed along, her laughter ringing out. Second brother, mine has flown. Cheng Li exclaimed excitedly. It took off first. Annie, look, look. Lu Shuang joined in the jubilation. Good, I see it. Let out some string. It can soar even higher. Cheng Li rushed to Cheng Yan's side, snatching the kite string from her grasp to play on his own. After observing for a while, Cheng Yan, realizing she could not join in, burst into tears. Lu Shuang hurried over, wiping the little girl's tear-streaked face with a handkerchief. Such a strong wind, you mustn't cry. It will ruin your face. What's the matter? You know? Why are you crying? Annie, third brother want to let me play. Woo, I want to play too. Woo. Lu Shuang turned to see Cheng Li joyfully engrossed in his play, clearly reluctant to share with his younger sister. Woo, third brother is bullying me. I will tell mother. Lu Shuang quickly caught hold of the distraught Cheng Yan, saying, Don't cry, Yinner. Do you like this butterfly kite? Look, its wings are pink, and over here, its antennae will sway left and right when it flies. Would you like to play with this kite? With tears still glistening in her eyes, Cheng Yan clutched the butterfly kite, gazing at it eagerly before nodding in affirmation. You too, help the fourth miss get this kite into the air. Chapter 30. The sounds of playful children outside, the noise and laughter echoed, creating an atmosphere of merriment that felt foreign to those within the Qingzhou courtyard. The two young masters were typically reclusive, and their attendants dared not speak loudly, fearing to startle them. The Qingzhou courtyard was usually a place of solitude, but in recent days, the lively sounds of children playing, jumping rope one day, tossing flower strings the next, and now flying kites, filled the air, prompting the servants to long for a glimpse of the joyous scene outside, even wishing to join in the revelry. The wet nurses who had attended Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia since childhood held a different perspective from the outside servants. They feared the commotion might disturb the young masters, worried that one inadvertent noise could frighten them. Yet, they could not prevent the children from playing outside, particularly since it was the matriarch leading the fun, and the merriment took place beyond the confines of their courtyard. Two maids attended to the young master as he awoke from his nap and freshened up. Hearing sounds from outside, they surmised that kites were being flown, yet they kept their heads lowered, diligently wiping the child's face. However, Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia, upon hearing the commotion, tilted their heads to peer outside. The curtains were drawn tightly, obscuring their view, leaving only the sounds to reach their ears. Outside, Qingzhou courtyard. For children were eager to play. To ensure fairness, each received a kite, and after several spirited runs, they finally managed to launch them all. Even so, a subtle competition ensued, as they endeavored to see whose kite could soar the highest. Big sister, my kite is higher than yours. Huh, just you wait. I shall let out more line. Be careful. If you let out too much, your kite may fall. Close your ravenous mouth. That won't happen. Look, everyone. My butterfly is fluttering. Indeed. Yinner's butterfly is the most beautiful. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Help! Help! Cheng Mo's kite began to wobble uncontrollably, swaying before plummeting straight down. Somebody help me. Cheng Mo flailed in a panic, desperate to save her kite that had ascended so high. Her alarmed shout caused Lu Shuang to become anxious as well. Moer, quickly reel it in. Pull tightly. You all go help her. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Cheng Mo hung her head in despair. Despite her frantic efforts, her kite had still fallen. Thankfully, it hadn't become ensnared in a tree, and a servant hurried off to retrieve it. I told you not to fly it so high. It would fall. Cheng Li chimed in with a mischievous smirk, reveling in her misfortune. It's all your fault. You jinx. Cheng Mo raised her hand to strike him, but he nimbly dodged. Ha, you can't catch me. Cheng Mo stamped her foot in frustration. Third brother, stop laughing. Your kite is starting to wobble too. Cheng Li finally noticed his own kite, which began to sway dramatically, mirroring Cheng Mo's earlier plight. Panic set in for Cheng Li, who yanked back the string, winding it 2 turns before sprinting backwards. His tiger kite fluttered up and down in the air for a moment before descending. In a frenzy, Cheng Li ran with all his might. Ha! Yours is going to fall too, yet you dare to mock me. Cheng Mo laughed heartily, clutching the kite she had just retrieved, watching Cheng Li dash about in the wind. Just as the kite descended to about half a person's height, Cheng Li moved swiftly and managed to retrieve it. preventing it from plummeting further. All eyes were drawn to Chung Li's kite, and they collectively held their breath, eager to see if he could salvage it. As Chung Li tightened the string, a gust of wind came along, lifting his kite once more. Yay! It's flying again. Yay! Third brother, you did great. Three brother, you're amazing. Chung and Mo momentarily forgot their previous bickering, joyfully watching the kite take flight once more. Big sister, I've figured it out. When the kite starts falling, you must pull on the line and run a few steps simultaneously. That way, it can ascend again. Big sister, you should try it. Chung Mo nodded, feeling enlightened, summoning her courage for another attempt. Perhaps aided by a favorable wind, Chung Mo's kite ascended swiftly into the sky, for kites hung in unison above, captivating the attention of those below, who gazed upward in wonder. Inside, two children gradually shifted toward the window, climbing onto the small couch by the window. Master, be careful. Sit properly, they urged. The two little ones settled steadily on the small couch, their bodies fidgeting, yet their heads remained turned, listening intently to the sounds outside. The cheerful laughter and lively chatter from outside continually reached their ears, prompting the children to exchange glances, their tentative hands reaching out in curiosity. On the first day they heard the commotion, they dashed beneath the covers, hiding in fear, nearly prompting the nursemaid to rush out and send the visitors away. The following day, the sounds of children at play echoed once more. Perhaps due to the similarity in age, the laughter seemed less daunting. The two little ones, having run halfway, paused, straining their ears to catch the sound from outside. Today, an irresistible urge drew them to the window, where they listened to the merriment beyond the curtain. Kites, they recalled. They had seen them soaring high in the sky before, yet they had never had the chance to fly one themselves. Chung Wanqing reached out once more, unable to resist pulling back the curtain. The dazzling sunlight flooded in, causing the two children to shut their eyes immediately. Alarmed, the two nursemaids rushed forward, intent on closing the curtain again. However, Chung Wanqing held onto it firmly. The nursemaids, puzzled, glanced down, observing the two children slowly opening their eyes. Chung Yinjia cautiously peeked outside, and indeed through a narrow gap, he spotted the four kites dancing in the sky. Look, Chung Yinjia whispered to Chung Wanqing. Following his gaze, she too beheld the kites soaring high above. Enraptured, their lips curled into smiles, and their eyes widened with delight. One of the nursemaids quietly pulled the curtain wider, while the other gasped in alarm, signaling her to stop, deeming it too risky. The first nursemaid gently shook her head, indicating the two children engrossed in the view outside, then nodded in agreement. Thus the two nursemaids, with a mix of trepidation, pulled the curtain halfway open, and even they experienced the illuminating joy of parting the clouds to reveal the moon. Chung Wanqing and Chung Yinjia were so enthralled that when they finally realized the brightness around them, they abruptly turned their heads. Chapter 31. A sudden reunion of cousins Chung Wanqing and Chung Yinjia turned to find the room flooded with light, an immediate wave of fear washing over them, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat beneath the covers. They scrambled down from the small couch and dashed toward the bed, while the two nursemaids hurried after them, their thoughts racing, fearing disaster had struck once more. Master, that's Qingzhou courtyard. You must not enter, came the anxious voice of a maid, breathless with concern. I don't care. I want my kite. Why can't I go in? It's just my two younger siblings' courtyard, insisted Chung Fan. Second young master, wait for me. The servants of Qingzhou courtyard, fearing that Chung Fan and Chung Li might frighten the two young masters inside, hurried to block their way in the outer courtyard. Yet, Chung Fan, determined to retrieve his grand kite, would not be deterred. It's not a perilous place. Why can't I go? The servants of Kingsui Wan stood resolutely, obstructing Chung Fan and Chung Li. Seizing an opportunity, the two children managed to slip inside. However, after just a few steps, they were swiftly captured and brought back. Master, you truly cannot enter. It would be best for you to return, they insisted, unceremoniously placing Chung Fan on the ground. In their haste, the servants lost control of their strength, and as they let Chung Fan down, he stumbled backward, landing clumsily on his back. Chung Li turned with a cry, "Second brother," and rushed toward him, his voice piercingly distressing, as if he believed Chung Fan had not merely fallen, but had met with a grievous fate. Cheng Fan's attendant, protective of his master, forcefully pushed aside the servant, exclaiming, "What do you mean? How dare you bully our young master?" No, I didn't intend to. It was merely an accident," the servant stammered. "Our master only wishes to retrieve a kite. Is there a problem with that? Why do you obstruct us? Do you think our master is easy to bully?" The people of Kingswewan remained steadfast in their blockade. "Truly, it is not so. Our young master does not meet with outsiders. I will retrieve the kite for you." "No, I do not trust you," Cheng Fan insisted, determined to push through. Rising from his fall, brushing off his clothes, he grew increasingly indignant. The more they forbade him, the more resolute he became in his intent to enter. Cheng Li followed suit, and naturally, their respective attendants rallied to support them, resulting in a tug-of-war between the two factions. Hearing the commotion, Cheng Mo rushed over, anxious for his younger brothers. Upon arrival, he witnessed his siblings being mistreated and, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. "Release my brother. Let him go. Don't touch him. Brother, are you all right?" Cheng Mo, oblivious to the reasons behind the scuffle, focused solely on protecting his brothers, his small frame shaken by the pushing and shoving. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang intercepted the approaching Granny Ruan, tacitly acknowledging the unfolding events. She had merely instructed the servants to keep an eye on things and prevent any real conflict from arising. Cheng Yin yearned to join the fray, but being so young, it posed a certain danger. Lu Shuang held her close, soothing her gently, as several adults wrestled in the chaos. Cheng Fan and Cheng Li seized the moment and dashed inside. "Stop! Don't go in!" The servants of Kingswewan turned to pursue them, but they were immediately hindered, unable to turn around swiftly enough to chase after the children. Seeing one after another rush into the courtyard, the servants became flustered, taking advantage of the confusion. Cheng Mo also slipped inside. The three children raced ahead, scanning their surroundings. The outer courtyard held no kite, indicating it must have fallen into the inner courtyard. They pressed onward. And the moment they stepped into the inner courtyard of Kingswewan, the servants froze, sensing an impending calamity. If the two young masters were to be frightened, the old matriarch and the mistress would surely be furious with them. Upon entering, Cheng Fan, Cheng Li, and Cheng Mo halted at the threshold, their 5 pairs of eyes unexpectedly meeting. It was evident that each felt a touch of awkwardness. Though they were cousins, such unfamiliarity seemed strange upon first sight. They regarded one another as if they were strangers, barely able to recognize each other's faces. The servants of the 3 rooms and the Qingzhou courtyard halted at the entrance of the inner courtyard, hesitant to proceed further. Earlier, both factions had been driven by passion and impulse, but now, with a sense of calm returned, none dared to present themselves as outsiders before the 2 young masters. The mere thought of inadvertently frightening the young masters sent shivers down their spines. The old matriarch would undoubtedly break their legs and hand them over to the traffickers. What difference would that make from death? After an awkward silence, Cheng Fan gazed intently at the kite in Cheng Wanqing's hands and solemnly declared, "That kite belongs to me." He extended his hand towards her. At that moment, Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia, having heard the commotion outside, quietly opened the door and spotted the kite on the ground. They had intended to sneak a few more glances at it, but were startled to encounter Cheng Fan, Cheng Li, and Cheng Mo bursting in, leaving them frozen in place. Unsure of what to do, Cheng Mo, being a year older, observed the bewildered expressions on Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia's faces. In a gentle, childlike voice, she addressed them. "You are Wanqing Mei Mei and Yinjia Di, aren't you? Do not be afraid. I am Cheng Mo, your elder sister. These 2 are your brothers. We are all family and will not bite you like a tiger." She continued, "Mother says that tigers are the most fearsome creatures, and if she does not sleep well at night, a tiger might come to eat her." Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia blinked, instinctively drawing closer together, remaining silent and motionless. Cheng Fan, feeling anxious, insisted, "My sister has already said we are brothers and siblings, so please return my kite to me." He took a few steps forward, causing both Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia to retreat in alarm, their grip tightening with anxiety. To young Cheng Fan's eyes, their action seemed like an unwillingness to relinquish the kite, which irked him. "Hey, that is mine. It is my favorite kite. And you cannot keep it. He exclaimed. Yes, that is my second brother's favorite as well, and we cannot give it to you. If you like kites, I have plenty more in my room. You may choose any one you like, Cheng Li suggested generously. Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and slowly extended their hands, offering the kite. Upon seeing this, Cheng Fan's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward to retrieve the kite from her grasp. However, just as he was 3 steps away, Cheng Wanqing, frightened, turned and dashed back into the room, with Cheng Yinjia closely following. Cheng Fan squatted down to pick up his large kite, which was almost as big as he was, brushing off the dust with a sense of affection. Why throw my kite? Just give it to me, he lamented. Cheng Li assisted in brushing off the dust, and upon closer inspection, reassured him, it's fine, second brother. It's not damaged and can still be played with. Let's continue flying kites. The 2 brothers, Cheng Fan and Cheng Li, walked out contentedly, laughing and chatting. Cheng Mo glanced towards the open door, where 2 small heads peered out cautiously, only to retract as soon as they noticed her gaze. Perhaps due to her role as an elder sister or her maturity, Cheng Mo recalled the recent admonishment from her aunt and mother. After a moment of hesitation, she called out to the 2 small figures behind the door, Wanqing Mei Mei. Yinjia Didi, would you like to come out and play with us? Chapter 32. All good children behind the 2 doors, 2 little heads shrank back. Although Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia remained silent, Cheng Mo sensed their desire to join in. She had always played with her siblings, inseparable since childhood, leading her to believe that the other children felt the same. Kite flying is such delightful fun. I have 2 spare kites, one for each of you, how about that? Cheng Mo stretched her neck and called out, while her little hand waved to the servant behind her. The servant instantly understood, darting off and returning with 2 exquisite kites in hand. Look, this one is a little rabbit, and this one, oh, it's a little swallow. We made them together, my siblings and I'd like to give them to you to play with, all right? Cheng Mo proudly presented the kites. Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia peered out, their eyes fixed on the kites, and Cheng Mo's innocent smile eased their apprehension somewhat. After a lengthy attempt at conversation, all they could see were 2 pairs of round eyes. Hearing the laughter of Cheng Fan and the others outside as they resumed kite flying, Cheng Mo could hardly contain her excitement and declared, I'm placing the kites on this stone table. Wanqing, Yinjia, come out to find us if you want to play. With that, she cheerfully dashed outside. Before long, the sounds of laughter and play resumed. The 2 elderly women crouched down and whispered to each other, my lady. The weather is splendid today. Shall we go out for a little while? They are of your age, your closest companions. Wouldn't it be lovely to play together? Cheng Wanqing held Cheng Yinjia's hand, gazing down at the ground in silence. My lady, look at that kite outside. I assent it beautiful. Don't you like it? One elderly woman remarked, at my age, I've never seen such a lovely kite. Indeed, not only have you never seen one, but I've never flown a kite myself. I've only heard from others how enjoyable it is. It's a pity I've never experienced it. The 2 elderly women exchanged words like a duet. Outside Kingsway Wan, for kites soared into the sky. The wind today was favorable, allowing the children to revel in their accomplishment. Lu Shuang wiped the sweat from her brow, reflecting on how exhausting and worrisome it was to tend to children. Yet she was grateful that the children in her courtyard were either growing up or not causing her trouble. What if she had her own children in the future? Would they be just as demanding? Observing the children from the 3rd house, she suddenly thought of Li Qingyan, who was truly fortunate. Her husband was kind-hearted and cherished her, without concubines or extramarital affairs, and all their children were genuinely hers. Their deep affection for one another was what every woman in the world envied. Lost in thought, a wave of melancholy washed over her. It had been 2 months since she married, and Cheng Yuanji had been away for just as long. She was nearly forgetting what he looked like. Upon entering this household, she had taken on the responsibility of managing such a large family. It was hard to imagine that, should they cross paths on the street, they might not even recognize each other. While she lingered in her sorrow, Xiao Huan gently nudged Lu Shuang's arm. Lu Shuang snapped back to reality and looked at her. Xiao Huan nodded towards a direction, silently urging Lu Shuang to look. Lu Shuang followed her gaze and indeed spotted 2 hidden figures. However, They were more concerned with concealing their bodies than their kite, which protruded from their grasp. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Shuangshuang's face. Her plan had worked. She quickly turned to observe the group flying kites, feigning ignorance of the two concealed children. Annie wants to know, do you like Sister Wanqing and Brother Inja? The kite flyers grinned widely, turning back with sincere expressions. Annie, we like both brother and sister. Moer is the best sister. And what about you? Chung Fan wiped his nose, contemplating a negative response. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized it wasn't so dire. If they played with him, he would come to like them. I do too. We won't play statues, but we don't have enough people. It would be wonderful if they could join us. Chung Yin, the youngest, had little impression of the two older siblings, yet she always followed their lead, nodding in agreement. Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but feel increasingly fond of these children. Will you bully brother and sister? Chingamo turned seriously and replied, how could we? Andy, they're our cousins. We like them too much for that. Besides, Mother has said that bullying is wrong. Children who bully others are bad children. Exactly. We are not bad children. We are the Changs. Chungli interjected. Move over. Your kite is about to tangle with mine. No. It's clearly yours that has come over here. Lu Shuangshuang approached the children, wiping the sweat from their foreheads and tightening Chung Mo's braid, which had loosened in the breeze. As her fingers brushed against Chung Mo's smooth hair, she couldn't help but marvel at how well Li Qingyan had raised such a sensible older sister, alleviating her worries significantly. Hey, Andy, my kite. Chung Li's exclamation nearly startled Lu Shuangshuang. She turned sharply to discover that Chung Li's kite had soared away, leaving him with only a short length of string. Chung Li gazed up at the kite drifting farther into the sky, stamping his feet in distress and repeatedly calling out, Andy, Auntie, like a noisy little duck. Lu Shuangshuang hurried over, squatting beside him to offer comfort. Don't worry, Li, it's all right. If this one has flown away, there are others. There are none left, Andy. Everyone has kites except me. He opened his mouth and let out a wail. Lu Shuangshuang's ears buzzed, and she suddenly found the children less endearing. All right, don't cry. She gently covered his mouth with her hand, and a sudden thought struck her. Upon further contemplation, it might be feasible. Listen to Annie. Do you remember when your sister gave that brother a kite, just now? Chung Li nodded. That brother has never flown a kite before. He doesn't know how. Would you teach him? Then you can play together, all right? Chung Li tilted his head, pondering for a moment before responding, Good. I'll go find Brother Inja right now. Wait. Lu Shuangshuang caught the eager Chung Li, discreetly pointing, look over there. Brother Inja is right there. Why don't you go call him over to play together? Chung Li could hardly wait, immediately darting away like a spirited colt. Not too far from where he stood, Chung Wanqing and Chung Inza, hearing the commotion, instinctively looked up. To their astonishment, the two brothers nearly collided. Chung Inza's eyes widened in shock. Lu Shuangshuang laughed so hard she could barely stand upright. Chung Li, ever the sociable one, seized Chung Inza's hand and declared, Let us go. Chung Inza instinctively recoiled, but Chung Li's grip was too firm. Before he could withdraw, he was already being pulled along. Chung Wanqing, concerned for her brother's safety, hurried after them. Thus, Chung Li, with singular determination, led the two reluctant companions, whose faces were contorted in expressions of dismay, out into the world. The adults, including Lu Shuangshuang, watched anxiously, fearing that Chung Wanqing and Chung Inza might become overwhelmed and faint from the excitement. As Chung Li puffed and panted while dragging them along, nearly everyone's gaze fixated on the two children who had long remained indoors, terrified of any unforeseen mishaps. Yet, at the tender age of 5, Chung Li was oblivious to their worries. He was solely focused on launching a kite into the sky. His siblings each had a kite soaring aloft, while he had none. That relentless competitive spirit overshadowed all else. Inza, come help me get this kite up in the air. You hold this end, and I'll hold that end. Chung Li enthusiastically instructed Chung Inza on how to play, while Chung Inza hesitated, wanting to withdraw his hand. But Chung Li offered him no respite. Pointing to a maid, Chung Li urged, let her hold the string. We're going to fly the kite. Just as he spoke, he noticed Chung Inza withdrawing his hand from the kite. Before Chang'inza could even conceal his hand behind his back, Changli snatched it back, insisting, "Hold on here. You mustn't let go, understand? We mustn't let go. Come on, let us go. The wind is picking up." Changli tugged Chang'inza along, his little mouth chattering away, while Chang'inza, who seldom spoke, could hardly interject. Chang'inza wished to run back, but found himself inexplicably swept along by Changli. Racing against the wind, the breeze whistled past his ears, invigorating him, brightening his eyes, and warming his heart. It felt as if his legs had been rejuvenated. Seeing her brother dash away, Cheng Wanqing grew anxious and prepared to chase after him. Just as she lifted her foot, a gentle touch graced her hand. Turning around, she found her younger sister, Cheng Yin, softly grasping her hand. "Sister, do you want to play too? Let us go together." Cheng Yin's eyes were the most exquisite, round and large, resembling flawless jade, pure enough to filter out all negativity. Cheng Wanqing instinctively considered shaking off her hand, but Cheng Yin beamed sweetly at her, revealing two charming dimples. The wind tousled their little braids, causing them to sway. Cheng Wanqing glanced down at her own hand. Her sister's hand was nearly as small as hers, soft and fair, unlike the icy touch of childhood memories. Cheng Yin observed her in silence for a considerable time, interpreting her quietude as acquiescence. She grasped her hand and led her aside, presenting her with the string of her kite. "Sister, this is for you to play with. Look over there." Cheng Wanqing followed the direction of her finger and beheld a colorful butterfly fluttering in the air, its two antennae swaying gently above. With a tug on the string, the antennae would dance as if a real butterfly were soaring. Gradually, Cheng Wanqing was captivated by the butterfly overhead, her hands awkwardly gripping the kite string as she and Cheng Yin manipulated the lively creature together. Meanwhile, Chang'inza had not emerged for quite some time, unlike Cheng Li, who was frequently outdoors. After running back and forth several times, he was now panting heavily. Cheng Li observed the kite that had fallen to the ground once more, and upon glancing at Chang'inza, he noticed him bend over, gasping for breath, while he himself merely breathed a tad quicker. Growing anxious, Cheng Li called out to Chang'inza, "All right, Inja, you're exhausted after just a few steps. If you can't manage, it's all right." Perhaps it was the competitive spirit ingrained in boys from a young age, or perhaps their innate reluctance to admit defeat, but Chang'inza took a deep breath, straightened his back, and looked at Cheng Li, softly uttering two words, "I can." Cheng Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so you can speak?" Chang'inza did not respond, instead passing by him to retrieve the fallen kite, grasping his end of the string. Cheng Li, taken aback momentarily, quickly composed himself, rushing over to seize the other end. "This time we must succeed. Run faster." Chang'inza nodded, and the two once again dashed forward as the wind picked up. This time, with a shared determination, they poured all their strength into their legs. "Release." At Cheng Li's command, both boys simultaneously let go, while the maid holding the string hastily reeled it in, tightening the line as the kite wobbled slightly before soaring steadily into the sky. Cheng Li pulled Chang'inza back, taking the string from the maid and then handing it to Chang'inza, surprised by the sudden addition of a kite string in his hand. Chang'inza stared blankly at Cheng Li. Cheng Li urged him, "Pull a little at the front, let it soar higher." Chang'inza adapted quickly, mastering the art of winding and releasing the string in mere moments, rendering the maid unnecessary as he simply stood by, enjoying the spectacle. Noticing that Chang'inza was thoroughly engrossed in the kite, Cheng Li decided to take his leave. However, Chang'inza, more perceptive than most children, immediately sensed the absence of his companion, turning abruptly. He emitted a sound, not quite words, prompting Cheng Li to glance back. Chang'inza furrowed his brow, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Cheng Li, perhaps understanding his unspoken sentiment, replied, "You can play with this one. I'll go put away Wanqing's." Thus, all the kites would ascend into the heavens, eliminating the need for competition. Cheng Li skipped away, exuberantly running into the wind, a testament to the boundless energy of youth. Chang'inza, feeling a hint of bashfulness, stole glances at Cheng Li as he launched the new kite. At long last, every child had a kite to play with. Cheng Yin, being too small to manage alone, nestled beside Cheng, wanting to share in the delight of flying a single kite together. 6 children stood in a row, while Lu Shuang, sipping tea, watched this scene with a heart full of contentment. This was precisely how children ought to be. Their innocent laughter resonated like heavenly music to the ears. How wonderful! Hey, big sister, your kite has pushed mine aside. Wanqing, your kite is drifting that way. Alas! Cheng Fan's voice was too loud, startling Cheng Yin into tears. Wah wah wah. Cheng Wanqing stood there, at a loss, pouting as she felt the urge to cry herself. Upon seeing his sister on the verge of tears, Cheng Yinjia immediately dropped the kite string and rushed over. Yinjia, your kite has fallen. We worked so hard to get it up. Yinjia, Cheng Yin, you are too noisy. Stop crying. Wah wah wah. Lu Shuang, overwhelmed, hurried over to console them. Entering the throng of children felt like stepping into a tempest. She could hardly discern whom to comfort first. Cheng Mo swiftly pulled Cheng Yin from the chaos, guiding her to a quieter spot, while his 2 younger brothers, Cheng Li and Cheng Fan, each gave her a gentle kick. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Lu Shuang was taken aback, silently giving Cheng Mo a thumbs up. Cheng Wanqing remained frozen in place, and Lu Shuang crouched beside her, tentatively reaching out to touch her small hand. The moment their hands met, Wanqing recoiled, lowering her gaze and stepping back. Lu Shuang, undeterred, spoke gently, "Do not be afraid. Your sister is merely startled. Wanqing, why not call your sister over to play together?" Cheng Wanqing hesitated, her eyes fixated on the ground. "Yinjia, you really shouldn't have let your kite go." Cheng Li chided him while pulling Cheng Yinjia away with an authoritative grip that left no room for protest. Little Yinjia was dragged along, his head turned to the side, anxiously glancing back at Cheng Wanqing. Cheng Yin was soon comforted, and Cheng Mo gave her a gentle pat on the back, nudging her forward. She approached Cheng Wanqing, sniffing back tears. "Sister, unbeknownst to her." Another tear escaped, and she instinctively grabbed Cheng Wanqing's sleeve to wipe her face. "Sister, I won't cry anymore. Let's go play." Meanwhile, Lu Shuang observed from a distance, amused by the unfolding scene. The next evening, after dinner and casual conversation in the old lady's courtyard, Mrs. Suyin of the second household brought up the previous day's events, still finding them hard to believe. "Big sister, you truly have a way. You managed to get Wanqing and Yinjia to come out on their own. I heard that the curtains in the Qingzhou courtyard have been drawn open. It's the first time in ages." Lu Shuang stifled a giggle, casting a glance at Li Qingyin, which only made her laughter more pronounced. Su Yin, puzzled, looked toward Li Qingyin, who appeared both shy and embarrassed. "Oh dear, it wasn't those 2 children who drew the curtains. I feel quite awkward even mentioning it." Li Qingyin had envied Su Yun countless times, for just having a well-behaved daughter brought so much less worry. "What happened? You must tell me." Big sister is smiling so widely. Su Yun felt she had missed out on something delightful, her curiosity piqued by Lu Shuang's evident joy. "Oh dear, it is indeed my 2 troublesome offspring. This morning, as soon as they finished their meal, they dashed off as if pursued by wolves. They ended up at the Qingzhou courtyard, and those 2 rascals, instead of entering through the front gate, chose to sneak around to the back and began howling from atop the wall, waking the 2 children inside. When Lu Shuang heard the report from her servants, she couldn't contain her laughter, and even now, the mere recollection brings her endless amusement. It is only partially the children's fault. After all, they were thwarted by the servants of Qingzhou courtyard just yesterday, leaving them with quite the fright. Lu Shuang attempted to defend these little rascals, only to receive a disapproving glance from Li Qingyin. What about Wanqing and the others? Su Yin had thought those 2 children might have been frightened. The notorious reputation of Cheng Fan and Cheng Li as little troublemakers is not without merit, and she genuinely feared that things might escalate. Upon hearing their brothers' pig-like wails, the younger ones, disregarding their fears, swiftly pulled back the curtains and flung open the window, poking their messy heads out to respond. Li Qingyin sighed, noting that the children from Qingzhou courtyard are indeed good kids, while her own 2, climbing over walls, are anything but. "When I return, I shall give them a good thrashing." Those two little devils have probably endured countless spankings, yet they seem to remember only the treats. Upon hearing this, everyone understood and burst into laughter, which only made Li Qingyan more embarrassed as she contemplated how to deal with her two sons later. Oh no, Qingyan. You cannot discipline the children. Fan Fan and Li Er are the benefactors of my two little ones. I must express my gratitude to them properly. Li Qingyan was not inclined to heed this advice. If you wish to keep them, then by all means, take them. With them absent from my courtyard these past few days, I've been able to enjoy my meals more. Lu Shuang quickly shook her head, insisting, no, I only borrowed them for a couple of days. I never intended to take anyone as children, although those two boys had indeed assisted Lu Shuang greatly. She had also experienced their mischievous antics for several days, making her increasingly sympathetic to Li Qingyan's woes whenever children are mentioned. Li Qingyan shot her a reproachful glance before lamenting to Su Yun. I truly must have committed some sin to have given birth to two little tyrants. You wouldn't believe it. Just today at noon, the peony I had painstakingly nurtured for over a month was kicked down by them. I simply cannot fathom how they managed to do so, given how high I had placed it. Su Yun shrugged, unable to relate to such troubles, as she had only one obedient daughter, a pure and affectionate little darling, making her home a fragrant and cozy haven every day. Li Qingyan's eyes flickered as she turned to the elderly matriarch. Mother-in-law, why not let Fan Fan and Li Er stay in your room for a couple of days? It would be a delightful opportunity to enjoy the joys of family life. Goodness, such a proposition was met with surprise. The old matriarch, not lacking in wisdom, smiled kindly yet firmly declined, stating that seeing them every day is already a blessing. At their young age, it is best for them to remain close to their mother. Lu Shuang and Su Yun stifled their laughter, their faces flushed. Meanwhile, Aunt Jiang shrank back, resembling a quail, as it seemed the elderly matriarch had no desire to see her in recent days. Yesterday, Aunt Jiang received a report from her servant that several children from the third household had forcibly entered the Qingzhou courtyard, where they were intercepted by the attendants. The commotion escalated, frightening Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinyu. The servant's description was quite vivid, and upon hearing this, Aunt Jiang could no longer remain seated. With a swift turn of her mind, she hurried to Hu's own courtyard. Just then, the old matriarch was engaged in her devotions and requested not to be disturbed. So Aunt Jiang waited for a considerable time. Once the old matriarch emerged, Aunt Jiang immediately embellished the tale for her. The old matriarch, concerned for the two children, feared they might fall ill from the fright, as such young ones could hardly endure repeated turmoil. On the way to Qingzhou courtyard, Aunt Jiang continued to fan the flames, directing blame squarely at Lu Shuang. By the time the old matriarch arrived, she had already condemned Lu Shuang in her mind. Observing the old matriarch's expression, Aunt Jiang believed her position was secure. However, as they approached, cheerful and melodious sounds of children echoed, their innocent laughter drifting into the old matriarch's ears. Whose voices could these be, if not those of her beloved grandchildren? The old matriarch slowed her pace and discreetly observed from a distance. Contrary to Aunt Jiang's claims, the scene revealed several children joyfully playing with the two little ones, a sight both healing and beautiful. Seeing her grandchildren so blissful filled the old matriarch with delight, prompting her to linger a moment longer. When she finally turned to leave, her gaze fell upon Aunt Jiang, the troublemaker, and with a heavy huff, she turned away in disgust. Consequently, Aunt Jiang, feeling out of place, withdrew in embarrassment. The sisters-in-law exchanged a few words with the old matriarch before departing together. As mothers, they found endless conversation about their children, particularly Li Qingyan, who spoke the most, alternating between laughter and scolding, a truly amusing spectacle. After exiting, Li Qingyan continued to plead. Sister-in-law, are you really not going to keep those two little rascals in your room? Why not take them along to play with Wansheng and Inja every day? It's not advisable. The children are still young and should remain by their mother's side, she replied. Li Qingyan huffed, fine, I'll just head back and send them away. With that, she stormed off in a huff. The direction of the third household's residence was entirely opposite that of the second. Su Yun and Lu Shuang exchanged a few words before taking their leave. Lu Shuang had no pressing matters, But as she was about to return, Xiao Yin approached and whispered a few words in her ear. Lu Shuangshuang nodded, deciding to visit Qingzhou courtyard again the following afternoon to discern the situation. Cheng Yinyu had been returning late these past few days, and upon entering the courtyard, he discovered Lu Shuangshuang waiting for him. He quickly approached and called out, "Mother, why are you up so early? You need to go to school these days. Why the late hours?" Cheng Yinyu hesitated but ultimately replied truthfully, "A few days ago, while riding and hunting with the heir of Prince Rong, I accidentally injured a woman. Her condition has been precarious lately, and Shun Yi is preoccupied with school, so I'm watching over her instead." "How could there be a stranger in the hunting grounds?" she inquired. It was due to the negligence of the servants. A gap had opened in the enclosure, and the woman ventured inside. Lu Shuangshuang believed that Cheng Yinyu must take responsibility for the injury caused, and since someone had been hurt, he ought to provide diligent care. He must summon the finest physician, procure the best medicines, and ensure to offer sufficient financial compensation to soothe the injured party's family. There should be no negligence in this matter. Cheng Yinyu nodded, acknowledging his son's understanding. "By the way, tomorrow, accompany me for an outing. We shall venture to Nanmen Street to procure a set of exquisite stationery." Chapter 35, Just one, please. Having mentioned the plan to buy new stationery, Cheng Yinyu awoke early, without the need for his servants to rouse him. He donned his favorite outfit, adorned with the jade belt sent by his mother, and to complement his attire, he pinned a jade hairpin in his hair. If he refrained from jumping, speaking, or laughing, one might indeed perceive him as a refined young gentleman. "My lord, what brings you such joy today?" Cheng Yinyu's personal servant, Chong Rong, noted the rarity of this cheerful demeanor. Since morning, a smile had graced his lips, making him radiate brighter than the morning sun, his laughter unwavering. Cheng Yinyu tilted his head, smiling at him. "Mother has promised to take me to purchase new stationery. This is the first time she has taken me out, and just the two of us. Being taken alone signifies her utmost affection for me. Yet, your study is already filled with numerous stationery items. Why?" Cheng Yinyu playfully smacked the top of Chong Rong's head. "What do you know? No amount of stationery can compare to what Mother bestows upon me. I warn you, do not speak out of turn. If Mother deems my stationery sufficient and chooses not to buy more, I shall." Cheng Yinyu clenched his fist, narrowing his fierce gaze at Chong Rong. "I'll pull out all your hair." Chong Rong immediately covered his head, vigorously nodding in agreement. The Chung family's carriage was spacious and luxurious. Lu Shuangshuang occasionally wondered if it was too ostentatious until she once glimpsed another marquis-esque carriage, realizing that families of power and influence often indulged in such displays. Lu Shuangshuang sat in the main seat, while Cheng Yinyu settled beside her, his legs neatly folded and hands resting on his knees. Typically loquacious, he remained quiet throughout the journey, though Lu Shuangshuang could catch glimpses of the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Is this child truly so happy? Is it because of the prospect of buying something new? "Yinyu, have some tea. Nanmen Street is quite distant. It will take a while," Lu Shuangshuang remarked, noting his unwavering posture, concerned he might cramp his legs. Cheng Yinyu chuckled softly, accepting the tea that Lu Shuangshuang offered. "Thank you, mother." "Yinyu?" Cheng Yinyu gazed at Lu Shuangshuang with pure, innocent eyes. Once, she had thought that being a stepmother was fraught with challenges and reluctance. Yet these children of the Chung family endeared themselves to her, awakening her innate maternal instincts and softening her demeanor. "Yinyu, there are many items at Nanmen Street. Feel free to explore and purchase whatever you fancy." Cheng Yinyu's smile grew even brighter, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lu Shuangshuang with earnest anticipation, clearly eager to express his thoughts. "Mother, have you brought enough money?" His earnestness and excitement were palpable. Lu Shuangshuang had made ample preparations, evidently overprepared. She patted her pockets, assuring, "I have plenty. Rest assured to purchase whatever you desire. If it's not enough, I can have them fetch more." With the Chung family's vast resources, could they not afford to indulge you? Cheng Yinyu, arms crossed and head tilted slightly upwards, retorted defiantly, "There's so many things I wish to buy." Lu Shuangshuang, with a grand flourish of her hand, declared by, "Let's purchase everything. Let's acquire the entire store." Cheng Yinyu hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Perhaps it was unnecessary after all. Madam, young master, we have arrived, came the voice of Granny Ruan from outside the carriage. As the servant opened the carriage door, Cheng Yinyu alighted first, followed closely by Lu Shuangshuang. Cheng Yinyu mischievously bent forward, gesturing as if to ceremoniously invite the benefactor into the store. Lu Shuangshuang, amused by his earnest demeanor, cast him a playful glare before stepping inside. However, as Lu Shuangshuang took just a couple of steps, she was unexpectedly jostled from her left side, causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Cheng Yinyu and Granny Ruan were quick to react, preventing her from embarrassing herself publicly. "What is the matter with you? How can you walk like that?" Cheng Yinyu exclaimed, helping Lu Shuangshuang to her feet while glaring fiercely at the clumsy man responsible. Should he dare utter another inappropriate comment, Cheng Yinyu was ready to retaliate. "My sincere apologies. I was in a rush and did not mean to bump into the lady," the man said, bowing deeply in contrition, his sincerity evident. "Young master, please do not be angry. It was truly unintentional." "Madam, are you unharmed?" "It is entirely my fault. I deserve to be scolded, but your exquisite attire is something I could never afford to replace." The man bent low, his face etched with worry, his tone laced with remorse and trepidation. Cheng Yinyu, still supporting Lu Shuangshuang, furrowed his brow with concern, asking, "Mother, do you feel any discomfort? Is your leg all right? How about your back?" Lu Shuangshuang, momentarily dazed from the collision, took a moment to compose herself before offering Cheng Yinyu a gentle smile, assuring him that she was fine. Yet Cheng Yinyu remained irate, scolding, "If my mother were to sustain any injury, could you compensate for even a single bone?" The man, trembling with fear, suddenly knelt before them, pleading, "Young master, forgive me. Madam, forgive me. I truly am blind to my surroundings. I beseech you not to hold this against me. It was never my intention." Understanding that Cheng Yinyu's anger stemmed from concern, Lu Shuangshuang felt touched and chose not to fault him for his harshness. Cheng Yinyu turned to see Lu Shuangshuang's serious expression and wisely decided to hold his tongue. "Please, kind sir, rise," came Lu Shuangshuang's gentle voice, causing the man to doubt his own ears, remaining in his kneeling position. "I am quite well. Please to rise." Only then did he realize he had not misheard. Slowly standing up, and upon locking eyes with Lu Shuangshuang's cloud-like, soft gaze, his anxiety lessened somewhat. "Madam is merciful. It is entirely my fault for carelessly colliding with you." Lu Shuangshuang cast a discerning glance at him. His coarse garment, worn and patched in places, appeared particularly jarring amidst the opulence of Southgate Street, teeming with the affluent and powerful. However, Lu Shuangshuang understood that he was not the anomaly. It was the multitude of common folk like him that enabled the most arduous and dirtiest tasks to be completed in this bustling locale. Otherwise, would one expect the dignitaries to undertake such labor? "Do not blame yourself, good sir," she reassured him. "I am quite well. I merely lost my focus for a moment. There is no need for concern regarding my attire, nor for you to compensate me." The man, filled with gratitude, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. "Thank you, madam. Your kindness is akin to that of a bodhisattva, a celestial being among us." Cheng Yinyu, wishing to lower his gaze to notice a tear in Lu Shuangshuang's garment, which had also become soiled, was perplexed by her courtesy. Frowning slightly, he was about to voice his thoughts when Lu Shuangshuang interjected, "My son has a fiery temper, yet he does not possess a malicious heart. Please do not take his rudeness to heart." Cheng Yinyu was taken aback. "Me? Rude?" The man bowed once more. "Madam, you flatter me. How could I dare to presume such a thing? Surely you have matters to attend to, so please do not let me detain you." Lu Shuangshuang gestured for her attendants to clear a path. The man turned to thank her profusely before retreating, quickly disappearing around the corner. "Yinyu, you go ahead and select what you need. I shall visit the ready-made clothing shop," as the shop was primarily frequented by women. Cheng Yinyu nodded in acquiescence and entered the Zhang Mo studio to procure the necessary items. Oh, who might this be? Chapter 36. You remain infuriating. Cheng Yinyu was selecting brushes and ink, examining each with meticulous care, feeling the need to choose wisely. Each time he picked up a brush or an ink stick, Chang Rong prepared to take it from him. Yet, after several attempts, he withdrew his hand each time, leaving Chang Rong exasperated. Is it truly so difficult to select a brush, young master? You've picked up and set down over a dozen already. Cheng Yinyu, without lifting his head, earnestly replied, You do not comprehend. The choice of this brush is crucial to whether I can pen beautifully. Chang Rong bit his lip in silence, recalling that he had said the same regarding the ink moments earlier. Chang Rong, what do you think of this one? Look here at who is that? The unexpected voice startled them momentarily, prompting both Chang Rong and Cheng Yinyu to roll their eyes in unison. The irritating tone was instantly recognizable without needing to turn around. Chang Rong glanced at Cheng Yinyu's expression and noted his calm demeanor as he continued to admire the brushes he had painstakingly selected, as though he had not heard the voice behind him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chang Rong, what do you think about inscribing my name here? Chang Rong furtively glanced behind them, stammering, yes, that sounds good. I think it's feasible, seeing that Cheng Yinyu was completely ignoring him. The man stomped forward and snatched the brush from Cheng Yinyu's hand, exclaiming, Shopkeeper, I shall take this brush. His attitude was decidedly arrogant, and the shopkeeper, wary of this troublesome customer, glanced nervously between them, realizing both were individuals one could ill afford to offend. Cheng Yinyu remained unfazed, his gaze continuing to seek other targets. Fan Xiaogongyi still reveled in snatching others' possessions. The more Cheng Yinyu ignored him, the angrier Fan Yang became. Beside him, his sycophantic companion, the second son of Lord Han. Han Yi seized the opportunity to flatter. Only you, young master, are worthy of this exquisite brush. In the hands of certain individuals, it would merely be a case of a chicken's claw scribbling aimlessly, a gross waste of fine craftsmanship. His tone dripped with sarcasm, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Yinyu. Chang Rong was immediately incensed and was about to speak, but Cheng Yinyu restrained him. After all, a chicken's claw was still superior to a sycophant. Cheng Yinyu finally raised his head to regard Han. Why do you still follow Fan Yang every day? Are you so idle? Or is it that you cannot afford to eat and must rely on Fan Yang's leftovers? You, who do you call a sycophant? Cheng Yinyu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, You. Of course. I am merely admiring young master from close by to learn. Han Yi retorted. Someone as solitary as you wouldn't comprehend the essence of friendship. Cheng Yinyu scoffed. You claim he's your friend? Ask Fan Yang if he considers you a friend. Han Yi fell silent, casting a guilty glance at Fan Yang and then lowering his eyes in shame. After all, he was merely the son of a sixth-rank official, while the other was a young master of noble stature. It has been a long time. You remain as sharp-tongued as ever, Fan Yang said with ill intentions, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You've grown a bit taller, though you're still slightly shorter than I. Long time no see, Fan Xiaogongyi, still as insufferable as ever. Cheng Yinyu unabashedly expressed his disdain. Fan Yang chuckled lightly, lifting the brush in his hand, examining it from a distance before addressing Cheng Yinyu. Not particularly remarkable, but it will suffice. You see, if one's calligraphy is exquisite, it can be rendered beautifully even with a mere twig. However, if it is ugly, no tool can salvage it. Wouldn't you agree? Han Yi burst into laughter, for who among them was unaware of Fan Yang's remarkable calligraphy? Thus, it was evident who penned poorly. Cheng Yinyu smiled and remarked, Then why purchase a brush at all? Just go outside and pluck a twig from a tree. Fan Yang's smile faltered for a moment. Moreover, how can you speak so disparagingly of Han Yi's writing in front of so many? It is rather unkind. Han Yi interjected, I was referring to you. My writing is far superior to yours. Fan Yang was not one to concede defeat. Cheng Yinyu feigned shock, covering his mouth, leaving Fan Yang dumbfounded. You? It turns out it was you? Fan Yang grew increasingly perplexed. What about me? Cheng Yinyu took a step back, feigning terror as he embraced himself. We are not in the same academy. How could you possibly know the quality of my writing? Could it be? You have hoarded my works in secret? You speak nonsense. I have not. Don't come any closer. I have no intentions of developing a bond with you. I advise you to abandon that notion. Fan Yang was both furious and anxious. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone knows how notoriously ugly your calligraphy is. Why would I want to collect it? Cheng Yinyu surveyed the surroundings and loudly asked, Who has seen my writing? The crowd lowered their heads, Even the shopkeeper diverted his gaze elsewhere. Fan Yang, do your parents know about this peculiar hobby of yours? Cheng Yinyu leaned back, earnestly questioning him. Fan Yang hastily replied, they don't know, realizing his mistake. He waved his hand. No, I don't have any particular affection for Long Yang. Stop spouting nonsense. Cheng Yinyu tilted his head, squinting at him with an expression that conveyed understanding. It's all right, I can comprehend. I am well-read and can grasp some nuances. I shall keep your secret. Fan Yang stepped forward anxiously, prompting Cheng Yinyu to leap back as if in fear. However, Fan Yang understood that Cheng Yinyu had always been contrary, so genuine fear was out of the question. Stop with the nonsense. Are you trying to spread rumors? Come here. Clarify what you mean. Cheng Yinyu dashed to the other side of the display table, hastily seizing another brush and urgently telling the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, I want this one. Hurry and ring it up. I have other matters to attend to. Fan Yang pursued him, and as Cheng Yinyu stepped back, he bumped into Chang Rong. At that moment, Fan Yang seized the opportunity to stride forward, snatching the brush from Cheng Yinyu's hand while gripping his arm. You better clarify, or you won't be leaving. Feeling pain radiate from his arm, Cheng Yinyu looked up to see Fan Yang's expression of anger and urgency, a sly glint in his eyes. With a swift motion, he not only reclaimed the brush, but also struck Fan Yang in the chest, forcing him to stagger back. He quickly stepped in to support Fan Yang. After regaining his balance, looked up at him, only to see Cheng Yinyu triumphantly waving the brush. Realization dawned on Fan Yang. He had fallen into Cheng Yinyu's trap again. You trickster, Cheng Yinyu, he exclaimed in frustration. Cheng Yinyu, grinning, replied, and what of it? Fan Yang clenched his teeth and inhaled deeply. Your time is up. With that, he swiftly approached and aimed a strike at Cheng Yinyu's shoulder. Cheng Yinyu easily sidestepped, and when Fan Yang attempted another strike, it again missed its mark. Young Master Fan, this shop is filled with precious items. If you break anything, I cannot be held responsible, Cheng Yinyu warned. Fan Yang let out a muffled grunt. He didn't lack for money, but he needed to vent his frustrations on Cheng Yinyu. Are you truly coming at me? Don't approach. Cheng Yinyu circled the display table, with Fan Yang hot on his heels. The shopkeeper watched in horror, exclaiming, Oh, my esteemed guests, please cease this. My brushes and inkstones, there are only 3 of those. Ancestors, please stop. The shopkeeper followed closely, fearing for his precious wares, catching 2 inkstones that nearly fell and steadying the wobbling brush rack. Stop right there. Cheng Yinyu taunted, shaking his shoulders defiantly. A 1T stop. What will you do about it? Come on. After several laps around the table, Fan Yang had gained no advantage, being outmaneuvered by Cheng Yinyu. Frustrated, he kicked Han, who innocently shielded his leg. While Han could manage some verbal sparring, aiding in a fight against the son of a lord would be tantamount to risking his life. Amused, Cheng Yinyu was toying with him when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He swiftly turned, momentarily halting, causing the relentlessly pursuing Fan Yang to be taken by surprise. In an uncontrolled reaction, he unintentionally punched Cheng Yinyu in the face. Fan Yang stood frozen, glancing at his hand, then at Cheng Yinyu's injured face, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Stop! A stern and urgent voice resonated in the air. Chapter 37. We also have support. Lu Shuangshuang was oblivious to the commotion ahead. All she knew was that upon entering, she witnessed Cheng Yinyu receive a solid punch to the face. The group turned around in unison at the noise, their eyes falling upon Lu Shuangshuang's face, which bore a hint of anger. Fan Yang and Han, unfamiliar with Lu Shuangshuang, were unaware of her status, though they surmised she must be a figure of authority. Cheng Yinyu's expression was one of utter grievance, as he turned his head defiantly while cupping his face. As Lu Shuangshuang walked forward, her gaze fell upon the 2 young boys before her, who appeared to be of similar age to Cheng Yinyu. By their attire and demeanor, she could glean some insight into their characters. Her piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Fan Yang and Han, who, feeling inherently guilty, instinctively averted their eyes. Approaching Cheng Yinyu, Lu Shuangshuang gently pulled his hand away to examine his face, which was already turning red. It was evident that by the morrow, it would surely swell. This sight only intensified her fury, leaving Cheng Yinyu alarmed, for he had never encountered Lu Shuang in such a wrathful state. I am Inyu's mother. If you gentlemen have grievances, you may address them to me directly. Any faults of my son are my responsibility alone. Why then must this young master take it upon himself to chastise him? Fan Yang was taken aback, swallowing hard, as he did not expect the seemingly amiable young woman to be so fearsome when angered. Yet, he recalled that Cheng Inyu's mother had passed away long ago, and he had encountered his stepmother only once, not recalling her resembling Lu Shuang. Furthermore, he had heard that his stepmother had also died 2 years prior. Fan Yang glanced at Cheng Inyu, puzzled. Did you not say you had no mother? Then who is this? Cheng Inyu solemnly replied, This is my mother. Despite Fan Yang's confusion, he adhered to the necessary decorum. I, Fan Yang of the Hengyang clan, pay my respects to the lady. I, Hani of the inspectorate, also pay my respects. Noticing their courtesy, Lu Shuang's ire diminished slightly, though only marginally. You two young masters are quite polite. I am Lady Ping Yuan, Inyu's biological mother. Pray tell, Master Fan, how has Inyu offended you to warrant such severity? Reflecting back, Fan Yang realized he held no fault in this matter. It was Cheng Inyu who had provoked him first, making scurrilous remarks about his character, thereby embarrassing him in front of others. He had merely sought to teach Cheng Inyu a lesson. Lu Shuang turned her gaze towards Cheng Inyu, who wore an expression of innocence, shaking his head in protest like a puppy that had been wronged. Mother, it wasn't me. He stole the brush I had my eye on and pursued me. I did not retaliate. Fan Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. The tearful, aggrieved figure before him was Cheng Inyu, the very same Cheng Inyu who feared nothing and often opposed him. Fan Yang exchanged a look with Han Yi, both astonished, wondering if they were indeed witnessing a ghost. Could this pitiful individual truly be the audacious Cheng Inyu they knew? Lu Shuang, filled with compassion, glanced at the brush laid on the table before turning to Fan Yang. Young master, should there be something you desire, I would be more than willing to procure it for you. However, there's no need to resort to violence over trifles. Cheng Inyu desired to conceal himself behind Lu Shuang, winking at Fan Yang with an air of arrogance, unaware that he had inadvertently struck a painful chord within Fan Yang. How could he write so poorly, wasting such a fine pen? So what if I snatched it? He can't even gain entry into the Jixia Academy, yet he dares to compete with me. Does he even deserve it? Cheng Inyu remained unfazed, reveling in the joy of being protected, while Lu Shuang felt a sting from the exchange. Young master, soon, Inyu will be your classmate. Please mind your words. Fan Yang, incensed by Lu Shuang's defense, exclaimed without thinking, He is not worthy to be in the same academy as me. He is merely an unwanted, uneducated wildling. Han, he nodded vigorously in agreement, asserting that it was he who had offended the young master first. Madam should educate him properly. Lu Shuang trembled with anger, but soon recognized that they were merely two youths and could not afford to lose their composure. Young Master Fan, during my visit to the banquet, I heard that Lady Hengyang is seeking a suitable bride for you. With such unrestrained words and harsh demeanor, which family would allow their daughter to marry you? Upon hearing this, Fan Yang's heart sank. At only 14, his mother was hastily searching for a bride, and while he thought it was for his benefit, he alone knew it was merely to appease his sickly brother, disregarding his own wishes entirely. You needn't concern yourself with that. Focus on Cheng Inyu instead. Fan Yang shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby, even passers-by. Lu Shuang regarded him calmly, stating, I will manage Inyu, but if young Master Fan continues to be so disrespectful, I shall inform your mother, urging her to hasten the arrangements with the Yang family, so you may marry and learn some humility. Please no, Fan Yang blurted out. His mother was already eager, and if someone were to stir the pot, particularly a noble lady of the same rank, she would likely make a decision sooner. Realizing this, Fan Yang stifled his temper and softened his tone. No, Madam Cheng, it was I who spoke out of turn and offended you. Please consider my youth and ignorance, and do not hold it against me. Lu Shuang observed him with some perplexity. You do not wish to marry, do you? Fan Yang lowered his head in silence. Lu Shuang refrained from pressing further. Yet she sought an explanation for Cheng Inyu's hurt. Then I kindly request that young Master Fan apologize to Inyu. Fan Yang's head shot up, glancing at Cheng Yinyu, who still wore a smug expression, albeit slightly tempered. However, upon meeting Fan Yang's gaze, Cheng Yinyu immediately raised his chin defiantly. What? Does young Master Fan dare not take responsibility for his actions? After a moment's hesitation, considering Lu Shuang's expression, which indicated that she would not let him off easily, Fan Yang reluctantly spoke. I apologize. Please forgive me, young Master Cheng. Cheng Yinyu nearly burst into laughter, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. I shall overlook this transgression this time, as I am magnanimous. Fan Yang, incensed by his demeanor, turned to leave, with Han Yi trailing behind. Wait. Fan Yang took a deep breath, pondering why it seemed never-ending. He turned back. Madam Cheng, do you have further matters to discuss? Lu Shuang turned her gaze to Han Yi. And what about you? Han Yi opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had not wronged anyone significantly. I heard that the Han family recently welcomed some relatives seeking refuge. Yet I also learned that young Master Han personally expelled them. How did she come by this information, especially when even Fan Yang was unaware? Before Han Yi could speak, he felt Fan Yang's gaze upon him. Fearing that Lu Shuang would continue to divulge family matters best kept private, he quickly bowed and apologized. I beg your pardon. It was I who offended young Master Cheng. Please forgive me. Cheng Yinyu, with a puffed chest, stepped forward and said dismissively, Enough, enough. Just refrain from trailing after Fan Yang like a shadow. If you insist on being a shadow, at least be a dignified one. Just then he added, What would that make him? Cheng Yinyu watched the two retreat in haste, feeling a surge of satisfaction as if long-held grievances had finally been avenged. Turning back, he found Lu Shuang still wore her gentle demeanor. Upon noticing his return, her gaze fell upon his wounded face. Mother, I assure you, I am quite well. Chapter 38. Do not uncover one's scars. Lu Shuang hurriedly purchased the ink and paper that Cheng Yinyu desired, then led him to a nearby clinic, where the doctor applied medicine to his face. Only after hearing the doctor declare there was no serious issue did Lu Shuang feel relieved. Mother, please do not worry. I am truly fine. The doctor even mentioned that had I arrived any later, I would have been perfectly all right. Lu Shuang shot him a sidelong glance. And when did you hear the doctor say that? Cheng Yinyu scratched the back of his head sheepishly, murmuring, Well, it is true. Your handsome face is likely to swell by tomorrow. For the next few days, be sure to let Chong Rong apply medicine on time, and do not venture outside. Understood. Understood, mother. I am hungry. Will you take me to eat something? Cheng Yinyu rubbed his stomach. I am truly famished. Lu Shuang felt exasperated yet amused. After pondering nearby taverns, she suggested, Shall we dine at Zue Chunfeng? No, mother. We always eat at grand establishments. Today, let me treat you to the delicacies of a street-side eatery. Intrigued, Lu Shuang had never tried food from such places. And how does it taste? Oh, mother, you can trust me on this. There are a few places not far from here that I've tried, and the flavors are exquisite, rivaling that of any grand tavern. Cheng Yinyu insisted, eager to pique Lu Shuang's curiosity. Madam, Ruan Momo cautioned softly in her ear, street vendors may lack cleanliness. Perhaps we should stick to the tavern. Cheng Yinyu shot her a discontented glance, but still hoped Lu Shuang would not be swayed. Lu Shuang gave Ruan Momo a look that signaled her to be silent. I trust you. Let us try those places you mentioned. If they do not taste good, I shall hold you accountable. Cheng Yinyu pouted. It is impossible for it to be unappetizing. Lu Shuang followed Cheng Yinyu to the entrance of a small eatery. Though labeled a small shop, it was indeed quite modest, with a couple preparing dishes on the spot and a few small tables outside where patrons enjoyed their meals. Even Ruan Momo felt it too humble for the lady and young master, wishing to persuade them otherwise, but Lu Shuang's gaze silenced her. The proprietress was taken aback by the gathering, aside from the two individuals who appeared to be the masters. There were 5 house servants and 3 elderly women along with maids, necessitating at least 3 tables. The proprietress warmly invited them to sit down, asking what they would like to eat. Madame Ruan and her companions settled at one table, while the remaining servants gathered at another. Initially intending to stand aside to serve their masters, they found it too conspicuous amidst the comings and goings of the restaurant, prompting Lu Shuang to invite them to join in the meal. Chung Inu, with an air of experience, instructed the proprietress to bring half a pound of sauced beef, 2 bowls of wontons, a plate of mixed vegetables, and, oh yes, 2 servings of the house's renowned roasted meat pies. Unable to restrain herself, Chung Inu turned to Lu Shuang, exclaiming that the roasted meat pies were exceptionally delicious. Lu Shuang nodded, her eyes warm, providing Chung Inu with immense comfort. Let us have some sweetened mung bean water to drink. Mother, do you wish to add anything else? Let us start with these, she replied. The proprietress attended to the other 2 tables, yet the servants and maids hesitated to voice their desires. Lu Shuang glanced over, gently encouraging them. Feel free to order whatever you like. Today, I shall treat you all to a hearty meal. Thank you, madam, they chorused, their faces brightening as they ordered dishes to their liking. After such a lengthy outing, they were indeed hungry, and with their mistress's invitation, they felt at liberty to indulge. The dishes arrived promptly, and they differed from Lu Shuang's recollections of refined cuisine. The food was not artistically arranged nor aesthetically pleasing, merely heaped on platters. However, the aroma wafting from the dishes was tantalizing, instantly igniting Lu Shuang's appetite and compelling her to sample the fare. Chung Inu pushed a roasted meat pie towards her, strongly recommending that she try it first. Under his eager gaze, Lu Shuang took a bite, her eyes lighting up with delight. Oh, this is delicious. I've tasted many meat pies, yet this one possesses a unique flavor. Unable to resist, she took another bite. In this humble street-side eatery, there seemed to be a certain magic that allowed her to momentarily abandon dining etiquette, savoring the meal with carefree joy. Seeing her relish the food, Chung Inu joined in, eating heartily as well. Perhaps being away from the Ho residence lessened the constraints of propriety. Even the servants enjoyed their meal, engaging in lively conversation, shedding the usual tension. Inu, do you know what the situation is regarding the marriage proposal for Fan Yang? He seems quite apprehensive about it today, Lu Shuang mused, recalling Fan Yang's peculiar behavior. Chung Inu swallowed a mouthful of sweetened mung bean water, responding, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that his mother is quite partial. Although they are both her biological sons, it seems she only dotes on the younger one, neglecting Fan Yang entirely. Lu Shuang found this difficult to comprehend. Both were her flesh and blood. How could a mother be so disproportionately affectionate? Reflecting on this, Chung Inu recalled Fan Yang's disparaging remarks towards him, rolling his eyes in exasperation. With his demeanor, he dares to mock me? He is truly a pitiable creature, as if he has a mother but is neglected, unloved, and uncared for. Lu Shuang's expression turned serious, conveying a silent admonition. She insisted on discussing matters straightforwardly, forbidding the unearthing of others' wounds or using their suffering as fodder for conversation. Yet, he had treated her in precisely that manner. Chung Inu felt a sense of discontent as Lu Shuang defended others, acknowledging that while he was at fault, he should not emulate such viciousness. Lu Shuang earnestly explained that everyone harbors untold grievances. To wield such matters as weapons against others is a reflection of one's own moral failing. Chung Yuendi, touched by her defense, experienced a long-lost sense of maternal affection, leading him to willingly heed her words, responding with a dutiful acknowledgement. Lu Shuang gently caressed Chung Yuendi's head, yet emphasized that this did not imply he should allow others to bully him. He must learn to safeguard himself. We do not engage in malicious acts, but should the opposition be excessively unreasonable, do not fear. First protect yourself, for your father and I are here to support you. Chung Inu slowly nodded, then lowered his gaze to the ground, his inner turmoil churning uncontrollably. Mother, why have you purchased so many things? Chung Inu inquired, while indulging in freshly made pastries, eyeing several large bundles. I brought some for your cousins from your uncle's side, Lu Shuang replied, turning her head, momentarily blinded by the sight, and subtly shifted the pastries closer to herself. I understand bringing food, but why include ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones? With 5 large bags of pastries. She had considered the multitude of children at home, intending to share a portion. Yet who could have anticipated this? Without realizing, Chung Inu was nearly finished with an entire bag. The pivotal point was that this child had only recently dined. They assisted in calling Wanxing and Yinzi out. This is a gesture of gratitude. Cheng Yinyu halted in his indulgence, his mouth twitching. Was this truly an expression of thanks? Lu Shuangshuang nodded affirmatively. Of course. Cheng Yinyu awkwardly nodded in return, resuming his feast. By the way, mother. Chapter 39. Borrowing your shoulder for support? Lu Shuangshuang turned her attention to Cheng Yinyu. Hesitating for a moment, he said, Mother, I must venture outside the city today. Is there something amiss? Yes. The girl who was injured by an arrow, whom I mentioned previously, is still recuperating at a residence on the outskirts of Shani. How is her condition? Much improved. Though she can only manage a few steps, we must ensure her wound does not reopen. Lu Shuangshuang pondered, realizing that despite the passage of several days, her condition remained quite serious, reflecting the severity of her injuries. It was likely that the physician feared she might succumb. The girl is being cared for at Shun Yi's residence, which is fortunate. However, her mother is gravely ill and without any caretakers. She ventured into the hunting grounds to gather herbs for her mother, which led to her predicament. She is indeed a dutiful child. Or her mother. Shun Yi has asked me to keep an eye on them, having engaged a physician and procured numerous medicinal supplies. I estimate they should be consumed by now, which is why I wish to travel outside the city once more to deliver additional medicine to her mother. Lu Shuangshuang nodded. Very well, you may go. Take Chang Rong and a few servants with you. That won't be necessary. It's better to leave the servants for you. In a bustling city, we do not require many followers, and besides, I will return to the manor shortly. You should take someone with you. Cheng Yinyu contemplated for a moment. Indeed, it was not far from home, so he acquiesced and departed with Chang Rong and 3 servants. Lu Shuangshuang watched Cheng Yinyu leave, only boarding the carriage after he vanished from sight. Cheng Yinyu led his entourage towards the outskirts of the city when suddenly a servant pointed to a nearby carriage, exclaiming, Young master, that appears to be the carriage of Prince Shun. Cheng Yinyu followed the direction of the servant's finger and confirmed it was indeed his. However, the carriage was draped in white silk. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Had something befallen the Shun family? At that moment, Shun Yi was about to board the carriage, 1 foot already on the stirrup. Hearing the commotion, he turned back. Shun Yi, what is this? Cheng Yinyu looked at Shun Yi, who was clad in white mourning attire, and noticed the dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating his exhaustion. Upon seeing Cheng Yinyu, Shun Yi felt an overwhelming fatigue. For 3 days, he had scarcely rested. Before encountering Cheng Yinyu, he believed himself to be merely weary, but upon seeing him, his legs felt unsteady. Shun Yi attempted to raise his hand to reassure him, to convey that he was fine, but as he did so, a wave of dizziness struck him. Shun Yi, are you all right? In an instant, Cheng Yinyu reached out to steady him as he swayed. What has happened? Speak to me, and I shall take action. Do not bear this burden alone. Cheng Yinyu's voice was tinged with urgency. After a brief moment, as the dizziness subsided, Shun Yi finally opened his eyes. My great-aunt has passed away. Her descendants are few, with only 2 married daughters to see to her farewell. Thus, my father has asked me to perform the filial duties in her stead. I have merely been preoccupied with her affairs and am quite fatigued. He added, You need not worry about me. Cheng Yinyu assisted Shun Yi into the carriage, intending to take him back to the Wang residence, before turning to his own carriage. Yinyu. Cheng Yinyu glanced back at the carriage, but Shun Yi did not open the small window, revealing nothing. Noticing Shun Yi's silence, Cheng Yinyu inquired again. A weary voice beckoned, Come aboard. Cheng Yinyu hesitated briefly, informed Chang Rong, and then boarded Shun Yi's carriage. Shun Yi leaned against the carriage wall, appearing to be asleep. Cheng Yinyu quietly settled across from him, while the servants of the Wang residence skillfully guided the carriage onward. Recognizing Shun Yi's fatigue, Cheng Yinyu allowed him to rest. However, Shun Yi slightly opened his eyes and shifted to sit beside Cheng Yinyu. You? Do not speak. I wish to sleep for a while. Shun Yi tilted his head against Cheng Yinyu's shoulder, gradually relaxing his body. Cheng Yinyu gazed at the profile of Shun Yi, and soon, he felt the rhythm of Shun Yi's breathing, his weight resting against Cheng Yinyu's shoulder. Chung Yinyu remained still until the carriage halted at the entrance of the Wang residence. "My lord, we have arrived." Chung Yinyu sensed Shun Yi waking beside him, though he did not open his eyes. Chung Yinyu did not rush him, patiently awaiting his next move. After a considerable pause, Shun Yi slowly opened his eyes, straightened his posture, and stretched his neck. "That was the best sleep I've had in 3 days." Chung Yinyu gazed at him in disbelief. "Have you really gone 3 days without proper sleep? Why such astonishment? Your father has led troops in a battle, often going days and nights without rest. It is nothing unusual," he replied. Chung Yinyu found his tone reminiscent of that of older relatives, as if he had suddenly matured into an adult. "You've arrived home. It's time for you to return. Where did you originally intend to go?" "I plan to visit your countryside estate and deliver some medicine to that young lady's mother." Shun Yi patted Chung Yinyu's arm. "I appreciate your efforts. I have been quite occupied these days, unable to attend to them. Please keep an eye on her for me." "Of course." Shun Yi took a deep breath and disembarked from the carriage. After watching him enter the Wang residence, Chung Yinyu turned and boarded his own carriage, heading straight for a secluded village in the outskirts. This was his second visit, yet he still needed to mentally prepare himself before entering. Normally, delivering medicine and consulting a doctor would be tasks for the servants, but after witnessing that young lady's injuries, who had desperately pleaded with Shun Yi and himself to ensure the herbs she gathered reached her mother, he felt compelled to go himself. Her selfless act of gathering herbs despite her grave injuries, along with her unwavering concern for her mother, was profoundly moving. Given her distress, it was evident her condition was dire, and Chung Yinyu could not bear to send a servant in his stead. He recalled how long it took to locate the place she had described, standing outside the rickety fence in astonishment. Is this truly a dwelling? The surrounding area was merely a haphazard barricade made of tree branches, a patchwork that could hardly deter a rabbit, let alone a person. The house itself was a thatched hut, so dilapidated that the roof lacked sufficient tiles and was predominantly thatch. Chung Yinyu could not help but ponder how the mother and daughter managed to survive here, especially during storms. On this second visit, everything remained unchanged. Even the remnants of the discarded medicine from his last visit still lay there, indicating the elderly woman's health had not improved, leaving her unable to tidy the house. He vaguely heard a sound, and an elderly woman with graying hair emerged, trembling as she leaned against the wall. "Benefactors? You have come. Please come in." Hearing her call him a benefactor made Chung Yinyu feel uneasy, although he had not inflicted her daughter's injuries. It was their group's misjudgment that led to her harm. Yet, the young lady had insisted that her mother must not learn of her injuries, fearing it would be too much for her to bear. To spare the elderly woman from exerting herself, Chung Yinyu opened the door and stepped inside. "Madam, there's a breeze outside. You should not come out," he said, hastening to her side. As they were alone, without a maid accompanying him, he took out a handkerchief he always carried and carefully assisted her into the house. "Has Xia sent you again to deliver medicine?" The elderly woman referred to the young lady still recovering from her injuries. Chung Yinyu nodded. "This time, I brought 10 days' worth of medicine. Chong Rong, please prepare the medicine." The elderly woman gazed at Chong Rong's busy figure, feeling a pang of guilt for troubling the young man earlier. "I can manage to brew the medicine myself now that I can get out of bed, so I will no longer impose upon my benefactor subordinates." When they first visited, the woman was bedridden, and Chung Yinyu had sent a servant to come twice daily to prepare medicine for her, ensuring she consumed it before returning to the residence. "No trouble at all. Your health still requires careful nurturing. Let him continue to visit for a few more days." The elderly woman was profoundly grateful for Chung Yinyu's life-saving kindness. However, having a young man frequently entering her home for several consecutive days had stirred whispers among the neighbors. As an old widow, she was unperturbed by gossip. After all, her life was of little consequence. Yet, she had a beloved daughter, so dutiful and filial, and she wished to shield her from any unwarranted remarks. "My benefactor, I will never be able to repay your immense kindness in this lifetime. However, I have always toiled and am unaccustomed to relying on others for assistance. Please grant me this request. I find it painfully embarrassing to burden such a young man." Though only 13, Chung Yinyu was worldly beyond his years, having learned much from life outside the confines of books. Noticing the elderly woman's distress, he sensed her unspoken concerns. Very well. I shall ask him to refrain from coming for now. However, Miss Xia is quite worried about you. Should any urgent matter arise, please seek out the third shop on the east side of the city gate and mention my name. They will assist you. The elderly woman was filled with gratitude, nodding at Cheng Yinyu as her gaze swept over his composed face. She marveled at the maturity of this youth, who appeared to be of similar age to her daughter, yet conducted himself with remarkable poise and consideration. Most importantly, he displayed no airs towards those less fortunate. My benefactor, please do not call me that. I am still young and your junior. It feels unmerited. My surname is Cheng, and my given name is Yinyu. The elderly woman hesitated, steadying her breath, which had quickened from their lengthy conversation. Mr. Cheng, has Xia caused you any trouble? Is she diligent? Cheng Yinyu softly affirmed her inquiry. To alleviate her concerns, he mentioned that Miss Xia was working at his family's estate in the countryside. The elderly woman was puzzled. Why would the master of the house personally visit an ailing old woman merely because a servant was working? Cheng Yinyu, though often playful, was not adept at deceit, yet found himself caught in a web of lies that required further embellishment. He explained, as my grandmother's birthday approaches, my mother wishes to embroider a longevity picture as a gift. However, the skills of the household maids vary greatly, and many do not meet my mother's standards. With the deadline approaching and the gift still incomplete, Miss Xia, known for her exceptional embroidery, was recruited to join several other embroiderers in working day and night on the project. Due to the pressing timeline, she simply cannot spare the time to return home. This explanation resonated with the elderly woman, for she knew well of Xia's renowned skill in embroidery, which was celebrated throughout the region. Even the finest embroiderers in the city pale in comparison to Xia. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for her to be of service to you, madam. However, I feel quite remorseful that you have taken the trouble to visit my humble abode. The pure-hearted Xia, driven by her filial piety, has deeply touched my mother, prompting me to deliver the medicine to you personally. It seems that the old lady's birthday has been celebrated ahead of time by 4 to 5 months, correct? As for the gifts for Lu Shuang, you have already decided what I should present Haven to you. Once Xia has fully recovered and completed her embroidery, she shall return to reunite with you. During this time, you must take great care of your health. The old woman nodded repeatedly. Unbeknownst to her, the physician that Cheng Yinyu had summoned for her was the finest available, and the medicine was the most suitable and effective, the cost of which Cheng Yinyu willingly bore. This led her to feel significantly improved compared to the remedies she had previously consumed. After a week or so, she noticed a marked improvement in her condition. Cheng Yinyu, not wishing to intrude excessively, took his leave after ensuring she had taken her medicine. Young master, it will take quite some time for Xia to recover fully. Can our words truly conceal the truth? Chang Rong expressed his apprehensions, believing that one lie only begets another, which is fraught with danger. Cheng Yinyu replied calmly, if we can deceive for a moment, let it be so. We shall deal with it when the time comes. While contemplating, Cheng Yinyu instinctively reached for the jade pendant at his waist, only to find it missing. What is it, young master? Chang Rong queried, noticing his distress as Cheng Yinyu peered around in search of it. Chang Rong, have you seen my jade pendant? No. It seems your pendant is lost. Indeed, it must have fallen. Chang Rong's immediate reaction was to look down and search, instructing the others to do the same. Young Master S pendant, the double fish lotus pendant. Yes, the 3 servants, bowing their heads, scoured the area from various angles, shaking their heads in disappointment. Young Master could have been dropped along the way, or perhaps left at that old lady's house. Cheng Yinyu pondered carefully, recalling that he had seen the pendant while at Xiao's home. So he resolved to retrace his steps. However, despite his efforts, he found nothing. Soon, he approached the old lady's residence, suspecting it might have been lost there. Young master, I found it. One sharp-eyed servant spotted the pendant in the grass by the roadside and hurried over to retrieve it, carefully wiping it on his clothing before presenting it with both hands to Cheng Yinyu. Cheng Yinyu accepted it gratefully and reattached it to his waist. This pendant was a cherished gift from his grandmother on his 7th birthday, and losing it was simply not an option. Let us return. The carriage began to move slowly, the uneven village roads causing a louder commotion than those in the city. Amidst the clattering, Chung Inyu faintly discerned another sound. He opened the window and inquired, Chong Rong, "Do you hear that noise?" Chong Rong strained to listen, and suddenly two loud noises resonated clearly. Let's go back. Chapter 41. The orphaned and the widow. We truly have no money, Li San. Nay, Li brother, please spare us. We are but a widow and her orphan. The old woman's desperate pleas echoed, yet the burly men showed no signs of relent. Please, do not destroy anything. We genuinely have nothing. I beg you, I implore you. A few individuals had thoroughly searched the premises, yet found nothing of value. Li San, in a fit of rage, seized the old woman by her collar. Lifting her with a swift motion, the fabric twisting painfully around her neck, leaving her gasping for breath. No, please. The old woman's face turned crimson. Speak. Where have you hidden it? I truly haven't, she stammered, nearly unable to form coherent words. You lie. Who in the village doesn't know your family was once affluent? Surely, you must have retained something of worth. Tears streamed down the old woman's cheeks, her strength waning. Had she not been grasped so tightly by the robust Li San, she would have collapsed to the ground. Our family has long fallen from grace. She managed a feeble glance around the disheveled room. Isn't everything right before your eyes? She struggled to comprehend why these men believed she possessed wealth in this drafty dwelling. If any valuables existed, would they have survived until now? Moreover, they all belonged to the same village. Did they not know the hardships she and her daughter endured? Stop jesting with me. Li San tightened his grip, his face contorted with menace, eyes bulging like a bull's. We've observed for days. Not only do you have servants, but affluent individuals have also recently visited you. Indeed, didn't a few just leave? We all saw them. Stop pretending. Your family surely has wealthy relatives. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. The old woman's eyes were swollen, her head spinning, leaving her incapable of articulating a complete thought. And no, Li Gu, doesn't she have a beautiful daughter? A scruffy man, missing a front tooth, leered at Li San. Suddenly, Li San grasped the situation, glancing down at the nearly lifeless old woman. What use was it to force her? Killing her would bring ill fortune. Instead, he glared at her and menacingly declared, "In 3 days, I expect to see 50 taels of silver. Otherwise," he flung the old woman to the ground, "I will set your dilapidated house ablaze and take your daughter, selling her to a brothel." The old woman, initially on the brink of death, found an unexpected surge of strength upon hearing their vile intentions towards her daughter. With a desperate cry, she lunged at Li San, fiercely biting his neck, vowing to take them down with her. Alas, the frail old woman was no match for him. As Li San felt the sharp pain, he instinctively shoved her away. She was sent sprawling several paces, collapsing onto a pile of soft twigs. With a splatter of blood, she coughed, staining the face of the approaching man. "Curse this!" he exclaimed, wiping the warm, sticky blood from his face, finding it cleaner than his own hands. "Brother, this old hag has gone mad. We should leave before she truly dies before us." Li San spat vehemently. "Just wait. If I don't see the money in 3 days, I will take both of your lives. You shall not escape this. You bully a widow and her daughter. May you meet a grim fate and be condemned to the depths of hell." Li San, incensed by her audacity to curse them, spun around, raising his foot to kick her in the face. The elderly woman had resigned herself to her inevitable fate. Before the grass beneath his feet could react, Li San had already stumbled back several steps, clutching his knee. His stature and strength had earned him the position of their leader. Yet he found himself unexpectedly pushed back multiple paces. The remaining 2 turned in unison, and before them stood a young boy, tall and handsome, his refined appearance starkly contrasting with their own. He seemed like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, while they appeared as if they had crawled out of a filthy gutter. After a few moments of stunned silence, one of them finally spoke. "Who are you?" Chung Inyu coldly glared at them, questioning their motives for intruding. He had no knowledge of these individuals and could not fathom their harshness. The pain in Li San's knee subsided slightly. He had initially intended to retaliate, but upon seeing the impeccably dressed youth, who exuded an extraordinary demeanor akin to the young masters he had encountered in the city, he reconsidered. No, this boy was even more distinguished than those he had previously met. Clearly, he hailed from wealth. Grudgingly, he restrained himself, prioritizing the matter of money. They owe us money, and we have come to collect. They refused to pay. Li San approached slowly with ill intentions, insisting that repayment was a matter of principle. Wouldn't you agree, young master? Cheng Yinyu's icy gaze fell upon him, igniting an involuntary fear within Li San. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the boy's youth as inconsequential, thinking, why should I fear this brat? Benefactor, do not heed their nonsense. I have not. The elderly woman, initially resigned to her fate, felt a flicker of hope upon seeing Cheng Yinyu. Li San shot her a glare, declaring, you occupy my land, thus you owe me. With the support of Chang Rong, the woman trembled as she stood. I have not. When we arrived, this was barren land. We inquired, and everyone said it was unclaimed. She pressed her hand against her chest, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What utter nonsense! This land was bequeathed to me by my father. You must pay for occupying it. If not, I shall set it ablaze. Li San advanced angrily. Cheng Yinyu remained unmoved, standing resolutely in front of the elderly woman, using his gaze to intimidate Li San into retreating, as fear gnawed at his heart. Cheng Yinyu spoke with calm authority. This is simple. We can ascertain the truth at the magistrate's office. The mention of the magistrate's office made Li San uneasy, but he could not reveal his trepidation too soon. Very well, but you must consider this carefully. Once we go to the magistrate, the outcome may not be favorable for you, and you both may find yourselves without a home. Cheng Yinyu stepped to the left, shielding the elderly woman. You need not worry about that. I am more familiar with the magistrate than you are. 3 days. 3 days hence, I must see the money. He declared, we can go to the magistrate, but the payment must be presented first. Why is that? They have resided here for so long. Surely they must pay rent. Li San asserted with conviction. Cheng Yinyu found his logic absurd. It was not even certain that this land belonged to him. Why should they owe you anything? Li San gritted his teeth, realizing this boy was not easily deceived. It is mine. Even if we go to the magistrate, it is still mine. Advance the payment now. Otherwise, I shall ensure they find no rest in death. Cheng Yinyu could not suppress a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? Money. I possess, but I shall not bestow it upon you. You may kill, but do so decisively. Do you still dare to threaten me? Li San rolled up his sleeves, casting a glance at his 2 subordinates, who instantly transformed into ruthless figures. Observing their demeanor, Cheng Yinyu felt a surge of amusement. What are you attempting to do, my lord? Cheng Yinyu remained stationary, gazing at the advancing trio. The household guards promptly surrounded him, with Chang Rong standing closely by his side. Cheng Yinyu turned to Chang Rong. Step aside. Chang Rong retorted, you prefer force over persuasion. Do you? Indeed. Cheng Yinyu shot a provocative look, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 42. A burly man's whimsy. Cheng Yinyu patted the slightly soiled hem of his garment, looking down from his elevated stance at the 3 battered individuals sprawled on the ground. He rubbed his ears. Their earlier cries had been excessively loud and bothersome. You're grown men, yet you whine like children when struck. Cheng Yinyu did not conceal his contempt. Li San, attempting to curse, found himself at a loss for words, his limbs feeling as though they were broken, curling up in agony. The 2 beside him were in a similarly pitiable state. He had never realized that the usually respectful household guards could be so merciless in their blows. The man on the left could barely open his eyes, while the one on the right, who had already lost a front tooth, now found himself missing 2 more, along with an additional tooth beside them. Cheng Yinyu rotated his wrist, regarding them with a challenging gaze. Are you convinced yet? Li San glared at him fiercely, mumbling indistinctly, just wait. Smack! Chang Rong delivered a resounding slap to his face, for he had been the most boisterous in their earlier scuffle. Convinced or not? No. Smack, smack. Chang Rong shook his hand, remarking how tough Li San's face was. Cheng Yinyu persisted. Are you convinced yet? Go to hell. Smack, smack, smack. Chang Rong's hand moved even faster, causing him to grimace in pain, searching for something else to strike with. Li San's visage swelled. blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, the metallic taste overwhelming his senses. His face throbbed with a sharp, knife-like pain, while a buzzing echoed in his head, as if a swarm of bees were circling him. His hearing became muddled, and he felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, momentarily envisioning his deceased father. Chung In-yu, still bearing an air of calm, patiently inquired, "Are you convinced yet?" "I am convinced," he admitted, a sense of defeat washing over him. Before Li San could respond, one of his companions, missing 3 teeth, hastily spoke on his behalf. Chung In-yu continued to fixate on Li San, while the other man, in excruciating pain, struck Li San again, urging, "Speak up." Li San spat out blood. "I am convinced." "Louder." "I am convinced. I yield." Chung In-yu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Since you concede, you are forbidden from stepping foot here again. Should you dare return, it shall be your demise." Despite his laughter and youthful appearance, an aura of terror enveloped him, rendering any thought of mere intimidation inconceivable. The weight of his words bore a far greater impact than their recent beating. Fear rooted itself in the hearts of the 3, as they swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. "Young hero, we absolutely dare not come again. We will never return. My front teeth are gone, and I can hardly speak without letting the wind through. Someone, take these 3 to the magistrate's office." "Yes." Thankfully, we brought 3 servants, each taking one, dragging and kicking them away. The 3 were both incredulous and powerless to resist. This is utterly devoid of martial ethics. After being beaten so badly, how can they still be sent to the authorities? Chung In-yu said, "I strike you due to my disdain for the strong oppressing the weak. However, judgment and sentencing are matters for the magistrate, not my concern." After ensuring the elderly woman was settled, Chung In-yu hurried home, having delayed for so long, only to find that night had fallen. Due to his injuries, he instructed the other servants to relay his respects to the old lady, forgoing his visit. Chang Rong had also twisted his wrist and applied medicinal liquor upon returning. Chung In-yu was having a servant tend to his wounds when Lu Shuang came to see him. Her intention was to discuss her enrollment at Jixia Academy, yet she stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Upon entering, Chung In-yu had his back turned, and a nearby servant appeared flustered, which Lu Shuang noticed as he attempted to conceal something. "In-yu, why are you facing away from me?" Lu Shuang glanced at the servant, who immediately lowered his head. "Mother, please don't come closer. I haven't slept well these past 2 days, and my eyes are bruised. You really shouldn't look at me. I promise to sleep better starting today, going to bed early." Lu Shuang approached him from behind. "It's just a bruise. It's not frightening. Let me see what's wrong." "No. Mother, I have my pride. I'm quite handsome, so just remember me as I am." Lu Shuang chuckled, dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief to mask her embarrassment. "You look handsome in any form. Don't be shy. You're acting like a little girl." "Oh, mother, please don't come closer." Lu Shuang refrained from teasing him further and turned to the nearby servant. "What were you hiding just now?" The servant stuttered in fear. "I wasn't hiding anything." Lu Shuang pointed at the servant and then at Chung In-yu's back. "Oh, so both of you dare to deceive me? It seems you wish for me to administer familial punishment." The servant, terrified, shook his head vigorously, instinctively looking to Chung In-yu for rescue. Chung In-yu shot him a disdainful glance. "Worthless fool. Fine, still not speaking, are we? Then let us resort to punishment. 20 strikes each will surely make you compliant." Lu Shuang adopted a stern expression. Although Chung In-yu could not see it, the servant did and immediately weakened, collapsing to the ground. "Madam, spare me. I would never dare deceive you. Please forgive me." Chung In-yu expressed further disdain, giving the servant a kick. "Mother, you are so gentle. You would never resort to punishment against me. You couldn't bear it." Lu Shuang gazed at his back, sensing his inner turmoil. "Yuan Momo, fetch the rod." "Yes, madam." Chung In-yu, hearing it was serious, shifted slightly, his tone growing anxious. "Mother, please. The rod hurts when it strikes." "Then why do you not speak the truth? Why continue to turn your back to me?" "Ah, mother." A young man who resembled his father so closely showed no shame in his childish display. "Speak, or I shall strike your hands." Lu Shuang hardened her heart, refusing to succumb to his pleas. "Then I shall cry." Lu Shuangshuang took the wooden board handed to her by Granny Ruan, drawing closer to Cheng Yinyu. The servants rushed to tug at Cheng Yinyu's sleeve, urgently whispering, "My lord." The board, the board. Cheng Yinyu steeled himself, covering his hands as he turned and knelt, his head sinking almost into his neck. "Lift your head." Before him loomed a pitch-black board, thick and seemingly radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Mother." Cheng Yinyu slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears. The way he called out "mother" was heart-wrenching. Upon seeing his face, Lu Shuangshuang immediately crouched down, concerned. "What has happened? Has someone bullied you? Such a lovely face. How is the right side swollen? Clearly, you've been struck." A mix of pity and worry surged within her, accompanied by an unidentifiable rage. Who dared to lay hands on a young master of the Marquis estate? The three sent to the magistrate exclaimed, He merely took one punch, and we nearly faced death. Why is no one concerned for us? Because they deserved it." Upon noticing the worry in Lu Shuangshuang's eyes, Cheng Yinyu felt utterly wronged and began to wail, albeit without tears. "Mother, do strike me. Just let me show you my palm. My face hurts terribly, but if you wish to discipline me, please do strike." "Woe is me. I am fine, mother." The servants nearby observed this exchange. Chapter 43. Still a child, Lu Shuangshuang could not bear to strike him. Casting the ruler aside, she helped Cheng Yinyu up to sit on a stool. "Bring me the medicine." Gently, Lu Shuangshuang applied the ointment to the swollen areas. Cheng Yinyu winced intermittently, each ouch drawing even greater concern from Lu Shuangshuang, leaving her unsure of how to be gentler. After much effort, she finally finished applying the medicine, perspiring herself from the exertion. "If you continue to apply the medicine regularly over the next few days, and if no skin breaks, it should heal soon." Cheng Yinyu nodded obediently like an infant. Seeing his mischievous grin, Lu Shuangshuang sighed, realizing he was indeed a child who would not allow her to rest easy. "Now, tell me, how did you come by this injury?" Cheng Yinyu pondered briefly before embellishing the day's events, primarily to highlight his valiant and fearless nature, growing increasingly animated as he recounted how he had brought the burly Li San to his knees. Lu Shuangshuang felt a chill of fear as she listened. Facing an adult man, Cheng Yinyu was merely a 13-year-old boy, accompanied by only 4 servants against 3 opponents. How perilous. "Tomorrow, I shall send Chang Rong to inquire about how the magistrate deals with them." Cheng Yinyu, fatigued from his storytelling, returned to his seat. "I am acquainted with Master Fan of the capital S court. I met him once when my father took me out. Father said he is a rare and upright official." Lu Shuangshuang contemplated that Cheng Yinyu's decision to report the incident to the magistrate reflected both his understanding and trust in the law, as well as a belief that Master Fan was indeed a just and incorruptible man. Father rarely praises anyone, so this Lord Fan is certainly capable of handling matters justly. Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. Then her gaze fell upon him again. "Have you sustained any other injuries?" No, he replied. "This bruise on my face was from a sneak attack. Otherwise, I could have escaped unscathed." "You are truly reckless." Lu Shuangshuang could not help but admonish him. The opponent was robust and strong. Being a farmer, how could you dare to act so rashly? You are still a child. You must learn to protect yourself. Cheng Yinyu abruptly stood up, blocking the light in front of Lu Shuangshuang, as if to convey that he was no longer a child. He was quite tall, taller than most of his peers. "Mother, I am 13 now. I am not a little child." Lu Shuangshuang swiftly picked up a stick, and Cheng Yinyu knelt down in a hurry, clutching the stick tightly, wailing with great fervor, "Mother, please don't hit me again tomorrow. My face hurts so much. It feels like I'm dying from the pain." Lu Shuangshuang covered her ears with one hand and shot him an exasperated glance. This childish act of petulance. How could he claim to be no longer a child? All right, get up. You nearly made me forget the important matter at hand. Sit properly." Upon hearing that there was an important matter to discuss, Cheng Yinyu immediately quieted down and sat on the stool, listening attentively. "The old lady from the Jixia Academy has already made the necessary arrangements. You will begin your studies tomorrow. The dean will personally test your knowledge and then decide which class you will be placed in." Cheng Yinyu felt a surge of excitement. He would finally be rid of that bothersome academy. Among the children of third-rank officials in the capital, Only he and his sister had not attended the Jixia Academy, which had been a source of ridicule for them. At last, he could study in the best academy in the world, learning from the most erudite masters. But I... Cheng Yinyu hesitated. What is it? But my face. Oh dear, what should I do, mother? Tomorrow is my first meeting with the dean. The dean will be testing your knowledge, not your appearance. It will have no bearing. But what if I leave a bad impression on the dean? Lu Shuangshuang looked at him incredulously. You should be more concerned about whether you can pass the dean's examination. Be careful, or you might find yourself placed in the beginner class, learning alongside 5- or 6-year-old children. Imagine the embarrassment. Cheng Yinyu patted his chest in assurance. I will not. I will definitely be in the advanced class. I have always studied diligently. Lu Shuangshuang's gaze drifted past him to the desk behind him, where the books were neatly arranged, just as they had been 7 or 8 days ago when she last visited. Lu Shuangshuang looked at him knowingly, and Cheng Yinyu once again lowered his head in guilt. All right, you should rest early today. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the Jixia Academy. Cheng Yinyu immediately looked up, his eyes wide and sparkling, leaving Lu Shuangshuang perplexed. Mother, will you really accompany me to school tomorrow? Yes, no backing out. It's a promise. Cheng Yinyu could barely contain his excitement, nearly leaping with joy. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled softly at his exuberance. All right, no backing out. After leaving Qinglan Courtyard, Lu Shuangshuang proceeded to the 3rd courtyard. Chengli, if you break another pen, I will throw you out. Throw you out onto the street. And you too. Cheng Fan, why have you once again incurred the ire of the master? Now, I find myself in the same predicament. What on earth are you trying to accomplish day by day? Perhaps you ought to consider a change of maternal figure. Stand properly, both of you. Young ladies should carry themselves with grace. Yet you stand and sit without any semblance of decorum. Lower those sleeves. Before Lu Shuangshuang could enter, her ears had already arrived, and sensing the inopportune timing, she contemplated turning to leave and returning another day. However, the servant from the 3rd room had already entered to report, likely startled by what they overheard outside, treating Lu Shuangshuang as their savior. Pray tell, what household can withstand such turmoil? This month, your esteemed wife, the principal lady, has arrived. Just as Li Qingyan was fervently scolding, she paused and turned to glance outside, where she indeed spotted the hesitant Lu Shuangshuang. Li Qingyan shot a fierce glare at the children, then softened her expression, urging her to come inside. As Lu Shuangshuang approached the door, Li Qingyan took her by the hand and ushered her in. Sister-in-law, your arrival is most timely. I am on the verge of being driven to madness by these 4 rascals. Please assist me in disciplining them. Qingyan, I fear I am not particularly adept at chastising children. With practice, one becomes skilled. Just give it a try. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled awkwardly. Is this truly a skill one can hone? The children, having been scolded, appeared quite dejected, evoking a pang of sympathy from onlookers. Qingyan, surely there are better ways to communicate than resorting to punishment. It would have been better had she not asked. Upon inquiring, Li Qingyan's temper flared, and she seized a feather duster in her hands. Oh dear, do not act impulsively, Qingyan. Lu Shuangshuang regretted her inquiry and hastily grasped Li Qingyan's arm. The 4 children huddled together, blinking their watery eyes pitifully, stirring compassion in the hearts of those witnessing the scene. Li Qingyan exclaimed, You have been deceived too little. It truly infuriates me. I will address each of them individually. How vexing. Chapter 44. The removal of the master's beard. Look at this brush. Observe how it is being used. Li Qingyan said, casting a fierce glare at Cheng Li. Lu Shuangshuang regarded the brush, which was now nearly devoid of bristles, her lips twitching. The destructive capability of children is indeed astonishing. This marks the 5th brush this month. The 5th. Cheng Li, while others replace a brush every 5 months, you change 5 in just 1 month. What is your intention? Do you seek to squander your father's fortune? The remaining bristles of the brush were forcefully tossed before Cheng Li, startling him into a shiver, yet he muttered defiantly, It's merely a few brushes. It's not as dire as you claim. What did you just say? Li Qingyan stood, raising her hand to strike, prompting Cheng Li to immediately hide behind his twin brother, Cheng Fan. Though they were twins, Cheng Fan always took the lead in protecting Cheng Li whenever their parents expressed anger. Mother, please do not be upset. Do not strike our third brother. He speaks the truth. It's just a brush. Please, do not let this trouble you. Just a brush? He has broken several this month. His writing shows no improvement. But the brushes have suffered greatly. Suddenly realizing, and you dare speak in his defense. Today, the master summoned me once more. You, Chung Fan, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Must you drive the master to his wit's end? I observe that the teacher may not be infuriated by you. Yet you shall undoubtedly be expelled from the academy. In a moment of distraction, Li Qingyan abruptly dashed out and poked Chung Fan's forehead with her finger. If you are cast out by the teacher, do not even think of returning, especially considering you are the offspring of both your father and me. We cannot afford such disgrace. Qingyan, do not speak in such a manner. The child is still young. Lu Shuangshuang felt her words were somewhat harsh and worried that the child might take them to heart. Sister-in-law, you have not been summoned by the teacher repeatedly. Truly, it is quite embarrassing. The texts assigned for memorization, other children can recite in 2 days, yet he still stumbles after 5. He even dared to tug the teacher's beard. You, how dare you be so audacious? Lu Shuangshuang could not help but laugh, tugging the beard. Dear aunt, that was not my intention. I was merely trying to assist the teacher by removing his white whiskers. A brother in the academy mentioned that without gray hair, one appears more youthful. Chung Fan, with his neck craned and head held high, expressed his defiance. I thought the same applied to beards. Wouldn't he, the teacher, look significantly younger then? Li Qingyan promptly smacked his little arm, and Lu Shuangshuang quickly stood up and pulled Li Qingyan away. Sister-in-law, the teacher is well over 50. His face is adorned with a full white beard. How many black hairs could he possibly have? Chung Fan, do you wish to bring harm upon him? Seeing that he had provoked her, Chung Fan, frightened, quickly huddled with Chung Li, hiding his head for safety. Poor Li Qingyan repeatedly clutched her chest, feeling as if she might perish from frustration. Lu Shuangshuang, sharing in her concern, sternly addressed the 2 brothers. You two, lift your heads. Children are adept at manipulating emotions. Li Qingyan did not instill fear in them, often scolding them harshly without truly punishing them. However, when Lu Shuangshuang adopted a serious demeanor, they appeared more intimidated. The teacher is to be respected and not treated with disrespect. We must uphold the principles and etiquette of the Chung family. Do you understand? Chung Fan and Chung Li bit their lips and nodded, wondering how their usually gentle aunt could appear so fearsome when she was stern. And you, Chung Li, I have just purchased a fine set of writing materials. You shall use them diligently. Dare to ruin even one, and you shall face consequences. Chung Li pouted, immobilized by fear. Li Qingyan found it peculiar how these once fearless children were now so submissive before Lu Shuangshuang. Qingyan, keep an eye on him. If Chung Li practices diligently and the brush gets damaged, that is one thing. However, should he deliberately ruin it without making progress in his writing, you must inform me. I wish to see whether my discipline is firmer or his little hands are tougher. Chung Li's little face contorted in distress, wishing to cry but holding back, covering his hands like a sorrowful gourd. Li Qingyan solemnly nodded, casting a vindictive glance at the group. As she turned away from them, she nearly succumbed to laughter, secretly giving Lu Shuangshuang a knowing glance and silently offering her a thumbs up. Lu Shuangshuang raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Li Qingyan subtly pointed at the 2 sisters, and Lu Shuangshuang immediately understood. Chung Yamo, Chung Yin, why are your sashes askew? Is this how you choose to present yourselves before others today? The 2 young girls were inherently timid, and Lu Shuangshuang intentionally suppressed her fierce demeanor, yet they remained tightly fearful. Chung Yamo and Chung Yin performed a proper greeting, saying, Aunt, we acknowledge our mistakes. From now on, we shall remain vigilant about our conduct and certainly adhere to the teachings of the elder. Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement, urging them to learn diligently from their elder. The 4 children huddled together, and Lu Shuangshuang could no longer maintain her composure. It was simply too heart-wrenching. Everyone should go and reflect, especially consider whether it is wise to provoke your mother's anger. The 4 children bowed in unison, exhibiting perfect obedience. Yes, we take our leave. Once the children exited, the 2 mothers exchanged glances and then laughed with a sense of relief. I told you, those little ones should be under your care. Li Qingyin lifted her slightly cooled tea and took several large sips, having been too angry to drink earlier. Now her thirst was overwhelming. Even if they followed me, I certainly wouldn't raise them as well as you do. Li Qingyin set down her teacup, interpreting her words as sarcasm. Me? Raise them well? If I were capable of that, could I allow them to drive me to the brink of despair every day? Lu Shuangshuang chuckled lightly. What child is not mischievous in their youth? If they were truly rigid and rule-abiding, devoid of the joyful spirit of childhood, would that please you? Li Qingyin gritted her teeth, unable to refute. Indeed, children ought to embody the essence of childhood. If they do not frolic now, when will they? But they are too unruly. They are still young, and it will be even harder to manage them in the future. Li Qingyin could not help but sigh. Observing her friend's demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang reflected that the one within the situation was often the most bewildered. Qingyin, I speak sincerely. These children are truly good. You and your husband have raised them exceptionally well. Cheng Mo is knowledgeable and considerate, looking after his younger siblings with remarkable attentiveness. He is a child who listens well, and with him around, his siblings will not cause significant trouble. As for Cheng Fan and Cheng Li, the two brothers share similar temperaments, though they may bicker and tussle. Their bond is incredibly strong. Qingyan, consider this. As the saying goes, you can tell a lot from a child at 3 years old. With such a deep bond, how much peace of mind will they bring you in the future? Lu Shuangshuang's words calmed Li Qingyan considerably. There was truth in her assertions. Your children, she continued, are, in my view, the epitome of innocence and kindness. Possessing such a benevolent heart is more important than anything else. Chapter 45. The Couple Qingyan. Why not smile a little? Why remain upset? Lu Shuangshuang gently urged, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Li Qingyan took a deep breath. Enough, enough. Why should I trouble myself so? It would be more pleasurable to enjoy a few more sips of tea. Don't just drink tea. Come. Let's have some snacks. Granny Ruan had placed several delicacies on the table that they had purchased during their outing. Try these. I specifically went to the Xing family shop on the street to buy them. See if you like them. At the sight of the snacks, Li Qingyan immediately cast aside her worries. After all, anything from the Xing family shop was bound to be delicious. I've been craving this for ages, sister-in-law. Your timing is impeccable. Li Qingyan eagerly picked up a piece of pastry and could hardly wait to taste it. Lu Shuangshuang engaged in a delightful conversation while sharing a meal with her. My family, Wanqing and Inja, have ventured out several times recently. Each occasion a testament to the efforts of your children. Were it not for them, Wanqing and Inja would still be confined in that small dark room. Given enough time, it would be remarkable if nothing went awry. We owe our gratitude to your kind-hearted children. How can you bear to scold them? Li Qingyan swiftly finished one dish and eagerly reached for another, exclaiming, managing these children truly demands physical stamina. It has left me quite famished. Those mischievous little monkeys are quite the handful. However, one must acknowledge that without your ingenious approach, those two children would never have been able to step outside. To put it bluntly, I have never encountered a stepmother who embodies such dedication. Lu Shuangshuang smiled modestly, only to hear Li Qingyan continue. Previously, I had only heard that a stepmother who refrains from beating or scolding her stepchildren is considered good. It was only after meeting you that I truly understood what it means to be exceptional. Sister-in-law, you have truly gone above and beyond in loving these children as your own. With a gentle grip on Lu Shuangshuang's hand, Li Qingyan remarked, it must be quite a challenge to treat all the children with such affection. Before marrying into this family, I was aware I would become a stepmother, and I had my reservations. Thankfully, the children are all delightful. Each one is so endearing. I am not a hard-hearted individual, and I cannot bring myself to act in a cruel manner. Lowering her voice, Li Qingyan confided, as a daughter-in-law of the Cheng family, I sincerely believe you are the most suitable among us. The previous two were lacking. Yang was too reclusive, and Qin was far too malicious. Only you possess the qualities that befit a daughter-in-law of our Cheng family. Lu Shuangshuang fell into contemplative silence. Sister-in-law, Li Qingyan called her back to the present. Wanqing and Inja were once such good children. Had it not been for that Qin, alas, let us not dwell on the past. The old lady forbids discussions of former events, and I should refrain from elaborating. Regardless, it is truly a blessing from the heavens that your brother's children have you as their stepmother. Lu Shuang chuckled softly, seemingly unconcerned about the family's past. By the way, I have purchased small gifts for the children as a token of my gratitude for entertaining Wanxing and Inja. They must be delighted at this moment. So please refrain from admonishing them any further. Li Qingyan nodded in agreement. After enjoying such delectable treats and having you to converse with for half the day, my anger has dissipated. I shall leave them to pester third master when he returns. I relish the tranquility. As Li Qingyan spoke of her husband, Cheng Sanyi, Lu Shuang could not help but feel a twinge of sadness. Having been married for 3 months and now in the summer, she had yet to see her husband for a second time. It was uncertain when they might next meet, and she wondered if he would feel like a stranger. But then again, they had always been strangers. Do not be disheartened, sister-in-law. How thoughtless of me to bring him up, Li Qingyan said, attempting to lift the mood. It is said that you two share a deep bond, which is truly enviable. Li Qingyan blushed and lowered her gaze. Oh, not at all. You flatter me. Seeing her so animated yet shy at the mere mention of Cheng Sanyi, Lu Shuang realized that, despite the years spent as a wife and mother, Cheng Sanyi had cared for her exceptionally well. In comparison, when I look at myself, a deeper sorrow becomes evident. Lu Shuang concealed the desolation in her heart, yet wore a smile as she spoke to Li Qingyan. Qingyan, it's getting late. I shall take my leave for now and visit again another day. Engrossed in their conversation, Li Qingyan lost track of time. Upon glancing outside, she realized it was indeed late, and that Cheng Yuansong would likely return soon, making it inappropriate to linger any longer. It is quite late, so I shall not keep you, my sister-in-law. Tomorrow, I will bring the children to visit you. Very well. Li Qingyan accompanied Lu Shuang to the door, watching her depart for an extended moment. Although Lu Shuang appeared unchanged on the surface, as a woman herself, Li Qingyan could not help but sense her underlying sadness. What are you looking at, my dear? Li Qingyan turned at the sound of the familiar voice, discovering Cheng Yuansong, who always greeted her with a warm smile. Among the Cheng brothers, he was the most gentle in nature, always addressing his wife with kindness and soft words. My sister-in-law just left, but I fear I may have upset her. Li Qingyan's tone was tinged with disappointment. Cheng Yuansong found this hard to believe. He knew his wife's character well. She was warm, cheerful, and gracious. Who could possibly be angry with someone like her? Moreover, Cheng Yuansong thought it impossible for anyone to remain upset with such a beautiful wife. We were having a delightful conversation until she suddenly brought you up. Oh, how foolish of me to mention you out of the blue. Cheng Yuansong was even more puzzled, utterly bewildered. What does that have to do with me? Li Qingyan playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, how could you be so obtuse? On the night of their wedding, my brother left to lead his troops. Although my sister-in-law manages affairs with aplomb, she is still a bride. How could she feel anything but sorrow with her husband absent for so long? With that, she playfully punched him a few more times. Once she finished, Cheng Yuansong gently grasped her delicate hand, acknowledging, you are right, my dear. I had not considered that aspect. Henceforth, I shall refrain from appearing before my sister-in-law, lest it remind her of my brother. Li Qingyan withdrew her hand and walked back into the room, with Cheng Yuansong following closely behind. Oh, is this a new batch of pastries? Cheng Yuansong noticed the treats still wrapped in oil paper on the table and eagerly sat down to indulge. These were bought by my sister-in-law, and she purchased quite a few for the children as well. Your little ones are probably gathered together, enjoying themselves. Observing his wife's expression, Cheng Yuansong asked, did they upset you again? Li Qingyan remained silent, confirming his suspicion. Who? I shall teach them a lesson right now. My dear, please tell me who it was. Cheng Yuansong rolled up his sleeves, ready to discipline the unruly children at a moment's notice. Li Qingyan interjected, there's no need for that. It's all right, just sit down. I've already reprimanded them, and my sister-in-law offered me guidance for quite some time. I'm no longer upset. Cheng Yuansong abandoned the pastries, seated himself beside Li Qingyan, and embraced her gently. Nian, do not let them provoke you. If they truly misbehave, Have them kneel in the study until I return to address them. Do not let your health suffer from anger. It pains me to see you distressed. Li Qingyin reveled in the warmth of her husband's embrace, allowing herself to fully relax with a soft hum. After a day apart, both felt an overwhelming sense of longing. They clung to each other for an extended moment before indulging in sweet conversation. Brother Song, blood ties are truly a remarkable phenomenon. In Chapter 46, titled Blood Ties are a remarkable phenomenon, Chung Yuan-song had also heard about recent events and deduced what his wife was alluding to. My back is aching from sitting. Allow me to carry you to the bed. Without waiting for Li Qingyin's response, Chung Yuan-song lifted her effortlessly and proceeded directly to the bedroom. Li Qingyin's ears flushed crimson as she playfully punched him on the arm, murmuring, "You're too old for such antics." Chung Yuan-song's lips curled into a smile, his hearty laughter resonating in her ears. He gently placed her on the bed, knelt to assist her in removing her shoes, and then settled at the head of the bed, allowing Li Qingyin to recline against him while he leaned back comfortably. It has been quite some time since we last saw Wanqing and Inja. Our children have hardly met them at all. When my sister-in-law visited earlier, I was somewhat concerned, worried they might feel excluded or that our children would not include them in their play. Chung Yuan-song chuckled. Cousins are still family. The children are young, but they're not foolish. They know who is close and who is not. I believe their age difference has diminished their wariness. Brother Song, you have not seen the transformation in those children recently. They have become increasingly vivacious. Previously, they merely observed from the sidelines. But just yesterday, and even the day before, I heard their laughter. Chung Yuan-song gazed at his wife's profile, feeling a surge of joy at her happiness. Oh, is that so? What wonderful news. It is truly remarkable that those two, who once displayed no expressions, can now laugh. Indeed, our little ones have finally accomplished something significant. Their laughter filled the room. Ha ha, our little ones. Li Qingyin playfully slapped his thigh, feigning annoyance. Yours, yours, yours. Chung Yuan-song retorted, yours, yours, yours. A fierce glare from Li Qingyin silenced him. As she turned her head away, Chung Yuan-song muttered under his breath, ours. He was resolute that he would never father children with anyone else. In recent days, his sister-in-law had visited several times, and he had noticed the abundance of gifts she brought each time, expressing gratitude to Ching Mo and the others for taking Wanqing and Inja out to play. The presents varied, ensuring that each child received something, and now the children eagerly awaited her arrival, knowing she would come bearing gifts. At such a young age, they had become quite brazen. Initially, they would refuse the gifts, but now, upon seeing their aunt, they swarm around her, demanding presents. Li Qingyin covered her face, exclaiming, "How did I end up with such ungrateful little rascals?" Chung Yuan-song gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, reassuring her, "Your sister-in-law is a sincere person. She does not mind these things." Did the children express their thanks? Li Qingyin smiled softly. They did. Each one surrounded their aunt, repeatedly thanking her, especially Chung Li, who is quite the charmer. She feigned reproach, yet her face was adorned with a beaming smile. These children, instead of learning good manners, have certainly taken after you in their smooth-talking ways. Chung Yuan-song gazed at his wife, her smile as enchanting as ever, a sight he could never tire of. He was grateful to have taken her as his bride early on. His elder brother's wife was genuinely devoted to the children of his brother. Chung Yuan-song thought of his elder brother, who was away at war, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Despite being such an exceptional individual, who had rendered great service to the Jin dynasty, his domestic life was fraught with unrest. At last, he had found a virtuous wife, perhaps a blessing from the heavens. Indeed, he had never encountered a stepmother as admirable as her. Chung Yuan-song nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Qingyin startled Chung Yuan-song with a tap, inquiring whether his brother had mentioned when he would return. It was already June, yet there was still no word. Chung Yuan-song, too, longed for his brother's return. Although there had been no correspondence, recent reports had reached the emperor regarding the treacherous enemy, who seemed intent on ensnaring their forces in a quagmire, likely aiming for a war of attrition. Would this not mean that his brother would have to fight for an extended period? Not necessarily. His brother, seasoned in battle, would surely devise a strategy to thwart the enemy's plans. Li Qingyan sighed, noting that historically, his brother had seldom returned swiftly from campaigns. The Jin dynasty was not solely reliant on Cheng Yuanji as a military leader, but whenever he was dispatched, it was invariably against formidable foes, indicating that only when others had failed would they send him to lead. The enemy was ruthless, and the resolution of such conflicts was seldom swift. Cheng Yinyu arose early, preparing himself meticulously, presenting himself as a youthful gentleman, as radiant as the clear breeze and bright moon. Even Lu Shuang, upon seeing him, felt a surge of pride at his striking handsomeness. On the way to the Jixia Academy, Cheng Yinyu frequently peered outside, as this route was unfamiliar to him. His previous studies at Honghu Academy had taken him in an entirely different direction. Thus he found everything exceptionally intriguing. Lu Shuang, observing his excitement, lamented the time lost for such a studious child. Upon reaching the academy, Cheng Yinyu eagerly leaped from the carriage, his spirits lifted as he beheld the imposing entrance, where the words Jixia Academy were inscribed in the hand of the current emperor's revered grandfather. Many students were entering, and since attendants were not permitted within the academy, the young gentlemen and ladies alighted from their carriages to enter alone. As this was Cheng Yinyu's first visit, Lu Shuang was allowed to accompany him inside once. After a moment of admiration, Lu Shuang gently urged him to move along. Cheng Yinyu nodded and followed her into the academy. At the entrance, attendants awaited their arrival, guiding first-time visitors. Occasionally, passing students glanced their way, quickly deducing that these newcomers would soon be their classmates. The students of Jixia Academy were distinctive. Legitimate offspring of third-rank officials and above could enroll directly, while those of lower rank or illegitimate children from higher ranks were required to undergo a rigorous examination for admission, which was considerably challenging compared to the direct entry process. However, for officials of the third rank and below, it is an immense honor for the children of any family, regardless of their legitimate or illegitimate status, to gain admission into the prestigious Jixia Academy. Should they successfully graduate, it becomes a source of great pride for their household. The attendant guided them directly to the dean's study, where the dean warmly exchanged pleasantries with Lu Shuang before politely inviting her to step outside, leaving Cheng Yinyu alone to be assessed on his scholarly merits. The attendant attempted to lead Lu Shuang to a nearby room for a brief respite, but she declined. Standing in the corridor, she absorbed the picturesque scenery of the academy. The dean's office offered a splendid view, allowing one to behold most of the campus. As a royal institution, Jixia Academy was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, with every brick, tile, plant, and tree meticulously cared for. Regardless of the season, the view was always a delight to behold. With the resonant chime of a bell, morning classes commenced, the harmonious sounds of recitation filling the air. Before long, Cheng Yinyu emerged. Chapter 47. The fleeting shadow. As Cheng Yinyu stepped out, he caught sight of Lu Shuang, who stood slightly tilted, gazing at the scenery. Even her profile exuded gentleness. In a moment of reverie, the indistinct figure in his mind merged with her presence before him. He murmured softly, "Mother," the words barely audible, meant only for himself. Lu Shuang seemed to sense something, turning to find Cheng Yinyu gazing intently at her. Without uttering a word, a smile graced her face. "Yinyu, how'd it go?" Cheng Yinyu snapped back to reality, suppressing the tide of emotions within him, and beamed widely. "Mother," the dean said, "I can join the intermediate class too." This outcome aligned perfectly with Lu Shuang's expectations. The junior classes were divided into 3 tiers, as were the intermediate classes, with increasing difficulty. Given Cheng Yinyu's age and knowledge, he would either be placed in intermediate class 2 or class 3. "That's wonderful. Hurry off to class and remember to greet your teacher," she encouraged. Cheng Yinyu nodded eagerly and dashed away. Lu Shuang then turned and entered the dean's study. After running a few steps, Cheng Yinyu paused and glanced back, catching a glimpse of Lu Shuang's silhouette. A profound gaze, filled with anticipation for his new class and teacher, dispelled the shadows of doubt lingering in his heart. Once inside, Lu Shuang expressed her gratitude to the dean and requested that he take special care of Cheng Yinyu. The dean, stroking his graying beard, appeared amiable, exuding an air of remarkable knowledge combined with a worldly detachment. This child possesses great talent. Look at his physique. He is also adept in martial arts. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a paragon of both scholarship and martial prowess. These words filled Lu Shuang with elation, as she implored the dean to nurture his potential further. The dean agreed with a smile, and Lu Shuang chose not to linger, departing with a sense of fulfillment. Madam Chung? Yes? Lu Shuang turned, wondering if the dean had further matters to discuss. Today, do not let Inu know of my praises for him. Lu Shuang nodded gently, understood. Upon exiting Jixia Academy, she finally lifted her gaze to the grand entrance. It was indeed a splendid place, a sanctuary for quiet study and reflection. Every child of the Chung family ought to attend school here. Lu Shuang emerged from the Jixia Academy, her spirits elevated, perceiving joy in all that surrounded her. She instructed the coachman to slow the carriage, savoring the fragrant air on their return journey. Suddenly, the coachman halted, causing Lu Shuang to lean forward slightly. What's the matter? She inquired. Madam, ahead is the carriage of the Duke of Hengyang, the Fan family. Yuan Mama promptly lifted the curtain for Lu Shuang. According to rank, the Duke of Hengyang holds a position superior to that of the Pingyuan Marquis, yet Chung Yuanji, as both a marquis and a distinguished first-class general, renders any comparison between the two families moot. The Duchess of Hengyang was a few years Lu Shuang senior, and out of courtesy, she dismounted the carriage first. The Duchess followed suit. Lu Shuang had seen Madame Fan at social gatherings, but had never conversed with her, thus considering her a stranger. Oh dear, how rude of me! I hope I haven't startled the young lady from the Chung family. Instead of addressing her as Madame Chung, she referred to her as sister, which Lu Shuang found slightly discomforting. Not at all. Lu Shuang has indeed encountered the madam, she replied, slightly bending her body in a gesture of mutual respect. Why so formal? You need call me madam. Simply sister will suffice. Lu Shuang noted that Madame Fan's warmth was fervent yet distinctly different from Li Qingyan's, carrying an undercurrent that suggested a sharpness. One must uphold propriety. I would not dare offend the madam. Oh my, how fortunate indeed is the Pingyuan Marquis to have wed such an educated and refined lady. This must surely incite envy among men everywhere. Madam, you flatter me. My dear sister, do you have the time to join me for a cup of tea? It would be a shame to waste such splendid weather. Lu Shuang contemplated declining, feeling bewildered by the unexpected warmth from a stranger. However, upon meeting Madame Fan's expectant gaze, her smile radiant, yet her arched brows and sharp features hinting at a formidable presence, she decided it was trivial to offend someone over mere tea. Very well, I shall not impose. With Lu Shuang's acquiescence, Madame Fan's delight grew, and she took her by the hand, leading her toward a lavish establishment that seemed almost preordained. Upon entering, the innkeeper greeted them with a deep bow, promptly ushering them to the finest room in the house. Once seated, without needing any prompt from the two ladies, fragrant tea and an assortment of delicacies were served in quick succession. Notably, it was not the waitstaff, but the innkeeper himself attending to them, indicating Madame Fan's frequent patronage of the establishment. Raising her hand with an air of authority, Madame Fan commanded, "Enough! Everyone leave. I wish to converse privately with a young lady from the Chung family. No interruptions unless summoned." Lu Shuang exchanged a glance with Yuan Mama and Xiao Lian, signaling them to exit. Once they were alone, Madame Fan reaffixed her warm smile. "My dear sister, I regret not having spoken with you during the banquet at the Left Chancellor's residence. Today, we finally have the chance. I trust you do not find this abrupt." Lu Shuang smiled gently. No, I have long wished to make your acquaintance, madam. It seems you have taken the initiative, for which I apologize. Allow me to express my contrition with tea in place of wine." Lu Shuang accorded her ample respect, and Madame Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. As she raised her teacup, subtly covering her mouth with a handkerchief, Lu Shuang's mind wandered back to that occasion at the Left Chancellor's banquet. At that time, newly married into the Chung family, she was scarcely known, and few attendees acknowledged her presence, engrossed instead in conversation with Madame Left Chancellor and Madame Hengyang. It left her pondering how such luminaries could possibly remember her. "Sister, It has been several months since you married into the Chung family. How have you been faring? Thanks to the esteemed matriarch, I am quite well, Lu Shuang replied. Madame Fan nodded, having heard of the Chung family matriarch's domineering nature. You have not been wronged. I hope. Though unsure of the sincerity or intent behind the inquiry, Lu Shuang felt a twinge of discomfort. Since her marriage, the matriarch had treated her with great care, and hearing such words from an outsider was somewhat unsettling. Thank you for your concern, madam. My mother-in-law has been exceedingly kind. The rumors circulating outside are unfounded. Madame Fan chuckled awkwardly, taking a sip of tea to mask her embarrassment. The Marquis has a pair of legitimate children, now that you're married in. Shouldn't they be placed under your name? Lu Shuang harbored no fondness for her, finding it intrusive that their first conversation revolved around family matters. The Marquis has yet to return. Decisions regarding such matters must await his arrival. Though discomfort, Lu Shuang maintained an appearance of a timid new bride, reluctant to assert herself. Certainly, one cannot have legitimate children without them being recognized under the mistress's name. It would be quite absurd otherwise. Madame Fan awaited Lu Shuang to set down her teacup, observing her countenance with interest. I have heard that your eldest daughter is already 10 years old? Chapter 48. The aggrieved Qian Ning upon returning to the Chung household. Lu Shuang found Ban Yin had already concluded his lessons and departed. Ban Yin had been tutoring Chung Qian for nearly a month. Although he had neither praised her nor spoken of her to Lu Shuang, she sensed that he held a favorable opinion of Chung Qian. Otherwise, he would not have continued his punctual visits to the Chung residence. Given his proud disposition, had Chung Qian been dull-witted or unteachable, he would have departed long ago. As she approached the door to Chung Qian study, the weather had turned warm and the window was ajar. Not wishing to disturb her, Lu Shuang tiptoed over for a glance. Indeed, she observed Chung Qian bent over her writing, and just as she was about to admire the child's diligent spirit, she noticed her hastily wipe away a tear, betraying a hint of stubbornness. Upon closer inspection, Lu Shuang discerned a profoundly sorrowful expression upon her face. What has transpired? Lu Shuang's concern intensified, prompting her to push the door open. Chung Qian looked up, and upon seeing Lu Shuang, quickly turned away to wipe her tears, composing herself before rising. Mother, what troubles you? Lu Shuang urged, pulling Chung Qian to sit beside her. Chung Qian lowered her head, feeling disappointment in herself, and upon seeing Lu Shuang, guilt washed over her. Lu Shuang glanced at the pages Chung Qian had been copying, noting another identical sheet nearby. Why are you so distressed? Would you care to share? Chung Wanning bit her lip, hesitating as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Lu Shuang felt a pang of sympathy, gently producing a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. The delicate tears of a girl are precious and should not be shed carelessly. It would be a pity for such pearl-like droplets to fall into the dust. Lu Shuang fetched a cup of tea, urging her to take a sip and share her troubles. Chung Wanning, having not drunk any water since class ended, eagerly gulped down the tea. Mother, Mr. Ban has punished me by making me copy texts. I see. No wonder there are 2 identical assignments, Lu Shuang remarked. Why? Did you fail to complete her assignment? Chung Wanning shook her head, her expression despondent. No, it's just that the teacher said I skimmed through books without any personal reflection, merely copying without understanding. That's why I've been sentenced to copy the text 5 times. As she spoke, tears began to flow once more. Lu Shuang would not dispute Mr. Ban's teaching methods. There must be wisdom in her approach. However, she could not allow Chung Wanning to wallow in sorrow while copying texts, as that would not achieve the desired effect Mr. Ban intended. I'm sorry, Mother. I am too foolish and have let down your efforts on my behalf. Mr. Ban, a scholar of great repute, was not easily engaged. It must have taken considerable effort for her mother to secure such a tutor. Thus, Chung Wanning's sorrow stemmed not only from the reprimand, but also from the guilt of disappointing her mother's expectations. Lu Shuang cradled her daughter's drooping head in her hands, feeling the frailness of her form. Do not say such things. You are doing well and have not disappointed me. Chung Wanning pouted, on the verge of tears once more. Lu Shuang pinched her cheeks gently, insisting, "Do not cry. Listen to me. Mr. Ban is rigorous and earnest in her scholarship. Whether she reprimands you or assigns you to copy texts, it is all to help you recognize your shortcomings. There is no other intention behind it. You must reflect on what Mr. Ban said before punishing you. Think carefully. Didn't Tia make sense?" Cheng Wanning lowered her eyes, contemplating. Gradually, she seemed to grasp the truth. She had been trapped in self-doubt and had neglected to truly consider Mr. Ban's words. She said, "I do not delve deeply into my studies and lack my own thoughts." Do you think she was right? Cheng Wanning nodded. Yes, I often focus on memorizing without understanding the meanings, thinking that perhaps I would comprehend them better with more reading in the future. That was then. You now have Mr. Ban to teach you. You should cherish her knowledge. Bravely express your doubts and listen to how she interprets the same material. In time, you two will learn to think independently. Mr. Ban will never force you to share her exact views. She will respect your opinions. But first, you must cultivate your own thoughts. Do you understand? Cheng Wanning felt a weight lift from her heart, her tear-filled eyes sparkling with clarity. I understand now. Mr. Ban does not think I am foolish. She is teaching me how to study. Indeed, Mr. Ban would never consider you foolish. If you were truly dim-witted, she would not have come to teach you. She is not so idle as to instruct someone who cannot grasp her lessons. After receiving guidance from Lu Shuang, Cheng Wanning experienced an epiphany, finding the task of copying text considerably less arduous, despite knowing her hands would surely ache after completing 5 rounds. Lu Shuang, intent on teasing her, took the hefty book Cheng was transcribing and shook it playfully, exclaiming how long it would take to copy such a thick volume 5 times. This is too much. I shall confront her. How dare she scold our Wanning? Just wait. I shall seek retribution. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, appearing ready for a confrontation. Mother. Please. Cheng Wanning interjected. It's all right. I write swiftly and shall finish in no time. Moreover, once I complete the 5 copies, I will nearly have memorized the content and learned something new. What's not to enjoy? But she made you cry. Lu Shuang protested. How can she do such a thing? I cannot let this go unaddressed. I must have a serious talk with her. Mother, I did not cry. I assure you I didn't. Please do not go. I will study diligently and ensure I never upset the teacher again. Cheng Wanning sensed something was amiss. She had only just calmed down, and now she found herself in the position of comforting her irate mother. Are you truly no longer upset? Lu Shuang glared at Cheng Wanning, radiating a protective aura, as if to say no one could bully her daughter. I'm truly not upset, mother. Please do not be angry. I know you care for my well-being, and I genuinely feel fine. Please cool your temper. Lu Shuang relented, though a hint of lingering ire remained on her face. Cheng Wanning discreetly observed her mother-esque expression, reassured that she seemed to have calmed down. Mother, I shall continue my copying. Lu Shuang, understanding the cue, stood up to leave, expressing concern for her daughter's well-being. Rest if you tire. Yes, indeed, Cheng Wanning replied obediently. After Lu Shuang exited, she paused by the window and couldn't resist glancing back. Cheng Wanning, with her head bowed, was engrossed in her reading and copying, creating a serene and beautiful scene, reminiscent of a little spirit overseeing the world of books, evoking joy in all who beheld her. The more Lu Shuang enjoyed this sight, the more she felt anger toward Lady Fan's comments. Upon learning that Cheng Wanning had reached the age of 10, Lady Fan remarked to Lu Shuang, I have a rather unruly son named Fanyang. While he may be a bit mischievous, he has a good heart. You would surely like him upon meeting. Lu Shuang found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly reveal that she had already met him and held a less than favorable opinion. He is the same age as her eldest son, 14, Lady Fan continued. Lu Shuang replied nonchalantly, My son is 13. Haha, quite similar indeed. Lady Fan appeared unfazed by the awkwardness and, having laid the groundwork, directly broached the subject. As mothers, we always plan ahead for our children. I thought to inquire about your sentiments regarding a potential alliance between our families. Chapter 49. The first encounter at Jixia Academy. Meanwhile, Cheng Yinyu, after Lu Shuang departed the academy, clutched his books and ink set, striding confidently towards the intermediate class 2. By the time he arrived, The lesson had already commenced. After being escorted inside by a servant who subsequently departed, Yu found himself lingering outside the classroom, torn between the desire to enter and hesitation. The familiar voice of the teacher floated through the door, slow and gentle, reminiscent of a lullaby, lulling him into a sense of calm. Yin wished to hold something while peering inside. From his vantage point, he could only discern several rows of people, their focus entirely on their texts. Following the teacher's lead, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated the lectures at Jisha Academy to possess some unique quality. Yet the scene unfolding before him felt rather mundane, with the teacher reading aloud and the students echoing like parrots mimicking their master. After listening for a while, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, the classroom fell into an unexpected silence, causing Yin to tense up, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Was the commotion really so pronounced due to his mere sigh? The students all raised their heads to regard the teacher, and although Yin could not see him, his curiosity was piqued. What was about to transpire? He then heard the teacher's calm voice resonate through the room, announcing that the discussion on the essay had concluded and inquiring if anyone had thoughts to share. Yin watched in astonishment as the students erupted with enthusiasm. Their demeanor dramatically shifted from earlier. It seemed they had been eagerly awaiting this moment. "Teacher, I have something to say," came a voice bursting forth from the crowd. Eager to identify the speaker, Yin discreetly shifted his position, catching sight of a young scholar whose hand was raised high, his face alight with excitement. "Go ahead," the teacher encouraged. The young man stood, his tone slightly rushed as he articulated his thoughts, and before the teacher could respond, another student stood to counter his points. With one voice leading the charge, the atmosphere grew animated as students rose and sat back down, unabashedly expressing their opinions. Some, in the throes of passion, gesticulated wildly. One particularly fiery individual even approached the opponent, engaging in a face-to-face debate, their fervor so intense that it seemed saliva might fly in the heat of the moment. Yin was utterly captivated, stunned by the vibrancy of the classroom dynamics. He marveled at how the teacher remained silent, observing them intently. It was nothing short of astonishing. He recalled his experiences at Honghu Private School, where any student daring to pose a question or offer a rebuttal would inevitably face the teacher's reprimand, let alone the cacophony of voices now clashing in debate. Having read the same essay they were discussing, Yin yearned to join in the fray, his excitement reaching its zenith. As the students shared their perspectives, no one seemed to be swayed, and gradually, the noise subsided as they turned their gazes toward the teacher. Seeing that the time had come, the teacher struck the desk with authority, and the room fell silent. The students awaited his commentary, each unwilling to yield an inch, particularly those who had been most vociferous in their arguments. Yin's anticipation surpassed theirs. He was eager to discern how this teacher differed from those he had encountered previously, who had been so slow and methodical. The teacher meticulously addressed each student's thoughts, pointing out their limitations while also praising their unique insights. The students, along with Yin, listened raptly, nodding in agreement, and by the end of the class, they had gleaned invaluable lessons. Yin's heart brimmed with excitement for the academic life that lay ahead, his previous concerns dissipating like mist. "Do you agree with what was said?" the teacher inquired. Yin nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I wholeheartedly concur." Who is speaking? As Yin turned abruptly, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe, adorned with a wooden hairpin, holding 3 books that exuded an air of scholarly refinement. However, the tattered fan at his waist seemed incongruous with his otherwise polished demeanor, creating a slight dissonance. He appeared to be a teacher as well. Yin set down his belongings, clasped his hands, and bowed in greeting, only to realize his arms were a bit sore from being so absorbed in the moment. "You must be Yin, the new student assigned to our class?" "Yes," he replied. Ting appraised him from head to toe, deeming him a promising individual. "My surname is Yin, and I am responsible for the intermediate class too. From now on, you should be under my guidance." Yin acknowledged him respectfully. Ting nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his courteous nature. Just then the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The students rose to respectfully see off their teacher, and as he departed, they were about to disperse when they noticed Yen Ting entering. Immediately standing at attention once more, allow me to introduce our new classmate, Chung Inyu. Chung Inyu greeted the class with a slight bow, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on two familiar figures. There is an empty seat by the window. You may take that one. Chung Inyu glanced over. It was indeed an excellent spot, precisely to his liking, which brought him delight. Yes, thank you, teacher. The others observed him scurrying to his seat, unable to suppress their astonishment at his youthfulness. If that seat is so desirable, will they truly reserve it for him? After Yen Ting made the arrangements, he departed. A boy in the front row turned around. Are you surnamed Chung? Could it be that you hail from the Pingyuan Marquis family? Indeed. Pleasure to meet you. I am Yusian. Chung Inyu had no particular recollection of him. Yet, given Yusian's warm demeanor, he felt it inappropriate to remain aloof. Brother, and as I am new here, I hope for your guidance in the future. However, Yusian, who had just been smiling a moment ago, suddenly turned serious, casting his gaze elsewhere. You truly made it to Jisha Academy. What is this? Are you eager to follow in my footsteps? Fan Yang strutted over with an air of arrogance, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet his intimidating demeanor held no power over Chung Inyu. Follow you? Chung Inyu scoffed, as though he had heard a jest. You think those few steps you took could match a turtle's pace? Cease your nonsense. You know precisely what I mean. You've merely spent a few years in a private school and can hardly recognize a handful of characters. If you fall behind in the future, feel free to come begging for my help. Perhaps out of pity, I might offer some guidance. Chung Inyu rose, nearly matching Fan Yang's height, prompting Fan Yang to instinctively step back defensively, thinking Chung Inyu might strike. Yet, Chung Inyu merely curled his lips downward, mockingly imitating, if you fall behind, come begging for my help. His exaggerated gestures incited laughter from the onlookers. Continuing his playful mockery, Chung Inyu added, out of the kindness of my heart, I might just offer some guidance. He swayed his shoulders in exaggerated fashion, embodying pure derision. You excel in your studies. You are the best. Chung Inyu straightened up, his expression one of disdain. Why didn't you stand up to argue during class? I don't need to argue with others. They will naturally recognize my thoughts. Indeed, your thoughts lie buried within, while others peer into your mind's depths through your very voice. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Fan Yang in a state of exasperation. Once again, he found himself at a disadvantage. Chung Inyu, you shall pay for this. Chapter 50. The fractious pup. After Chung Inyu exited, he scoured the vicinity of the advanced class in search of Shun Yi. Shun Yi was a year older than Chung Inyu, yet he had been studying at the Jishao Academy from a young age. His exceptional intellect enabled him to ascend to the advanced class at the tender age of 14. The classification at Jishao Academy was determined not merely by age, but predominantly by academic prowess. Many individuals in their 20s remained in the intermediate class, while prodigies were known to reach the advanced class in their early teens. Thus, the hierarchy at Jishao Academy was dictated by knowledge, often unbound by conventional norms. As Chung Inyu approached the advanced class area, he immediately perceived that those surrounding him were significantly older, some appearing indistinguishable as either young scholars or seasoned instructors. Chung Inyu had considered himself rather tall among his peers, yet in this realm, many older students towered over him, regarding him with a gaze typically reserved for children, perhaps pondering who this newcomer was. After searching for quite some time, without catching sight of Shun Yi, Chung Inyu concluded that, given Shun Yi's height, he ought to be easily recognizable. Since he had not appeared after such a lengthy search, it was likely he was not present. Chung Inyu turned to retrace his steps. Ah! Chung Inyu suddenly shouted, instinctively evading a swiftly delivered kick. You! Upon recognizing his assailant, he glowered in anger. Quite nimble, are we? Have you been secretly practicing behind my back? Shun Yi stood casually, having seen Chung Inyu approach earlier, but choosing to hide and tease him instead. Chung Inyu glanced down. What do you think you were aiming? Shun Yi shrugged. I know my limits. You have no sense of limits. Chung Inyu's voice drew the attention of those nearby. It was his first day, and he could not afford to leave a poor impression. He swiftly seized Shun Yi by the neck, and led him to a more secluded area. Hey, that hurts. Let go of me. Despite Shun Yi's protests and struggles, Cheng Yu dragged him behind a sturdy old tree, so wide that it would take 2 grown men to encircle it. Shun Yi leaned against the trunk, his gaze languid as he regarded Cheng Yu. You finally arrived. I thought I would never have the chance to be your classmate. Please, as if my coming here was solely for you. Wasn't it? Cheng Yu's irritation flared as he threw a punch. Shun Yi intended to dodge, but realized he was backed against the tree and remained still. Shun Yi gasped, clutching his chest. How could you be so ruthless? Do you wish to end my life? Cheng Yu hadn't anticipated that he would not evade. Your skin is tough. You won't die, but it certainly hurts. Shun Yi rubbed his chest, frowning at this heartless individual. You nearly kicked me to death. I told you I know my limits. I don't believe you. Seeing Cheng Yu's temper flare, Shun Yi realized he needed to pacify him. 2 individuals, encountering each other for the first time in the classroom, quickly found themselves embroiled in a scuffle. Their exchanges were fierce and evenly matched. Neither could gain the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity as one lunged forward, Shun Yi deftly sidestepped, positioning himself behind Cheng Yu. Before Cheng could react, Shun grasped his arm and twisted it behind his back, exerting firm control over him. Are you convinced? Not in the slightest. Cheng Yu retorted, struggling against the hold, though the awkward angle of his arm diminished his strength. At that moment, a teacher nearby caught sight of their tussle and bellowed. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the classroom. Shun Yi, with one arm still securing Cheng Yu, casually replied, Teacher, we aren't fighting. We are merely engaged in a discussion. The teacher scrutinized them for a moment, and upon meeting Shun Yi's earnest gaze, he departed with a hint of skepticism. Are you not going to let go of me? Cheng Yu was incensed, while Shun Yi dared not release his grip. If I let go, you must promise not to strike me. I won't hit you. With that, Shun Yi relinquished his hold, prompting Cheng Yu to step away, massaging his sore wrist while sulking alone. Why are you genuinely upset? I was only joking. Cheng Yu chose to ignore him, pondering the peculiar nature of their rivalry. Despite training together since childhood, he always seemed to fall slightly short against Shun Yi. As the bell tolled once more, signaling the return of class, Cheng Yu dashed away, only to pause and swiftly deliver a punch to Shun Yi. Caught off guard, Shun received the blow, but by the time he gathered his wits, Cheng Yu had sprinted far ahead. Touching his right cheek, Shun Yi chuckled softly, bemused by Cheng's unyielding grudge. Upon returning to class, Cheng Yu found the teacher already present. He greeted him and hastily resumed his seat. Although his steps were hurried, he acutely sensed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. The teacher opened his book and commenced the lesson. As Cheng settled into his seat, it was evident that Fan Yang and Han exchanged glances, with Fan's eyes brimming with reproach, while Han appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Throughout the lesson, Cheng Yu focused intently on the teacher's lecture, while Fan Yang and Han frequently cast sidelong glances in his direction, their attention waning. As the class neared its conclusion, the teacher closed his book. Fan Yang, Honey, return and transcribe today's lesson 10 times. Fan Yang exclaimed, What? Why, teacher? The teacher regarded him calmly. What did I just explain? Fan Yang stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a response, feeling humiliated among his peers, his ears burning with embarrassment. Honey, you give it a try. Han rose slowly, his gaze fixed downward, too timid to meet the teacher's eyes. Just as the bell tolled, the teacher added before departing, Fan Yang, if you ever have Hani transcribe for you again, you will copy it 20 times in my study. The two stood frozen for a moment, astonished. Hani, adept at mimicking handwriting, was only enlisted for assistance because Fan Yang believed his imitation was nearly indistinguishable. How had the teacher discerned their scheme? Nevertheless, amidst their astonishment, they turned their attention toward Cheng Yu. Cheng met their gaze coolly, then gradually rose to stretch his aching legs. Excuse me, kind sir, might you step aside? Cheng Yu cast a smirk that failed to reach his eyes as he observed Fan Yang and Han Yi, casually remarking, childish. With a swift motion, he exerted pressure with his right leg, sending one of his stool legs flying. Cheng Yu, you! Fan Yang exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the stool leg that had unceremoniously collided with his foot. Had it been slightly askew, it would have landed heavily upon him. Han Yi cautiously glanced at Fan Yang, who momentarily composed his startled heart before glaring at Han Yi. Wasn't it your task to dismantle it? How is it that he has managed to remain seated for an entire class without toppling over? I truly did dismantle it. It would certainly collapse the moment he sat down. But he is utterly useless. Fan Yang kicked the stool leg away, shoving Han Yi aside as he passed, irritated by the obstruction. Thus, Yu Xian stealthily exited through the back door, hastening to match Cheng Yinyu's pace. Brother Cheng, they dismantled your stool. How did you manage not to fall? Chapter 51. A soft tongue you saw them dismantle it? Cheng Yinyu fixed an unwavering gaze upon Yu Xian, causing the latter's eyes to dart. Yu Xian recognized it as an inquiry, a silent accusation for not having given a warning. I saw it. I am sorry, Brother Cheng. Yu Xian lowered his head, feeling remorseful. It's nothing. You are not the one who did it, so why feel guilty? Yu Xian gritted his teeth, and as Cheng Yinyu took a step away, he confessed, it was not my intent to withhold this from you. I was genuinely afraid of Fan Yang's retaliation. Cheng Yinyu turned back, observing Yu Xian's awkward demeanor, puzzled as to why one would fear Fan Yang, merely a buffoon. He was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly grasped the reality that Yu Xian should continue as before to avoid becoming a target. With that, he pivoted and departed. Born as the son of the Marquis Ping Yuan, Cheng Yinyu bore the weight of his father's formidable reputation, allowing him to dismiss the significance of Fan Yang, the son of the Duke Hengyang. Yet not everyone possessed such audacity. Yu Xian had evidently gained admission through examination. Following the conclusion of 2 classes, lunchtime arrived, and Cheng Yinyu followed the throng toward the dining hall. For reasons unknown, Yu Xian did not join him, opting instead to sit with other classmates. As a newcomer, Cheng Yinyu found himself without familiar company, so he settled at a solitary table to eat. The meal before him paled in comparison to the fare the Marquis ate: 3 modest dishes, a bowl of soup, and a small portion of cold salad, all in diminutive servings. Fortunately, Cheng Yinyu was not particularly finicky. He simply needed to satiate his hunger. As he busily consumed his meal, a chicken leg unexpectedly appeared in his bowl. He looked up to find Shun Yi's beaming face. Without hesitation, Cheng Yinyu seized the chicken leg and inquired, "Where did you get this?" Shun Yi chuckled lightly. "Have you never encountered a chicken leg before?" Cheng Yinyu swallowed his last morsel and savored the flavor of the chicken leg. Having eaten little in the morning and attending classes all morning, he was ravenous. "Do tell, where did this chicken leg come from?" "I saw nothing of the sort." Shun Yi, savoring his meal with elegant nonchalance, replied, "I am quite familiar with the head chef. He provided me with an extra serving." Cheng Yinyu nodded in understanding. Indeed, this fellow excelled at winning hearts. Yet his focus was not solely on that. "So, does this mean you can frequently secure extra portions in the future?" Shun Yi nodded. "Indeed." Cheng Yinyu swiftly extended his hand, palm facing upwards in front of Shun Yi, lifting his chin defiantly. "Give it to me." Shun Yi chuckled, playfully slapping his palm, bemused by the audacity of his request. "You are the one begging. I am merely engaging in a legitimate act of robbery." Shun Yi shot him a disapproving glance. "Oh, is this truly such a noble endeavor?" Cheng Yinyu was unfazed, prioritizing sustenance above all. "Will you or won't you?" Shun Yi sighed, exasperated, regretting his earlier generosity in offering him a chicken leg. He leisurely finished his last bite, wiping his mouth and reclining lazily against the chair. "All right, you may have it." He conceded. Cheng Yinyu's face lit up with joy, but before he could express his gratitude, Shun Yi added, "However, you must cater to my whims." "Excuse me?" Cheng Yinyu looked at him, puzzled. "Cater? I'll treat you to a fist." He scoffed. "Cater? Dream on. A man stands tall and proud. Better to shatter like jade than remain whole like a tile. A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. I'd rather bend than break. Absolutely no compromise." Cheng Yinyu was on the verge of hurling insults when Shun Yi interjected, "Tomorrow, there will be braised lion's head. What do you want me to do to please you?" Cheng Yinyu mumbled to himself, feeling foolish. Shun Yi smiled with satisfaction. "It merely entails serving me tea, grinding ink, preparing paper, and helping me with my shoes and clothes. Isn't that the work of a servant? Indeed, it is the work of a servant. Chung Inyu slammed his hand on the table. Shun Yi. Don't push your luck. Students nearby, having finished their meals, turned their heads, thinking a quarrel was brewing. Shun Yi chuckled, leisurely observing the flustered Chung Inyu, resembling an agitated cat. Sit down. Chung Inyu, fuming, turned away. Shun Yi softened his tone. Please take a seat. Chung Inyu plopped down on the chair, contemplating that if it weren't for the crowd, he might have hit Shun Yi. You're like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. Chung Inyu glared at Shun Yi. You can forget about me being your servant. Shun Yi continued to gaze at him with a gentle smile. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Who would dare have the esteemed Master Chung serve them? I fear you might ransack my home. Chung Inyu huffed loudly. You better understand. Do you still wish for a second helping? Yes. Chung Inyu replied. Though still irritated, his appetite remained. Then, after our classes, accompany me for an hour of sword practice. Chung Inyu turned his angry face back toward Shun Yi. Just like that? Yes, just like that. Chung Inyu instantly transformed his anger into delight. Why didn't you say so earlier? No problem. I'll join you for sword practice. It's a trivial matter. Then a thought struck him. Are you truly so benevolent? Seeing the disbelief in Chung Inyu's eyes, Shun Yi couldn't help but smile wryly, questioning when he had become the villain in Chung Inyu's mind. Is it real practice or a fade? You aren't planning to use this as an excuse to hit me, are you? Shun Yi chuckled in resignation. It's genuine practice. I want to hold back, and you must give it your all. That's good. I despise insincerity. Chung Inyu stood up, and Shun Yi followed suit, having consumed your chicken leg. I shall accompany you for sword practice this afternoon. Shun Yi's home boasted a training ground, perfectly suited for their sparring. In truth, Chung Yin wished to remain silent. Yet he felt a surge of joy within his heart at Shun Yi's ingratiating approach. His residence lacked a dedicated space for martial practice. Even within the grand confines of the Marquis's estate, there existed no area for him to hone his skills. Let us commence tomorrow. Today, accompany me to the suburban estate. Why? He suddenly recalled that, given the passage of time, Miss Ya must be nearly recovered and ready to depart. Has Miss Ya returned? No. Is she still unwell? The sunlight outside was glaring, and as they exited the dining hall, the two made their way along the corridor to a pavilion where they sat. She is much improved, yet she wishes to stay. Before dinner, the matriarch summoned Lu Shuangshuang. Here is an invitation from Lord Sun's family. In 3 days, you shall take Wanxing and Inja along. Lu Shuangshuang glanced down at the invitation in her hands, contemplating which branch of the Sun family was being referenced. Having been married for a few months, she had attended numerous gatherings and met the ladies of the prominent families in the capital. After a moment's thought, she surmised it must be the family of the Minister of Justice, Sunday Mother, although Wanxing and Inja are eager to venture out. I fear that mingling in such a crowded place may not be suitable. The matriarch had anticipated this concern. I know this may pose a challenge for you. But the Sun family. Chapter 52. Are the children making a fuss? What? Are you saying that concubine Sun is the niece of the Minister of Justice? The matriarch nodded, explaining that the Minister of Justice belonged to the direct line of the Sun family, while concubine Sun hailed from a collateral branch, lacking distinguished offspring. Thus, she had taken on the role of a concubine for another. The Minister of Justice, having served for the better part of his life, possessed both experience and capability. The current Minister of Justice was expected to retire next year, and many regarded the minister as the frontrunner for his successor. So, the present Mrs. Sun is the great-aunt of Wanxing and Inja. Indeed, the matriarch, twirling a string of prayer beads, reflected on how the Sun family and theirs had only shared a superficial acquaintance in the political realm. Perhaps they felt that having a concubine among their descendants was not a matter of pride. Recently, however, the current Mrs. Sun had approached her with warmth, deliberately mentioning Wanxing and Inja, perhaps due to her advancing age and a growing affection for her grandchildren. Yet Lu Shuangshuang sensed a deeper motive at play. After all, they were merely distant relatives. Mrs. Sun had her own grandchildren and could hardly be expected to dote on Wanxing and Inja. It seemed more likely that she sought to leverage the Marquis's influence for her own advancement. However, with an invitation extended personally, it would be impolite to refuse, especially given the familial ties. We cannot deny them the chance to meet the children. Let's go. Reluctantly, Lu Shuangshuang acquiesced. She wished to inquire further about the Sun family, but noticed the matriarch resting her forehead on her hand, her complexion quite pallid. Mother, what troubles you? Lu Shuangshuang hurried to check on her. The matriarch waved her hand, feeling dizzy and fatigued. Please summon Dr. Zhang. Yes, I shall send someone at once. Since the last time Lu Shuangshuang had suggested changing doctors, the matriarch had dismissed the idea, and Lu Shuangshuang had not broached the subject again. Dr. Zhang arrived promptly, addressing Lu Shuangshuang with respect. However, the animosity in his gaze did not escape her notice, indicating a lingering grudge. After ensuring the elderly matriarch was settled, Lu Shuangshuang hurried to Qingzhou courtyard. Upon entering, she was greeted by a scattering of black and white pieces on the ground, and upon closer inspection, she found 6 children engrossed in their own game of Go. As Lu Shuangshuang approached, the children rose and greeted her with respect. What are you playing? She inquired, kneeling beside them to observe. The children from the third household had already come to regard Lu Shuangshuang as the most gentle and indulgent elder, completely at ease in her presence, exhibiting no formality whatsoever. As they played, they animatedly explained the rules of the game, their chatter creating a delightful cacophony that seemed to perplex the adults. It was a curious phenomenon. While the children did not perceive their noise as bothersome, it was a source of discomfort for the grown-ups. Lu Shuangshuang reasonably speculated that Li Qingyan sent the children over daily to seek respite from the mundane. Despite the incessant chattering reminiscent of a flock of larks, Lu Shuangshuang endeavored to engage with them, as she had come with a purpose. After a while, noticing that Wanqing and Inja were thoroughly enjoying themselves, she seized the moment to address them. Wanqing, Inja, would you like to accompany your mother to a delightful place tomorrow? The 2 children were so absorbed in their game, coupled with the distractions from Cheng Li and Cheng Fan, that they barely registered her words. There will be kind elders over there who will treat you to delicious food, and perhaps even present you with generous red envelopes. Shall we go together? Wanqing nodded vaguely, his mouth full as he hastily urged his companion to place a piece. Lu Shuangshuang glanced at the serving maid nearby before rising to leave. Madam, are you truly planning to take the 2 young masters out tomorrow? The maid, responsible for Wanqing and Inja, voiced her concern, fearing they might be overwhelmed by external stimuli, given the unpredictable factors outside. After all, she was their biological grandmother, and it was important for them to meet. The maids could not defy their mistress's wishes and thus nodded in acquiescence. Bring along 2 more maids for supervision tomorrow. Do not allow them to be alone. Regardless of who approaches to speak with them, as long as they are reluctant to respond, you must provide ample explanations without pressuring the children. Yes, I will not leave the young master's side for even a moment. With many guests at the banquet, Lu Shuangshuang's prominent status made her a focal point, and casual conversation was inevitable. She could not remain solely by the children's side. Should Wanqing and Inja feel unwell, notify me immediately. Understood, madam. In the afternoon, after class is dismissed, Yin Ting called Cheng Yinyu aside. How have you found your first day? Cheng Yinyu smiled. It has been quite manageable. I am adapting well. Do you comprehend the teachings of the instructors? Most of it is clear, though some parts are less so. Yin Ting also took the opportunity to instruct Cheng Yinyu, recognizing the boy's keen intellect. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek guidance from the instructors after class. Cheng Yinyu bowed respectfully yes. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Is your interaction with your classmates pleasant? Cheng Yinyu found himself reflecting on the dismantled chair and the startled expression of Fan Yang when he had kicked the chair leg towards him, unable to suppress a chuckle. He mused to himself, quite delightful. Indeed, I am thoroughly enjoying my time. Yin Ting observed his secretive amusement, perplexed, yet opted not to inquire further. Upon reaching the entrance of the school, Cheng Yinyu spotted Shun Yi awaiting him by his family's carriage. Let us proceed, Cheng Yinyu said as he approached the carriage. Come over, join me. Cheng Yinyu shot him a bemused glance, questioning his peculiar preference for sharing a carriage instead of utilizing his own spacious one. Nonetheless, he boarded the carriage, calling out, "Let us head to the outskirts." Strangely, the coachman did not immediately set off. Just as Cheng Yinyu was about to voice his curiosity, the carriage jolted, and Shun Yi opened the door to enter. "Your carriage is far more spacious than mine. What brings you here?" Shun Yi plopped down across from Cheng Yinyu. "I have something to discuss with you. Is that unacceptable?" Cheng Yinyu, bemused, wondered what could not be articulated at the suburban estate. Shun Yi, as if addressing his own coachman, casually began, "How do you feel today?" Cheng Yinyu turned to gaze out of the window, marveling at the scenery, as this was his first time leaving Jixia Academy. Everything seemed novel, prompting him to respond nonchalantly. "Quite well. I heard Fan Yang is in the same class as you. Has he bullied you?" Cheng Yinyu, engrossed in the sights, abruptly turned his head, exclaiming, "How could that be? What is he to me? He wouldn't dare. I could toss him out with one hand." Shun Yi burst into laughter, amused by Cheng Yinyu's prideful demeanor, well aware of Fan Yang's antics towards him. However, he considered them mere trivialities, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Despite Cheng Yinyu having endured a lesson akin to a horse stance, it was hardly significant for someone trained in martial arts since childhood. The two engaged in light-hearted banter until they soon arrived at the outskirts. Cheng Yinyu leapt from the carriage, navigating the familiar surroundings with ease, having visited numerous times before. As he walked, he exclaimed, "Shun Yi, I know you have some fine wine hidden away. Bring it forth, and your chef's appetizers. Hurry and serve them. It has been ages since I last indulged in wine. Do not delay." Chapter 53. Her intentions. Shun Yi followed closely, quietly listening to the orders while signaling his subordinates with a glance. They promptly began preparing as instructed, fully aware that Shun Yi always attended to Cheng Yinyu's wishes. They also understood that while Shun Yi might overlook any shortcomings in their preparations, failing to satisfy Cheng Yinyu would surely incur repercussions. Seated comfortably in a cushioned chair, Cheng Yinyu relaxed like a lord, casually indulging in the sliced fruits beside him. "I have been working so diligently lately and have not ventured to the West Market. I was nearly bored to death. Thankfully, you summoned me here to unwind." Shun Yi chuckled as he noticed Cheng Yinyu propping one leg on the chair, his arm languidly draped over his knee. "Is your stepmother being overly strict with you?" Cheng Yinyu shook his head. "Not exactly. She merely insists that I study diligently and occasionally checks up on me." Cheng Yinyu leaned forward slightly, a blend of seriousness and pride in her expression as she declared, "My mother is not merely someone with a rudimentary understanding of a few characters. She has truly read extensively. When she quizzes me, there is no way I could possibly deceive her." Leaning back against the chair, she gazed at the ceiling while indulging in a large bunch of grapes, feeling a twinge for some wine. "You must accompany me for a good drink today." However, Shun Yi inquired about something else. "Do you heed your stepmother's words?" Just as Cheng Yinyu was about to bite into a grape, she paused and replied, "She does make some valid points, so I listen." "Then how do you explain the scent of alcohol on you?" "My mother has been busy these past few days and has no time to oversee me." "Oh, what has she been occupied with?" "The account books from the past 6 months have arrived from various shops and estates. My mother must review each one, in addition to managing the affairs of the entire household. I hear from the servants that she is still burning the midnight oil with candles." As they conversed, a servant entered with food and drink. Cheng Yinyu's eyes lit up at the sight of the feast as she leaped to the table. Shun Yi chuckled and shook his head, joining her at the small table. This was their favorite drinking spot, a low table that could hold only a pot of wine and 4 or 5 dishes. Situated by the window, they could observe the flowers blooming and wilting in the courtyard, hear the chirping of cicadas and sparrows, enjoy the warmth of the hearth while watching the snow in winter, and sip wine while listening to the rain in summer, uninterrupted, just the two of them, young boys sharing their thoughts. Their conversation naturally evolved from tea to wine, from peering out the window to comfortably sitting while taking in the view. According to custom, the servants were to withdraw once the dishes and wine were served. "Young master, may I attend to you from the side?" Cheng Yinyu, startled by the voice, turned around. "Xiar, thank you for remembering me, young master. You are my savior, and I have not yet had the chance to express my gratitude properly." She stepped back and knelt, bowing 3 times. No, There is no need for such formalities. We were the ones who caused you harm, so there is no need to speak of saviors and debts. I have heard that it was not young Master Chung who released the arrow that day, but indeed, it was young Master Chung who saved me. I have no means to repay you and am willing to serve you both for life. Just as Cheng Yinyu was about to decline, she heard Shun Yi's teasing voice. But the two of us seldom find ourselves in the same place. How can you serve us both? Do you possess the ability to clone yourself? Xiao was at a loss for words, feeling quite embarrassed. Cheng Yinyu shot him a glare. He is merely teasing you. It was a lapse on his servant's part. You need not become a servant. Go home and reunite with your mother. But enough. You may leave now. As Shun Yi spoke, Xiao dared not defy him and bowed as she retreated. What was the necessity of that? Cheng Yinyu's gaze returned to the door. She is not a servant born into the family. We cannot employ her. Is she truly considering selling herself into servitude? Shun Yi observed her benevolence and concern for others. She does not wish to enter the household as a servant, but desires to be by our side. Is that truly feasible? Cheng Yinyu looked at Shun Yi, questioning the practicality of it. Shun Yi merely raised an eyebrow and shrugged, suggesting it was up to her. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Yinyu acknowledged that while matters of maidservants typically belong to the inner courtyard, a boy raised in such a grand estate would certainly have some understanding of these affairs. Could it be that she harbors feelings for either of us? Otherwise, why insist on staying? I have had the steward repeat it several times. Initially, it was merely a hint. Later, it became outright evident. Yet she remains resolute in her desire to stay. In a grand estate, the loyalty of the servants is paramount. Either they are born into servitude, having been the master's slave since birth, exhibiting utmost fidelity. Moreover, with their parents and relatives residing within the estate, they are firmly bound and cannot entertain any notions of disloyalty. Thus, it is common for young masters and miss to have servants they grew up alongside, typically those born into the household. Alternatively, there are those purchased from outside, or chosen for their suitability and willingness to sell themselves, securing a bond that guarantees loyalty. Yet, she is neither a bonded servant nor a household-born child. She is simply unfit for such roles unless she were to become a concubine. The marriages of these young masters and misses are usually arranged by their parents, often adhering to the principle of social compatibility. However, should one desire a concubine, the standards are less stringent. As long as the woman hails from a reputable family, it suffices. The steward has informed her that if she insists on staying, she must sell herself, yet she refuses. What do you intend to do? Shun Yi raised his cup, signaling Cheng Yinyu, who mirrored the gesture. After their cups clinked, they both drank heartily. Despite their tender years, it was evident that they possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. I do not wish to assume the role of the villain. Let the steward handle it. Cheng Yinyu concurred, believing it best to avoid signing a contract of servitude, which would strip her of her reputable status. Henceforth, she would either toil in servitude until death or marry a household slave, bound to the master for life unless, by some stroke of fortune, the master showed mercy and released her. After exchanging a few words about Xiao, the two began to discuss various topics, casting their troubles aside, with laughter occasionally echoing through the air. It was during such moments that Shun Yi would open up. Cheng Yinyu had once pondered whether Shun Yi's reticence stemmed from a pent-up need to converse, seeking companionship over drinks. After a pot of wine, they began to feel a pleasant haze enveloping them, and mindful of the lessons awaiting them the following day, they decided against further indulgence. Rising to depart, they noticed the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the day was rapidly yielding to darkness. Lanterns had been lit throughout the courtyard, creating a sea of light amidst the desolate countryside. I envy your family for their indifference towards you. Unlike mine, where even a drink invites reprimand, Cheng Yinyu lamented, referring to his strict father and ever-diligent stepmother. Shun Yi tilted his head to regard him. Although his face bore a smile, it was marred by an undercurrent of sorrow. In any case, with the Marquis absent, your mother is quite amiable. Should you wish to drink in the future, feel free to seek me out. Cheng Yinyu patted Shun Yi on the shoulder, grateful for his companionship. Otherwise, Cheng Yinyu lowered his head, the effects of the wine weighing upon him. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice carrying a weariness beyond his years. Without you, I would be lost on my way home. Shen Yi reached out, intending to ruffle his soft hair, but was interrupted by a sudden shriek, retracting his hand awkwardly. Young Master, Chapter 54, You Wouldn't Stick. Xiao suddenly dashed forward, kneeling before Shen Yi and Cheng Yinyu, with a flustered steward trailing behind her. The steward hastily approached, kneeling down in a flurry, begging for forgiveness on behalf of the young master, lamenting that it was his negligence that had disturbed him and that he deserved death. After speaking, he cast a fierce glance at Xiao, who, overwhelmed with emotion, could not contain her tears as she tilted her head upward, her face a portrait of sorrow. Shen Yi glanced at Xiao and instructed the steward to rise. Thank you, young master, the steward replied. However, there was no trace of warmth in Shen Yi's eyes. His gaze was distant and indifferent as he supported the unsteady Cheng Yinyu with one hand. He had forgotten to inform Cheng Yinyu about the potent aftereffects of the wine. While it seemed manageable at first, the effects gradually intensified. At this moment, Cheng Yinyu was already in a hazy state, unable to discern his own clarity. Xiao, however, had something to express. She looked at the dazed Cheng Yinyu, her heart filled with concern. If he were awake, perhaps her chances would be greater, for he appeared as though he might show compassion. Yet, the young master Shen was intimidating, his mere glance rendering her speechless. Young master, I beseech you to keep me. I can wash clothes, cook, and clean the courtyard. I only ask for a morsel of food. She bowed deeply, striking her forehead against the ground. When she raised her head again, Shen Yi remained as cold as ever, unmoved by her desperate pleas or her earnest prostration. With a tone reminiscent of his father, Shen Yi spoke flatly. Are you intending to sell yourself? Xiao stood frozen, her voice faltering, no. Shen Yi's gaze lowered, fixating on her. Did the steward not clarify? You must either sign a contract of servitude or leave this place. His tone was frosty, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao felt as though all vitality had drained from her. The thought of returning to her previous life, struggling to earn a meager living for her ailing mother, facing scorn and indignity from others, filled her with despair. No, she had to fight for her future. She crawled forward 2 steps, her tears having washed her face, her eyes pleading, her lips trembling from anxiety. Young master, I implore you. I am capable of all tasks and can endure hardship. Please keep me. I promise unwavering loyalty. To serve you for a lifetime. Young master, my mother is gravely ill. I truly need this small wage to buy medicine. If you do not keep me, I cannot survive. I beg you, once my mother recovers, I will not ask for wages. Just a morsel of food will suffice. A mere teenage girl had little means to earn a living, often helping the village women with farm work, which was arduous and poorly compensated. And sometimes she faced the misfortune of not being paid at all. Their lives were a cycle of feasting and famine, with no spare coins for medicine, which drove her to scour the mountains for herbs. Yet if she remained here, that meager wage would not only suffice for medicine, but also allow them to afford some meat. However, selling herself was out of the question. Should her mother discover this, she would surely take her own life. Once, Xiaoner's family had been relatively well off, never wanting for food, which allowed her father to send her to school. Alas, when she was 6, her father met with an untimely death, leaving behind a widow and orphan, and 10 years of hardship ensued. The depth of their suffering known only to the two of them. The plaintive voice of Xiao continued to echo, her sorrowful cries cascading into the boundless darkness of the night. Shen Yi remained resolute in his decision. He would not sell himself, nor would he accept her offer. Steward, provide her with a sum of money and ensure she is returned home by tomorrow. As Shen Yi supported Cheng Yinyu, they prepared to depart. The night had already fallen, and entering the city would require some time. Delaying any further would render their journey perilous. As Shen Yi passed by Xiao, there was not a shred of longing in his demeanor. The hope that had hung in Xiao's heart was now extinguished, her tightly clenched lips oozing droplets of blood. Just as Shen Yi was but a few steps from exiting the courtyard, Xiao rose and rushed forward, kneeling heavily before him, making one last desperate plea. My lord, consider it an act of kindness. To speak frankly, my mother's health is failing. After taking a deep breath, she continued, in a few years, she may no longer be with us. When that time comes, I shall bid her farewell and sign a contract to sell myself. Would that be acceptable? Xiao'er merely wished to provide her mother with a few more years of comfort. Even if she could not retain her, at least she would have done her utmost. I can offer you a sum sufficient for both you and your mother to live for a few years. As for the royal residence, entry is not granted to just anyone. Prince Rong holds considerable power, and the princess manages the household with exceptional skill, ensuring the prince's residence has flourished for over 2 decades. Every detail must be approached with utmost caution. Xiao'er's last glimmer of hope shattered. She closed her eyes and sighed deeply, preparing to express her final words of gratitude. Cheng Yinyu lifted his head, dazed, unable to discern the figure kneeling before him. His responses fragmented, yet he sensed that this young woman had been weeping for quite some time. Supporting Cheng Yinyu, Shun Yi noticed him turning his head and quickly inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Cheng Yinyu weakly raised his arm, letting it fall heavily onto Shun Yi's shoulder, causing Shun Yi to sway slightly. With a finger pointing at Shun Yi's nose, Cheng Yinyu spoke with a thick nasal tone. How can you be so heartless? The girl has cried for ages." His words were disjointed. You stubborn blockhead, if you leave her, what can be done?" Cheng Yinyu's gaze was unfocused, panting heavily, as though he might collapse into slumber at any moment. Shun Yi tightened his grip on him to prevent any sudden fall. "Are you suggesting that I should keep her?" Cheng Yinyu offered no reply, closing his eyes as if he had drifted off to sleep. On the ground, Xiao'er anxiously observed Cheng Yinyu, fervently hoping he might utter a few more words on her behalf, wishing she could pour him a cup of sobering broth at that very moment. Shun Yi gently shook Cheng Yinyu's head. He swayed like a reed in the wind, and for reasons unknown, Shun Yi felt an inexplicable joy. Suddenly, as if awakening from slumber, Cheng Yinyu half opened his eyes, and with a slurred tongue, remarked, "Cold-hearted fellow, what can be done if you keep her?" The last few words were almost inaudible as he fell against Shun Yi, truly asleep now. Shun Yi could only smile in resignation. With such a capacity for drink, he dared to covet my fine wine. "Steward, let Xiao'er stay for the time being. You shall oversee the arrangements." Both the steward and Xiao'er were left in disbelief at what they had just heard. Tears had long since forgotten to flow from Xiao'er's eyes, and as she regained her composure, she hastily wiped her face and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Shun Yi supported Cheng Yin as they made their way back indoors. "Steward, please inform the Cheng family that today, young Master Cheng will remain with me. We shall head to the academy together tomorrow." "Understood," the steward replied, leading Xiao'er away. Once outside the courtyard, Xiao'er cautiously trailed behind the steward, her head lowered in trepidation, for this steward was known for his cold demeanor. "Today, consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for young Master Cheng's presence, the heir would never have relented." Xiao'er glanced back surreptitiously, hoping to catch a glimpse of the soft-hearted youth through the door, but only spotted a few night watchmen, her gaze yearning to penetrate the barrier. Chapter 55. An unfamiliar aunt. The matriarch of the Sun family celebrated her 60th birthday with great fanfare. Lord Sun, now in his 50s, was finally poised for another promotion, and this banquet was treated with utmost seriousness, inviting all possible colleagues and friends, along with their families, causing the already spacious Sun residence to feel crowded. The servants of the Sun household had never been so busy, each moving with haste, as if one could accomplish the work of 5. As Lu Shuangshuang departed the manor with Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinjia, the hour was already late. However, Lu Shuangshuang did not rush them. She had arrived early at the Qingzhou courtyard to personally assist Wanqing and Yinjia with their grooming and attire, gently discussing the day's events with them. Although Wanqing and Yinjia were not as talkative as the children from the third branch, they had grown accustomed to her presence over the past few months and occasionally offered responses. Wanqing vividly recalled the joy on Lu Shuangshuang's face when she first conversed with her. As the Cheng family carriage reached the mouth of the alley, a servant hurried to report, and Madame Sun herself came out to greet them. Lu Shuangshuang waited patiently for the servant to carry the 2 children down before she herself emerged. Madame Sun bypassed the children and walked directly to Lu Shuangshuang, exclaiming, "Ah, at last, we have the honor of your presence, Madame Cheng. With your busy schedule, It is a tremendous honor that you grace us with your company at this gathering. Lu Shuang, holding the hands of the two children, donned a perfectly polite smile, saying, given the connection between the Sun and Chung families, it is only fitting that I attend this banquet. For a brief moment, Madame Sun felt awkward, then turned her gaze to the children. These must be the children of Sun Panner. How unfortunate that she left us too soon. She reached out to touch Wanqing's face, but the child instinctively recoiled. Attempting to stroke Inja's head, she was met with a similar evasion, leaving Madame Sun feeling quite embarrassed. These children have endured much, she thought, already harboring a dislike for them. Were it not for the presence of the Duchess of Pingyuan, Madame Sun would never have permitted their entry. Raising her gaze, she feigned a warm demeanor, thinking to herself how well the children were being cared for. Lu Shuang gently tugged at the hands of the two children. Wanqing, Inja, quickly greet your aunt. With an expression of utmost kindness, Madame Sun regarded the children, aware of the many eyes upon them. Look, I am accompanied by relatives of the Duke of Pingyuan. His children must address me as aunt. After a brief pause, yet not hearing the two children call for her, Madame Sun focused her gaze and noticed that the children had retreated to the side of Lu Shuang once more. Lu Shuang spoke up to clarify that Wanqing and Inja were reserved and had simply been slow to engage in conversation, hoping that Madame Sun would overlook their perceived rudeness. It was hard to overlook. Prior to their arrival, she had made inquiries and found that the children were already 4 years old, yet still unable to speak. Wasn't that akin to being simple-minded? Never mind. Once they taste my treats, they'll surely remember their dear grandmother. Madame Sun feigned familiarity, yet received no response in return. Growing weary of the sight of the children, she gestured towards the interior. Madam, please come inside. Lu Shuang ushered the children within. But as they entered, the crowd startled Wanqing and Inja, who instinctively hid behind Lu Shuang. The attending nurses hurriedly surrounded the two children, providing them with a sense of security. Madame Sun struggled to maintain her smile. The Sun residence was hardly a den of wild beasts. Everyone present was of high status. So why were these children so frightened? Coming from a well-to-do family, they should have been accustomed to such gatherings. It was truly unbecoming, just like their mother, utterly unrefined. Madame Sun thought to herself, yet out of deference to Lu Shuang's presence, she inquired, Madame Chung, are the children perhaps shy? Lu Shuang glanced around, noting the throngs of people gathered. She wondered how many guests had been invited by Lord Sun and Madame Sun, as the back courtyard was bustling, and she imagined the front courtyard was likely similar. Madame Sun, might we be arranged to a quieter space? Lu Shuang felt the grip on her hand tighten noticeably. Madame Sun smiled, acknowledging of course this way, please. Upon saying this, she discreetly signaled to a servant. There was no truly quiet place. The crowd was everywhere. The servant, understanding the cue, quietly maneuvered through the throng to carve out a more serene area. As Lu Shuang followed Madame Sun through the crowd and along the corridor, many recognized her and attempted to greet her, but none could catch up. Eventually, they paused beside a rockery, where the backdrop of the stone structure obscured the view and the crowd thinned significantly. Servants brought cushions and a small table, setting out tea and snacks. Madame Sun, with a hint of apology, said, Madame Chung, forgive me. My residence is rather cramped compared to the Marquis's estate. I truly regret the inconvenience. Not at all. This place is quite pleasant, Lu Shuang replied, seating herself with the children. It was my oversight to have neglected you, madam. Next time you visit, I shall ensure to prepare adequately in advance. Not a problem. The fewer people and the beautiful scenery make for a lovely respite, Lu Shuang offered, granting Madame Sun face. With numerous guests awaiting her attention, she added, I shan't delay you any further. Not at all. How could I presume to say you are a delay? Madame Sun assessed Lu Shuang's demeanor, sensing she was not inclined towards idle chit-chat. With a smile, she remarked, I appreciate your understanding, Madame Chung. Some guests have yet to arrive. I must excuse myself for now, but shall return shortly. Of course, do attend to your duties. Madame Sun instructed her servants to look after Madame Chung before she departed. Lu Shuang gazed at the departing figure. Despite being 50 years old, her physique remained remarkably robust. Walking unaided, Reflecting on this, it became evident that the elderly matriarch at home was indeed in poor health, requiring frequent medication and assistance even for simple movements. Yet her age was not significantly greater than that of Lady Sunday. Once the group had departed, a serene silence enveloped the area, allowing Wanqing and Inja to gradually relax their vigilant gazes. Wanqing, look over there. Those flowers are unlike any we have at our estate. Wanqing followed the direction of her gaze and, indeed, beheld clusters of delicate pink blooms, utterly enchanting. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced between Lu Shuangshuang and the flowers multiple times before resolutely releasing Lu Shuangshuang's hand. As she approached the blossoms, she turned back occasionally to ensure Lu Shuangshuang was still watching her. With a slight tiptoe, she inspected the flowers from left to right, even leaning in to take a whiff. Oh! Wanqing fanned her little hand near her nose, scrunching her face in distaste. The flowers were visually appealing, yet their scent left much to be desired. Lu Shuangshuang, observing her animated expressions, felt a surge of joy. Turning her head, she noticed Cheng Inja perched on a rock, fixated on the koi swimming in the water. He followed their movements, leaning left as they swam left and right as they swam right, as if he were swimming along with them. Seeing their playful antics eased Lu Shuangshuang's worries. There was still a glimmer of childhood innocence. Inja, be careful not to lean too far. You might fall in and be eaten by the koi. Cheng Inja quietly scooted back, retracting his neck, and whispered in the evening, "We will eat fish." Lu Shuangshuang covered her mouth, stifling a laugh at the fierce little boy. "Rama, please have the kitchen prepare a steamed fish for dinner." "Yes, my lady." Lu Shuangshuang added that it should be sent to Qingfeng courtyard and instructed the children that anyone wishing to enjoy fish could come to her courtyard. A tender, youthful voice chimed in, "Do you like these flowers too?" Chapter 56. The flowers string. Wanqing, who had been engrossed in admiring the flowers, was startled by the sudden voice and instinctively ran to Lu Shuangshuang's side, disregarding who had spoken. Lu Shuangshuang recognized the newcomer first. It was a young girl with twin buns, appearing to be of similar age to Wanqing. She had a round face, plump cheeks, and large, innocent eyes, reminiscent of a doll from a traditional painting. Wanqing rushed behind Lu Shuangshuang, startling the girl, who looked around curiously, wondering if something frightening was present. "Wanqing, there's no need to be afraid. It's just a girl your age, and she's looking at you. Why not say hello?" Lu Shuangshuang smiled gently at the girl, who returned a silly grin while gazing at Lu Shuangshuang's back. Wanqing clutched Lu Shuangshuang's garment, hesitating to step forward. Lu Shuangshuang leaned slightly forward and waved at the girl, who blinked her big, innocent eyes and took a couple of steps closer. "What's your name, little girl?" The girl, unafraid, replied in a sweet, childish voice, "My name is Sun Hui. Hui, how old are you this year?" The little girl counted on her fingers for quite a while before unsteadily raising 4 fingers. "For years old?" she mused, examining her digits as if they differed from what her mother had taught her. After a brief moment, she retracted her fingers and extended 3 instead. Lu Shuangshuang felt a surge of tenderness. How could such an adorable child exist? So, she was merely 3 years old. The little girl nodded affirmatively. Lu Shuangshuang turned to Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, this little girl is younger than you. She is your little sister. You can be friends and play together." Wanqing absent-mindedly poked at Lu Shuangshuang's back with her finger, shifting slightly. The little girl pointed her chubby little finger at Wanqing behind Lu Shuangshuang and cheerfully exclaimed, "Play together. Wanqing, your little sister wants to play with you, okay? Look at what she has in her hand. Will you take a glance?" Wanqing peeked out from under Lu Shuangshuang's arm, spotting the little girl holding a slender pink string, carelessly entwining it in her grasp. Lu Shuangshuang looked down at the child nestled under her arm, bemused yet amused. However, there was hope that this might encourage Wanqing to take that brave step forward. "Little sister, what do you have in your hand?" "A flower string my mother gave me." "And what do you want to play with your flower string and the big sister?" Lu Shuangshuang inquired, her attention on Wanqing, who indeed seemed intrigued. Her little head bobbing slightly. "Flip the flower string." The little girl exclaimed joyfully, clearly enamored with the idea. Sister, let us play with the flower string. Flower string. Flower string. Her feet danced energetically as she spoke. Wanqing, can you flip the flower string? Cheng Wanqing nodded slightly, only to shake her head soon after. Do you know how to or not? Lu Shuang gently stroked the small portion of Cheng Wanqing's head that was visible. Cheng Wanqing pressed her lips together in silence. The nanny attending to Cheng Wanqing remarked, the young lady knows a little, but not much. Little sister, do you know many tricks with the flower string? Hui'er puffed out her small chest proudly and declared, I know many. Mother taught me a lot. Lu Shuang's eyes softened with affection. It was impossible to resist such a charming little girl. Wanqing, your little sister knows more than you. Would you like to come out and learn some new tricks? Lu Shuang leaned down, whispering softly, I'll let you in on a secret. I know a lot of tricks and your mother can teach you too. Cheng Wanqing looked up in surprise, biting her lower lip as she slowly stepped forward. She turned to Lu Shuang, who offered an encouraging glance and subtly lifted her chin, urging her to boldly engage with her little sister. Cheng Wanqing hesitantly took a couple of steps, and the fearless Hui'er seized her hand and led her to a nearby spot to sit down. Sister, I'll start winding it. Will you untangle it for me? Cheng Wanqing nodded, her gaze fixated on the flower string in Hui'er's hands. After Hui'er's chubby little hands had wound the string, Cheng Wanqing pondered briefly before reaching out to untangle the string onto her own hands. The two little girls engaged in their playful exchange, growing ever more delighted. Lu Shuang alternated her gaze between them, especially relishing the sight of Cheng Wanqing's two little tiger teeth peeking out, sharing in her joy, and feeling that their visit to the Sun family was far from futile. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck her. Had she overlooked something? A quick glance revealed that Cheng Inja was no longer perched upon the stone. Lu Shuang's heart raced with alarm, prompting her to swiftly direct her gaze toward the nearby servant. Startled by her expression, the servant promptly pointed towards a cave in the artificial hill. Following the gesture, Lu Shuang indeed spotted Cheng Inja crouched within, engrossed in arranging stones of various sizes into an unidentifiable formation. A wave of relief washed over her as she noticed two servants standing guard beside him, allowing her to finally ease her worries. There is no need for excessive concern. Madam, the matrons are keeping watch, remarked Granny Ruan, offering Lu Shuang a cup of tea to calm her frayed nerves. Sipping from the cup, Lu Shuang observed Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Inja, finding solace in their joy. The backyard resounded with boisterous laughter and chatter, yet Lu Shuang's corner remained tranquil. As she watched Cheng Inja play with the stones, she suddenly perceived a soft sound. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Cheng Wanqing, her little brow furrowed in a look of innocent distress directed at Lu Shuang. Approaching her, Lu Shuang bent down and inquired, What troubles you? Cheng Wanqing glanced between her and the floral string held by Hui'er, signifying her inability to untie it. Lu Shuang gently took her hands, waiting until she was certain she wouldn't pull away, then demonstrated, See here, hook your index finger here and your pinky underneath, then twist inward like this. There, it's all undone. The little girl's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, her face illuminating with joy as she shifted closer to continue playing with Hui'er. Returning to her seat, Lu Shuang picked up a pastry and remarked, Granny Ruan, have you noticed that lately, Wanqing seems less averse to my touch? Indeed, Granny Ruan replied. Previously, the fifth miss would not allow anyone to even brush against her. This signifies that you have endeared yourself to her heart. Lu Shuang smiled as she savored her pastry, contemplating how to encourage the two children to communicate. I worry that if this continues, they may truly lose the ability to speak. Fear not, my lady. The young masters occasionally utter a word or two. Your affection will surely help them lower their defenses soon, Granny Ruan assured. Lu Shuang's gaze fell upon Cheng Inja, who was diligently arranging his stones. Maybe so. Just then, Cheng Inja had completed a small defensive fort when suddenly a wooden ball rolled in, careening into his painstakingly constructed masterpiece and scattering stones everywhere. Cheng Inja stared blankly at the chaos. Hey, kick the ball over here. Turning around, he spotted a little boy waving at him, accompanied by 3 or 4 other boys. Chung Inja bent down to pick up the wooden ball, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded the children beckoning him. "Not with your hands. Use your feet and kick it over," the eager boy shouted, leaving Chung Inja at a loss. Chung Inja glanced towards Lu Shuangshuang, who had initially intended to rise and intervene but reconsidered, thinking the boy ought to learn to be a bit more resilient. Remaining seated, she encouraged, "Inja, kick the ball over. It's all right. You can join them and play." On one side, the urging of the boys resonated, while on the other, the encouraging gaze of Lu Shuangshuang inspired Chung Inja. After a brief moment of hesitation, he placed the wooden ball at his feet and kicked it with force. Unfortunately, the ball struck the rockery and veered off course, failing to roll towards the boys. "What is wrong with you? Can you even kick?" Chung Inja lowered his head, standing there in a state of confusion. "It's all right, Inja, give it another try." Upon glancing back at Lu Shuangshuang and hesitating once more, he approached the wooden ball and kicked it towards the boys again. This time, the ball rolled straight to the feet of the boy who was waving. "Hey, do you want to play with us?" Chung Inja hesitated again, looking back at Lu Shuangshuang. To be candid, Lu Shuangshuang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Playing with a wooden ball meant that he would have to run about, and he couldn't keep an eye on Chung Inja at all times. Yet, the expectation in the boy's gaze was evident. While in the residence, Inja yearned to attend school, but Inja Rue did not play with him, and Chung Fan and Chung Li had not been seen playing ball with him either. The child clearly desired to join in the fun. Reluctant to refuse, Lu Shuangshuang nodded, "Just be careful, run slowly, and watch your step to avoid injuries." Chung Inja nodded and then dashed towards the group of boys. Lu Shuangshuang signaled several servants to follow along. Chung Inja watched as the wooden ball deftly maneuvered around the feet of the leading boy, feeling a surge of admiration. He had assumed that these boys, who appear to be of similar age, were akin to his brothers Chung Fan and Chung Li. Meanwhile, Lu Shuangshuang, anxious as he observed Chung Inja gradually running farther away, was approached by several ladies who came to greet him. "Madam Chung, greetings." The visitors included the wife of the Minister of Rights, accompanied by her daughter-in-law and an unmarried daughter. It is evident that Madam Chung has grown even more graceful in the past few days. "The Marquis's residence truly is a nurturing haven," remarked the wife of the Minister of Justice, accompanied by her daughter. Both young ladies had reached marriageable age, and it was rumored that they were recently being courted, making their appearances at social gatherings increasingly frequent. Lu Shuangshuang rose to greet them, and the two ladies returned the courtesy. Having brought their daughters along, Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but notice how these ladies resembled elder sisters rather than mothers. One lady glanced down at her attire, while the other touched her face. "Oh, Madam Chung, I take your words to heart," she chuckled. "If you truly believe that, then I shall accept it as well." The three stood together, exchanging pleasantries. Lu Shuangshuang caught a glimpse of Chung watching nearby. "I hear that both of you are currently seeking potential suitors for your daughters. How is that progressing?" Upon mentioning this, both ladies sighed in unison, casting knowing glances at their respective daughters. The wife of the Minister of Rights, Madame Han, waved her handkerchief dramatically. "Oh, Madam Chung, you have no idea how troublesome it can be to find a suitable match for one's daughter. Indeed, your child is still young, and you may not grasp the intricacies of this process. It is quite complex. My husband and I have been so troubled that we can hardly sleep at night." The wife of the Minister of Justice, Madame Yin, nodded in agreement, her head bobbing like a pestle. Lu Shuangshuang observed their morose expressions, feeling unable to truly empathize with their plight. "Greetings, Sister Yin. At least you have married off a daughter. I, on the other hand, have 3 still waiting in the boudoir, leaving me sleepless with worry." The two exchanged a knowing smile, for their bond was profound, often seen together at various gatherings. Lu Shuangshuang had encountered them several times. I must say it was far less concerning when the children were small. Just look at Madame Chung. Where is the burden we bear? Lu Shuangshuang replied with a smile. "I too must consider this matter eventually. Why not glean some wisdom from my 2 elder sisters now?" Upon mentioning this, the 2 sisters appeared invigorated. "First and foremost, you must consider family background, right? In our kind of family, which precious daughter is not raised with utmost love? Who could bear to send her off to suffer?" Sister Yin nodded in agreement, Indeed, if my daughter were to marry and lead an unhappy life, my heart would surely ache. Not only that, she continued, even if I were to depart this world, I would remain unsettled. Lu Shuangshuang wholeheartedly concurred, recognizing that a mother knows best the difficulties faced by a daughter-in-law. If the family background aligns, one must also examine the character of the son. Should she encounter a slothful or licentious man, would that not ruin her happiness for a lifetime? Sister Een vigorously nodded. To marry a chicken, one must follow the chicken. To marry a dog, one must follow the dog. The son-in-law must possess integrity, courage, and promise, not merely be content with the present. Sister Een, you speak the truth. Have you heard about the son of Lord Chun? Merely 5 months into his marriage, he nearly killed his wife. This scandal has thrown the Chun household into disarray. Utterly outrageous and a flagrant disregard for propriety. Sister Een, being the wife of the Minister of Justice, was well informed and lowered her voice. Indeed, the Chun family's in-laws are not easily trifled with. They are nearly heartbroken over their daughter. After the incident became public, it was reported to the authorities by the next day. Despite connections made, the matter spiraled beyond the local officials' control, eventually reaching the Minister of Justice. Han Shi gasped in astonishment. What? It escalated to such proportions? Surely, they will not pursue a marriage alliance with the Chun family any longer? Sister Een expressed her indignation. What kind of in-laws would one want in such a case? The daughter-in-law of the Chun family has committed no offense. She has not violated a single tenet of propriety, all while dutifully managing household affairs as a good wife. Lu Shuangshuang found it incredulous. Why would such an admirable daughter-in-law be subjected to such brutality? What could possibly provoke Lord Chun's son to such extremes? It defied reason. Madame Cheng's words rang true. There was no justification. Lord Chun's son was a drunkard. After a few admonitions from his wife about his drinking, the couple quarreled. That wretched man, in a fit of rage, seized his wife and slammed her head against the corner of the table. What? Lu Shuangshuang and Han Shi exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. You see, when I first learned of this, my reaction mirrored yours precisely. It is utterly absurd. When my husband recounted the tale, I felt compelled to take a stick to that beast. When the family saw their daughter, she was already bandaged, which caused her mother to faint on the spot. Han Shi clenched her fists tightly. This is heartbreaking. A fine young woman married into that family, only to be so cruelly mistreated. Han glanced back at her daughter and uttered a nearly inaudible phrase. My dear daughter, I shall surely find you a good family, so that you may live peacefully in your next life. Her daughter, with teary eyes, lowered her head, hiding behind her mother, tugging at her sleeve, feeling a mixture of emotions. The two women wore expressions of indignation, yet Lu Shuangshuang appeared composed, her demeanor serious, though not as furious as the others. Lu Shuangshuang turned to observe Cheng Wanqing, who was still entangled in the flower rope, seemingly at a loss. The little girl's hands flitted here and there, her head tilted in distress. Lu Shuangshuang watched her with a smile, yet a simmering murderous intent gradually surfaced in her gaze. Should the daughter of the Cheng family be mistreated, it would lead to their utter ruin. Madam, trouble is brewing, she heard someone exclaim. Chapter 58. Past events indeed. Madame Cheng was fortunate. The Marquis of Pingyuan was young and accomplished, having not only inherited his title, but also proven himself a valiant warrior, earning the prestigious rank of first-class general. Such a man must be the object of admiration for women across the realm. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled modestly. It is an honor for the Marquis to serve the nation in battle. I can merely manage our household affairs, ensuring he is free from worries. Madame Cheng's contributions are immense. Since her marriage, the Cheng family has enjoyed tranquility. Surely the Marquis can focus on the front lines without concern, remarked Dean. Lu Shuangshuang sensed an underlying message in Yin's words. Was such a brief period of peace not rare in the past? Indeed, Sister Een speaks truthfully. To be frank, it is only because of you, madam, that I am willing to draw near. Had it been the previous lady, I would have kept my distance. The two women, both married to men of high rank and noble lineage, felt little trepidation in Lu Shuangshuang's presence, showing genuine respect for the Marquis's wife. while also possessing straightforward natures that allowed for candid conversation. The previous lady cannot hold a candle to Madame Chung. She is simply in a different league. Lu Shuang had been unaware of what transpired with the earlier mistresses of the Chung household, though the servants treated her with great respect and compliance. They refrained from discussing past events. Today, she decided to inquire of those present, hoping to glean some insight. Drawing closer, she spoke with a hint of resignation. Ladies, we have met several times now, and I genuinely feel you're sincere individuals. I find myself in a predicament and hope you might assist me. What troubles you? Han responded immediately. Speak, and we shall surely help. Since my marriage into the Chung family, all has been well, save for one matter. The children in the house do not warm to me, and the servants seem to avoid me altogether. You see, the two children I brought with me only wish to be near me outside, for within these walls it is a struggle even to catch a glimpse of them. With a deep sigh, Lu Shuang pressed her lips together on the verge of tears. Heaven help me. Dear ladies, I have never been harsh with the children. I have not even raised my voice. Why then do they refuse to accept me? If the Marquis were to return and witness the children in such a state, he would undoubtedly think poorly of me. Lu Shuang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently dabbed at the corners, feebly uttering the last two words, incompetent. Insure hurried to console her, stating, Madam, your words carry weight. I am several years your senior, yet I unashamedly call you sister. Dear sister, it is not your fault. I suspect that no one in your household has informed you of the prior events. Have they? Han Shi, glancing at Insure, quickly grasped the situation. Being a stepmother is notoriously challenging, and a secondary wife faces even greater trials. As the servants have all served the previous mistress and harbor their own hidden agendas. Sister, I truly have grievances that I cannot voice, Lu Shuang lamented, resting her hand atop Insure's. Her expression one of utter helplessness. Everyone is keeping secrets from me. They feign respect while I remain in the dark, oblivious to the true state of affairs. It appears serene at home, yet I am utterly lost as to how to proceed. Han Shi, possessing a tender heart, recalled that her husband had not initially been betrothed to her, but rather to a childhood friend who later married another. Occasionally, she would overhear the older servants mention her husband as childhood sweetheart, which left her feeling unsettled, as she could relate to the discomfort of hearing and not hearing such matters. Dear sister, we have only gathered fragments of information from the outside, but if you truly wish to know, we shall share all that we have heard. Lu Shuang's innocent demeanor made it easy for others to lower their guards. Thank you. Sisters, the first wife of the Marquis, it is said, was his cousin, and during the time of the late Marquis, their union was quite the spectacle. He was the object of admiration for countless young women in the capital, many of whom wept in despair, unable to sleep through the night. Insure, being the eldest and most knowledgeable, lost herself in reminiscence. Lu Shuang's lips twitched. Was this truly what I wished to know? By that time, I had been married for 4 or 5 years, yet upon first seeing the Marquis and his wife, I could not help but be captivated. They truly were a match made in heaven. In truth, Insure wished to convey that even after 4 or 5 years of marriage, she too had felt her heart flutter upon first encountering the Marquis. Lu Shuang suddenly lost her desire to inquire further if they were so deeply in love. What place was there for me? Han Shi, noticing Lu Shuang's discomfort, quickly elbowed Insure, who was lost in her memories. Insure turned to Han Shi, then to Lu Shuang, offering an awkward smile as she realized her indiscretion. Oh dear, my mind is failing me. I must be getting old. Subsequently, the first wife bore 2 children, and their family seemed quite blissful. Yet, inexplicably, she fell ill and passed away. Han Shi interjected, I am aware of this. My family has some acquaintance with the Marquis. At that time, he was often inebriated and would frequently drag my husband along to drink. Initially, my husband would accompany him for a drink or 2, but soon realized he could not keep pace, for the Marquis drank recklessly, intent on becoming utterly intoxicated. He even declared that he had no desire to marry again. Truly, a man of unrequited affections. This time, it was Insure who fell silent, pinching Han Shi's arm. Is that something you should be discussing? Lu Xuanshuang grew increasingly restless, contemplating standing up and leaving, feeling as though her two elder sisters had little concern for her. I shall return home to prepare for a separation from the Marquis, allowing him to reminisce about the two of you, she declared. Han and Yin immediately grasped her arm. Albeit aware of her jest, they feared it might affect the couple's relationship. No, we misspoke. Let us get to the point. Do not be angry. Please. Sit down quickly. Lu Xuanshuang gritted her teeth and resumed her seat. Did he not refuse to marry? How has he taken a wife? Han continued, my husband mentioned, though I cannot vouch for its truth, that the Marquis, upon encountering Qin, found her smile reminiscent of his late wife, and, urged by the old lady, consented to marry. At this juncture, Yin straightened her posture, ready to elaborate. This Qin is truly outrageous, shaking the Marquis's household to its core. Lu Xuanshuang, intrigued by this revelation, urged her sisters to share more. Han preemptively cautioned, after all, this concerns your family. We cannot be accused of gossiping about others' affairs. Should this bring you discomfort, do not hold us to blame. Yin swiftly added, indeed, we must not disturb the peace of the Marquis's residence. That is not our intent, and we cannot bear such accusations. Lu Xuanshuang, eager for insight, reassured them, sisters, do not fret. I implored you to share this with me. I would never cast blame upon you, and I promised to keep my silence. With this, Han and Yin finally relaxed. I recall that Qin was not always so tempestuous. Although her methods have long been noted for their severity, she was relatively composed in the beginning, albeit a bit fierce. When did this transformation occur? Sister Yin, can you recall? Those years when scandals began to erupt within the Marquis's household. When did it all commence? Yin pondered for a moment. It seems it began when she lost her child. A child? Lu Xuanshuang was taken aback, unaware that Qin had borne offspring. However, she was more perplexed by how outsiders were privy to such intimate details, considering the household servants were known for their discretion. Indeed, it was said that the old lady punished her, leading to the loss of a pair of twins, Yin explained. Lu Xuanshuang frowned. The old lady? Such a severe punishment? That should not be the case. She was pregnant. How could she be penalized? Indeed, it is a lamentable circumstance. Who could endure such a loss? Yet, her temperament should not have shifted so drastically. Coincidentally, shortly thereafter, a minor concubine of the Marquis bore a pair of twins. Yin's words were abruptly interrupted by a hurried servant rushing in. Madam, it is Dyer. Chapter 59. Who kicked it? Hey, what is your name? We cannot keep calling you Hey. The leading boy kicked the ball to another boy, then turned to Cheng Yinjia. Cheng Yinjia regarded him with a calm gaze, yet remained silent. Young brother is asking you something. Have you lost your voice? Yes. You have played with us for quite some time, yet you have not uttered a single word. A group of boys, for reasons unknown, suddenly found themselves intrigued and abandoned their ball to gather around. Among them, Cheng Yinjia stood out as the smallest, gazing up at the older boys who exchanged words, their voices buzzing in his ears, rendering him speechless. You can't really be mute, can you? One of the boys, Qi Yang, suddenly exclaimed, prompting the others to fix their eyes on Cheng Yinjia, as if a realization dawned upon them. So you cannot speak. Cheng Yinjia gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his head, focusing on his shoes. Indeed, he was mute. That's why he hasn't said a word all this time. Which family do you belong to? How come we've never seen you before? Are you foolish? He's mute. How can he respond to you? Oh yes, I forgot. Brother Yang. Should we still bring him along to play? Qi Yang scrutinized Cheng Yinjia for a moment before turning to run away, casually remarking, let us take him along. He can be our ball retriever. The other boys, adhering to Qi Yang's lead, followed suit. Hey, little mute, hurry up and keep up. Cheng Yinjia hesitated for a moment, but as he watched the wooden ball skillfully maneuvering among the children's feet, their laughter and spirited competition stirred something within him. Before long, he fell in step behind them. Being younger and less experienced, Cheng Yinjia often found himself unable to seize the ball and was shoved aside on several occasions. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. Even when he stumbled, he would rise, dust himself off, and continue to chase after them. Several times, when the wooden ball was kicked far away, they would send Cheng Yinjia to retrieve it, and he obediently scampered off to bring it back. After several attempts, He learned to run back with the ball at his feet rather than cradling it in his arms as he had initially done. Although Chung Inja often found himself at a disadvantage, the exhilaration of running under the sun filled him with joy, and he felt no sense of grievance. Gradually, the delight in his eyes grew, and the taunts of little Mute from the other children became less grating to his ears. The children dashed about, yet the Sun residence was not vast. With so many people around, it was inevitable that collisions would occur. When someone was bumped into, they would glance down to find a group of children and merely shrug it off. Occasionally, someone would scold, "Whose child is this? Watch where you're going." The boys would always stick out their tongues and make faces before scampering away. "Give it to me. Give it to me," Chi-Yang called out to another boy. However, the boy did not pass the wooden ball to Chi-Yang, but instead kicked it toward Chung Inja. Chung Inja sprinted a few steps to the left and caught it deftly. Just as he was about to pass it to the next person, Chi-Yang barged in, forcefully shoving him aside. Infuriated that the other boy had ignored his command, Chi-Yang kicked the wooden ball from under Chung Inja's feet toward the boy, sending it soaring swiftly and high, directly toward the boy's face. The boy instinctively dodged, turning to glare at Chi-Yang. "Chi-Yang, you!" A sharp female voice pierced the air. The boy who had been struck immediately turned his head, and Chi-Yang and the others followed his gaze to see a young woman clad in a purple, luminous gown adorned with dark floral patterns resembling a lotus in bloom, collapsed on the ground. The wooden ball rolled away from her, and she clutched her abdomen, grimacing in pain as she cried out. The children were terrified, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. The maidservants of the woman hurried to assist her, while nearby ladies gathered around. "Miss Xing, are you all right? Is everything fine? Quickly, help Miss Xing up. Should we call a doctor?" "Yes, perhaps we should, lest she be left with any ailment." Miss Xing, amidst the concern of the crowd, took a moment to recover, rising with the aid of her maid, clutching her abdomen in pain. One hand pressed against her belly, the other adjusted her disheveled hair. Her hairpin loosened, filling her with further ire. Taking a deep breath, she glanced down, her gaze falling upon the incriminating wooden ball. A servant swiftly retrieved the ball and presented it before her. With an expression of fury, Miss Xing glared at the group of boys and demanded, "Who kicked this?" Her ferocity was palpable, instilling a fear so profound in the children that they could scarcely utter a word. "If no one confesses, I shall have my servant silence you." As she spoke, the servants encircled them, while the boys huddled together, too frightened to move, casting anxious glances towards Chi-Yang. The surrounding ladies observed the scene, relieved that their own children were not among them. Yet, the children were still young and easily frightened. Although Miss Xing's father was a renowned general favored by the emperor, it was unlikely that she would dare to impose physical punishment. The children present were undoubtedly from noble families. Regardless of their status, it was inappropriate to resort to violence. "Was it you who kicked it?" Miss Xing directed a menacing glare at Chi-Yang, who was struck with terror. He was aware of her notorious temperament. Even his mother had advised him to steer clear of Miss Xing, urging him to avoid provoking her at all costs. Chi-Yang quickly shook his head vigorously and, upon noticing the seemingly invisible Chung Inja beside him, pointed at him, exclaiming, "It was him! He kicked it! It was him!" Chung Inja looked bewildered at Chi-Yang, unable to comprehend why he was being accused when he had clearly witnessed Chi-Yang kick it himself. Miss Xing's eyes burned with rage as she fixed her stare on Chung Inja. The terrifying intensity of her gaze reminded Chung Inja of a previous encounter with a woman that filled him with dread. He instinctively recoiled, shaking his head vigorously, desperate to speak, to declare his innocence, yet found himself unable to utter a word. Seeing him retreat in fear, Miss Xing commanded, "Seize him." A servant swiftly apprehended the retreating Chung Inja, who struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face. He wished to cry for help, but no sound escaped his throat. He could only thrash in despair. The other children, witnessing Chung Inja's struggle, were paralyzed with fear, terrified of facing a similar fate. Miss Xing turned to the other children, asking one final time, "Who kicked it?" The children glanced at Chi-Yang, and in unison, they pointed at Chung Inja, exclaiming, "It was him! He kicked it! Indeed, it was him! We all saw it! It was him!" With their confirmation, Miss Xing advanced step by step towards Chung Inja. while the remaining children fled in a panic. The crowd obscured the view, and the servants following Cheng Inja struggled to maneuver through, only to finally realize the unfolding chaos. Just as they focused, a chilling command rang out. Stop. Stop. Go call the lady. Stop. That is my master. Chapter 60. How ruthless. As the servant rushed forward, she was intercepted by two of Miss Xing's attendants. You have offended our young lady and still wish to flee. Cheng Inja, witnessing the commotion in his courtyard, extended his hand towards her, unable to articulate his distress. Master, do not fear. They have already gone to summon the lady, master. Release my master. We belong to the Cheng family. Miss Xing sneered disdainfully, turning to glance at the audacious child. Is it not merely the Cheng family? A mere 7th-rank official dares to conspire against me. No, our servant is just a frail woman. She stands no chance against the strength of two experienced matrons. The attendant was swiftly overpowered, struck down and left crumpled on the ground, clutching her stomach, her eyes swollen and unable to rise. The onlooking ladies were astonished at Miss Xing's blatant aggression, causing a ruckus at another's banquet and brazenly assaulting someone. It was utterly excessive. Yet, no one dared intervene. The Xing family was currently in high favor, and the women present were not from esteemed households. Moreover, Madame Sun had gone elsewhere to attend to guests. At that moment, the sounds of merriment from the front and rear courtyards filled the air, causing the ladies to turn their heads toward the main hall. The auspicious time had arrived, and Lord and Lady Sun were receiving blessings from their guests amidst the crackle of firecrackers and cheerful music, creating a cacophony that escalated the lively atmosphere of the estate, completely overshadowing Cheng Inja's silent cries for help. Miss Xing cast a glance toward the main hall, then grimaced as her stomach ached, turning her ire back towards Cheng Inja on the ground. Whose child are you? I bear you no grudge. Why do you strike me with that ball? The noise drowned out her voice, but her fury was palpable as she nearly shouted the question at him. Cheng Inja, curled up in fear, trembled before her wrath, tears streaming down his face as he opened his mouth to wail, yet only a faint sound emerged, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito in the raucous courtyard. Speak. Have you lost your tongue? The more he remained silent, the angrier Miss Xing grew. Miss Xing, he is but a child. He likely kicked the wooden ball by accident. Finally, someone could no longer bear to watch as the frightened child appeared dazed, helplessly sprawled on the ground, being tugged by the attendants. Miss Xing turned her fierce gaze upon the speaker. Accidentally? Then why not try it yourself? Experience the pain I just endured. Children play. A mere apology should suffice. Look how terrified he is. Miss Xing glanced back, then violently struck the ball from her attendant's hand, kicking it towards the woman who had spoken. Fortunately, the woman reacted swiftly and dodged, glaring at Miss Xing. What are you doing? If I apologize, should that not be enough? The woman gasped in frustration, her breath quickening. Those nearby tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Let it go. We cannot provoke her. Let's depart." Umph. The woman angrily tossed her sleeve and turned to leave. Others, witnessing this, dared not speak, especially as Miss Xing's attendants retrieved the wooden ball once more. With the cacophony beside her silenced, Miss Xing finally found the focus to deal with this audacious child. She gradually crouched down, meeting Cheng Inja's panicked gaze, devoid of any compassion, only reminded of the excruciating pain he had caused her stomach and the humiliation he had inflicted upon her in front of others. Miss Xing extended a meticulously cared-for hand, fair and smooth, and, observing Cheng Inja's terrified expression, slowly placed it upon his right ear, twisting it with force. Cheng Inja cried out in pain. Miss Xing gazed at him incredulously. "Oh, so you can speak? Then apologize. Let me hear it." The agony surged through Cheng Inja's ear, as if it were about to be wrenched off, and no amount of struggling could free him from Miss Xing's grip. "Speak." Seeing only his futile writhing, she assumed his defiance and tightened her hold. Cheng Inja felt as if his clothes might tear, the pain overwhelming, reminiscent of the torment inflicted by that woman. Who could come to his rescue? He couldn't even muster a cry for help. Who would save him? Cheng Inja's strength was waning. Had Miss Xing not been gripping his ear, he would have collapsed. Yet, in this very manner, Miss Xing managed to lift him by a single ear. "Let him go." He is. A firecracker exploded in the air, drowning out the voice of the struggling servant, far removed from the commotion at the main courtyard. Miss Xing, observing his half-conscious state, felt an urge to witness the revelry. "Kneel and bow your head, and I shall spare you," she commanded. Releasing his ear and rising to look down upon Cheng Yinja. His ear burned with agony, and though he pressed his small hand against it, he could scarcely touch it. Tears seemed to have dried up, and his throat throbbed painfully, akin to being sliced by a knife. The servants nearby hoisted him up, forcing him to kneel. "Did you hear that? Were it not for your tender age, I would have surely ended you today. Hurry, bow. Our Lady has shown mercy, and you should hasten to express your gratitude. Do not keep her waiting." A kick from Miss Xing struck Cheng Yinja's shoulder, sending him sprawling backward, his head colliding with the stones beneath him. A sharp pain and a buzzing sensation filled his mind, leaving him dizzy and his vision blurred. Before Cheng Yinja could gather his wits, his small frame was yanked back again. "My patience is limited. Bow." Cheng Yinja glanced up at Miss Xing, his vision hazy, struggling to see her clearly, only aware that the sunlight behind her was blinding. For reasons unknown, thoughts of his father surged into his mind. He had heard tales of him as a great hero on the battlefield. Cheng Yinja knew little of warfare or his father's rank within the military. Nonetheless, he sensed that his father was a man of respect, and if he were present, surely he would not wish for his son to be so powerless. Seizing the moment as the servants relaxed their hold, Cheng Yinja targeted Miss Xing's calf and lunged forward with the ferocity of a young beast. The not yet fully sharpened claws seek to reclaim a semblance of dignity and carve out a path to survival. "Ah, curse be it! Quickly, drag him away." Miss Xing felt the pain and fiercely kicked her leg. The servants, momentarily stunned, promptly rushed to pull Cheng Yinja away, perhaps driven by an innate survival instinct. They could not pry him loose. However, Cheng Yinja was evidently losing his grip, unable to withstand the strength of 3 adults. As the servants exerted their force, unexpectedly, Cheng Yinja suddenly released his hold, and several individuals tugged him backward. Miss Xing instinctively retreated a step, clutching her calf and gasping in shock. "Kill him!" Cheng Yinja, summoning all his strength, scrambled to his feet and ran frantically towards the crowd. His small stature allowed him to slip through the gaps. But the servants behind him managed to tear away a piece of cloth, enabling him to escape their grasp. Miss Xing, accompanied by her servants, pursued him, but soon lost sight of Cheng Yinja amidst the throng, infuriating her to the point of stomping her feet, her teeth nearly shattering, as a few drops of blood seeped from beneath her skirt, driving her to the brink of madness. When Lu Shuangshuang arrived, she encountered the furious Miss Xing and a maid collapsed on the ground. Chapter 61. Search for him. Granny Ruan hurried over to assist the fallen maid, casting a glance that silenced the servants eager to intervene on Miss Xing's behalf. The maid spat out blood, her voice hoarse and frantic. "Madam, save the young master. He has been struck. He was attacked by that person." The maid pointed at Miss Xing, her voice laced with blood and desperation. The servants of the Ho residence were typically well-trained and rarely displayed such emotional upheaval. Lu Shuangshuang instantly recognized that something was amiss and shot a piercing glance at Miss Xing. The once fierce Miss Xing found her momentum abruptly suppressed. Though she yearned to resist, Lu Shuangshuang's commanding presence rendered her incapable of standing tall. "Where's my Yinja?" Lu Shuangshuang advanced like a fierce tiger, step by step. Miss Xing's servants obstructed her path, but Granny Ruan quickly stepped forward, delivering a slap to each of them. Miss Xing glanced at the 2 servants, now dazed and clutching their faces, finally processing the situation. "Who are you? Dare you disrespect me? This is the wife of the Pingyuan Marquis, the legitimate spouse of the Grand General." Miss Xing immediately panicked. The Cheng family? She frantically turned to her subordinates. The Chen family? How could it be the Cheng family of the Pingyuan Marquis? Her subordinates averted their gazes, hesitant to respond. "I demand to know where my son is." While Miss Xing was oblivious to the truth, Lu Shuangshuang's formidable aura was undeniable. Refusing to answer would likely incur her wrath. "Over there, the young master ran that way." Miss Xing haphazardly pointed in a direction. Lu Shuang turned and strode off, commanding Granny Ruan, "Divide our group to search. Also, inform Madame Sun to send people to thoroughly search the residence. I want to see Inja within the span of an incense stick." Lu Shuang was genuinely enraged, her steps brisk and purposeful, completely disregarding those passing by, her singular focus on locating Cheng Inja. "Xiao Huan, stay with Wanqing and keep a close watch on her." "Yes, madam. We have already lost one. We cannot afford to let anything happen to the other." Upon learning the news, Madame Sun hurriedly informed Lord Sun, and after a brief exchange, they left their guests in haste. How could they have lost the Marquis's son? Lord Sun's tone was accusatory. The rear courtyard was entrusted to Madame Sun, and she had offended a crucial individual. "My lord, I am unaware," she replied. The servants reported that it appeared Miss Xing struck Cheng Inja. "What? How dare she?" he exclaimed. "Her father still relies on the Marquis for his livelihood. How could she provoke both the Marquis and his wife? What shall we do?" The couple discussed as they rushed along, breathless from their exertion. The immediate priority was to locate Cheng Inja and then shift the blame onto Miss Xing. "My promotion is imminent. I cannot offend the Marquis. The Emperor places immense trust in him. His word could determine my fate." Madame Sun grew increasingly anxious. "Oh dear, what a disaster. That wretched Miss Xing has brought me this trouble." The front courtyard, being a domain of men, prompted Lord Sun to instruct the servants to search discreetly, while almost all the servants in the rear courtyard were sent out to scour the area. The womenfolk, aware of the gravity of the situation with the Marquis's son missing, also enlisted their attendants to help in the search. Soon, the entire rear courtyard of the Sun residence was in a flurry of activity. Lord Sun and Madame Sun hurriedly approached Lu Shuang, bowing deeply in apology. "Madam, please forgive us. Our arrangements were inadequate. We have dispatched all our servants to search. This residence is small. We should be able to find young Master Cheng swiftly, so please do not worry." Lu Shuang's expression was grim as she silently surveyed the chaotic scene before her. She returned to the place where Wanqing and Inja had initially played, anxiously awaiting news. Fearful that if Inja returned and found her absent, it would only heighten her distress. As time passed, Lord Sun and Madame Sun occasionally stole glances at Lu Shuang's expression, which seemed to convey a hunger for vengeance. It was a stark reminder that not all families were alike. Lord Sun suddenly recalled the terrifying presence of Cheng Yuanji, the martial general whose aura of lethal intent sent chills down one's spine. Now, his wife appeared equally formidable, despite being merely a woman. Madame Sun's handkerchief was soon soaked with perspiration, prompting her to swap it for a dry one. She turned to find sweat beading on Lord Sun's chin, feeling embarrassed for him, and promptly handed him a handkerchief. The servants returned one by one, each shaking their heads in disappointment. Lu Shuang's face remained impassive, yet her heart raced with mounting urgency. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Shuang. "Madame Sun, is there a place in the residence that is small and dark, preferably devoid of sunlight?" After pondering for a moment, Madame Sun realized she had no recollection of such a place. However, a nearby servant suddenly recalled, "Madam, there is a small room behind the corner gate. It has no windows and is filled with clutter, small and dark." Lu Shuang could hardly wait. "Lead the way." Leaving Xiao Huan to guard Cheng Wanqing, Lu Shuang took charge and rushed toward the location. As she made her way, she silently prayed countless times, relieved when she finally retrieved the child from the room. The fear of further injury loomed ahead. A group of individuals arrived at the front of the house, which indeed appeared dilapidated and diminutive. A wooden door, long neglected, hung askew from its frame, while cobwebs adorned the entrance, and a thick layer of dust lay accumulated on the ground. Some among them could hardly suppress their instinct to cover their mouths and noses. Mrs. Sun, feeling somewhat anxious, cautiously inquired, "Mrs. Cheng, could the young master possibly be here?" Lu Shuang peered into the darkened interior, unable to discern whether anyone resided within. "Mrs. Cheng, the inside is cluttered with debris, so much so that the young master is likely unable to squeeze through. Perhaps we should seek elsewhere?" With no sound emanating from within, Lu Shuang contemplated for a moment. Perhaps he truly was not here. Disappointment washed over her once more as she turned to leave. Just as she took a few steps, she thought she heard a noise from within and halted to listen intently. Mrs. Sun, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Did you hear anything?" The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "No, we did not hear anything." "Mrs. Chung, could it be that you misheard?" Lu Shuang hesitated, yet her instincts told her otherwise. She abruptly turned her gaze toward the dark, indistinct little shack. "Mrs. Chung, please don't go over there. It's filthy." As if guided by some unseen force, Lu Shuang slowly approached, feeling increasingly convinced that Chung Inja was indeed inside. Despite the oppressive darkness, she tentatively called out, "Inja?" The others remained fixated on the house, as if it were a place shrouded in mystery. "Inja, are you in there?" Silence persisted. Those behind her began to think Lu Shuang was merely overly anxious, perhaps even hallucinating. After all, there was no sign of life within that shadowy space. Moreover, any child would likely be frightened and flee from such a dark place, not hide within it. Unable to contain herself, Mrs. Sun finally spoke up. "Mrs. Chung, shall we not search elsewhere?" Ignoring the voices behind her, Lu Shuang stood by the dilapidated wooden door and gently called into the darkness, "Inja, I know you are inside. Do not be afraid. Mother has come. Do not fear, for I shall protect you." The onlookers regarded Lu Shuang with bewilderment as she conversed with an empty house. "Inja, it's cramped in there. Come to Mother, will you? I have already chased away the bad people. Do not be afraid." Lu Shuang opened her arms, prepared to embrace Chung Inja upon his emergence. "Mother knows you have suffered. It is I who failed to safeguard you. I shall avenge you, but please come out, all right? Mother will take you home." Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened as faint rustling sounds emerged from within. Was there truly someone inside? A woman craned her neck to peer inside, yet still saw nothing. Nevertheless, the sounds resonated clearly. Could it possibly be a rat? "Inja, do not be afraid. Come to Mother. Shall we go home, dear? There are brothers and sisters waiting for you, along with grandmother. They will not harm you, will they? Be good and come with Mother. Trust me, I shall ensure no one harms you." Once again, a series of soft, rustling sounds filled the air. Lu Shuang exhausted the tenderness she had cultivated over the past 20 years, gazing inside as she patiently comforted Inza. "Mother knows you are hungry. I will return and prepare a delicious meal for you." Then there was Wanqing, who was also hungry. "Shall we take sister home for dinner?" "Inza, come here, dear. Mother will take you home." At last, Ching Inza peeked out, laboriously maneuvering through a small gap, unable to sit upright, curled up like a newborn, his hands and feet on the ground, revealing half of his head. Upon catching sight of Lu Shuang, he could no longer contain himself and cried out with a hoarse voice tinged with tears, releasing all his pent-up grievances. Lu Shuang was instantly in tears, rushing inside. Just as she entered, she stumbled over the clutter on the floor and nearly fell, grazing her knee against a protruding wooden post. Ignoring the pain, she hurried to check on Chung Inza. However, Inza was tucked away in a small corner where various items were haphazardly piled, leaving only a narrow gap for him to squeeze through, a space Lu Shuang could not cross. She crouched down, furrowing her brow in discomfort as she steadied herself amidst the clutter of broken tables and chairs. "Mother, I want to go home," Chung Inza sobbed, his tear-streaked face now covered in dust, resembling a little stray cat. Lu Shuang's heart ached. What a good child she had brought out. How could he be so bullied in such a short time, hiding here like a lost kitten, nursing his wounds? "Come, let us return home," she urged, reaching her arm through the chaotic crevice, straining to allow Chung Inza to touch her hand. Inza bit his lower lip, hesitating as he watched her hand extend, unsure whether to reach out his small hand. Just then, Mrs. Sun entered with some servants, noticing the mother and son struggle. "Madam Chung, let me assist you. I will have someone move these things out of the way." Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, Chung Inza instinctively withdrew his hand and shrank back into the small gap. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth, attempting to calm her rising anger, then turned to Mrs. Sun, demanding, "Tell them to leave." Mrs. Sun, taken aback by Lu Shuang's furious gaze, stammered, all right, quickly, let us go." Once the individuals exited, Lu Shuang forced a smile, turning back to her son with a gentle demeanor. Inza, do not be afraid. Mother is here. We will go home now. Come to mother. I will protect you. Chung Inza cautiously watched outside, and only after confirming no one was present did he tentatively peek out. His small hand reached forward again, slowly inching until it connected with Lu Shuang's hand. In that moment, Chung Inza felt a sense of salvation. Lu Shuang's heart leaped at the touch of his tiny hand, feeling truly alive once more. As the chaos around them persisted, Chung Inza had to crawl out slowly, unsure how he had initially managed to hide away so completely. Lu Shuang gazed intently at Chung Inza, refraining from urging him, instead offering encouragement for him to emerge slowly. Finally, he managed to emerge from the exceedingly cramped space, now able to stand while slightly hunched over. Lu Shuang, disregarding the dirt, knelt on the ground, her eyes fixed on Chung Inza, who was about to reach her. As he straightened up, eager to run into her embrace, he unexpectedly collided with an unknown object, causing a sharp pain in his shoulder, prompting him to instinctively crouch down, clutching the injured area. However, by a stroke of fortune, Lu Shuang forcefully pushed aside the obstructing furniture and leaped forward, enveloping Chung Inza completely in her arms. Outside, Mrs. Sun and her companions were startled by the sound of items crashing to the floor. Realizing something was amiss, they rushed inside. The room was too small for others to enter, leaving them craning their necks to peer inside. When Mrs. Sun and her two attendants entered, they were horrified. The room was engulfed in choking dust, and the previously precariously stacked clutter lay scattered across the floor. Amidst the cloud of dust and debris, Mrs. Chung was found awkwardly crouched on the ground. Two small objects clung to Lu Shuang's back, and a white jade hairpin, carefully styled in her hair, was shattered, leaving conspicuous dust stains on her once immaculate garments. "What are you waiting for? Quickly save them," commanded Mrs. Sun, as the two servants hurriedly cleared a path by tossing aside the scattered items, also pushing away the debris surrounding Lu Shuang. Only then could Mrs. Sun approach, her heart racing as she inquired nervously of Lu Shuang, who was huddled on the ground. "Madam, are you all right?" Chapter 63. Mother, it hurts. Lu Shuang shifted slightly. Every part of her upper body ached, and her head felt dazed from the impact. She shook off the dust from her clothes and gradually relaxed her arms, looking down at Chung Inza. "Are you all right, Inza? Don't be afraid, mother is here." Chung Inza gazed at her, bewildered and shocked, and upon noticing the fallen clutter around them, tears welled up in his eyes. Lu Shuang wiped his tears away with her hands, asking, "What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself?" Chung Inza, turned around by Lu Shuang, hesitantly revealed his discomfort. "Where? Tell mother, where does it hurt?" Upon closer inspection, Lu Shuang noticed the swelling on his ear. "Did something hit your ear?" she inquired anxiously, immediately feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. "I held you tightly. How would you still get hurt?" Chung Inza shook his head, indicating he had not been injured. Seeing Lu Shuang's worried expression, he gently brushed the dust from her hair with his small hand and clumsily tucked a loose strand behind her ear. He softly murmured, "Let us go home." Lu Shuang rose, wincing at her aching body, and then bent down to lift Chung Inza. This child, not eating properly, is so light. Before stepping out, she pressed Chung Inza's small head against her chest, and he obediently closed his eyes, resting against her. As Lu Shuang emerged, her disheveled appearance immediately informed the onlookers of the turmoil that had transpired within. "Madam Chung, are you all right? Madam Chung, do you require the services of a physician?" Lu Shuang, eager to avoid idle pleasantries and hasten her return home, cast a glance at Nurse Ruan. Immediately, Nurse Ruan positioned herself before Lu Shuang, clearing a path while offering apologies to the assembled ladies. Lu Shuang hurriedly advanced, ignoring everyone around her, while another maid had already dashed outside to summon the carriage to wait at the gate. Lord Sun and Lady Sun followed closely behind to the entrance. "Madam Chung, we sincerely apologize for our oversight today, which has caused such distress to the young master. We shall certainly pay our respects and offer our contrition on another day." "Indeed, Madam Chung, Do not harbor any anger. We will ensure the young master is well looked after in the future. The way they spoke made it seem as though Lu Shuang would still be inclined to visit them. Lu Shuang halted her hurried steps, turning to regard the two relatives, each with their own ulterior motives. By custom, Inza ought to address you as grandmother and grandfather, yet I noticed that today, Lord Sun and Lady Sun barely cast a glance at the two children. It appears your household servants are unaware of Inza's status, treating him as if he were no master at all. If they recognized Cheng Inza's true identity, how could they fail to intervene promptly against Miss Xing? Even if they couldn't team manage the affairs of their superiors, they could at least have revealed Cheng Inza's identity. Who would dare to bully him then? Lord Sun and Lady Sun, ashamed by her words, found themselves at a loss for words. Their minds were preoccupied with enjoying the accolades and praises from their guests, leaving little room for concern over these two inconspicuous children. Even in familial ties, their intentions leaned more towards exploitation, aiming to entice Madame Cheng to their side. No, our Madame Cheng, allow me to explain. Lord Sun, since you and your spouse disregard Inza and Wanqing, I shall no longer bring them along. Similarly, the Pingyuan Marquisate shall not extend any courtesy to the Sun family henceforth. Madame Cheng, as Lu Shuang turned, she caught sight of a detestable figure stealthily trailing behind the crowd, fixated on her every move, particularly the child she had previously chastised. If anything were to happen, her father would surely punish her severely. Nurse Ruan, tomorrow, please send a visiting card to General Xing's household. I wish to pay a visit to Lord and Lady Xing. Yes, madam. Lu Shuang's gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept over Miss Xing, causing her legs to weaken. Upon returning to her estate, Lu Shuang, concerned about potential disturbances, had already instructed someone to inform the matriarch that a physician awaited at Qingzhou courtyard, while forbidding anyone else from approaching. At present, Cheng Inza resembled a startled bird, unable to endure any further fright. Even Cheng Wanqing had sensed the tension, her eyes closely following Cheng Inza. Lu Shuang exited the carriage and carried Cheng Inza directly into the room, placing him on the bed. The moment Cheng Inza spotted his blanket, he instinctively curled up within it, as if he had found his sanctuary. With the curtains drawn, even a physician would find it difficult to examine Cheng Inza. Lu Shuang sat beside the cocoon of blankets, softly soothing him, gently stroking his back through the fabric. Even the doctor, an outsider, found it quite remarkable, having never encountered such a gentle mother, whose warmth enveloped a cold heart like the soothing waters of a hot spring. Lu Shuang extended her hand towards Cheng Wanqing, waiting for her to take it willingly. She had always allowed these two children to make their own choices, never imposing or even urging them. Cheng Wanqing gradually approached, her gaze flitting between Cheng Inza and Lu Shuang. Although she was unaware of her brother's plight, she could distinctly sense his fear and pain. Once Cheng Wanqing placed her soft little hand in Lu Shuang's, Lu Shuang gently drew her into her embrace, speaking softly. Wanqing, your brother is hurt and needs to see the doctor, but he is a bit frightened. Could you help mother encourage him to come out and see the doctor? Nestled in Lu Shuang's arms, Cheng Wanqing pondered her words. Wanqing, you know that falling can hurt, right? Cheng Wanqing nodded. Your brother fell today and is in pain. Look, that doctor was invited by mother. He has a way to ease your brother's pain. So, let us tell him to come out for his medicine, shall we? Cheng Wanqing understood. Her brother was injured and needed treatment. She recalled that when she was hurt, the nurse would apply medicine, and soon the pain would subside. Lu Shuang glanced at the curled-up Cheng Inza beneath the blanket, then at Cheng Wanqing, sensing that Cheng Wanqing had figured out what to do. Wanqing, you care for your brother, so please help mother persuade him to come out. Cheng Wanqing finally nodded, leaning over the edge of the bed, gently patting the blanket. Brother, come out for your medicine. Once you have it, you will feel better. It's me. Hurry out for your medicine. Cheng Inza stirred, slowly peeking out. Cautiously surveying the room, he confirmed that only Lu Shuang, the doctor, Cheng Wanqing, and the nurse attending him were present, before he gradually emerged from the blanket. Upon emerging, he saw his swollen ear and further down his torn clothing along with his little hands caked in dirt. Lu Shuang and the nurse patiently coaxed him. step by step removing his clothing until only his underpants remained. As his injuries became visible, Lu Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger. And after enduring the torment of applying the medicine, she comforted him to lie down, instructing the nurse to take good care of him before preparing to leave. Just after taking a step, Cheng Yinzhi rose from the blanket, reaching out to call Mother. Lu Shuang immediately turned back. Yinzhi. Cheng Yinzhi grasped Lu Shuang's hand. His voice choked with grievance. It hurts. Lu Shuang instantly became anxious. Where does it hurt? Is there anywhere that hasn't been treated? Cheng Yinzhi touched the back of his head, then quickly recoiled his hand. Lu Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Chapter 64. Do you really think there is no one in the Cheng family? Had she overlooked anything? Lu Shuang gazed at the maid kneeling on the ground. The very one who had been powerless to prevent Cheng Yinzhi's beating at the hands of Miss Xing's servants. The maid was already engulfed in guilt, repeatedly berating herself for her inability to protect her young mistress, fully prepared for the impending punishment. To her surprise, upon returning, Lu Shuang, while cradling Cheng Yinzhi, instructed someone to take the maid to apply medicine. Shortly after the treatment, the mistress summoned her to recount the events in meticulous detail. Madam, it is my incompetence. Please punish me as you see fit. The maid prostrated herself heavily on the ground. Lu Shuang suppressed her emotions, pondering why she would go through the trouble of administering medicine if she intended to punish you. After all, she was merely a young girl, powerless against the assault from Miss Xing's servants, lacking the strength to rescue Cheng Yinzhi. Moreover, the maid's hoarse voice betrayed her struggle and her cries for help. Everyone leave. Lu Shuang pressed her forehead against the table, her breathing growing frantic. Once the servants had departed, she could no longer contain her fury. She opened her eyes and hurled a teacup with great force to the floor, shattering it into countless shards. Her chest heaved with unrestrained anger, the sound of her heavy breaths reverberating in the stillness of the room. Her rage simmering and her fingers digging into the table's edge until her fingertips turned white and her knuckles protruded. Soon, an overwhelming wave of anger surged to her head, leaving her dizzy and trembling with rage. Tears unexpectedly streamed down her face, her gaze fixated on a single point, the tears flowing uncontrollably, blurring her vision. As her mind replayed the injuries inflicted upon Cheng Yinzhi, the swelling near his ear was hot to the touch, flinching at the slightest application of ointment, instinctively recoiling with every touch. His back bore multiple abrasions, some oozing blood, staining his undergarments, the mere sight eliciting sharp pangs of pain, not to mention the wounds inflicted by branches, table edges, and wood upon his hands, arms, and legs. Most alarmingly, Cheng Yinzhi had pointed out the source of his pain. The back of his head. The back of his head. That was his brain. He was so young, yet had suffered such grave injuries. Blood was flowing from that tender spot. What if, at such a young age, he were to suffer lasting repercussions? Lu Shuang could no longer suppress her dread. What if he were truly gravely injured and could not be saved? In moments of fear, one tends to envision the worst possible outcomes, leading to heightened anxiety and an unbearable sense of denial. Although she had never met Cheng Yinzhi's biological mother, she could only imagine the anguish she would feel if she were present, her heart likely torn asunder. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she felt the weight of her responsibilities as a stepmother bearing down upon her. Lu Shuang pressed her aching chest and sighed heavily several times. That child, so obedient. It was evident he was in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. When tending to the injury on the back of his head, he could bear it no longer, only managing to emit a few soft whimpers before succumbing to silent tears. He was merely 4 years old, just 4. Who had taught him to endure such suffering? Who had forced him into this state? At this tender age, he should be free to cry or laugh as he pleased. Compelling herself to regain her composure, Lu Shuang wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief, took a few deep breaths, and then stepped outside. Such a remarkable child. And now that she had called for her mother, she shall not permit anyone to bully her offspring. Upon her emergence, Lu Shuang hurriedly made her way to Hutsong courtyard. The old lady awaited Lu Shuang's arrival, having observed the urgency with which she carried Cheng Yinjia back to the residence. The household staff, seeing the commotion and the call for a physician, had already begun to speculate, though they dared not voice their thoughts regarding their masters. Upon learning of the situation, the old lady was determined to head to Qingzhou courtyard, but was persuaded to stay by Lu Shuang's envoy just as she stepped out. Despite the brief explanation from the servant, the old lady was consumed with worry, yet understanding the nature of the two children. She subdued her anxiety to await news in Hutzong courtyard. Restless and anxious, she finally awaited Lu Shuang's arrival. After paying her respects to her mother-in-law, she implored, "Enough of this. Tell me how Yinjia is." Taking a silent breath, Lu Shuang exchanged a significant glance with Granny Sun beside the old lady. In that moment, she felt no obligation to weave any comforting fabrications. "Mother-in-law, you must remain calm and not let your emotions overwhelm you." I understand. Speak swiftly. Yinjia has numerous injuries and has suffered greatly from fright. He is unlikely to leave his room for some time." The old lady, seizing upon this crucial point, gazed at Lu Shuang in disbelief. "What do you mean? He is covered in wounds." After a brief hesitation, Lu Shuang recounted the ordeal wherein Miss Xing had tormented Cheng Yinjia. The old lady rose abruptly, her trembling finger pointing accusatorily at Lu Shuang, unable to articulate her fury, while Granny Sun hurried to support the old lady. "This is intolerable, utterly intolerable. How dare that unscrupulous Xing family? How dare they? When have the children of the Cheng family ever been subjected to such humiliation? If Cheng Yuanji were here, I would insist he confront them at once." Lu Shuang quickly placed a comforting hand on the old lady's back, urging her to calm down. "Mother-in-law, please remain composed. I assure you, I shall address this matter. Yinjia will not suffer this indignity in vain." With a fierce glare, the old lady fixed her gaze upon Lu Shuang. "I am still here. I am not dead yet. Who dares to bully my Cheng family? Granny Sun, go, summon the carriage. I shall personally demand an explanation from the Xing family." Lu Shuang signaled to Granny Sun with a slight shake of her head, indicating she should hold off for the moment. "Mother-in-law, I understand your anger and your love for your grandson, but please, hear me out. Yes, Miss Xing is indeed despicable, but her status does not warrant your direct intervention. You bear the dual honors of the late emperor and the current sovereign, along with the title of nobility. If you were to make a grand entrance, it could potentially attract the attention of the emperor, and then this matter could escalate beyond our control." "And what of it?" the old lady retorted. "I want the entire capital to know that my Cheng family is not to be trifled with. Just because Yuanji has gone to war, they think my family is vulnerable? Preposterous. I shall make it clear to that wretched scoundrel that even in Yuanji's absence, I, this old woman, remain steadfast." The old lady, though aged and in poor health, was not without her formidable presence. Her decades-long tenure as the matriarch of the Marquisate was not without merit, and her title of nobility was not merely for show. Should she be truly provoked, and this matter reach the emperor, she would stand her ground without fear. "Mother-in-law, I understand that your presence in the Ho residence is akin to a stabilizing anchor. However, this situation is different. When Miss Xing bullied Yinzi, she was unaware that he is a scion of the Cheng family. Moreover, General Xing is a subordinate of Yuanji, having accompanied Yuanji on several campaigns. He would likely have joined this time had it not been for his ill health. Mother-in-law, consider this. It is not merely a conflict between the two families. There remains a possibility for reconciliation, contingent upon the attitude of General Xing and his wife. Allow me to take the initiative and visit them first. If the Xing family can provide an explanation, it would honor the camaraderie shared by General Xing and the Ho family on the battlefield. Should they choose to shield their daughter and show no respect, it would not be too late for you to intervene later." The old lady, perturbed, contemplated Lu Shuang's words. "Indeed, it is unwise to escalate matters from the outset. Very well, you shall go first, but that heartless woman must face the consequences. Yes, I shall visit tomorrow." The next day, Lu Shuangshuang proceeded to the home of General Xing. Chapter 65. Chaotic disputes upon returning home yesterday. Miss Xing locked herself in her room, ignoring all knocks at the door, and did not emerge even for dinner. General Xing learned from the servants that Miss Xing had caused trouble by offending the Chung family, and he was immediately intent on dragging her out for a reprimand. The door to Miss Xing's room was locked from the inside. Enraged, General Xing attempted to kick it down, but was stopped by Madame Xing. "My dear husband, what do you intend to do? You will only frighten our daughter further." General Xing pointed furiously at the closed door, exclaiming, "Is there any reason to fear her now? She has gone too far. How dare she offend the Chung family? She cannot afford to cross them. General Chung is my superior's superior. In the military, he could render me utterly powerless with just a flick of his finger. How dare she?" Infuriated, he kicked the door again, causing it to shake, which made Miss Xing, curled up on her bed inside, tremble in fear. Madame Xing quickly restrained her husband, arguing, "It is not so serious. Our daughter was provoked into retaliation. Besides, she did not know at the time that it was the son of General Chung. Although she has a fiery temper, she can discern right from wrong. At most, she is innocent due to ignorance." General Xing glared at her. "Innocent? She has already harmed young Master Chung, and the invitation from Madame Chung has already been delivered. Do you think they are merely here for a visit? They have come to seek retribution." He pressed his hand against his chest, furiously stomping his feet. "Do not fret, my dear. Tomorrow, when Madame Chung arrives, I will entertain her properly and offer an apology. After all, she has merely struck young Master Chung. It is not as if she has done him any lasting harm. Moreover, he ran away out of cowardice. How can that be blamed on our daughter?" Madame Xing replied nonchalantly. General Xing shot her a fierce glance. "Do not utter such nonsense. You will apologize properly tomorrow. The more respectful, the better." Madame Xing nodded outwardly, but inwardly dismissed the gravity of the situation. After all, she was merely a new wife of less than half a year. Her husband had departed for war on their wedding night. It was unlikely they had even shared a tender moment. What arrogance could she possibly possess? Even the most esteemed lady, without her husband's affection at home, is but a decorative figure. Miss Xing listened intently, her ears perked for any sign of movement outside. Once assured that the coast was clear, she stealthily approached the door and opened it a crack to confirm that everyone had indeed departed. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Come in," she whispered, beckoning her trusted maid to enter. "Did you say what I instructed?" The maid nodded in affirmation. Only then did Miss Xing feel a semblance of ease. During her return, she had instructed the servants to exaggerate the harm caused by the wooden ball, claiming that she merely gave young Master Chung a gentle push, after which he promptly fled. "Miss, can we truly say this?" the maid inquired with concern. "Tomorrow, Madame Chung will arrive, and she does not strike me as someone easy to handle." Miss Xing, indulging in tea and delicacies, replied, "If we were to speak the unvarnished truth, my father would surely beat me to a pulp and then send me to the Chung residence to apologize. And you all would be dragged along, suffering the same fate." The maid, frightened, instinctively withdrew her hands into her sleeves, shaking her head in trepidation. "Why am I so unfortunate to have crossed paths with the Chung family? My father holds General Chung in such high regard. If he were to learn of my offense against him, he would disregard our father-daughter bond completely. Yet, I fear how to explain young Master Cheng's injuries, especially since Madame Chung may confront us about the events of the day. Ah, my mother will protect me. Besides, if you all maintain a consistent story, we can claim that the remaining injuries were self-inflicted and have nothing to do with us. Madame Chung cannot produce evidence. She cannot take action against me." Miss Xing reassured her. Having opted out of dinner, she settled for a plethora of snacks before drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Lu Shuangshuang arrived with her entourage of servants. General Xing, having deliberately refrained from going to the military camp, stood at the entrance alongside Madame Xing to welcome Lu Shuangshuang. With a feigned smile, Lu Shuangshuang dismounted from her carriage and exchanged pleasantries. Upon learning that General Xing had been unwell during her lord's expedition, she inquired about his current condition. "Thank you for your concern, madam. He is fully recovered," General Xing replied. "Who genuinely cares about your well-being? If they truly did, They would have inquired months ago. Now, it is merely a pretext to bring up the topic of my lord, Lu Shuang retorted. That is good to hear. With my lord leading troops in the field, he depends greatly on General Xing's diligence regarding matters at home. Not at all. This is merely my duty as a subordinate. General Xing humbly replied. Lu Shuang smiled graciously, evoking a sense of ease, and continued, thanks to General Xing's management, my lord can focus on his military endeavors without concern. Not at all. It is General Cheng and his men who truly endure the battlefield's bloodshed. I am but a mere helper, General Xing modestly stated. Your words are too humble. When my lord returns, he will indeed recognize your contributions. I shall also make it a point to discuss matters concerning the capital with you. Lu Shuang remarked. One must not underestimate the power of a woman's whispers in a household. General Xing nodded with understanding. Then I thank you, madam. Observing the exchange between the two, Madam Xing, unable to interject, seized a moment to suggest, the sun is quite bright outside. Shall we move indoors to converse? Ah, yes. Of course, please, madam, Lu Shuang agreed. Upon dismounting, Lu Shuang had been puzzled by the absence of Miss Xing. After sufficient pleasantries at the entrance, once seated, she cut straight to the point. Where's Miss Xing? The couple exchanged glances, and then Madam Xing, her face full of guilt, spoke up. Yesterday, I was shocked to discover that my daughter showed disrespect towards young Master Cheng and even had the audacity to resort to violence. As soon as she returned, we made her kneel in the ancestral hall, and until Madam Cheng forgives her, she cannot rise. Hearing this, Lu Shuang felt a laugh bubbling within her. If that were truly the case, she would have been kneeling for at least 10 hours. Could they really be so harsh on their daughter? Suppressing her amusement, Lu Shuang smoothed her skirt and decided it was time for the young lady to pay a visit. Indeed, let us summon that rebellious daughter. Not long after, a servant returned, escorting Miss Xing, who limped into the room. Lu Shuang observed her feigned discomfort with cold eyes, snorting inwardly. She couldn't even pretend properly and was clearly limping. Miss Xing had arrived rather swiftly, almost as if she had run here. Madam Xing glared at her daughter, commanding, kneel and apologize at once. Miss Xing glanced at Lu Shuang before instantly lowering her gaze and dropping to her knees. Lu Shuang was utterly speechless, feeling as though they were toying with her intelligence. She would not be merciful. Had she heard correctly that Miss Xing had been kneeling since yesterday? The young lady nodded, her eyes cast down, confirming that she had knelt the moment she learned of Lu Shuang's arrival. Lu Shuang feigned calculation, thinking it must have been over 10 hours. Poor Miss Xing indeed. How could I dare claim hardship? Miss Xing thought, but Lu Shuang, disregarding Madam Xing, turned her attention back to Miss Xing. Your leg must be injured, yet just now you knelt with such agility, it hardly seems injured. Miss Xing's mouth opened slightly as she scrambled to craft a plausible excuse. No, not at all. I was so eager to apologize that I disregarded the pain. In truth, it is quite painful. Oh, if it hurts, then it must be injured. Fortunately, I have brought a doctor to examine you, saving your family the trouble of calling for one. Ah, no, Before she could finish, a physician entered the room, the very same who had attended to Cheng Yinjia. He greeted General Xing and Madam Xing before making his way directly to Miss Xing. Both General and Madam Xing were taken aback, not expecting Madam Cheng to be so thoroughly prepared, which explained a large entourage she had brought along. Realizing the situation was becoming precarious, Madam Xing quickly interjected, stepping beside her daughter. Madam Cheng, please forgive me. My daughter is but an unmarried young lady, and it is simply inappropriate for outsiders to see her knees. I hope for your understanding. Lu Shuang raised her eyes to meet hers. I am merely concerned for her. We cannot afford to have Miss Xing harmed over this matter. The doctor added, rest assured, Madam Xing, after many years in practice, I regard all patients, regardless of age or gender, as simply that, patients. Madam Xing persisted, that will not do. My daughter has reached the age for courtship. Her reputation must remain untarnished. But what of Miss Xing's injury? Lu Shuang's gaze drifted to her knee, causing Miss Xing to lower her head in shame. Thank you for your concern, Madam Cheng. I will tend to her injury myself. She has erred and must learn a lesson. Madam Xing was indeed correct. It appeared that the Xing family maintained a strict upbringing, and it was indeed inadvisable for any outsider to glimpse Miss Xing's legs. Lu Shuangshuang raised her hand, prompting the doctor to exit. Only then did Madame Xing breathe a sigh of relief. But before she could fully exhale, another woman dressed as a physician entered. This was the female doctor from the medical hall, known for her excellent skills. Families often sought her out for their daughter's ailments. Madame Xing thought it best to have her examine Miss Xing's leg. Madame Xing felt a tightness in her chest. Finally realizing that Lu Shuangshuang's gentle demeanor from the moment she arrived was merely a fade, she had come today for revenge. Miss Xing, in a state of panic, clutched her skirt tightly, fearful of anyone's touch. At that moment, Madame Xing was at a loss for how to proceed. Madame Cheng, there's truly no need for such trouble, she stammered. Dr. Liang, Miss Xing has been kneeling since last night. Please, you must examine her thoroughly to avoid leaving any lingering issues. As you've heard, Miss Xing has begun to consider marriage. We must not jeopardize her future. The female doctor nodded and approached Miss Xing, who could no longer maintain her pretense and instinctively cowered behind Madame Xing. You stay away. I don't want you to examine me, no. Don't touch me. Lu Shuangshuang watched coldly, her expression icy, clearly having seen through their ruse. Enough! The previously silent General Xing suddenly bellowed, startling both Madame Xing and Miss Xing into silence. Lu Shuangshuang calmly turned to face General Xing, who rose and respectfully saluted her. Madame Cheng, finding the situation amusing, urged the female doctor to leave, wishing to preserve some dignity for the Xing family. Lu Shuangshuang smiled lightly at him and raised her hand, signaling the doctor to exit. It is not that I refuse to show your family respect. Rather, you have taken me for a fool. General Xing turned to Miss Xing, commanding, kneel properly. Miss Xing trembled at his tone, immediately straightening up. Usually spoiled by her mother, she was nonetheless terrified of her father's sternness. In the past, when Miss Xing made mistakes, Madame Xing would shield her, leaving General Xing feeling helpless. However, with Madame Cheng present, Madame Xing could not afford to act recklessly. Lu Shuangshuang, wishing to avoid any further evasion, spoke directly. General Xing, yesterday, in front of everyone, Miss Xing severely injured my family, Xinzi. You must provide me with an explanation. With her assertive demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang left General Xing no room for dismissal. Yet, he seized upon the pivotal point. Severe injury? He glanced at Miss Xing. Miss Xing's eyes darted. Swallowing hard, she stammered. No, I merely push him a bit. And it was he who kicked the wooden ball at me first. My stomach still hurts. Lu Shuangshuang observed her hand resting on her abdomen. Whether it hurt or not was uncertain, but one thing needed clarification. Yesterday, I sent someone to investigate the matter. The Sun family cooperated with my inquiries, interviewing everyone present, including the children who were playing ball. The conclusion is that it was Qi Yang who injured Miss Xing, not Yinzi. Miss Xing stood frozen, disbelief etched on her face. No, that is impossible. I saw him kick at me. It was him, she insisted vehemently, losing her composure in her desperation. General Xing shot her a sharp look, causing her to promptly fall silent. If you don't believe me, we can ask everyone present again. Even Qi Yang himself admitted that he kicked the wooden ball away and then framed Yinzi for it. Lu Shuangshuang, busy until the late hours the previous night, surely cannot be deemed foolish. General Xing observed Lu Shuangshuang's unwavering demeanor as a lady of the Marquis's residence. She had no need to unjustly accuse a young girl. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, if any one of them contradicted Madame Cheng, how would she maintain her dignity? In the capital, the aristocracy is particularly concerned with their reputation. You little wretch, you dare to act without even knowing who you are dealing with. General Xing advanced with fierce intent, raising his hand to strike her, but was halted by Madame Xing. Madame Cheng, it was my daughter's fault. She should not have lost her temper without understanding the truth. Please, calm your anger. Madame Xing turned to Miss Xing, apologized immediately, realizing her fault. Miss Xing dared not be defiant, quickly bowing her head towards Lu Shuangshuang. Madame Cheng, I was in the wrong. I promise to show utmost respect to young Master Cheng in the future. My actions yesterday were reckless. I hope you can forgive me this once. Madame Xing promptly supported her. Indeed, it was merely a childish squabble. It will soon be forgotten. Besides, my daughter truly did not recognize him as young Master Cheng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to act so boldly. Lu Shuangshuang's eyes flared with indignation. Are you implying that those of lower status can be bullied at will? And no, that is not what I meant. I meant a minor quarrel, but perhaps you misunderstand the term. Madame Xing faltered. My Inze is covered in injuries, and you dare to refer to it as a mere squabble? No, I did not inflict those injuries. They occurred after he ran away. Miss Xing shook her head vigorously, like a rattling drum. Lu Shuangshuang scoffed, leaning back in her chair, her countenance as frigid as ice as she regarded the girl who spoke naught but falsehoods. Miss Xing felt a chill at her core and could not help but seek assistance from Madame Xing with her gaze. General Xing, it appears your daughter has not spoken the truth. Allow me to reveal the reality of the situation. Bring forth the witnesses. Chapter 67. Have mercy. As July commenced, the heat became unbearable. Miss Xing knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. Her maid was rendered speechless, unlike the maids who had helped restrain Yinza, who felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cavern. General Xing's face turned a ghastly shade, resembling that of a pig's liver. Lu Shuangshuang had deliberately brought in the maid who had witnessed everything, and the two parties stood in confrontation. The maid from the Cheng family felt a deep sense of guilt towards her young master, recalling every detail of the previous day's events. Each blow and humiliation suffered by her master etched clearly in her memory. When she spoke, her confidence was unwavering and fluent. In contrast, Miss Xing's maid, already uneasy and unskilled in deceit, was further rattled by the presence of Madame Cheng and General Xing, their eyes firmly fixed upon her. Nervous and incoherent, her thoughts jumbled. She faltered under the pressure, ultimately collapsing to her knees in pleas for mercy. Lu Shuangshuang turned to General Xing. General, as fellow parents, I have no need to come to your home to wrongfully accuse your daughter. General Xing clasped his hands in apology. Yes, I now understand. This time, I truly comprehend. If Madame Xing remains unconvinced, she may inquire with any of those present yesterday to ascertain the truth. Just as Madame Xing was about to speak, General Xing interrupted her, acknowledging the situation was clear and that it was indeed the fault of his daughter. Continuing the argument would serve no purpose. It was evident that the opposing party had come prepared, and General Xing was not oblivious to the deception before him. He cast a furious glance at Miss Xing, who averted her gaze, her mind blank with fear. Suddenly recalling her ever-loving mother, she quickly sought assistance from Madame Xing with her eyes. At that moment, Lu Shuangshuang's icy voice pierced the air, demanding an explanation from General Xing and Madame Xing, given the clarity of the situation. Madame Xing gently pushed Miss Xing's head down, just enough to avoid harm while maintaining a semblance of authority. What are you staring at me for? She feigned sternness. While I may have indulged you in the past, how could you create such a calamity? Hurry and apologize to Madame Cheng. Miss Xing, terrified by her mother's unusual severity, nevertheless perceived a subtle hint of support in her stern gaze. She immediately bowed her head in contrition. It is all my fault. I should not have harmed young Master Cheng. I am truly sorry, and I promise I will never again show any disrespect towards him. Please forgive me this once, considering my youth and ignorance. I assure you, there will be no next time. Her frantic apologies appeared genuine, radiating sincerity. Madame Xing discreetly observed Lu Shuangshuang's expression, noting her unwavering composure, which stirred her dissatisfaction yet remained unexpressed. You ungrateful girl! If you do not seek Madame Cheng's forgiveness today, do not rise. Continue to bow. Madame Xing maintained an icy demeanor, appearing to handle the matter with formality while subtly signaling Lu Shuangshuang to relent. However, regardless of how earnestly Miss Xing pleaded, Lu Shuangshuang remained unmoved. Once more, Miss Xing cast a pleading glance at Madame Xing, her forehead marked with a visible red imprint, evoking deep sympathy from her mother. Madame Xing turned to General Xing, whose gaze seemed fixed on a distant point, oblivious to his daughter's entreaties. Madame Xing realized he was a man of unyielding resolve. With a forced smile, Madame Xing addressed Madame Cheng. Although my daughter has committed a grave offense, she was unaware that it was young Master Chung at the time. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. She genuinely regrets her actions. Might you consider forgiving her this once? We will summon the finest physician and procure the best medicine for young Master Cheng's injury, ensuring he recovers swiftly. What does young Master Cheng fancy? I shall personally procure it, bringing this rebellious girl to seek his forgiveness. Would that be agreeable? Lu Shuang slightly lifted her eyelids and replied coolly. The Marquis's residence is not lacking in physicians or remedies. Madame Xing gritted her teeth, forcing a smile. Yes, yes. I will ensure this rebellious girl never appears where young Master Cheng is present again. Madame Cheng, we share your sorrow over young Master Cheng's injury. How deeply it pains us. Lu Shuang fixated her gaze upon her eyes, causing Lady Xing's smile to freeze on her face. Lady Xing was unable to withstand the formidable aura exuded by Lu Shuang, and from behind, she pinched the wooden-like General Xing. General Xing had been contemplating for quite some time before he spoke, eschewing Lady Xing's gentle approach, and stated plainly, the family law shall be enacted. Both Lady Xing and Miss Xing widened their eyes in disbelief at what they had just heard. My goodness, master. Lu Shuang finally reacted, looking at General Xing, questioning how the family law would be executed. 20 strikes. Lady Xing, Miss Xing. Lady Xing lowered her voice, exclaiming, you must be mad. That is your own daughter. What if 20 strikes cause harm? With tears already welling up in her eyes, Miss Xing shook her head, not yet having suffered the blows. Lu Shuang let out a light laugh, leaving Lady Xing utterly perplexed. General Xing, still concerned for his daughter, was reluctant to impose the punishment. What? Huh? Do you even hear what you are saying? General Xing scrutinized Lu Shuang's expression, clearly dissatisfied with his proposed resolution. 30? Lu Shuang chuckled again, suggesting, General Xing, would you care to hear my proposal? Please, do share, Lady Cheng. Miss Xing twisted the ear of Ingza, which was still swollen and painful, and said, I cannot bring myself to twist the ear of a young girl. Thus, let us resort to 20 strikes with a ruler on the palm, allowing Miss Xing to experience the sensation of swelling and heat. Lady Xing immediately retorted without a moment's hesitation, no way. Ignoring her, Lu Shuang continued. She kicked Ingza, resulting in a bruise on his shoulder and a bump on his head. This is utterly intolerable. I implore you, General Xing, to apply your family law, 30 strikes. Oh, and do not forget the 20 strikes on the soles of her feet. You have gone too far. Being a mother yourself, how can you be so cruel? Lu Shuang slammed her hand on the table, declaring cruel? I merely return the favor in kind. My Ingza has suffered far worse. He is too ashamed to face anyone. He even refuses food and drink. I say this out of consideration for you. Lady Xing, exasperated yet powerless, had no choice but to let General Xing speak. Before he could utter a word, Lu Shuang continued, if Ingza had not escaped your daughter's clutches, he would have endured even more suffering. However, while evading her, he was injured all over. Therefore, I demand that your daughter, upon completing her punishment, walk from here to the entrance and back. You are being excessively unreasonable. Lady Xing turned to General Xing, urging, Master, speak up. Do you not care if your daughter lives or dies? Fearing that he might truly be heartless enough to disregard his daughter's well-being, Lady Xing unleashed her final card, pointing at a nearby pillar and shouting, if you dare to treat our daughter in such a manner, I will throw myself against this pillar. Lu Shuang glanced at Granny Ruan, who subtly nodded in agreement. General Xing also found the situation excessive and solemnly stated, Lady Cheng, please show mercy. So you do not agree? General Xing paused for a moment and then said, please, show mercy. Lu Shuang scoffed, realizing that every parent is tender towards their own offspring. Rising from her seat, she produced a piece of paper and handed it to General Xing, Chapter 68. Surely to your satisfaction, General Xing merely cast a glance, and his countenance swiftly darkened, tightly gripping the paper in his hand until it was crumpled and creased. Noticing her husband's distress, Madame Xing leaned closer to discern what he held. But before she could see, General Xing crumpled the paper into a soft ball. Madame Cheng, I shall certainly ensure your satisfaction, he declared, as Lu Shuang subtly curved her lips into a faint smile, slowly returning to her seat and gesturing for him to proceed. General Xing shot a fierce glare at Madame Xing before striding toward Miss Xing. "Come forth," he commanded, and his personal attendant, a robust young man, entered. Miss Xing, trembling in fear, looked up at her father and softly called out, "Father, please no. I don't want this." She shook her head gently, tears already welling in her eyes, fully aware that she could no longer escape the impending punishment. "Your mother is correct. As a betrothed daughter, you must not allow a man to approach you. Thus, Xing Ju will stand behind you. Should you dare to evade or escape, you are well aware of his methods." Miss Xing cast a fearful glance at Xing Ju, who stood like an unyielding iron rod. Everyone in the Xing household knew that he only heeded General Xing, possessing both strength and authority. Even the most disobedient servants could be subdued under his control. To her astonishment, Miss Xing realized that Xing Ju was indeed watching her. "My lord, this is unacceptable. She is your own daughter. You cannot treat her this way," Madame Xing implored, grasping her husband's arm in a desperate attempt to halt his actions. General Xing, with a swift motion, shook off her grip, sending Madame Xing sprawling to the ground, his fierce gaze directed at her. Madame Xing had never witnessed such a side of her husband, momentarily forgetting to rise. "If you wish to avoid being bound, then silence yourself," he barked, his murderous glare silencing her. With no choice but to comply, Madame Xing slowly got up with the support of a nearby maid. Retreating to a corner, too frightened to utter another word. Having quelled the noise around him, General Xing turned his attention to Lu Shuang, who was observing his every move. "Are you amused, Madame Chung?" he asked before sternly addressing the kneeling Miss Xing. "Extend your hand." Miss Xing sobbed, yet dared not defy her father's command. Timidly extending her hand, General Xing seized her right hand, swiftly bringing down the ruler upon it with urgency and ferocity, causing her to scream in pain, tears streaming uncontrollably. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he delivered 20 strikes, leaving her hand swollen. "The other one," he ordered, leaving her no room for resistance. Miss Xing clasped her hands together, crying out, "No, please, father. My hand feels as though it will break." In a state of furious wrath, General Xing disregarded her pleas. Grasping her other hand, despite her instinct to withdraw, he held her fingers firmly, rendering her unable to escape. "Mother, help me. It hurts so much, please," she cried, her wails echoing as if she were being slaughtered, prompting Lu Shuang to think that Miss Xing had indeed never experienced such punishment. Her exaggerated reaction seemed as if she were on the brink of death. General Xing struck mercilessly, the sound of the stick striking the palm resonating with a crispness that matched the rhythm of Miss Xing's cries, which fell out of sync. Lady Xing bit her lip, her heart aching profoundly as she witnessed her daughter's suffering. She longed to bear the pain in her daughter's stead. Fortunately, the elder matron, discerning the genuine anger of her lord, intervened to restrain Lady Xing from adding fuel to the fire. After the punishment, General Xing brusquely released Miss Xing's hand. Her hand trembled incessantly, as though countless needles were piercing her palm, a torment that burned fiercely. She could only blow gently upon it, yet to no avail. General Xing turned his gaze to Lu Shuang, who elegantly set down her teacup and remarked coolly, "The tea has gone cold." Instantly, General Xing commanded his servants to fetch a fresh cup of hot tea for Lady Chung. Lu Shuang leisurely picked up a new tea sample, conveying to General Xing that she was in no rush. He could take his time, for she would be watching him closely until her satisfaction was met. Lady Xing's eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment towards Lu Shuang. If it weren't for her small-mindedness and aggressiveness, how could her daughter suffer such torment? Lu Shuang, sensing the animosity directed at her, acknowledged the tension, realizing that there was no need for pretense at this stage. Did Lady Xing harbor dissatisfaction towards her? Stepping forward, Lady Xing began, "My daughter, she—" But General Xing shot a glare at the elder matron, who promptly intervened to pull Lady Xing back. At that moment, the servants had already arranged a long bench beside Miss Xing. In a panic, she attempted to flee, but as she knelt, She leaned back and braced herself against the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked imploringly at General Xing, hoping to stir paternal affection and elicit mercy. Alas, his words were devoid of emotion. Will you position yourself willingly, or shall I command Xingju to act? There was no trace of a father's love in his tone. With tear-filled eyes slowly closing, Miss Xing squeezed out a few drops of large tears, ultimately succumbing to the oppressive authority of General Xing as she lay across the punishment bench. To exacerbate her plight, as soon as she was in position, an elderly woman appeared to bind her hands and feet. General Xing hesitated momentarily, but then tightened his grip on the ruler, bringing it down with force. The initial strike ignited thoughts of despair within Miss Xing. The blows to her backside were far more severe than those to her palm. Her voice grew hoarse from her cries, her tears nearly spent, and she could scarcely tell whether what flowed was tears or snot. Perhaps the agony in her cries was too profound, for General Xing wavered, his resolve softening slightly as he spared her a couple of strikes. Yet those 2 strikes were imperceptible to her already tormented backside. Lu Shuangshuang coughed lightly, a subtle reminder. After taking a deep breath, General Xing resumed the vigorous descent of the ruler, causing Miss Xing to tremble violently. Had she not been bound, she would have collapsed into a quivering heap on the ground. As the blows reached around 20, Miss Xing had ceased to plead for mercy. Lady Xing, gripped by fear that her daughter might be beaten to death, forcefully pushed aside the matron who obstructed her and rushed to Miss Xing's side, collapsing on her back to shield her with her own body. That single act drew a sharp intake of breath from Lady Xing, who dared not move her shoulders, terrified of exacerbating the pain. "What are you doing? Get away!" she cried, shielding Miss Xing while turning to General Xing, tears streaming down her face, filled with resentment. "She is your own flesh and blood. How can you wield such cruelty? Do you wish to kill her?" General Xing clenched his teeth, the ruler in his hand trembling slightly, unable to bear it any longer. Lady Xing disregarded her status and glared fiercely at Lu Shuangshuang. "Are you hell-bent on driving my daughter to her death?" Lu Shuangshuang smiled faintly. "I merely wish for her to take responsibility for her actions. I do not seek her life. What you propose, if truly inflicted upon my daughter, would indeed end her life. That will not happen. I have brought a physician and will ensure that Miss Xing is not in any life-threatening danger." "You!" Lady Xing clutched her daughter, casting a look of despair at the heartless General Xing, who seemed devoid of humanity. Miss Xing weakly murmured, "Mother, I can't endure this any longer. After I'm gone, please take care of yourself. Don't speak such nonsense. You are my lifeblood. I cannot allow you to perish." Lady Xing fixed her gaze upon Lu Shuangshuang, enunciating each word. "Madam Cheng, my daughter has already recognized her mistakes. Could you possibly spare her?" Lu Shuangshuang's lips parted slightly. "I cannot." Chapter 69. Should I inform the Marquis? Madam Cheng, my husband, the General, shares the same court with the Marquis and has forged bonds of life and death on the battlefield. Can you not overlook this matter just this once, for the sake of our shared connections? Lady Xing nearly screamed in desperation. Even Cheng Yuanji would find humor in her words. He had commanded numerous generals, and could every single one truly be said to share bonds of life and death? Lu Shuangshuang was amused, yet considering the fury of the entire Xing family, along with the one feigning weakness, she felt her laughter inappropriate, so she pretended to dab her mouth with a handkerchief. Had the Marquis been present today, I would not have shown such leniency, Lu Shuangshuang remarked, glancing at General Xing. You are aware of the Marquis's temperament, are you not? Should I write to him regarding this matter? General Xing immediately panicked, repeatedly urging, "No, please do not. The Marquis has pressing matters at the front. Do not disturb him over such trivialities." Lu Shuangshuang caught sight of Miss Xing, who appeared on the brink of death, yet still had the audacity to ponder whether her head, dangling over the edge of the chair, was tired. "I am contemplating whether or not to inform the Marquis that while he is risking his life fighting enemies at the border, his son is being beaten senseless at home. No, no, no. It is entirely my daughter's fault. I will not shield her. Please do not alarm the Marquis." With a swift motion, General Xing seized Lady Xing and flung her aside, delivering a merciless strike. Miss Xing jolted upright, like a dying fish suddenly revived, and the brief respite from the pain turned into a doubling of agony as the heavy blows continued. Miss Xing writhed like a worm, unable to escape the pain that had settled in her backside, feeling as though a knife was relentlessly scraping her flesh. The agony was unbearable. Words eluded her, consumed by the sheer torment enveloping her body. After enduring 30 strikes, Miss Xing collapsed onto the stool, resembling a beauty emerging from a bath, her form damp and languid. General Xing had long ceased to hope that Lu Shuangshuang would show mercy to Miss Xing. Pretending not to hear Madame Xing's cries, he diverted his gaze, allowing Xing Ju to leave, accompanied by a few elderly women. General Xing glanced at Miss Xing's feet and then at the nearby matron. The matron immediately understood her lord's intent. She dared not delay and swiftly removed Miss Xing's shoes and socks. The beating had been so severe that her socks were soaked, and it took considerable effort to pull them off. Suddenly exposed to the cool air, Miss Xing instinctively drew her feet together. A woman's feet were of utmost importance. Aside from her husband, no other man was permitted to gaze upon them. Thus, when the matron began to remove her footwear, General Xing had already turned his back to her, presenting her with his back, and handed the ruler to another matron. Gritting her teeth, he uttered a single word, "Strike. Please, no more. I cannot endure this any longer." Madame Xing seized the ruler from the matron's grasp, kneeling at General Xing's feet, tugging desperately at his trousers. General Xing closed his eyes, releasing a heavy sigh, his hands clenched tightly. On one side were his daughter's pained moans, and on the other, his wife's desperate pleas. To claim that his heart did not ache would be a falsehood. However, compared to the lives of his family, this suffering must be borne to its conclusion. "Strike," General Xing said through gritted teeth, warning that any hesitation from the matron could result in her immediate demise. The matron, reclaiming the ruler from Madame Xing, gritted her teeth and raised it to strike the delicate soles of Miss Xing's feet. Instantly, a vivid red mark appeared on both soles. Miss Xing cried out in pain, her feet entwined, rubbing together in a futile attempt to alleviate the torment, seeking solace for her psyche. "My lord, I beseech you, do not heed that woman's words. Do not torment my daughter any further. I will bear the rest. Let it be upon me. My lord, spare my daughter. She cannot withstand any more. Madame Chung, the daughter is mine. I shall endure it. Let it be directed at me." General Xing found her cries increasingly vexing, glaring at Madame Xing's close attendant. "Are you dead? Why are you not pulling Madame away?" The attendant hurriedly ran to separate Madame Xing from the ground. Madame Xing clung to General Xing's trousers, refusing to let go, and the attendant struggled to pull her away. General Xing, in a fit of frustration, kicked her away, turning his back to the scene. The attendant quickly assisted the fallen Madame Xing, helping her to her feet, guiding her to a nearby spot, ensuring her back was turned to Miss Xing, lest she be overwhelmed with compassion once more. Finally, the ordeal of Miss Xing's 20 strikes concluded amidst her hoarse, pained moans. The executing matron was drenched in sweat, pondering the repercussions she would face for fulfilling her lord's cruel command. The matrons untied Miss Xing's bonds, and she collapsed onto the ground, face down, utterly immobilized, her mind a blank void. Lu Shuangshuang rose from her seat and approached Miss Xing. Gazing down at her swollen hands, the purple-red soles of her feet, and the unseen injuries concealed beneath her clothing, there was no tumult in her heart. Only a sense of injustice that such a person could inflict harm upon Yin Zhe, which struck her as utterly unwarranted. Lu Shuangshuang cast her eyes toward the doorway. The distance from where they stood to the entrance was at least 100 paces, a route significantly shorter than the one Yin Zhe had taken while fleeing in pain. "Very well, let us make do," she mused. "I would appreciate it, Miss Xing, if you could escort me to the door. I have pressing matters awaiting my attention at home, so I kindly ask for your promptness." Madame Xing clutched her daughter tightly, her gaze filled with venom as she fixed her eyes on Lu Shuangshuang. "You may be youthful, yet how can your heart harbor such malice?" Lu Shuangshuang, embodying kindness and magnanimity, chose not to hold her offense against her, but instead addressed Miss Xing directly. "How is it that one so young as you could be so harsh toward a mere 4-year-old child?" With that, She flicked her sleeve and positioned herself at the threshold, awaiting Miss Xing's emergence to see her off. General Xing observed his wife holding their daughter as though in the face of an imminent threat. And despite his attempts to intervene, it was a futile effort. Today had already seen enough humiliation. As he approached, Madame Xing tightened her embrace, her glare directed at him, exuding an intensity that suggested a willingness to battle. Yet, alas, one who has emerged from the battlefield, having witnessed true desperation, is hardly intimidated by such bravado. General Xing crouched down beside them, lowering his voice to ensure both could hear. "If you do not cease this obstinacy, I shall arrange for your marriage to Lord Wang." At those words, both mother and daughter's eyes widened in shock. "Father," Miss Xing uttered softly, unable to fathom that her father could be so merciless. The notion of Lord Wang, a man old enough to be her grandfather, seeking her hand was almost too preposterous to bear. However, given the immense wealth of Lord Wang's family and General Xing's recent financial struggles within the military, it was not outside the realm of possibility for him to acquiesce to such a match. Miss Xing's mouth fell slightly agape. Her eyes filled with despair as she watched her father rise and step aside. The expression on his face was devoid of jest or intimidation. With a heavy sigh, she closed her eyes, awaiting the servants to assist her with her shoes, before gradually lowering herself to the ground. The moment her feet touched the floor, a searing pain shot through her, akin to stepping into a burning cauldron. Especially while squatting, all her weight bore down on her feet, and even the softest of shoes provided little solace. With a glance from Granny Ruan, Lu Shuang ambled toward the entrance. Miss Xing, in her agonizing state, painstakingly maneuvered behind her, faltering every few steps, requiring the support of the nearby maid to continue. She had never perceived the expanse of her home as so vast. Those 100 paces felt like an arduous journey. By the time she neared the door, her knees were scraped, and her ankles and legs ached with exhaustion. Miss Xing eventually collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Shuang continued onward, leaving her several steps behind. Granny Ruan lingered to bid farewell to General Xing and Madame Xing, while Lu Shuang departed without a backward glance, boarding her carriage and leaving. "Oh, my daughter!" Lady Xing's heart-wrenching cry reverberated throughout the entire Xing residence. Clutching her daughter, Lady Xing wept uncontrollably, pointing an accusing finger at General Xing. Her voice filled with fury. "Are you even human? How could you subject your own flesh and blood to such torment? What is so terrifying about that woman?" Chapter 70. Do you want your daughter or your family? General Xing cast a glance at the ashes of the paper, which had been entrusted to him by Nurse Ruan before Lu Shuang exited. With a flicker of a flame, he ignited it, watching it crumble into ash. Finally feeling a sense of relief, Lady Xing, known for her sharp tongue, had held back her wrath due to the presence of outsiders, but now, with no one around, her pent-up anger erupted forth. First, she instructed her trusted nurse to slap the matron wielding the ruler several times, leaving her lips bloodied, yet still unsatisfied. Had General Xing not intervened, that matron would have surely faced a near-fatal beating. Enough of this commotion. It was I who commanded her to strike. Do you wish to include me in your vengeance against her, to avenge your daughter? Lady Xing grasped the fabric of General Xing's chest, her expression twisted with rage, demanding, My daughter? Is she not yours?" Even a tiger refrains from harming its cubs. Pointing at Miss Xing, who had just been treated for her wounds, she exclaimed, "You nearly killed your own daughter. Are you even human?" With a forceful shove, she pushed General Xing aside and sat by the bedside, embracing her daughter. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at him. "If you find us displeasing, we shall leave. We want to remain in your general's residence to endure such suffering. Nurse, go. Pack our belongings. We are returning to my family." General Xing had long been held in check by Lady Xing's threat of returning to her family, a control that had persisted since their early marriage. At that time, he was merely a low-ranking soldier, ascending through the ranks with the assistance of his father-in-law, earning his wife's respect through gratitude. Yet, this very gratitude had become a weapon used against him over the years. As the weight of years of coercion wore heavily upon him, He found himself unwilling to endure any further threats, especially after today's near-death encounter. With a fierce motion, he swept his arm, shattering the beloved tea set of Miss Xing into countless pieces. The resounding crash sent shockwaves through Lady Xing and her daughter, who stared at General Xing in disbelief. "Leave, all of you. The moment you step out, I shall draft a divorce decree. You dare. Why would I not dare? Test me." Lady Xing sprang to her feet, finger pointed accusingly at General Xing, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch! Do you wish for the world to know that this esteemed general is merely a treacherous villain, repaying kindness with malice?" General Xing seized Lady Xing's wrist, a tempest of fury surging within him, his eyes betraying a newfound hatred. "You speak only of your daughter. Have you forgotten about our 2 sons? You wish to take your daughter back to your family. Do you think those sons would abandon the Xing family for you?" With a resigned, cold laugh, Lady Xing retorted, "Everyone is ungrateful. Had my family not fallen from its former glory, who would care to bear the Xing surname? Are you aware of your family's downfall? Over the years, had it not been for my assistance, they would have had nowhere to turn. I have tirelessly cared for your 2 inept brothers, and your parents have annually extracted considerable sums from my military estate. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to this?" Though Lady Xing appears furious, her fleeting glances betray her inner turmoil. General Xing forcefully releases her grip, asserting that he does not wish to dwell on these matters, viewing them as a repayment for past favors. He sighs heavily, expressing his own heartache over the treatment of their daughter, lamenting her grave misstep against the esteemed Cheng family, the illustrious Cheng family of Pingyuan Marquis. "If I do not provide an explanation, how can I maintain my standing in the military? You need not resort to such severity. Why do you meekly accept whatever she says? Furthermore, if you had shown leniency during her punishment, would she have even noticed?" General Xing, plagued by a throbbing headache, massages his temples with a weary hand. She is but a newlywed, barely 6 months into her marriage. What do you fear from her? Moreover, with the Marquis away at war, his return is uncertain. Even if she writes to him, he may choose to ignore her. You, with your timorous heart, cower before the daughter of a mere merchant family. How shameful for a general to be so cowardly. As Lady Xing continues her tirade, General Xing's patience wears thin. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, he strikes her, leaving her in disbelief. After 20 years of marriage, this is the first time he has laid a hand on her. In the past, even during the most heated arguments, he merely broke objects or stormed out. Yet today, he has crossed the line. You dare strike me?" General Xing's voice booms, for behind him stands a formidable matriarch of the Cheng family, wielding power that could threaten their very lives. "Do you wish for your daughter's demise or the ruin of our entire family?" With a forceful shove, he pushes Lady Xing aside and strides out, not having set foot in her chamber for over 2 months and only having glanced at their daughter once. Lady Xing stands frozen in disbelief, realizing that General Xing has clandestinely amassed a considerable amount of illicit wealth over the years, while abusing his authority to resolve his brother-in-law's issues and favoring family members within the military. He believed his actions were hidden, yet the implications of a few written words could jeopardize the family he has painstakingly built. With 2 promising sons, he cannot allow their future to be jeopardized by their daughter's offense against the Cheng family. He cannot afford to be lenient. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang sits in the carriage, lost in thought as she caresses the jade bracelet gifted to her by her mother-in-law. Thankfully, she had the foresight to visit the matriarch before arriving at the Xing residence. Otherwise, she might not have felt so emboldened to confront the situation. Upon disembarking, she heads directly to the Hisong courtyard to discuss the day's events with the matriarch. Unexpectedly, she encounters Cheng Wanru on her way. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Aunt Jiang resided in the Qingmei courtyard with her 2 children, seldom venturing out. Moreover, Lu Shuang was perpetually occupied, only able to catch a glimpse of Aunt Jiang during dinner at the Husong courtyard, as their residences were quite distant from each other. Cheng Wanru glanced around, realizing there was but one path forward. She could not pretend not to see, so she mustered her courage and approached. Having greeted her mother, Lu Shuang furrowed her brow. Not only had Cheng Wanru stood up on her own without uttering a word, but the manner in which she performed her greeting, tilting her head, bowing, and adopting a high-pitched, delicate demeanor, was far from befitting a young lady of noble birth. Who taught you to bow in such a manner? Chapter 71, A Lesson in Etiquette. Lu Shuangshuang's words startled Cheng Wanru, who looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend what was amiss with her greeting. Lu Shuangshuang believed it was her duty as the matriarch to properly educate each of her children. Previously, she had overlooked Cheng Wanru and Cheng Yinrue, thinking that their biological mother's upbringing sufficed without her intervention. However, it had become evident that numerous issues existed. Even the most basic etiquette was lacking, which formed a poor first impression. Observing Cheng Wanru's slouched posture as she looked at her, Lu Shuangshuang noted the unmistakable demeanor of a concubine, wholly unworthy of recognition. Grandma Wan, please instruct the fourth miss on how to perform a proper greeting. Mother, I wish to flee, Cheng Wanru thought. But upon lifting her gaze and meeting Lu Shuangshuang's eyes, she begrudgingly stood her ground. Grandma Wan approached Cheng Wanru's side. Fourth miss, please observe my actions closely. When bowing, slightly bend your knees, yet keep your back straight. Although your right foot should step back, your lower body must remain steady, without swaying side to side. Moreover, observe my hands. The hand holding the handkerchief should gently rest upon the other, keeping the handkerchief still, and your arms should subtly retract. Your neck must not tilt. Bow slightly to show respect, but do not lower your head too much, as it may appear undignified. Cheng Wanru bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Each of Grandma Ruan's remarks pinpointed her shortcomings. Nevertheless, Cheng Wanru maintained a stubborn demeanor. Her etiquette had been taught meticulously by her mother, and she believed there could be no flaw in it. Wanru, perform it once more for me to observe. Lu Shuangshuang softened her tone, recognizing the child as potential for learning. Cheng Wanru, her head lowered in defiance, bit her lip, yearning to return to her own courtyard. Wanru, have you not remembered? Would you like Grandma Ruan to demonstrate again? No need. I have it memorized, Cheng Wanru replied reluctantly, mimicking Grandma Ruan's posture in her greeting. Though she only captured half of the essence, it was certainly an improvement over her initial attempt. Have you forgotten what Grandma Ruan instructed? Your neck must remain straight, and your feet must be steady without swaying. Lu Shuangshuang patiently guided her. Once more, Cheng Wanru, displaying her impatience, replied, Mother, my mother is waiting for my return. I have noted what Grandma Ruan said and will be mindful in the future. I must take my leave now. Otherwise, my mother will surely worry. With that, she turned and darted away. Grandma Ruan shook her head, lamenting, where has this child's sense of etiquette gone? Madame Ruan, please find 2 experienced and strict matrons from the manor to instruct the fourth miss in proper decorum at the Qingmei courtyard. I must speak frankly. It seems that there may be some difficulties. Lu Shuangshuang observed her hesitation and encouraged her to speak. The concubine Jiang is not easily appeased, and the matrons dispatched may struggle to assert their authority. If I send them under my name, surely concubine Jiang will not dare to be too presumptuous. After a moment's hesitation, Madame Ruan felt it prudent to inform the lady of concubine Jiang's temperament. Madam, concubine Jiang harbors deep intentions and may seek to ensnare you in this matter, potentially leading to the matrons being dismissed or, worse, causing you trouble. Lu Shuangshuang's interest was piqued. Previously, concubine Jiang had incited the old matron twice. Now, instructing her daughter in propriety would ostensibly be for her benefit. Could she really turn against her? Let us see what she intends. What can she truly do? Send 2 matrons to teach Wanru the rules, and say it is my directive. Furthermore, instruct the matrons to teach diligently and strictly. I shall inspect their progress every 3 days. With her mistress's command given, Madame Ruan could only acquiesce, silently praying that concubine Jiang would not cause any trouble. Cheng Wanru dashed back to the Qingmei courtyard, entering her room and unleashing her frustration upon her pillow, puffing her cheeks and frowning in indignation. Concubine Jiang entered just in time to witness her daughter's outburst. What is this? Have you been out and returned in a foul mood? Cheng Wanru rushed over and embraced her mother, her voice tinged with grievance. I encountered that woman, and she bullied me. Concubine Jiang seated her daughter on the bed. Why did she bully you? How'd she do so? I greeted her properly, yet she insisted I was incorrect, ordering Madame Ruan to teach me that my neck should not tilt and my waist must not bend. She made me repeat it twice and would not let me leave. So I ran away, and she was quite fierce. Concubine Jiang waved her hand dismissively. Pay no heed to her foolishness. What was wrong with your conduct? You possess a naturally supple waist and a long, fair neck. These are advantages to be embraced. Do not listen to her. Follow what your mother has taught you. Cheng Wanru nodded vigorously. I will listen to you. I do not believe her. Concubine Jiang hugged her daughter, gently patting her head. Stay here and practice your embroidery. I shall check on your brother. Mother, is brother still studying? Cheng Wanru asked. Since her earliest memories, her brother had risen earlier and retired later than she, spending all his time in the study, emerging only for meals and restroom breaks. Their mother insisted he not leave, for he needed to study diligently to excel in his examinations. Yet, it had been an entire day. Should he not be allowed a moment's respite? Sitting and reading poses no hardship. The wind cannot reach him, nor can the rain fall upon him. Do not concern yourself. Focus on your embroidery. With that, Concubine Jiang departed. Cheng Wanru watched her mother's retreating figure, grateful once again for her status as a girl, sparing her from the relentless study that consumed her brother's days. Lu Shuangshuang visited the old matron to discuss the events at the Xing manor, to which the matron nodded in approval. You have managed well. The Xing family appears somewhat oblivious to their own situation. I had initially thought that you might not require that piece of paper. I must extend my gratitude to my mother-in-law for her support. Otherwise, I fear I would have brought disgrace upon the Cheng family. This statement was made with utmost seriousness. Yet in the next moment, Lu Shuangshuang leaned forward, drawing closer, her lips curling into a smile. By confiding such a secret to me, does it not imply that you acknowledge me as your new daughter-in-law? The elderly matriarch chuckled indulgently, recognizing that among her 3 daughters-in-law, this one was the most mischievous, and ironically, she was the eldest sister-in-law. The matriarch playfully poked her forehead with her index finger, saying, You have already married into the family. Of course, you are now a member of the Chang clan. How could I possibly not accept you? Huh, I knew my mother-in-law favored me, Lu Shuangshuang declared with pride, lifting her chin. Oh, you're such a handful. If UNG returns, we shall see how he deals with you. Lu Shuangshuang feigned surprise, exclaiming, Could it be that the Marquis would strike me? The matriarch's expression turned serious. He dares. A daughter-in-law as wonderful as you, he would cherish dearly. Lu Shuangshuang had managed the household impeccably, and the matriarch was well aware of how well she treated the children. Thus, it was only natural to value this daughter-in-law even more. Observing Lu Shuangshuang's composed, yet lively demeanor, sensible and not overly rigid, the matriarch mused that if she had been brought into the family sooner, the eldest son would not have encountered so many difficulties concerning his marriage. By the way, mother-in-law, I encountered Wanru on the way here. She greeted me in a rather improper manner. I was considering sending 2 nurses to teach her basic etiquette. Wanru, being only 5 years old, was indeed at the right age for proper guidance. Yes, as the matriarch of the main household, it is your responsibility to educate the children. The matriarch had also noticed how much Cheng Wanru resembled her mother in demeanor. The Cheng family, being a noble lineage, could not afford to have their illegitimate children lack proper decorum. To do so would bring shame upon the entire family. After a moment's reflection, the matriarch added, I am aware of this matter. You may proceed with confidence. Wanru certainly requires thorough instruction. Thank you, mother-in-law. Chapter 72. Pretending to sleep, Lu Shuangshuang, feeling uneasy, specifically summoned the 2 experienced nurses after Wan Mama had selected suitable teaching nurses to impart her instructions. With the matriarch's directives in hand, the 2 nurses approached Qingmei courtyard with newfound confidence, though they were not without pressure. For the matriarch had insisted they take the 4th miss to Qingfeng courtyard every 3 days to assess progress. Failure to do so would result in punishment. Having served in the household for many years, the 2 nurses were well aware of Jiang Yinyang's temperament. As they arrived at the entrance of Qingmei courtyard, they took a deep breath before stepping inside. Coincidentally, Jiang Yinyang and the fourth miss were enjoying the shade in the courtyard, each reclining on a lounge chair, swaying gently beneath the trees, while two attendants fanned them. On the table lay freshly cut watermelon, chilled in icy water, perfectly sized for easy consumption, providing a delightful refreshment on this sweltering summer day. As the two nurses approached, they noticed Cheng Wanru closing her eyes upon seeing them. "We pay our respects to you, Yinyang," they greeted, adhering to the proper etiquette. "What brings you two here? Is there something amiss?" Jiang Yinyang elegantly speared a piece of fruit with a silver fork. Enjoying her snack, "Madam, we have come at the behest of the mistress to instruct the fourth young lady on proper decorum." And Jiang scoffed. "Is the mistress concerned that I cannot adequately teach my own daughter?" The two matrons exchanged glances, realizing that Aunt Jiang was indeed not one to easily placate. "Please forgive us, Aunt. The mistress is merely concerned for your well-being, fearing that you might be too preoccupied to properly instruct the fourth young lady, which is why we have been sent. Then kindly convey my gratitude to the mistress and assure her that I am not so overwhelmed. I am quite capable of guiding my own daughter." The matrons found themselves in a quandary. They could not simply return with such a message. When it came to banter and evasion, the two matrons together could hardly match Aunt Jiang's wit. Rather than expend their energy in vain, they steeled their resolve and replied, "Aunt, please understand, we are here on the mistress's orders. We must adhere to her wishes without question. If the fourth young lady does not require our instruction, please inform the mistress, and we shall take our leave." "Your mistress is indeed the sovereign. But does that mean I am not?" The matrons fell silent. Though Aunt Jiang was indeed of higher status, they had already acknowledged the mistress's authority. "Of course, you are the mistress, and we would not dare show any disrespect. We will certainly ensure the fourth young lady is properly taught. You both are of considerable age. Why not retire to the back courtyard for some rest and tea? We can commence the instruction tomorrow." Aunt Jiang waved her hand dismissively. The two matrons did not budge. The examination was imminent, and a day's delay would hinder their progress. "Aunt, we cannot afford any laxity in the task entrusted to us by the mistress. We should commence at once." Aunt Jiang extended her leg, halting the swaying of her chair, and fixed a menacing gaze upon the two matrons, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. After a moment, she let out a cold laugh. "You are quite obedient." Aunt Jiang then glanced at Cheng Wanru, who was resting with her eyes closed, and cleared her throat. "You two step back." Though the matrons were puzzled, they complied. Further back, they retreated another 2 steps. Emerging from the shade, and a midday sun beat down upon them, enveloping them in summer's oppressive heat. "Wanru is asleep, and your presence will disturb her. I ask that you endure a little longer." The matrons exchanged bewildered looks. "But if we are so close that we cannot wake her with our voices, how could we possibly disturb her?" "Aunt, at this moment, hush." Aunt Jiang pressed her finger to her lips, audaciously declaring, "Wanru did not sleep well last night. She is catching up on her rest, so do not disturb her." The two matrons turned to the slumbering Cheng Wanru, noting that her eyelids were fluttering. She was hardly asleep. "Aunt William." Aunt Jiang's expression shifted with alarming swiftness, and a sharp glare silenced the matrons, compelling them to lower their heads and remain quiet. Standing in the blazing sun, it was not long before they were drenched in sweat, their sleeves continuously wiping their brows until they became soaked through. They were not even offered water, and every now and then they licked their lips, swallowing hard, as sweat inadvertently stung their eyes. The matrons silently lamented their plight, powerless to change their circumstances. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, it carried away much of the day's heat. After indulging in a lengthy slumber, Cheng Wanru gradually awoke, stretching lazily and rubbing her eyes to inquire of Aunt Jiang the hour. Aunt Jiang gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had been tousled by the wind, chiding the girl for losing track of time in her deep sleep, which had kept the two matrons waiting. With her back turned to the two matrons, Aunt Jiang discreetly signaled to Cheng Wanru. Cheng Wanru, suppressing a smile, feigned urgency as she rose from her reclining chair. Aunt Jiang followed suit, exclaiming her apologies for the delay, explaining that once the child fell asleep, it was nearly impossible to rouse her without consequence. They would not hold it against her, would they? Though her words were filled with regret, Her demeanor remained undeniably proud, and the matrons had little choice but to accept it. Not wishing to disturb the fourth Miss's rest, they decided to commence their lessons now that she was awake. Chung Wanru glanced at Aunt Jiang, who nodded in encouragement, prompting the fourth Miss to approach. The two matrons shifted their sore legs, mustering appropriate expressions. Fourth Miss, shall we begin with the fundamentals of walking, sitting, and reclining? One of them proposed. Very well, Chung Wanru replied. One matron articulated, as a young lady of noble birth. You must have met many people. Thus, it is essential to learn how to greet them properly. The other matron demonstrated. First, when encountering an elder, you should. After the demonstration, the speaking matron inquired, have you grasped the concept? Chung Wanru scratched her head, admitting that the previous demonstration had been too swift. Could you possibly repeat it? The demonstrating matron obliged, executing the movements once more. How about now? Chung Wanru queried, observing the matron's legs closely. How did you crouch just now? The matron, feeling the strain of standing for so long, complied and demonstrated again, despite her legs aching and swelling from the exertion. Aunt Jiang watched closely, catching the subtle expressions Chung Wanru discreetly conveyed. After 3 demonstrations, Chung Wanru remarked, the matron by the mistress's side, Matron Ruan, has instructed me before. Might you teach me how to perform the grand kneeling salute instead? Please demonstrate for us, and if I master it, we shall proceed to the next lesson. Chung Wanru shook her head, insisting, oh, I truly know how to do it. I will show you shortly. Right now, I wish to learn the grand kneeling salute. The matrons, exasperated, were about to demonstrate when the speaking matron intervened, and they exchanged roles. Fourth Miss, I shall demonstrate for you. Please observe closely. Typically, the grand kneeling salute is reserved for formal occasions when meeting elders or individuals of great esteem, so it is imperative that you learn it diligently. The matron demonstrated earnestly, but upon reaching the ground, Chung Wanru stifled a laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The other matron noted her behavior. Fourth Miss, please perform the salute. I will not. The matroness gaze sharpened slightly. Chung Wanru felt a flutter of fear and hastily responded. The grand kneeling salute is indeed important, as the matron has said. It must be executed perfectly. I have only observed once and have yet to learn it. Fourth Miss, you must practice what you observe. Knowledge and action must be unified. One matron urged. Moreover, in just 3 days, the mistress shall assess the results. Will you instruct her then, rather than demonstrating it personally? Evoking the mistress indeed proves advantageous. The memory of Lu Shuangshuang's ferocity sent a shiver down Chung Wanru's spine. Reluctantly, she kneels, the floor unyielding beneath her. The discomfort is palpable. And with an elderly maid standing before her, what right does she have to stand in the presence of a young lady? Can she endure such a grand display of reverence? Chung Wanru casts a desperate glance at Aunt Jiang, yet the latter merely nods slightly without uttering a word. Fourth Miss, keep your spine straight, hands clasped before your forehead. You descended too hastily. Let us try again, more slowly this time. Chung Wanru, though petite, possesses a fiery temperament. Growing agitated after merely a second attempt. Rising, she shoots a fierce glare at the matron, who feigns ignorance. Once more, Chung Wanru kneels, her knees protesting painfully against the hard surface. She aligns her legs, gradually bowing her head, recalling the correct posture. Yes, just like that. Hands must be intertwined. The second attempt is markedly improved. Much better this time, Fourth Miss. Let us try once more, and I shall remain silent. The matron muses that such perceptiveness makes teaching a rather effortless endeavor. Chung Wanru rises, her small eyes darting mischievously, as she leans against her forehead and sways slightly. Mother, I feel dizzy, so very dizzy. I cannot continue. She stumbles a few steps, on the brink of falling, prompting the matrons to hastily catch her. With her eyes shut and hands clutching her head, she collapses against the matron. Aunt Jiang swiftly steps forward, cradling Chung Wanru in her arms, and addresses the matrons. Ladies, Wanru has not eaten all afternoon. She must be terribly hungry. Continuing this way may lead to her fainting. Let us resume tomorrow. The matrons exchange resigned glances. questioning whether the abundant fruits and snacks had been fed to the dogs. Moreover, there remained 2 hours until dinner. How could she possibly be so famished already? Yet, they have barely spent half an hour in practice. Aunt Zhang's expression hardens as she admonishes, no matter how long it takes. We cannot disregard her well-being. The mistress tasked you with teaching etiquette, not with jeopardizing my daughter's life. The matrons, heads bowed and begrudgingly subdued, can only insist that the young lady's health takes precedence. Very well, we shall conclude for today and return tomorrow. Aunt Jiang, holding Chung Wanru, promptly issues an eviction command. As the two matrons exit the Qingmei courtyard, they exhale heavily, glancing back at the securely shut gates. What is the meaning of this? One laments. I knew this task would be arduous. We risk offending both sides. What can be done? We shall take it one step at a time and report to the mistress in 3 days. At worst, we will receive a beating and be relieved of this duty. Once the matrons depart, Chung Wanru springs up from her bed, a beaming smile illuminating her face as she regards Aunt Jiang. How clever am I, mother? Aunt Jiang pinches Chung Wanru's cheek, proudly affirming, indeed, my daughter is remarkably astute. She presents a piece of pastry to Chung Wanru, disdainfully remarking, did you truly believe our Qingmei courtyard could be manipulated at will? If those two old hags possessed a modicum of discernment, they would know how to conduct themselves. Chung Wanru, while eating, inquired, Mother, what shall I do if the mistress truly comes to inspect me in 3 days? Aunt Jiang scoffed lightly. Then you shall respond, just as you did today, stating that you have been exhausted from practice these past few days. Surely, she cannot punish you further. Besides, if she insists on punishing you despite your condition, I will not allow her to bully you. Chung Wanru embraced Aunt Jiang's neck, expressing her certainty. I knew Mother was the best. With you by my side, I fear nothing. A good daughter like you is indeed a blessing. If you had been born legitimate, you would surpass the daughters of the Chung family by leaps and bounds. I do not wish that. I only want to be your daughter. As your daughter, I am already more formidable than them. Aunt Jiang held Chung Wanru close, saying with satisfaction, no doubt, you are my cherished daughter. I shall find a bright future for you, ensuring you live a secure life. Though Chung Wanru did not fully comprehend what Aunt Jiang meant by a bright future, she felt that everything her mother did was for her benefit. You have eaten quite a bit today. You must not have dinner. Chung Wanru frowned, but why, Mother? I will be hungry if I don't eat. Aunt Jiang adopted a stern demeanor. Did I not tell you this afternoon? If you indulge in snacks, you cannot have dinner. If you eat dinner, you must forego snacks. Since you have had snacks, you must naturally skip dinner. Chung Wanru found this to be the only aspect of her mother that she disliked. But I only had a little. That is still unacceptable. Aunt Jiang was unyielding on this matter, insisting that girls must maintain a proper figure and avoid excessive weight gain. Especially since you were born a plump child. You must be cautious from a young age. If you gain weight, you will struggle to find a suitable match in the future. Chung Wanru, feeling wronged, replied, if I cannot find one, then I shall not. Nonsense. Your mother has put forth great effort in nurturing you for the purpose of securing you a good marriage. Do you think you are like Chung Waning? She is a legitimate daughter. Even if she is frail, suitors will still flock to her. You, on the other hand, were born a concubine's daughter. It will be far more challenging for you to marry into a prominent family. If you do not work hard now, what will become of you in the future? Chung Wanru pouted and turned away, lying down and clutching her quilt, ignoring Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang gently caressed Chung Wanru's arm, softening her tone. Trust your mother. I mean you no harm. You are a beauty. If you gain weight, your advantages will be lost. In the future, when you marry into a noble family and become the mistress, you will enjoy a life of luxury. Chung Wanru remained silent, and Aunt Jiang sighed, unwavering in her resolve. Having endured hardships as a concubine, she could not allow her daughter to tread the same path. Through the open window, Aunt Jiang spotted Chung Inrui emerging from the study. She approached the window and asked, Inrui, why have you come out? Mother, I need to relieve myself. Hurry along and return quickly. Oh, understood. Chapter 74. Telling stories. Lu Shuang had finished treating Chung Yinjia and observed as he gradually curled up in the quilt, revealing only a small eye peering timidly at her. Lu Shuang gently adjusted his small head ensuring it did not press against the wound at the back. "Inze, would you like to rest for a while?" Chung Inze shook his head. Since that day, when Lu Shuang sheltered her beneath him, Chung Inze's demeanor towards her had subtly transformed. He had become accustomed to her applying medicine and even touching his little head, and now, seeing that Lu Shuang no longer shied away, Chung Wanqing had also grown closer to her. The two children no longer rejected Lu Shuang. She pondered how to encourage them to speak. They were both 4 years old, and remaining silent was not a viable option. At least they could utter a letter or a word now. But if this continued, what if they never articulated a complete sentence? Lu Shuang had been troubled for quite some time over Chung Wanqing and Chung Inze's reluctance to speak. "How about I tell you a story?" she suggested. Chung Wanqing leaned in slightly, and though she remained silent, anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Chung Inze's eyes widened as he gazed at Lu Shuang. Enchanted by their cuteness, Lu Shuang smiled and began her tale. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who loved to run outside. His parents worried greatly, fearing he would encounter danger. Yet this boy was determined to venture out, seeking every means to do so. Can you guess why? Chung Wanqing and Chung Inze shook their heads in unison. Let me give you a hint. This little boy returned home each day with a different scent. Sometimes it was the fragrance of flowers, other times the aroma of food. So, what do you think he was doing? Chung Wanqing tilted her little head, her lips moving as she stammered. He went to enjoy the flowers. Lu Shuang turned her gaze to Chung Inze, inquiring, "What do you think?" Chung Inze disagreed with Chung Wanqing, asserting he definitely went to visit someone. "That's not right. There's the scent of flowers." Then he sometimes went to visit, and other times to enjoy the flowers, Chung Inze concluded. Chung Wanqing concurred, and they both looked at Lu Shuang. She smiled gently and asked, "What if there was a combination of floral and food aromas?" Chung Wanqing's eyes twinkled as she suddenly raised a little hand, exclaiming, I know. He went to visit a family that has flowers." "Ha! Wanqing, you're quite clever, but not quite right. Why are you praising me for being clever? Mother, please tell us." "Yes, what was he doing, really?" Seeing the children's interest piqued, Lu Shuang feigned mystery, saying he met a little fairy and ran out every day just to play with this little fairy. "Mother, what is a little fairy?" Chung Inze's head popped up eagerly. "Indeed, Mother, why is there a little fairy?" Lu Shuang stroked her chin, mimicking the slow manner of an elderly man with a long beard, and said, "Well, that is a lengthy story. Mother, please tell us." The two children, now a bit anxious, stammered less. This little boy was born without crying. He simply blinked his big eyes at those around him. His parents consulted many doctors, but to no avail. Eventually, they gave up, accepting that her son is mute was a challenge. Suddenly, Lu Shuang's tone deepened, igniting the curiosity of the two children. One day, while playing outside, the compassionate boy encountered a small pigeon ensnared by a string. Unable to bear the sight of the distressed creature, he rushed over and freed it. And then, the pigeon soared into the sky. The two children recoiled, disappointed. Was that all? Lu Shuang hastily continued, stating that the pigeon circled the skies twice before returning, landing gently on the boy's shoulder and speaking to him. "Can pigeons talk?" the children asked in unison. Their curiosity piqued. Of course, for this is no ordinary pigeon. It whispered to the boy, "Do you wish to learn how to speak?" The boy nodded eagerly. The children's eyes widened in anticipation as they asked, "What did the pigeon say? Would you like to know?" Lu Shuang crossed her arms, teasingly withholding the information. The children clung to her arms, pleading, "Mother, mother!" The girl, with a playful tone, melted Lu Shuang's heart. Yet, resolute, she declared, "If you wish to learn the rest, you must recite a poem for me." The children were taken aback. What did poetry have to do with this? But seeing Lu Shuang's stern demeanor, they realized they would not learn what happened next without reciting a poem. Having had no formal education, their knowledge of poetry was scarce, barely able to recite 3 simple verses. After some stammering, they collaborated to recite the simplest of poems. "Is that all you can recite?" Lu Shuang inquired. The children shook their heads, biting their lips in frustration. She, having grasped their educational background, began to reveal what the little pigeon had said. The pigeon quietly told the boy, "If you follow me each day for a month, I assure you will learn to speak." And then? The boy eagerly followed the pigeon on daily adventures, undeterred by rain or shine. Together they marveled at the spring blossoms, climbed lofty mountains, danced amidst falling leaves, and frolicked in the swirling snow. The pigeon also led him to bustling markets, introducing him to the most delectable delights of the world. Before long, the boy learned to speak, even singing in harmony with the rhythm of the pigeon. The children listened, enraptured, especially as Lu Shuang described the boy's joyous escapades in nature. "So now you understand why he returns each day with a different scent," she mused. The children nodded in realization. Cheng Yinjia gazed out the window, engrossed in the tale, oblivious to the passage of time, unaware that the stars had begun to adorn the night sky. "Mother, I too wish for. What do you desire?" "A pigeon." Lu Shuang gently stroked his head, encouraging, "Get well soon, eat well, grow strong. Even without a pigeon, you can play freely in this world." Cheng Yinjia gazed expectantly at Lu Shuang, his lips moving hesitantly before he finally inquired, "Really?" "Indeed." Once the tale concluded, the two children drifted off to sleep, content. Lu Shuang found herself lost in thought as she observed the two little ones. Chapter 75. The complex heart of a beauty. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Cheng Wanru could not be said to have been uncomfortable, yet her circumstances were far from ideal. The sun was too scorching in the morning for any study. By the afternoon, after a nap, it was already late, and a brief study session left her too famished to continue. And by evening, the darkness rendered reading impossible. Thus, she could study for no more than an hour each day. The two matrons were at their wits' end, although the mistress had advised a stricter approach. Any attempt to be firm was thwarted by concubine Jiang, leaving them with nothing but frustration. In the morning, Lu Shuang visited the Qinglan courtyard, exchanged a few words with Ban Yin, and inquired about Cheng Wanning's recent studies. She also stressed to Cheng Yinjia the importance of diligent study, reminding him that once he enrolled at Jixia Academy, skipping classes would not be tolerated. Afterward, she initially intended to visit the Qingzhou courtyard, but suddenly recalled that today, Li Qingyan had sent word to share lunch together. She would undoubtedly bring her 4 children, who had already taken Cheng Wanjing and Cheng Yinjia as playmates, saving Lu Shuang much worry. It would also provide her with an opportunity to see Cheng Yinjia and Cheng Wanjing. "Xiaowan, please go to the Qingmei courtyard and summon the matron and Wanjing. I wish to assess her progress over the past few days." When Xiaowan arrived, she found Cheng Wanru playing in the courtyard, with concubine Jiang and the two matrons absent. Upon inquiry, she learned that concubine Jiang was in the study and the matrons had yet to arrive. Xiaowan glanced up at the sun. It was not too late, after all. As the ancient said, the morning is the key to a day's planning, making it an ideal time for learning. Hearing the servant's report, concubine Jiang did not lift her eyes, continuing to focus intently on Cheng Yinju's reading. "Did you not recite this passage yesterday? Why can you not recall it today?" Concubine Jiang's tone was severe. Cheng Yinju stood before her, head lowered, feeling utterly lost. "What is this you have written? How can you misspell such a simple character?" "Cheng Yinju, you are already 7 years old. How can you falter on such basic writing? Extend your hand." Concubine Jiang commanded, wielding a ruler, disappointment palpable. Cheng Yinju had grown accustomed to the daily examinations, but could never quite acclimate to his mother's strictness and reprimands. "Hurry!" Concubine Jiang's tone became increasingly urgent and harsh. The small Cheng Yinju trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Yet there was no escape, even if he did not extend his hand. His mother would pull it from behind his back, and thus he reluctantly offered his small hand. Crack! Crack! The ruler struck his palm twice with a heavy thud, causing Cheng Yinju's tears to flow freely as he cried out and clasped his small hand in pain. "How dare you cry? Your elder brother had already mastered his characters by the time he was your age, reciting poetry with far greater fluency than you." Concubine Jiang poked Cheng Yinju's forehead with her finger, causing his head to tilt to the right and then bounce back. "You are so disappointing. How will you ever compete with your elder brother? If you cannot gain anything in the Cheng family, how will we survive? If you continue to be so useless, perhaps the 3 of us should throw ourselves into the river." Cheng Yinrui knelt down, covering his small hands his voice choked with emotion as he pleaded, "Mother, please do not be angry. I will study diligently and memorize everything well. I will surely earn Father's affection." Lady Jiang sighed and glanced at him, saying, "Very well. Rise and get on with your studies. Moreover, refrain from drinking so much water. You've wasted time running to the restroom several times this morning." Cheng Yinrui softly acknowledged her words and once again buried himself in his books. With a shake of her head, Lady Jiang departed. "Why has Miss Xiaohuan come to visit me?" Lady Jiang inquired with a smile, appearing harmless. Xiaohuan greeted her and said, "Madam sent me to summon the fourth miss and the two nannies." Lady Jiang feigned ignorance, asking, "Did Madam mention the purpose of the visit?" Cheng Wanru, eavesdropping nearby, perked up her ears. "Madam wishes to see how the fourth miss is progressing with her lessons under the nannies," Xiaohuan replied, glancing around. "However, we're the two nannies." Lady Jiang chuckled. "It truly speaks to Madam's kindness that, despite her busy schedule, she still thinks of my Wanru. And you, Wanru," she pointed at Cheng Wanru, "are quite a handful, causing Madam such concern." Cheng Wanru hid behind Lady Jiang, who shielded her with one hand, her expression turning a bit troubled. "However, it is rather puzzling that the nannies have yet to arrive. They usually come in the afternoon and leave after an hour." Xiaohuan asked in confusion, "Oh, are the nannies truly so lazy?" Lady Jiang quickly shook her head. No. The nannies sent by Madam are excellent teachers. It is my Wanru who is slow to learn. I would appreciate it if you could speak a few kind words to Madam on my behalf later. If Wanru has upset Madam, I hope you can intercede for her." As she spoke, she pressed a pink pouch into Xiaohuan's hand. Hearing her mother call her foolish, Cheng Wanru frowned, displeased. Xiaohuan discreetly pushed the pouch back, feeling increasingly cautious. It was a deft maneuver to shift the blame onto the nannies while urging that Madam should not be too harsh. Truly, a complex heart behind a beautiful facade. "Madam, you are mistaken. Our Cheng family's young ladies are far from foolish. They are all exceptional," Xiaohuan reassured. "Every time Madam speaks of the young ladies, it is with genuine pride. I have been away for a while. Madam is awaiting my report. I shall not intrude further and will escort the fourth miss now," she added. Lady Jiang nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your efforts, Xiaohuan." As Xiaohuan led the fourth miss out, Lady Jiang immediately concealed her smile and instructed her trusted maid behind her, "Send someone to follow them. Inform me immediately of any developments." "Yes, Madam," came the reply. Upon exiting, Xiaohuan coincidentally encountered the two teaching nannies. Realizing the fourth miss was with Xiaohuan, the nannies quickly approached. "Madam has instructed me to bring you all to Qingfeng Courtyard." "Understood," the two nannies murmured, heads bowed, already aware of the situation, their hearts filled with trepidation. In Qingfeng Courtyard, Lu Shuang sat in the corridor, having waited for quite some time. "I have seen Madam. The fourth miss and the teaching nannies have been brought here," she announced. Lu Shuang's gaze swept over Cheng Wanru and the two nannies. It was certain that Xiaohuan would not dawdle. So who was it that had delayed until now? The old maid discreetly reminded Cheng Wanru, the fourth young lady, that it was time to pay her respects to her mother. Realizing this, Cheng Wanru hurriedly performed her greeting, acknowledging her mother. However, the manner in which she executed this gesture was so lacking that even the frail Cheng Wanning would not have fared so poorly. "Is this how you have been taught to greet?" Cheng Wanru suddenly felt a sense of unease, lowering her head and remaining silent, unsure of what to say. Lu Shuang inquired of the two old maids, "What have you taught her in these past 3 days?" The maids immediately knelt and responded, replying to the lady, "We have instructed the fourth young lady on walking and greeting etiquette." "Very well. Wanru, walk from here to there and then return." Cheng Wanru, already feeling guilty, became even more awkward under Lu Shuang's scrutiny, her movements growing increasingly unnatural. Observing her take 2 steps, Lu Shuang quickly furrowed her brow. A 5-year-old girl, born into a wealthy family, should walk with grace, yet here was Cheng Wanru twisting her waist and swaying her hips with each step, her neck tilting slightly to the left, exposing her delicate left cheek. Young ladies from illustrious families have never aspired to be fragile. Their strides are always firm and deliberate, never allowing for a wobbly gait accompanied by a swaying body. The maids discreetly monitored their mistress's expression, and it was as they had anticipated. This would surely lead to their reprimand. Cheng Wanru walked forth and back again, returning to stand before Lu Shuangshuang. Rather than offering critique, Lu Shuangshuang instructed, perform a greeting suitable for an elder. Cheng Wanru slightly bent her knees to bow, leaving the maids momentarily disoriented. What they had taught her was far from what she demonstrated, resembling her previous demeanor instead. Exchanging glances, the two maids understood that they had foreseen this outcome. Altering habits is not a matter of mere days, especially when one is so carefree. Lu Shuangshuang recognized that the frivolous movements were unchanged, indicating that the past 3 days had yielded no results. Suppressing her frustration, she continued, what if you were to meet an elder or a noble in a formal setting? Cheng Wanru gazed down at the cold, hard stone beneath her feet, which she detested the most. Reluctantly, she knelt and bowed her head. Before Lu Shuangshuang could say anything further, Cheng Wanru stood up, her gaze drifting elsewhere, displaying indifference. Is this all you have taught her? Lu Shuangshuang pressed. Yes, my lady. We have not had the opportunity to teach anything else, the maids replied candidly. Lu Shuangshuang fixed her gaze on Cheng Wanru, who sensed the scrutiny and promptly lowered her head upon meeting Lu Shuangshuang's eyes. Wanru, do you know how to address these two maids? Cheng Wanru turned to glance at them, bewildered. With so many maids in the household, how could she possibly know their names? You do not know, do you? Cheng Wanru nodded. Lu Shuangshuang then introduced her. This one is Mama Xiang, who was born and raised in the Marquis's residence. She learned the rules alongside your grandmother and has weathered many storms. She is one of the most experienced and knowledgeable maids in the household. The woman nearest to you is Yang Mama, a gift presented to the whole residence by the Empress Dowager during the wedding of your grandparents. She emerged from the intricate customs of the palace. Both of them are responsible for the etiquette and decorum of the masters and servants within the residence. And in this regard, they command utmost respect. Do you understand? Cheng Wanru felt a surge of admiration. Her mother had never shared such details with her, and she had assumed they were merely ordinary caretakers. The two mamas, having aged gracefully, did not relish imposing their seniority on others. Today, being recognized by the head matriarch filled them with a profound sense of pride and emotion. So, do you believe these two mamas can impart the knowledge of decorum and etiquette to you? Lu Shuangshuang's expression was devoid of mirth, yet not overly stern. As she guided Cheng Wanru step by step, upon learning their identities, Cheng Wanru regarded them with newfound respect and reverence, nodding softly in reply. Yes. The mamas were taken aback by the swift transformation of this seemingly obstinate young mistress into one of compliance, further deepening their admiration for the matriarch. Young Mama, did the fourth miss conduct herself appropriately? Replying to Madam, the fourth Miss Overall did not err, but she should refrain from empty pleasantries and speak plainly regarding her actions. Young Mama cast a glance at the relatively unfamiliar new lady of the house, having gleaned some understanding, and stated plainly, incorrect. Xiang Mama, what is your opinion? Xiang Mama was even more forthright, replying to Madam, the fourth miss did not perform the rites of greeting correctly. Although Cheng Wanru disliked such characterizations, she found herself devoid of defiance. Ruan Mama, as Lu Shuangshuang called out, Ruan Mama emerged from a side chamber, her presence accentuated by the ruler she held, exuding an imposing aura that made one instinctively tighten in apprehension. You were given 3 days, yet you have achieved so little, Wanru. In truth, you have not practiced diligently. Have you? Your performance shows no discernible improvement from before. Am I mistaken? Cheng Wanru instinctively wanted to defend herself, but upon meeting Lu Shuangshuang's stern gaze, the words of excuse died on her lips, and she could only nod slightly. 3 days have passed, yet you do not even know how to address the two mamas, which indicates a lack of respect for their roles as your instructors. Am I right or wrong? Cheng Wanru bit her lower lip, unable to articulate a response. In the past, if her mother had scolded her, she would have cried easily, but now, she felt no tears, only a flush of embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. Cheng Wanru nodded once more. You are a Cheng family girl. Your every word and action reflects the upbringing of the Cheng family. If you are ungracious, you tarnish the family's reputation, do you not? Yes. You possess a name and a status, even in the vast capital. If you do not grasp the most fundamental rules of movement and posture, you disgrace yourself, do you not? Indeed. Cheng Wanru's head drooped lower, her small frame curling inward. Lift your head up and straighten your back. Hearing Lu Shuangshuang's commanding voice, Cheng Wanru dared not disobey, slowly complying. Yet she still could not raise her gaze. Repeat after me. Lift your head. Cheng Wanru felt her face burning as if it were ablaze. When she lifted her gaze, it met Lu Shuangshuang's piercing eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to look away, yet fear of retribution compelled her to endure the moment, half evading and half observing. You dare not meet my gaze. It signifies your guilt, your acknowledgement of wrongdoing, does it not? Cheng Wanru slowly nodded in agreement. Wanru, Lu Shuangshuang began. Though you are still young, I believe your intellect allows you to comprehend your mother's words. If you err, you must bear the consequences. Lowering your head or denying it will not absolve you. You must take responsibility for your actions. Do you understand? Cheng Wanru had never encountered such admonitions. Yet she sensed the truth in Lu Shuangshuang's assertions. Though the deeper implications eluded her, her mind responded affirmatively to the sentiment expressed. Thus, your lack of respect towards the teaching matron and your negligence in studying etiquette, do you not deserve punishment? Cheng Wanru caught a glimpse of the ruler in Ruan Momo's hand, and fear seized her heart, yet she refrained from crying or throwing a tantrum. Observing her silence, Lu Shuangshuang discerned acceptance in her expression. Ruan Momo, proceed with 3 strikes. As you wish, madam. Ruan Momo approached Cheng Wanru, awaiting her compliance. Cheng Wanru swallowed hard, timidly extending her hand. With unyielding resolve, Ruan Momo delivered 3 swift strikes, enough to impart a tangible sting without causing any lasting harm. Cheng Wanru had not even had the chance to cry out before it was over. As the pain surged, she clutched her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. There are 2 additional matrons here, Lu Shuangshuang continued. I instructed you to teach diligently and to be strict in your duties. Reflect upon your efforts. Have you been truly dedicated? Both matrons knelt, heads bowed. This old servant acknowledges her fault. I beseech you, madam, to mete out punishment. Chapter 77. Enlightenment. Lu Shuangshuang maintained her stern demeanor. Ruan Momo. The 2 teaching matrons have failed to educate the 4th miss properly. Each shall receive 6 strikes. This old servant is grateful for your punishment, madam. Without hesitation, the 2 matrons accepted their fate, their composure unwavering as they endured the strikes. For the first time, Cheng Wanru felt a pang of guilt. Her own lack of diligence had led to the matrons suffering, and their punishment was even harsher than her own. Slowly, she lowered her small hand, feeling too ashamed to utter a word of pain. Lu Shuangshuang fixed her gaze upon the 3, her expression resolute. In 3 days at the same place. I expect to see progress, unlike today's dismal outcome. Do you understand? Though her words were directed at all 3, her focus remained on Cheng Wanru. The 2 matrons bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, madam. This old servant shall strive with greater diligence. Cheng Wanru timidly replied, Yes, mother. Very well, you may return. As the 2 matrons rose, they subtly reminded Cheng Wanru to perform a bow upon their departure. Cheng Wanru recalled what the matrons had taught her. Despite her awkwardness, she managed a clumsy bow. Seeing her effort to change brought Lu Shuangshuang a sense of satisfaction, though her expression remained stern. Cheng Wanru left with the matrons, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards their reddened and swollen hands, deepening her sense of remorse. After they departed, Mammy Ruan could not help but inquire, Madam, why are you particularly stern with the 4th miss? Lu Shuangshuang lifted her gaze, hesitating momentarily before articulating, particularly stern? Mammy Ruan nodded. Madame Jiang indulges her daughter, never allowing her to experience any hardship, nor has she taught her the principles of right and wrong. If I do not impose strictness, how will she heed anyone's counsel when she is so unruly? Just observe her demeanor. She hardly resembles a proper young lady of a distinguished family. But I fear that Madame Jiang will not appreciate it. Xiao Yin is quite forthright, and given Madame Jiang's flirtatious nature, it is unsurprising that her daughter mirrors her. Why should you concern yourself with her? It is a thankless task. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes, noting that even the youngest 5th miss seemed more presentable than the fourth Mississippi preposterous. Lu Shuang retorted, causing Xiao Lian to glance nervously between her, Mammy Ruan, and Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan quickly exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Xiao Lian to understand and promptly kneel in apology. Madam, please forgive me. It was the maid's indiscretion. You are my personal maid, and your every word and action reflects upon me. If what you just said were to reach the ears of someone with ill intentions, what might they think? Would they not assume that I, as the mistress, am biased and unfair? Xiao Lian belatedly recognized her error, repeatedly expressing remorse. It was my mistake. I deserve to be punished. I shall never speak carelessly again. My loose tongue. In a moment of self-reproach, she struck her own face twice. Lu Shuang had no true intention of punishing her. All right, rise. Just remember to be cautious with your words in the future. Understand what is appropriate to say and what is not. Xiao Yin obediently nodded, yes, madam, regardless of whether Madame Jiang appreciates it or not. I must oversee Wanru and Inja. This is the responsibility of a mistress. A family of siblings shares both fortune and misfortune. Even the most prosperous lineage cannot shield itself from the misdeeds of a wayward offspring. Thus, I cannot allow the children of the Chung family to stray onto a misguided path. However, the fourth miss, while indeed a concubine's daughter, belongs to a noble house and will inevitably marry into a respectable family. Her ability to thrive in the inner quarters will largely depend on what she learns during her time at home. If she is narrow-minded and reckless, she will not endure long in any household. Therefore, I must be stringent with her, allowing her to encounter setbacks, so she will not be easily defeated by adversity in the future. The three bystanders then comprehended the mistress's intentions, feeling an even deeper admiration for Lu Shuang, who was not merely considering the immediate future, but the many years to come. The love of parents for their children should be profound and far-sighted. Madam, I still harbor concerns. About what? If Madame Jiang discovers that you disciplined the fourth miss, I fear she may create a scene, possibly escalating to the old madam. Lu Shuang chuckled softly. I believe Wanru will disagree. Chung Wanru returned dejectedly to the Qingmei courtyard, where Madame Jiang awaited her. Upon seeing her in such a state, Madame Jiang immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed forward to embrace her. Ruer, are you all right? Did the madam make things difficult for you? Madame Jiang scrutinized her. She hasn't tea-struck you, has she? Chung Wanru remained silent, her jaw clenched in determination. Aunt Jiang grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that she truly has a grievance with a child like you? I must confront her. No, mother, Chung Wanru interjected, pulling back the hand that Aunt Jiang had grasped, the very hand that had met with the punishment, still stinging slightly. Aunt Jiang immediately understood, seizing Chung Wanru's hand to examine it closely. The crimson mark was undeniable evidence of injury. Enraged, Aunt Jiang exclaimed, she actually struck you. How could a matron of the household stoop to such a level with a mere child? Look at the redness. I shall confront her at once and demand an explanation. I have never laid a hand on you, so how dare she? As she spoke, she dragged Chung Wanru toward the exit. Chung Wanru, exerting all her strength, attempted to stop her, but her efforts were futile. Do not fear, Wanru. Even if I face her wrath, there is still the old matron to consider. I must seek justice for you today. With a forceful shake, Chung Wanru declared, Mother, I was indeed in the wrong. I deserve the punishment. Aunt Jiang gazed at her in disbelief. What do you mean? What could you have possibly done wrong? It was my laziness in not diligently learning the proper etiquette from the matrons that led to my punishment, and it is only fitting, Chung Wanru explained. Aunt Jiang, exasperated, waved her handkerchief. You have always excelled in etiquette and decorum. What more is there to learn? Chung Wanru, uncertain of how to respond, feared that her words might wound her mother-esque feelings, for it was indeed her mother who had imparted such teachings. Noticing her silence, Aunt Jiang suddenly grasped the situation. Oh, so you believe my teachings to be flawed? Is that why you wish to learn from others? Chung Wanru struggled to articulate her thoughts. Not exactly, Mother. Your teachings are undoubtedly valuable, but these matrons possess greater experience, and I believe I could learn even more from them. Moreover, so you find your own mother-s teachings lacking. You think that woman-s words and actions are superior, do you? Chung Wanru, unwilling to witness Aunt Zhang's distress. Attempted to reason, "Mother, it is not as you perceive. I merely recall that during previous banquets, the ladies conducted themselves differently from me, more in line with what the matrons have taught. I fear that should I appear too conspicuous, it could tarnish the Chung family's reputation." Aunt Jiang, hands on her hips, pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Ah, so now you deem your own mother-esque teachings to be embarrassing? Very well, learn whatever you wish. I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, she stormed away. Chung Wanru watched helplessly as Aunt Zhang's figure receded. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Yang and Xiang matrons were taken aback by the rapid enlightenment of the fourth young lady. Chung Wanru resolved to appease her mother later that evening. Turning to the two matrons, she said, "Matrons, let us begin." In Chapter 78, Chung Wanru exhibited a marked seriousness compared to before. As Matron Yang demonstrated, she paid rapt attention, though the tasks remained challenging, for altering deeply ingrained habits is no simple feat. As they commenced their practice for half an hour, Granny Ruan arrived. And with a single glance, Chung Wanru noticed the wooden ruler in her hand. Initially engaged in the act of bowing, the mere sight of the ruler caused her to momentarily lose her balance while crouching, nearly tumbling over. Fortunately, she managed to avoid a fall. What could Granny Ruan be up to? Was it possible that she had not finished administering discipline at Qingfeng Courtyard and had come here to continue? Observing Chung Wanru's fearful glance towards the ruler, Granny Ruan hastily clarified her purpose. "The madam has decreed that instruction must be strict. Hence this ruler is entrusted to the two matrons as a means to remind the fourth Mississippi." She then turned to Matron Yang and Matron Xiang, indicating that should the fourth miss falter or exhibit laziness, they are permitted to administer slight punishment with the ruler, the consequences of which would be borne by the madam herself. This further confirmed the madam's role as a protector for the matrons, alleviating any fears they might have. Chung Wanru, feeling disgruntled, pouted. What was the need for such public admonition? Wasn't diligent study sufficient? After bidding farewell to Granny Ruan, Matron Xiang purposely placed the ruler in a conspicuous location, ensuring that Chung Wanru would be reminded of the sting of discipline each time her gaze fell upon it. This involuntarily caused her to shudder, prompting her to engage in her studies with even greater seriousness. In the room, concubine Jiang, who was secretly watching from the shadows, became increasingly agitated upon witnessing Chung Wanru's resolute demeanor, devoid of any tears or protests, as she diligently adhered to her lessons in propriety. This only fueled her anger, believing that Lu Shuang had intentionally sought trouble, and in the absence of any faults to find with her, had targeted her child instead. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, leading her to stealthily slip out through the back door. Within the Hisong courtyard, concubine Jiang continually dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, lamenting her grievances in a woeful manner. The old matriarch displayed little emotion, leaving concubine Jiang uncertain of her stance. "Did Shuang truly strike Wanru?" she queried, her voice trembling with certainty. "Old madam, you are aware of Wanru's upbringing. She has been coddled since childhood, and I have never had the heart to scold her, let alone strike her. Yet here I am, in tears, as the madam clings to the slightest of Wanru's transgressions." Concubine Jiang wept sorrowfully, recalling how she had been reprimanded before, and now her daughter had been struck again. "I wish I could bear the punishment in place of Wanru. It is my failure as a mother. I always thought of her as a mere child, delicate as a sprout. How could I ever bear to truly strike her? Old madam, I implore you to consider my plight as a mother and intercede on Wanru's behalf. You cannot fathom the extent to which the madam has ordered the two matrons to deliver punishment today, instructing them to strike and penalize without reserve, with all consequences to be shouldered by her. Those two matrons will surely become unrestrained. What future awaits Wanru? Old madam, please, I beseech you, assist Wanru." Concubine Zhang's tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, yet by her side, Matron Sun wore a disapproving expression. Matron Xiang and Yang were both long-standing members of the household, having served since the old marquis first ascended to his title. Surely, Matron Sun was aware of their professionalism. Moreover, even the madam held them in a degree of respect. How dare mere concubines speak ill of them behind their backs? It was utterly shameless. The old matriarch gestured for a maid to assist concubine Jiang to her feet. I understand. I shall send someone to speak with Shuang Shuang. Old madam, you must. Enough, I am weary. You may return. After listening to her weep and lament for an extended period and her incessant prattling, the old lady felt quite exhausted. Once Aunt Jiang took her leave, Granny Sun presented a cup of tea and inquired, Madam, shall we truly send someone to visit the lady? The old lady, recalling Lu Shuang Shuang, softened her expression slightly and replied, Yes, send someone, but not to question her. Instead, take my exquisite necklace adorned with pearls from the Eastern Sea. Ah, is that not your most cherished necklace? Granny Sun asked in surprise. The old lady chuckled and shook her head. At my age, can I still flaunt such ostentatious jewelry? It is more suitable for the younger generation. Forget sending someone else. You shall go personally. Granny Sun smiled knowingly. So, you do not blame the lady for striking forth, miss? The old lady shot her a glance, her expression conveying a sense of understanding. Blame her for what? Discipline is essential in raising children. How could one govern offspring without the necessity of punishment? If I were to reprimand the head matron over such trifles today, what authority would she hold in the main residence thereafter? Moreover, Aunt Jiang, with her concubine-esque demeanor, is hardly capable of raising children. It was evident that Wanru was misled, and had Shuang Shuang not intervened in time, it would have been too late. You old woman, do you still not grasp my meaning? Granny Sun chuckled. I knew it. You're the most sensible of all. She then retrieved the cherished necklace from the jewelry box and presented it to the old lady, who gently caressed the splendid ornament, reminiscing about the past. Observing her reluctance to part with it, Granny Sun asked, Madam, you possess so many exquisite necklaces. Why must you give away this particular one? The old lady, not lifting her gaze, replied, This necklace was gifted to me by Yuanji's grandmother. It was during a year when Yuanji gained favor before the emperor, receiving praises at such a young age. Upon returning home, my mother-in-law commended my parenting skills. Subsequently, she spared no expense in sourcing precious materials to craft this exquisite necklace. Years have swiftly passed, and now Yuanji has finally found a good wife. Even if I were to pass away tomorrow, I would feel at peace. Oh, do not utter such things. Spit out quickly, Granny Sun urged, flustered. The old lady laughed. At my age, why should I be superstitious about such matters? I merely hope that Shuang Shuang, upon receiving this necklace, will nurture every child of the Chung family well. Will the ladies from the second and third households object? Granny Sun inquired. The old lady smiled. I have not been stingy in gifting them either. They would not be envious over 1 or 2 items. In truth, Granny Sun wished to express that this necklace was extraordinarily precious, holding a significance unlike others. The situation with Yuanji's household is indeed unique. You are well aware of the chaos that previously engulfed the estate. Our Chung family, once a prestigious lineage, became the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. I can only place my hopes in Shuang Shuang now. Very well, you shall deliver it personally, the old lady concluded, closing the box and waving her hand. Upon returning, Aunt Jiang found Chung Wanru still diligently practicing her steps, having spent 2 hours merely perfecting her walk. Even so, the 2 matrons could still point out her mistakes. Aunt Jiang felt an irritable surge of anger upon witnessing how her own teachings were being subtly altered by others. As Chung Wanru turned around, Aunt Jiang concealed herself behind the door, casting a meaningful glance at her before beckoning her to return. Chung Wanru wiped the sweat from her forehead, waved her hand in refusal, and continued her practice of walking. In a fit of anger, Aunt Jiang abruptly turned away and closed the door. Chung Wanru was diligently training when she suddenly heard a commotion from inside the room. Oh dear. Chapter 79. You must take care of me. Chung Wanru recognized Aunt Jiang's voice and hurried back inside. Upon entering, she found Aunt Jiang sprawled on the floor, clutching her lower back and groaning. Mother, what is wrong? Chung Wanru rushed to Aunt Jiang's side, kneeling down to help her up. No, don't touch me, my back hurts. 2 maids arrived, but merely stood at the doorway. Aunt Jiang squinted at them and groaned even louder. The maids had seen their fair share of theatrics and immediately discerned that Aunt Jiang was merely pretending, likely to elicit sympathy from Chung Wanru. But they were not fooled. Chung Wanru, observing Aunt Jiang on the floor, was at a loss, unsure whether to assist or to leave her be, her small hands fidgeting as she pondered her next move. "Fourth miss, perhaps we should send someone to fetch a doctor for Aunt Jiang," one of the maids suggested. Chung Wanru, finally realizing her folly, felt foolish for not having thought of it sooner. Quickly, send someone to call for a doctor. Aunt Jiang, despite her injury, managed to add, "Make sure to call Dr. Jiang." The servants hurried out, while Aunt Jiang slowly grasped Chung Wanru's hand to rise, gradually moving towards the bed to lie down. Chung Wanru turned to fetch a softer pillow, but as she did, Aunt Jiang seized her arm. "I'm injured. You aren't still thinking of practicing those damned rules, are you?" Chung Wanru, confused by Aunt Jiang's ire, replied, "Of course not. I was merely going to get a soft pillow for you." "That's more like it." Aunt Jiang finally released her. Aunt Jiang then turned to the two maids, saying, "I'm injured. Wanru must take care of me. It seems I won't be able to study today. You two may leave. Thank you for your kind intentions. But we cannot leave the fourth miss alone here until the doctor arrives," replied young Mama. "Thank you, Mama, but I have other maids and servants in this courtyard. So your concern is unnecessary." Before the maids could respond, Chung Wanru interjected, "Mother, have you forgotten? Early this morning, you sent Xiaoya and Mama out to purchase cosmetics." These two were Aunt Jiang's personal maid and caregiver, typically relied upon for such tasks. Aunt Jiang shot her a disgruntled glance. Are they the only servants in Qingmei courtyard? Are the others merely idle? Chung Wanru found Aunt Jiang's behavior perplexing today, unable to fathom why she was so easily angered. Nevertheless, she felt it prudent to have the two experienced maids stay to assist. Aunt Jiang was nearly incensed to the point of sitting up, realizing in a mere half hour her own daughter had turned against her. Chung Wanru quickly extended her small hand to soothe Aunt Jiang, recognizing that her mother's suspicions were indeed warranted. After spending half a day together, Chung Wanru has already sensed the distinct differences between the two matrons. They are not merely elderly, but are imbued with experience and wisdom. They exhibit both respect for their lady and the authority of mentors. Chung Wanru can perceive that, as long as she is willing to learn diligently, both matrons are more than willing to impart their knowledge to her. They have also mentioned that once she has sufficiently mastered walking and greeting, they will teach her the art of flower arrangement, tea preparation, and needlework. Matron Xiang, being more loquacious than Matron Yang, shared numerous skills she could teach Chung Wanru during her resting moments, whether it be needlework, tea service, or flower arranging, all of which filled Chung Wanru with immense anticipation. Matron Xiang emphasized that Matron Yang's needlework was amongst the finest in the palace, further deepening Chung Wanru's admiration and eagerness. When Dr. Zhang arrived and examined her pulse through a handkerchief, he palpated her waist. Upon meeting the gaze of Aunt Jiang, she expressed her concern. "Dr. Zhang, I just bumped into the table and my waist hurts so badly that I can hardly move. Is this serious?" Dr. Zhang coughed lightly, furrowing his brow, confirming that she had indeed injured her bone and required bed rest. It would be best if someone were to take turns caring for her, and she must refrain from exerting any strength, cooperating with the medicinal plaster for it to be effective. Aunt Jiang was pleased with his diagnosis and turned to Chung Wanru with a pitiful expression, saying, "My daughter, I am troubled. For the next few days, it will be you who must care for me. Rest assured, I shall not go anywhere." The two matrons felt a chill in their hearts. This was yet another compelling reason. Her mother was injured, and she could hardly neglect her care. This would undoubtedly impede her studies, and they could not compel her to learn, lest they be accused of fostering filial ingratitude, which would be catastrophic. "Mother, I shall study in the courtyard and let the matrons and Xiaoya take turns watching over you. If anything arises, I will rush in at once. You need not worry." Aunt Jiang was vexed but weakly insisted, "My daughter, I do not feel comfortable with anyone else caring for me. It must be you." Chung Wanru grasped Aunt Jiang's hand earnestly, analyzing. "The matrons and Xiaoya are always reliable and stronger than I am, so you need not worry. I will be watching from the side, and there shall be no issues. I am petite and lack strength. I am not adept at caring for others. For your swift recovery, it is better they take care of you. But do not fret. I will remain by your side, were it not for the presence of outsiders. Aunt Jiang would have genuinely desired to ruffle Cheng Wanru's hair to see what thoughts occupied her mind. Frustrated, Aunt Jiang waved her hand dismissively and turned away to rest with her eyes closed. Cheng Wanru hurriedly escorted the two matrons out and rushed back, anxious that no one was attending to Aunt Jiang. In her haste, she stumbled upon a small stone, causing a sharp pain in her foot. Cheng Wanru squatted down to ease the discomfort, making sure to remain silent so as not to worry her mother. She could not walk normally, so she treaded carefully, step by step, towards the door of the room. Standing at the entrance, she straightened her back, intending to enter, when she heard what seemed to be voices within. Could it be that Xiaoya and the others had returned? Peering in, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Aunt Jiang rising from the bed, making her way to the table to indulge in some fruit. After devouring a few bites, she returned to her seat, only to rise again and approach the mirror to try on a newly purchased hairpin. In truth, there was no sign of the back pain that had supposedly rendered her immobile. Cheng Wanru furrowed her brows and quietly retreated several steps. Then, while running, called out, "Mother, I have returned." By the time she entered the room again, Aunt Jiang was already lying in bed, the covers half draped over her, her eyes reflecting a sense of confusion. "So soon? You've worked hard," she said, her tone wavering and a forced smile on her lips. Cheng Wanru chose to overlook the remnants of food at the corner of her mouth, expressing her concern. "I worried about you, so I rushed back as soon as they left." Aunt Jiang chuckled. "Indeed, you are a good daughter. My efforts have not been in vain." I am thirsty. Please fetch me a cup of water," she requested. "Of course," Cheng Wanru replied as she walked to the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Aunt Jiang. "Wanru, for the next few days, do not study. Stay by my side. It will be terribly dull for me alone." Aunt Jiang pleaded with a pitiful tone. Cheng Wanru wiped Aunt Jiang's mouth and agreed. "All right, but the maids mentioned I could take an hour to teach you something simple." "An hour is hardly a long time," and Aunt Jiang nodded. "Very well. It seems my good daughter will bear the burden. It is my duty, mother. Please do not move about. Rest well." Chapter 80. Taking brother to school in the Qingfeng courtyard, Li Qingyan brought 4 children to visit Lu Shuangshuang. "Sister-in-law, I heard about Inza being beaten a few days ago and hesitated to visit, fearing he might be traumatized," she remarked. Lu Shuangshuang sighed. "Indeed. This incident has left the child quite frightened. He did not step outside for 3 consecutive days and was plagued by nightmares, curling up in his blanket, drenched in sweat." Li Qingyan gasped, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. She understood all too well the distress of a mother witnessing her child suffer. The severity was alarming. "Is he better now?" "He has improved somewhat over the past 2 days. The nightmares have diminished significantly." Li Qingyan slammed her hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "The Xing family has gone too far. How could they inflict harm on such a young child? They deserve to have their doors torn down and to be beaten with rods." Observing her indignant and protective demeanor was indeed amusing to Lu Shuangshuang, who chuckled. "Why didn't I think of such a splendid solution? If this happens again, I shall certainly bring you along to demand justice." Li Qingyan pursed her lips. "No. We ought to hope there will not be a next time. Let us spare our children from such unwarranted calamities." Hearing commotion from the courtyard, she glanced outside the window to see the 6 children divided into 2 groups, boys playing with boys and girls with girls, one side enjoying a peaceful moment while the other descended into chaos. "As I always say, sister-in-law, I truly admire your dedication as a mother. I remember when Inza was once greatly frightened. Back then, the matriarch Su Yun, and I all did our utmost, yet no one could soothe him. He remained in bed for a full 2 months, terrified to venture out, his face reflecting constant panic. Alas, this child, how unfortunate he is. At such a tender age, he has already endured so much." Lu Shuangshuang's gaze lingered on Cheng Yinjia, who was playing with his brothers in the yard, her heart aching even more. It is no wonder that this child is said to have endured hardship before savoring sweetness, especially with a mother like you. Li Qingyan leaned in closer, the dark circles beneath the makeup evident. She must have worried greatly for this child, mustn't she? Lu Shuangshuang chuckled softly, nudging Li Qingyan playfully. "This little rascal cannot sleep without my coaxing. What can I do? Such a troublesome child. In the past, he could sleep on his own, and now he can't even do that after a few coaxing sessions. You are spoiling him, Lu Shuangshuang retorted, casting an incredulous glance at him. Given how much Inja has suffered, how can you say such things? Don't you feel a pang of conscience as his third aunt? Li Qingyan responded with a playful, both of them gazing out the window, their maternal affection for their sons uncontainable. Then, they watched helplessly as Cheng Li sat down heavily on a perfectly fine toy, and when Cheng Fan chased after him, he accidentally knocked over the grape trellis they had just built. The sight of the trellis collapsing sent the two women scurrying away faster than rabbits, and in their haste, they inadvertently kicked aside several willow branches and flowers that the girls had gathered for making floral wreaths. The three girls glared in unison at Cheng Fan and Cheng Li, while Cheng Mo rose to scold them, tugging at their ears in frustration, though the precise words of his reprimand were lost to the commotion. Ultimately, Cheng Fan and Cheng Li obediently collected the scattered branches and flowers one by one. Cheng Inja, who had been watching the chaos from the ground, also followed suit, dutifully picking up the little flowers behind his brothers. He even secretly hid a pink flower and presented it to Cheng Wanqing, who beamed with joy, happily placing Cheng Inja's flower in the center of a wreath. Li Qingyan surveyed the mess in the yard, her lips twitching in embarrassment as she glanced at Lu Shuangshuang. Ah, I shall have the servants tidy this up shortly. Lu Shuangshuang, unfazed, watched the lively children with great fondness. I wish that Fan Fan and Lier could also bring out such vivacity in Inja. Rest assured, there is no child that these two little rascals cannot lead astray. She replied, Oh dear, enough of that. Big sister-in-law, you see these children every day. You needn't watch them so closely, Li Qingyan remarked, gently turning Lu Shuangshuang back to face her. I have important matters to discuss today. Lu Shuangshuang raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Li Qingyan's expression darkened as she recalled. Did you not gift my children a set of fine writing implements last time? Lu Shuangshuang nodded, though it seemed that at the time, Cheng Fan and Cheng Li had frowned, not appearing particularly pleased. As for Mo Air and Yen Air, they are to be expected. I do not anticipate them to be as gifted as Wan Ning, but at least they are willing to learn and can recognize some characters and recite poetry. However, those two little rascals, oh, they truly infuriate me. You gifted them such fine brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, yet they have not even put them to proper use. They remain as pristine as if they were newly purchased. As for the books, let alone reading them seriously, I would be grateful if they could manage not to tear them into strips. As she spoke of this, Li Qingyan clutched her chest in exasperation. They're already 5 years old. How many characters can they recognize? I can count them on one hand. Lu Shuangshuang quickly offered her comfort, not to worry. It is not as dire as you think. Li Qingyan waved her hand, indicating she wished to cease the conversation. I have come today to discuss the educational arrangements for a few children. This statement resonated deeply with Lu Shuangshuang, who had been contemplating the educational enlightenment of Cheng Inja and Cheng Wanqing in recent days. She had been troubled by this matter. Suddenly, Lu Shuangshuang recalled that Cheng Sanni had not inherited the title of Marquis and had only attained the rank of 4th grade, which meant his children could not attend Jixia Academy. What are your thoughts? She inquired. I have inquired extensively and sent people to gather information, and I find that Hongming Academy seems quite suitable. If that does not work out, we could invite a tutor to our home. Lu Shuangshuang concurred, yes. I have also sent someone to inquire about Hongming Academy. The tutors there appear to be quite competent, and they have specifically established an enlightenment class. The environment is satisfactory, and it is merely 3 streets away, which is not far. However, she then remembered, but Haven T. Fan Fan and Li are already started school? Initially, Lu Shuangshuang did not grasp the implication, but it suddenly dawned on her that Cheng Fan and Cheng Li had indeed enrolled in school last year. Li Qingyan sighed. Let's not mention it. The tutors are constantly seeking me out, which has become quite bothersome. Moreover, Fan Fan and Li do not particularly enjoy that academy. It would be best not to impose that on them. After all, there are other schools in the capital. Lu Shuangshuang had heard some rumors. If it truly was uncomfortable there, trying another place might not be solely due to our children. Li Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, does that mean you agree to let the children attend Hongmeng Academy together? Lu Shuangshuang pondered for a moment and then nodded. However, seeing Li Qingyan's delighted demeanor left Lu Shuangshuang puzzled. Shouldn't she be the one feeling more pleased? After all, it was her children who were lively and mischievous enough to be sent out, and she would also be able to send her Inja along. It seemed Lu Shuangshuang was the one in need. Sensing Lu Shuangshuang's confusion, Li Qingyan remarked, "You must coax Inja to go to school with his brothers. You must be wondering why I insist on taking Inja along, right?" Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. "It really is absurd. How can cousins be so attached? At home, no matter how much I persuade, those two refuse to go to school. I even resorted to threatening them with a feather duster, yet they stubbornly refused." Later, Li Qingyan continued. Mo suggested bringing Inja along, saying that if Inja didn't attend school, he would remain sick in the house. Li Qingyan, filled with astonishment, asked Lu Shuangshuang, "Can you guess what happened next?" "Oh, I guess they agreed," Lu Shuangshuang replied. "Correct. Those two rascals immediately consented. They insisted on taking Inja along to school." As Li Qingyan spoke to herself, she suddenly noticed Lu Shuangshuang staring intently at her. Li Qingyan awkwardly touched her face. What's wrong? Chapter 81. She was just putting on an act. Lu Shuangshuang rose from the small couch, her expression grave. Li Qingyan, puzzled, stood up as well. "Sister-in-law? What is the matter?" Lu Shuangshuang knelt to pay her respects, startling Li Qingyan, who rushed to support her. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lu Shuangshuang gently pushed her hand away. "Qingyan, you must accept this gesture of mine. Why are you suddenly bowing to me? Isn't this a bit excessive?" Lu Shuangshuang gazed at her with earnest gratitude. Indeed, while children possess inherent goodness, their development hinges on the meticulous guidance of adults. The close bond between the Chung brothers and Inza, as well as Yinsheng and Mo affectionately calling each other sister and younger sister, undoubtedly stemmed from the diligent teachings imparted to them at home. This kindness, I express on behalf of Lord Ho and myself, is something we're deeply thankful to both you and your spouse for. Li Qingyan hurriedly assisted the solemn Lu Shuangshuang to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Such words feel rather distant. We are all family here. No need for formalities. They thrive on their own. Lu Shuangshuang offered a gentle smile, acknowledging that while blood relations are one matter, education is another. Although Li Qingyan remained silent, Lu Shuangshuang was certain that she had earnestly instructed the children to engage with Wanqing and Inza, encouraging them to venture beyond the confines of home and open their mouths to speak. "Please have a seat. Sister-in-law, your sudden gesture startled me," Li Qingyan playfully chided her. "However, my concern lies with Wanqing and Inza's reticence. What if they face bullying at school?" Lu Shuangshuang shared this apprehension, having contemplated it extensively. Ultimately, she felt it best to allow them to explore the world independently. Perpetual protection within the household would not serve them well. Perhaps, through frequent outings, their courage would burgeon, and their speech would become more fluent. Moreover, with their elder siblings accompanying them, there should be little cause for worry. This is indeed a considerable risk. We should inform the headmaster of Hongmeng Academy to place the three brothers together. Yes, that seems feasible. Suddenly, Li Qingyan recalled Lu Shuangshuang's mention of brothers and sisters. "Do you mean to send the three girls as well?" "Indeed, why not? Is it that Hongmeng Academy does not accept female students?" "Not at all. Presently, renowned academies in the capital generally enroll female students, some even offering separate seating and classes. However, I must inquire about Hongmeng Academy's teaching methods." Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. The Great Jin Kingdom places great emphasis on educational institutions, especially since the reign of the late emperor, who decreed that all national schools must lift restrictions and admit female students. Over time, apart from official schools, many private institutions have also begun to accept a small number of female students. Naturally, in the capital, where the emperor resides, adherence to imperial edicts is paramount. However, Li Qingyan hesitated, her thoughts unvoiced. "What troubles you? Is there an issue? I fear that my mother-in-law may not approve." Lu Shuangshuang regarded Li Qingyan with confusion. "Why is that?" Hasn't she always been supportive of girls receiving an education? She is indeed supportive, but prefers to invite female teachers to our home for lessons. Like Miss Ban, teaching Wanning. However, Miss Ban cannot possibly instruct these 3 girls, and I have considered other female teachers but found none suitable. This is why I have been teaching Imoer myself. After a moment of reflection, Lu Shuang reassured her, "Do not worry. I will speak to my mother-in-law." Li Qingyan recognized that the old matriarch held Lu Shuang in high esteem, and perhaps her intervention would lead to greater approval. Outside, the children were blissfully unaware of their impending journey to school. Had they known, they might have donned expressions of dismay. In the courtyard of the Qingmei residence, Cheng Wanru had been attending to Lady Jiang for nearly an entire day, tirelessly serving tea, delivering meals, and administering medicine. The petite figure flitted about the room, consumed by her duties. Even the maid, Xiaoye, felt a pang of sympathy for her young mistress and offered assistance several times, only to be rebuffed by Lady Jiang. Seizing an opportunity when Cheng Wanru stepped out, Xiaoye could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Auntie, the 4th miss is still so young. Surely she will tire herself out." Lady Jiang leisurely sipped a bowl of lotus seed and white fungus soup, asserting, "Let her wear herself out. This way, she will lack the energy to learn those absurd rules." Xiaoye, puzzled, questioned, "But isn't it beneficial for the 4th miss to learn more etiquette? You have often said that as a concubine's daughter, she will face difficulties when choosing a husband in the future." As Lady Jiang's confidant, Xiaoye felt emboldened to speak freely. With a sharp glance, Lady Jiang retorted, "What do you know? Lu Shuang is merely using Wanru as a facade to portray herself as a virtuous wife and mother. Can we truly expect her to treat Wanru with kindness? Have you not witnessed how those 2 matrons treat Wanru? They berate her and nitpick every little thing. Is it necessary to be so harsh on such a young child?" Xiaoye pondered this for a moment and suddenly had a realization, looking at Lady Jiang with astonishment. "Are you suggesting?" Lady Jiang nodded knowingly, revealing her intentions. She anticipated the return of the Marquis and was keen to cultivate a good reputation for herself, ensuring that everyone believed she cared for all the children equally. Ultimately, she was merely a new wife, yet to consummate her marriage with the Marquis, and she knew that to secure her position, she must manipulate the children to her advantage. Regrettably, those foolish children lacked any discernment, completely ensnared in her schemes. "Do you think the Marquis will fall for such tricks?" Lady Jiang scoffed. "Of course he will. What man does not desire to marry a virtuous wife who manages both household and affairs, allowing him to have no concerns? This woman," she mused, "was deeply cunning and not to be underestimated." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Xiaoye's eyes. "Auntie, shall we treat her as we did the previous 2 and send her away?" Lady Jiang shot her a warning look, then glanced outside to ensure no one was listening before replying, "Not yet. She has only been here for half a year. If something were to happen so soon, it would surely cause a stir. We must wait. Then shall we expel those 2 matrons? Absolutely not. I have not finished speaking. She is using the pretense of teaching Wanru etiquette as a means of asserting her dominance over me. Likely hearing of the Marquis's deep affection for me, and fearing she might not find her place in the Marquis's residence in the future." A dismissive smile crossed her face, full of contempt. "She is indeed ruthless, knowing that I care most for the 2 children and deliberately sending someone to torment my Wanru. Just wait. There will come a day." At that moment, Cheng Wanru entered, speaking as she walked, prompting Lady Jiang to instantly adopt a facade of maternal tenderness. "Look, your brother is holding his head. Is he unwell?" Lady Jiang shot a disgruntled glance outside, then replied to Cheng Wanru, "It's nothing. Your brother is fine." Chapter 82. Learning quickly, Cheng Wanru felt that her brother did not appear to be well, and she wanted to say more, but Lady Jiang skillfully diverted the conversation. Even during her midday slumber, Lady Jiang insisted on having Cheng Wanru by her side, as if the latter were a shadow tethered to her. Whenever Cheng Wanru ventured away for even a brief moment, Lady Jiang would call out incessantly. As dusk approached, Lady Jiang urged, "Wanru, it is time for you to rest." Cheng Wanru glanced outside, noting the encroaching twilight. "Mother, soon Mama Yang and Mama Xiang will come to teach me the proper etiquette." Lady Jiang, taken aback, inquired. At this hour, what could they possibly want? Chung Wanru looked at her mother, puzzled by the reaction and the question. Surely, the mamas were there to instruct her in the ways of decorum. Sensing her daughter's confusion, Lady Jiang quickly clarified, No, that is not what I meant. I merely thought it was late, and you must be weary after a long day. Perhaps it would be best to forego today's lessons. Chung Wanru shook her head resolutely. No, mother, I've already sent word to the mamas. I cannot go back on my word. What did you send word? Lady Jiang pressed. Just when I stepped out. Yet, at this hour, calling upon two mamas. Lady Jiang coughed lightly. It may not be appropriate. Chung Wanru lowered her gaze, contemplating her mother's words, realizing the truth in them. Lady Jiang secretly smiled to herself. Then I shall instruct them to come earlier tomorrow. Mother, you should rest a while, Chung Wanru said. Yes. Do take care, I shall step out for now. Once Chung Wanru left, Lady Jiang reclined on the bed, irritated. What has gotten into Wanru these past few days? Suddenly so eager to heed Lu Shuangshuang's counsel and adhere to rigid customs? Madam, could it be? Lady Jiang turned to Xiaoya. What do you mean? I was wondering if the mistress has said something to the fourth miss? Lady Jiang pondered for a moment before striking the pillow with her fist. Of course. Has she frightened Wanru? She has always seemed somewhat intimidated by her, and without me nearby, it would be all too easy for her to be cowed. The more Lady Jiang contemplated, the more convinced she became, glaring fiercely at the closed door. Indeed, she has revealed her true colors, disliking our family and daring to act against us. What shall we do? The Marquis is not at home, and the old matriarch trusts her. We're no match for her. Calm yourself. Let me think this through. In the courtyard, Chung Wanru felt utterly exhausted, yet continued to practice the lessons from the previous day, her feet and shoulders aching from the repetition. Just as she contemplated sitting down to rest, Mama Yang and Mama Xiang entered. The fourth miss has improved significantly, demonstrating her earnest efforts. Mama Xiang praised eagerly upon entering, while Mama Yang maintained her stern demeanor. Chung Wanru's heart swelled with joy, and her face naturally mirrored her pride. Fourth miss, one must not let one's emotions be easily discerned. Do not become complacent over minor progress. Mama Yang's admonition extinguished Chung Wanru's delight, prompting her to quickly rein in her expressions. Fourth miss, you now understand how to walk correctly, but your shoulders must remain steady, without excessive movement. Strive to maintain an even posture. Mama Xiang pointed out a small flaw she had just observed. Chung Wanru nodded gently, then asked, Mamas, what shall we learn today? More about walking and saluting? The two young ladies have already grasped the essence of the teachings. With diligent practice, they can seamlessly integrate them into their daily lives. Today, the elder servant wishes to instruct the fourth miss on the art of sitting and tea drinking. As before, she narrates to the matron, who demonstrates. However, Chung Wanru, puzzled, questions, Matron, do I not sit every day? Is this truly something to learn? And as for drinking tea, does it not suffice to simply bring it to my lips? The matron refrains from contradicting her, instead encouraging her to try it herself. Then please, fourth miss, take a seat in this chair. Chung Wanru complies. The chair is specially designed to suit her age with the perfect height. The adult chairs require her to climb, and her feet cannot touch the ground. Thus, the household has commissioned chairs of varying heights for each young master and miss. The matron then instructs young matron to take a seat as well. Young matron approaches the chair, while Chung Wanru watches intently without blinking. Fourth miss, please enjoy your tea. Chung Wanru lifts the teacup, mimicking the manner of concubine Jiang, glancing at the matron and young matron as she drinks. Young matron, please have some tea. Young matron adheres to the etiquette of the household, taking a sip. In that moment, Chung Wanru comprehends the significance of the matron's instruction regarding sitting and tea drinking, feeling a touch of shame for her earlier impulsiveness. Fourth miss, do you perceive the difference? Indeed. Then please listen to me and follow young matron's example. First, sit in the chair with your legs together, spine straight, and head slightly bowed. Halt, fourth Mississippi. The matron places the ruler in the nape of Chung Wanru's neck, advising her not to extend her neck, merely to lower her head slightly. Chung Wanru obediently retracts her forward-leaning neck. When savoring tea, one should hold the teacup in one hand and if using a covered bowl, the thumb and index finger should hold the lid, gently pressing and twisting it. This action must be delicate, avoiding any jarring sounds. Chung Wanru observes young matron's movements, emulating her, finding these graceful gestures to be quite beautiful. Excellent. Fourth miss, you have captured the essence perfectly, embodying the serene grace akin to a gentle spring breeze. If one does not possess a covered bowl, a small sip should be taken with a subtle covering of the mouth, and the handkerchief should be lowered slightly, avoiding the concealment of half the face. The matron nods, impressed by Chung Wanru's rapid learning. Now, please rise, fourth miss, and perform the actions independently. Chung Wanru obediently stands, albeit feeling a bit awkward, as she mimics young matron's posture and tea-drinking technique. Fourth miss, you just forgot. After over an hour of instruction, Chung Wanru had consumed 2 pots of tea, repeatedly sitting and standing, the number of times unknown to her. Upon returning to her chamber, fatigue overwhelms her, and she falls asleep the moment her head touches the pillow. The following day, due to the necessity of paying respects to the matriarch, she must rise early. After several yawns, the matriarch expresses concern and inquires, "Wanru, did you not sleep well last night?" Replying to grandmother, "I slept soundly, but I have felt somewhat fatigued these past few days, which may have caused my lapse in decorum. I humbly ask that grandmother does not chastise me." She performs the customary bow. The matriarch nearly rubs her eyes in disbelief, astonished by the remarkable transformation Chung Wanru has undergone in just over 10 days. Lu Shuang felt a profound sense of satisfaction with her transformation. Today marked the moment for assessing her progress, and she intended to inquire further if her studies had proven too exhausting. The elderly matriarch then glanced at the drowsy Chung In-hui and wondered if the Qingmei courtyard forbade slumber, as both seemed utterly lethargic. "In-hui, why are you so sleepy as well?" In Chapter 83, titled Good Negotiation, while Chung Wanru merely yawned slightly, Chung In-hui appeared thoroughly overwhelmed by drowsiness. And Jiang, having sustained a back injury, was unable to pay her respects. Chung In-hui, who had been dozing off, was startled awake upon hearing his name, lifting his eyes in bewilderment toward the source of the voice. "In-hui, if you're feeling drowsy, you may return to rest," the matriarch said tenderly, always concerned for her grandchildren and unwilling to see them endure any hardship. Chung In-hui nodded listlessly, replying, "Thank you, grandmother." As the guests gradually departed from the hut zone courtyard, Lu Shuang called out to the unsteady Chung In-hui in front of her. She squatted down to look at him, puzzled. Chung Yuanji was tall and imposing, and Chung In-hui had perfectly inherited his father's height advantage. Even at the tender age of 13, he exhibited signs of surpassing his predecessors. It was evident that even young Chung In-ja would grow into a tall and upright figure in the future. Yet, Chung In-hui, despite being 3 years older than Chung In-ja, was only slightly taller. "In-hui, could you share with mother why you appear so fatigued during these recent visits? Have you been sleeping poorly at night?" Chung In-hui shook his head. "Is it that you're going to bed too late?" Lu Shuang asked patiently and gently, her kindness touching the vulnerable corners of Chung In-hui's heart. Chung In-hui remained silent, acknowledging that this was likely the reason. "Why do you stay up so late?" Chung In-hui hung his head, offering no response. Beside them, Chung Wanru, feeling for her brother, could not help but speak on his behalf. "Brother studies from dawn until dusk and only goes to bed late at night. There have been times when I woke up to use the restroom and found his lamp still lit." Lu Shuang, about to speak, noticed that the cuff of Chung In-hui's sleeve was frayed. "Mama Wan, please fetch a new set of clothes for the third young master." Chung In-hui raised his hand to see the damaged cuff. Nearly every shirt he owned exhibited some degree of wear, yet his mother had never noticed. "In-hui, mother knows you are a diligent and eager learner, but you cannot stay up so late every night. Poor sleep at night leads to a lack of energy during the day, does it not? If you lack energy, you cannot focus on your studies, correct? And your body feels unwell, does it not?" Chung In-hui nodded in agreement, seeing Lu Shuang extend such warmth to everyone, even to her own brother, stirred a twinge of jealousy within Chung Wanru for the first time. "Listen to your grandmother. Go back and take a restorative nap, and rest well." Chung In-hui obediently nodded. Observing his extreme fatigue, Lu Shuang felt he lacked the strength to converse, prompting her to encourage him to return and sleep. Just as she was about to rise, she sensed someone gazing at her intently. Turning her head, she met the unwavering gaze of Cheng Wanru. What is it? Cheng Wanru, slightly discontent, replied, It's nothing. I'm leaving. Lu Shuang, puzzled, gazed at her retreating figure, only then recalling that she had forgotten to inquire about Cheng Yinrue. Never mind. She would visit Qingmei Courtyard another day. Lu Shuang returned to change her attire before heading to Qingzhou Courtyard. Master, today you must not be willful. Both Master Fan and Master Li are waiting for you, the matron gently suggested. Indeed, didn't the lady discuss this with you yesterday? You were to go to the academy together today. Why have you changed your mind? Despite the matron's persistent coaxing, Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinze remained reluctant to don their small satchels, refusing even to wear their outer garments, instead remaining seated on the small couch, clutching their toys. Upon entering, Lu Shuang immediately spotted the two children huddled on the couch. The matrons, having completed their greetings, cast desperate glances towards Lu Shuang for assistance. She approached, settled beside the small couch, and deftly rebraided Cheng Wanqing's slightly loosened pigtails, allowing the two braided strands to rest casually on her shoulders. Lu Shuang glanced at Xiaowan, who promptly presented a small red wooden box. Upon opening it, two exquisite hair adornments were revealed. Though young, Cheng Wanqing's innate fondness for beauty sparked her joy instantly. Would you like to try wearing it on your head? It will surely look splendid, Lu Shuang suggested. Cheng Wanqing nodded eagerly. Lu Shuang gently adorned her with the accessory, and then held up a mirror for her to admire. Cheng Wanqing inspected herself from various angles, clearly enchanted. The innocent child could hardly conceal her delight, her small tiger teeth gleaming. Do you like it? This was specially chosen for you by your mother. It is truly beautiful. Cheng Wanqing reached out to touch it, whispering in excitement, I like it. It's so pretty. But such a lovely hairpiece will only be seen by you if you do not venture out. How unfortunate that would be. Your mother wishes for such a beautiful Wanqing to be admired by other children. They will surely be drawn to your adornment and will eagerly ask where you acquired it. You can proudly tell them, this was bought by my mother at Huayong Street. Jin Yufang, wouldn't that be wonderful? Cheng Wanqing, with a shy smile, softly agreed, yes. Lu Shuang embraced Cheng Wanqing, turning to Cheng Yinze. Your third aunt mentioned that your two older brothers initially hesitated to attend Hongmeng Academy, but they agreed to go upon learning that you were willing to join them. If you choose not to attend, they will have to return to their previous academy, where they will face frequent scoldings from the teacher and endure spankings from your third aunt. How pitiful! Can you bear to see your brothers suffer so much? Lu Shuang furrowed her brow, portraying a mix of helplessness and respect for his choice. Cheng Yinze, unaware of why his brothers treated him so kindly, hesitated at the thought of their punishment, feeling uncertain in his heart. Sensing Cheng Yinze's wavering resolve, Lu Shuang pressed on. Do you enjoy playing with Brother Fan and Brother Li? Cheng Yinze nodded. Your mother knows that you are still fearful of going out after the last incident, correct? Cheng Yinze remained silent, fiddling with his toy. However, with Brother Fan and Brother Li by your side, they will protect you, won't they? Moreover, Yinze, you are a man and should not be easily defeated by adversity, correct? Cheng Yinze grasped tighter, his heart in turmoil, as Lu Shuang articulated his innermost thoughts. Yinze, your mother recalls that you once expressed a desire to have a dove fairy take you away. Perhaps this time at school is an opportunity to boldly venture forth. Cheng Yinze's fingers ached from his grip, and after much hesitation, he slowly raised his head, gazing at Lu Shuang, and nodded. Mother, I will go. Lu Shuang smiled with relief, for Yinze taking the step marked him as the bravest of young men. Cheng Yinze quietly descended from his small bed, lowering his head as he fiddled with his toys. The two serving maids exchanged glances, silently giving Lu Shuang a thumbs up in their hearts. Aunt, we're here. Aunt, Sister Xing. Brother Zhe, come out quickly. Just as these calls echoed, two youthful voices rang from outside the courtyard. Cheng Fan and Cheng Li rushed in, greeting Lu Shuang first with a sweet aunt, before running to Cheng Yinze, exclaiming, Why are you so slow? Hurry up and get ready. Following them were Chung Mo and Chung Yin, hand in hand, clad in new skirts, adorned with charming braids. Their faces radiant with joy. Anyone who saw them would feel their hearts melt. After Chung Mo entered and greeted everyone, she took hold of Chung Wanqing's hand. The group of young girls were quite naturally affectionate. Li Qingyan and Lu Shuangshuang led the children to the carriage heading to Hongmeng Academy. Their chatter more vibrant than the early birds outside. Wanqing had become much more talkative recently, exchanging words with Chung Mo and Chung Yin from time to time. While Inja mostly listened, the chatty Chung Fan and Chung Li were undeterred by Inja's silence. Occasionally, when Chung Fan and Chung Li pressed him with questions, Inja would respond. Yet he was happy to accompany them as they roamed the estate. Lu Shuangshuang observed the children and felt a profound joy, noting how they had transformed since their arrival at the estate, dispelling any notion that her Inja and Wanqing were mute or lacking. Upon arriving at Hongmeng Academy, the headmaster personally welcomed them alongside the two scholars. Quickly, greet the headmaster and the scholars. The children, in order of age, exchanged pleasantries, with the lively children from the third household introducing themselves. However, Chung Wanqing, unaccustomed to sudden encounters with strangers, merely imitated Sister Mo, offering a polite bow and a greeting. Chung Inja, even more reticent, bowed tremulously and fixed his gaze on the ground, remaining motionless. Lu Shuangshuang felt a twinge of embarrassment, fearing the headmaster might think Chung Inja was ill-mannered. Unexpectedly, the headmaster knelt down, smiling at Chung Inja. This young lad, everyone has told me their names. Yet you have not. Why is that? He reached out to pat Inja's shoulder, but Chung Inja flinched away. The headmaster withdrew his hand, unfazed or offended. His name is Chung Inja. He is the youngest brother from my uncle's family. Chung Fan introduced on Inja's behalf. He has turned 4 this year. 1 year younger than our two. He is remarkably intelligent, though he simply does not enjoy speaking. Please do not hold it against him, Director. Chung Li is quite the opposite, unabashedly expressing himself. Li Qingyan felt a moment of awkwardness and lightly tapped Chung Li from behind. Chung Li immediately covered his shoulder, exclaiming, "Mother, why did you hit me? Did I say something wrong?" Li Qingyan smiled awkwardly and glanced at the director and the scholar. "Say no. You didn't say anything wrong. This child, why is he so talkative?" The director chuckled heartily. Not at all. A lively and loquacious child is indeed a delightful one." Li Qingyan smiled in agreement, secretly hoping they would feel the same way in the future. The director and the scholar led a few children inside, while Lu Shuangshuang continued to watch the little figures disappear from view, her face filled with worry and reluctance. She couldn't help but wonder if the two children, being so small, would adapt, whether they might cry, or what if they were bullied by others. What if Yinze or Wanqing would be disturbed if they strayed even slightly from her sight, just as before? As a mother, the thought of them feeling scared and having nowhere to hide was unbearable. Contemplating this, Lu Shuangshuang began to regret her earlier decision, questioning whether it was a mistake to let them venture out for training at such an early age. This was Li Qingyan's second time sending her children out, and she had grown accustomed to it. However, upon turning to see Lu Shuangshuang's worried expression, she was reminded of how she looked the first time she sent her children to school. If she didn't find a way to ease Lu Shuangshuang's mind, she would likely spend the entire day unable to eat or sleep. "Oh, dear sister-in-law, do not fret so. Everything will be fine." Lu Shuangshuang continued to gaze inside, anxious about whether they would be bullied. What if the two children, being reticent, were picked on because of it? "Sister-in-law, truly, there is no need for concern. The scholar will supervise them throughout the day. This is not a class for older children like Inu. The scholar will be very attentive. Moreover, we have several of our own with them. With 6 children from our family together, who would dare to bully them?" Lu Shuangshuang let out a slight sigh, as if conceding to this reasoning. Li Qingyan took hold of Lu Shuangshuang's arm. "All right, let us be off. In ancient times, there was the stone of longing for a husband. If you continue like this, you shall become the stone of longing for a child. Today, with those little ones absent, it would be better to think of where we might have some fun." Lu Shuangshuang, lacking enthusiasm and not particularly eager to return home, replied, "All right, I'll follow your lead." The two boarded the same carriage, and Li Qingyan suggested, "How about we first visit a tea house to enjoy some storytelling?" A few days ago, I heard Mrs. Qian mention that the storytelling troupe at that tea house has come from Jiangnan and will only be in the capital for a month. If we miss it, we may not have another opportunity. Lu Shuangshuang nodded gently. "All right. Sister, have you ever heard authentic storytelling?" Lu Shuangshuang shook her head. "Then you truly must listen. It is remarkably different from the plays we usually hear. The soft and gentle voices of the young women are simply enchanting, and the musicians play in such a way that it brings a tranquil calm to the heart. I have heard that Jiangnan storytelling is known for its gentle tones and charming lyrics. Today is the perfect chance to experience it." Li Qingyan observed that her companion seemed to have developed an interest as the clouds of worry that had shadowed her eyes began to dissipate. After their conversation, they decided to venture to Huarong Street to procure some fabric for making clothes, as the weather had grown increasingly warm, necessitating the creation of summer garments. "What do you think about visiting Fan's tailoring shop?" Upon mentioning this, Lu Shuangshuang's interest was piqued. "Oh, how delightful! Do you also favor that establishment, sister-in-law?" Li Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Absolutely. Most of the fabrics I wore before my marriage came from there," Lu Shuangshuang replied, her enthusiasm mirroring Li Qingyan's. Li Qingyan felt as though she had found a kindred spirit. It was indeed a meeting of minds. "I believe their fabrics are the finest on that entire street," she asserted. "I share your sentiment." With this shared admiration, the two engaged in a lively discussion, exchanging thoughts on materials, cuts, and styles, until they soon arrived at the tea house. As they disembarked from the carriage, they were greeted by the sight of a two-story tea house, adorned with large yellow banners bearing bold black characters, prominently displaying the word tea. Apart from the banners indicating its purpose, there were no signs, relying solely on the regular patrons to maintain its bustling atmosphere. Upon entering, the lively sounds of conversation enveloped them, and a young attendant promptly approached. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you prefer a table on the first floor or a private room on the second?" Li Qingyan peered through her veil at the second floor and replied, "That room. The one with the best view on the second floor." The attendant hesitated momentarily. "I beg your pardon, but that room has already been reserved. We would be willing to pay double for it," she suggested eagerly. "Perhaps you could inquire if the current occupants would be open to a swap?" The attendant nodded and signaled to another server to escort Lu Shuangshuang and her companions upstairs, while he hurried to inquire about the situation. Once Lu Shuangshuang and her party reached the second floor, the attendant returned with an update. "Well, how did it go?" Li Qingyan asked, her eagerness evident, as she indeed had a fondness for the performing arts. "The guests in that room have agreed to swap. However, Chapter 85, could he possibly be a libertine?" Li Qingyan was elated that a swap was feasible, yet the attendant's stammering demeanor raised her concern. "What is it? Is double the silver insufficient? We could offer 3 times as much." Lu Shuangshuang noted her apparent wealth, indicating that within her household, few matters could constrain her. The attendant, awkwardly smiling, conveyed the request from the guests in the other room. They expressed willingness to exchange rooms, provided that the two ladies would graciously join them for a cup of tea. Li Qingyan? Lu Shuangshuang? Upon realizing that they were being referred to as ladies by someone they had never met, they found the invitation to tea rather presumptuous and lacking in decorum, bordering on frivolity. A sense of discomfort washed over them, and exchanging glances through their veils, Li Qingyan retorted, "We shall not exchange after all. Please prepare a private room with a decent view for us." The attendant, bowing his head and smiling apologetically, urged, "Esteemed guests, I beg your pardon. Please follow me. The second room to the west also boasts an excellent view. Might it be to your liking?" The two followed the attendant to the door and, upon inspecting it, found it satisfactory. Li Qingyan nodded in agreement and, together with Lu Shuangshuang, stepped inside. The attendant breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed them in. "Ladies, which type of tea would you prefer today? I shall have it prepared for you." Li Qingyan gazed at Lu Shuangshuang and inquired, "Elder sister, do you have someone you fancy?" Lu Shuangshuang chuckled lightly. "As a connoisseur of tea, I defer to your judgment." With a mischievous grin, Li Qingyan replied, "Then let us have a pot of Yin Ding Han Shui." "Very well. What about the snacks?" Li Qingnian hesitated to decide on his own and asked, "Elder sister, what would you like to eat?" Lu Shuangshuang examined the bamboo slip menu, pondering. Let us have a piece of Jin Si Jiao and I cake, Shuang Yuhi Hua soup, Fenzheng Su Lao, and Fuling cake. Qingnian, do you think we should add anything else? I believe this is sufficient. Let us start with these. Li Qingnian was more captivated by the tea, while Lu Shuangshuang focused on the flavors of the snacks, leading to a harmonious coexistence between the two sisters-in-law. Once the tea and delicacies were served, their conversation was soon interrupted by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments emanating from downstairs, followed by a surge of excitement from the crowd. Granny Wan approached and opened the small window of their private room, granting them a full view of the stage downstairs. It became clear why there was such a commotion. A graceful and exquisite woman sat on a high stool with a peeper in her arms, her slender, fair fingers gliding over the strings. Such a beauty, even before she sang, evoked the soft charm of Jiangnan's picturesque scenery. I have yet to visit Jiangnan. I must go there someday, Li Qingnian mused, entranced by the young lady. Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment. I have long heard of the southern landscape's beauty, captivating and enchanting, yet I have only glimpsed them through poetry. After reading so many verses, it feels like a disservice to the poet's heartfelt emotions if one does not witness it in person. At the opportune moment, the lady began to sing, seamlessly blending with the musician's performance. Instantly, the room fell silent. The guests either watched the stage in awe or closed their eyes to listen intently, their fingers involuntarily dancing along to the melody. Such a splendid moment, rare as it is, combined with exquisite delicacies and the ethereal beauty of the performer, left the audience enraptured by her tender rendition. Lu Shuangshuang, initially lost in the enchanting performance, gradually sensed a gaze upon her. Turning her head to investigate, she inadvertently locked eyes with a man in the adjacent room with the best view. The man raised an eyebrow, lifting his wine glass in a distant invitation. While Lu Shuangshuang did not recognize him, his demeanor and features seemed oddly familiar. However, seeing him with a wine glass in a tea house struck her as pretentious. Who would drink alcohol in such a place? Out of courtesy, Lu Shuangshuang returned a polite smile and resumed her focus on the performance below. Yet after a while, an unsettling feeling persisted, prompting her to turn her gaze again, and indeed, it was him. Staring at a woman so intently was rather impolite, and Lu Shuangshuang furrowed her brow, casting him an annoyed glare. Li Qingnian noticed the unease in Lu Shuangshuang and turned to her, asking, "What is the matter, elder sister? The man in that private room keeps looking our way. Do you know him?" Li Qingnian followed her gaze and indeed saw the man staring in their direction. Though his focus was not on Li Qingnian herself, the man possessed striking features, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. Although his countenance suggested an intimidating presence, the gentle warmth emanating from his eyes softened his fierce appearance, bridging the gap between him and others. I had never seen him before, let alone known him. Li Qingnian often observed him gazing intently at Lu Shuangshuang, and suddenly it struck me. Could he be a libertine? Lu Shuangshuang, too, grew wary. Such unabashed scrutiny of another woman was hardly the mark of a gentleman. They glanced around, realizing that today was meant for escorting children to school, and they had brought only a handful of attendants. Should they encounter an ill-mannered individual amidst the crowd, the situation could become quite embarrassing. Let us return to the residence. Though Lu Shuangshuang was aware that Li Qingnian relished the unfolding drama, it was prudent for the sake of their reputations to depart sooner rather than later. Indeed, let us take our leave. Li Qingnian understood the gravity of the situation. If necessary, they could return with Cheng Sanyi the following day. As the two conversed and stood to leave, they failed to notice that the occupant of the private room had already exited. Are the two ladies preparing to depart? The unexpected male voice startled both women, who had been about to don their veils. Lu Shuangshuang was the first to regain composure, offering a polite greeting. "My apologies for the abruptness of your visit, sir. Please do not take offense." The man waved dismissively, assuring them, "No offense taken." He took a few steps closer, prompting both Lu Shuangshuang and Li Qingnian to instinctively retreat, creating distance. The performance has yet to reach its climax. Why the haste to leave? It would be a pity to miss it. With pressing matters at home, Lu Shuangshuang felt it best not to linger and attempted to take her leave. Yet, the man stepped to the side, blocking their path. Ah, but we have yet to reach the most thrilling part. Do not be so hasty to depart. It would be such a loss. Li Qingyan felt a surge of anger swelling within her. How brazen could this man be? No, we have matters to attend to. So kindly step aside. The man, observing the fire in Li Qingyan's eyes, responded with a smirk, his gaze still fixed on Lu Shuangshuang. Might I inquire why the two ladies refused to share a cup of tea with me? Li Qingyan could hardly contain her frustration, contemplating whether there was any sense in this man's audacity. You dare address us as ladies, and yet expect us to share tea with a stranger. That is unnecessary. We have our own tea. Please, let us pass without further entanglements. Li Qingyan snapped, her patience wearing thin. Without hesitation, she strode forward, prompting Lu Shuangshuang to admire her bravery. As Li Qingyan approached, the man stepped aside, allowing her passage, but once she moved past, he abruptly positioned himself between her and Lu Shuangshuang. Lu Shuangshuang was taken aback by his impudent action, and her anger flared. Had her stride been a tad longer, she might have collided with him. How could she not be incensed? Taking a step back, she glared at him. What is your intention? The man, noticing Lu Shuangshuang's genuine anger, momentarily faltered in his smile, though he quickly masked it, retreating a step to further increase the distance between them. Madam, do not take offense. I'm not a mere scoundrel, but rather wish to inquire about which family you have wed into. Lu Shuangshuang was perplexed by this question, wondering its purpose. The man stood there, exuding an air of obstinacy, as if to say, if you do not speak, I shall not yield. Li Qingyan nearly confronted him with harsh words. It was restrained by a glance from Lu Shuangshuang. From the Chung family of Pingyuan Marquis, may I inquire what the young master seeks? The man's eyes reflected a layer of melancholy, yet his smile remained intact. His voice, laced with subtle reluctance, continued. It is delightful to see a lady find a worthy partner. Congratulations are in order. As Lu Shuangshuang departed, he made no further peculiar gestures. On her way back, Lu Shuangshuang ruminated, unable to recall if she had ever encountered him, though his gaze seemed to suggest a familiarity. Upon returning close to noon, they retreated to their respective chambers, partaking in a leisurely lunch before indulging in a brief respite, particularly for Li Qingyan with the children absent. The tranquility was a welcome relief. When Cheng Yuansong emerged from his study, he beheld his wife tending to her cherished potted plants, humming a cheerful tune. Leaning against the doorframe, he gazed at her with affection, finding joy in her happiness. Li Qingyan turned suddenly, exclaiming, "Oh, you startle me. What are you doing there? Making no sound? You nearly frightened me to death." She chided him. Cheng Yuansong offered an apologetic smile, hastening to comfort her tender spirit. "My dear, please do not be upset. I was entranced by your delightful melody and could not bear to interrupt." Li Qingyan playfully thrust the scissors into his arms. Reveling in the rare moment of leisure, Cheng Yuansong set the scissors aside and enveloped Li Qingyan in an embrace, inquiring, "Have the children settled in well?" "Yes, indeed. This morning, I accompanied my sister-in-law to the Hongmeng Academy. My cousins are there for their early education, and I inquired thoroughly. It seems quite commendable." Cheng Yuansong, trusting his wife's judgment, nodded in agreement. "You have chosen wisely. It must be the best." However, a thought crossed Li Qingyan's mind, causing her to pinch Cheng Yuansong playfully. "What was that for?" he asked, puzzled by the sudden gesture. "The academy is commendable, but the character of those children is another matter." Cheng Yuansong chuckled indulgently, gently pinching her cheek. "Do not worry, my dear. Our children may not be prodigies, but they are bright enough to learn adequately." Li Qingyan shot him a glance, noting his laid-back attitude towards their children's studies. Initially, she had been stern, determined to raise a literary champion, but after enduring much frustration and observing Cheng Yuansong's demeanor, she conceded that insistence bore little fruit. Now, she simply hoped for her children to grasp the teachings of the sages and understand some principles. "My dear, with the absence of our children, shall we indulge ourselves?" Cheng Yuansong raised an eyebrow, an impish glint in his eye. "What do you have in mind?" Although unsure of his intentions, Li Qingyan recalled that his previous suggestions often led to delightful surprises. I have heard that a troupe of performers has arrived in the capital, presenting at a tea house. Shall I take you to enjoy their performance? Chung Yuansong found himself at the mercy of an unforeseen confrontation. Li Qingyan, in a fit of anger, pushed him aside and took a large gulp of tea, unfortunately choking in the process. As she coughed violently, Yuansong hurriedly patted her back, asking, "What's the matter? If you don't wish to go, I shall choose another place. Please don't be upset." Gradually, after regaining her composure, Li Qingyan recounted the incident that had transpired at the tea house. Upon hearing her account, Chung Yuansong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Where did that scoundrel come from? How dare he bully me? I shall send someone to investigate. I must uncover who possesses such audacity." Li Qingyan quickly restrained her furious husband, saying, "No, please don't go. After all, I wasn't harmed. That man seemed unfamiliar, and I have a lingering feeling that his intentions were directed not at me, but rather at my sister-in-law." Although Chung Yuansong was incensed, he retained his composure, pondering her words. Your sister-in-law? Could it be that he was smitten with her beauty? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized, no, even if he were to be captivated, it would be you he is drawn to. While your sister-in-law is indeed lovely, you are the most exquisite. Li Qingyan, exasperated, thought to herself, is this truly the time for such musings? Noticing the glare from his wife, Yuansong quickly refocused, analyzing the situation. Your sister-in-law is certain she does not recognize him, correct? Indeed, which is precisely why I find it so peculiar, she replied. Yuansong contemplated for a moment, concluding that must indicate ill intentions. You should alert your sister-in-law to take more companions when she goes out. By the way, your brother has left a guard at home. It would be too conspicuous to take them out regularly. If necessary, let us have the guard accompany her as well. Li Qingyan hesitated, feeling that the presence of a guard was rather excessive. My dear, that man does not appear to be of good character. I fear he may set his sights on you. From now on, whenever you go out, invite me along. I shall accompany you. While Yuansong felt it inappropriate to interfere with his sister-in-law's affairs, he believed it necessary to ensure his own wife's protection. Very well, I shall agree to that. However, Li Qingyan would soon come to regret this decision. So, shall we go to Nan Feng Tower for some braised pork knuckles and crispy fried yellow fish? As Yuansong suggested this, Li Qingyan promptly cast aside her earlier displeasure, nodding in agreement. She then proceeded to groom herself, and thus the couple, now parents of 4 children, departed with the exuberance of newlyweds. As they neared the end of their meal, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside. Li Qingyan felt disheartened, as she had initially planned to go boating on the lake, which now seemed impossible. Do not be sad, my dear. We can still enjoy the lake in this light rain. But how can we go in the rain? She pouted, while simultaneously popping a piece of yellow fish in her mouth. Consider this. We always choose sunny days for boating. We have yet to experience the charm of a rainy boat ride. Moreover, the rain is not heavy. Just imagine sitting in a covered boat, sipping hot tea, enjoying snacks, and listening to the soft patter of raindrops, wood tea that create a unique atmosphere. Chung Yuansong's vivid description indeed swayed Li Qingyan. All right, I shall defer to your suggestion. As the couple ventured out, the rain had lessened slightly, pattering gently against their oiled paper umbrella. The oppressive heat of summer had dissipated, leaving both of them to exhale in relief. Chung Yuansong selected a large, pristine black boat, assisting Li Qingyan aboard as the boatman, clad in a raincoat, skillfully began to row. Gliding across the lake, the enchanting scenery and the melodious sound of rain evoked memories of their past, filling the air with a warm sentiment. Brother Song, do you still remember the time you climbed over my family's wall? She inquired. Despite the passage of years, the mere recollection elicited smiles between them. Of course. How could I forget? If it weren't for that wall-climbing incident, how would the young lady of the Li family ever have noticed me? Li Qingyan shot him a playful glare. Your method of attracting attention was rather outrageous. Back then, I truly thought you were a rogue. Clearly, Chung Yuansong replied, touching his forehead as though the pain from that incident was still fresh in his mind. You were rather merciless when you threw stones at me. He frowned, feigning a headache. Had you truly managed to kill me, you would have been left without a husband. Li Qingyan scoffed. Well, you brought it upon yourself. Besides, if not for you, there are others. Surely, you cannot believe you are the only capable man in the world? Cheng Yuansong believed her words. After all, Li Qingyan had been renowned in the capital for her exceptional beauty and talent. As she came of age, suitors nearly trampled each other at her doorstep. I heard that during those years, your father-in-law would avoid his colleagues who had sons. Is that true? Li Qingyan burst into laughter. Indeed, my father feared offending anyone and was anxious about finding me a suitable match. He lost quite a bit of hair from worrying. Naturally, with a daughter as intelligent and beautiful as you, your father-in-law had to be discerning in selecting a husband. Cheng Yuansong leaned closer, nearly touching her nose. But why did you ultimately agree to marry me? How did your parents consent? Li Qingyan pushed him away, glancing at the other passengers on the boat, relieved that the curtain provided some privacy. It was your audacity that won me over. Your relentless pursuit, climbing walls, flying kites, writing letters, and coincidentally encountering me on the streets. Do you not realize that? Cheng Yuansong scratched the back of his head. Ah, it was merely love at first sight. I feared you would be taken by someone else. Li Qingyan playfully punched him. Undeterred, Cheng Yuansong leaned in closer. What is it about me that captivated you? Why did you choose me among so many admirers? Li Qingyan raised her hand again, and Cheng Yuansong, accustomed to her gestures, squinted in anticipation. Instead of a slap, he received a gentle caress. It was simply your persistent affection that swayed my decision. Overjoyed, Cheng Yuansong embraced Li Qingyan tightly. Then I shall cling to you for a lifetime. You must be prepared. Li Qingyan, unable to escape his grasp, caught a glimpse of the boatman's back and felt a bit more at ease. She would be embarrassed if anyone noticed her flushed cheeks. Please let go. We're in public. Don't be so unruly. I'm not being unruly, he insisted. My dear, I want to spend my entire life with you. Just then, Lu Shuangshuang received the news and hurried to the third house, her shoulder dampened by the rain. Upon reaching the door, she heard a series of sneezes from inside, sounding like a comedic duet. What on earth is happening in there? Upon entering, Lu Shuangshuang beheld Li Qingyan, ensconced beneath a thick quilt on the bed, while beside her lay Cheng Yuansong, similarly swathed in blankets. Yet it was August. How could their hair still be damp? As soon as the couple returned, they hastily changed their garments, with the servants assisting in drying their hair, though it remained only partially dry. Did you venture out without an umbrella? How did you get so drenched? Li Qingyan initially intended to reassure her concerned sister-in-law that all was well, but as she opened her mouth, a heavy sneeze escaped her. Have you prepared ginger soup? Yes, madam. It has been made. Both madam and third master have already consumed it. Lu Shuangshuang tightened the quilt around Li Qingyan and suggested, perhaps we should summon a doctor. No need, sister-in-law. I am not a Chu. Lu Shuangshuang cast a glance at the servants, urging them to hurry. All right, lie down quickly. The doctor will take your pulse shortly. She then turned to Cheng Sanyi, instructing, you two, hurry and rest. The couple obediently complied, snuggling under the quilt. Shivering with cold, Lu Shuangshuang inquired of their servants what transpired with the third master and madam. The servants hesitated, casting furtive glances at Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan curled her fingers, peering at Cheng Yuansong with an accusatory glare. It was all his fault. Cheng Yuansong immediately recoiled, resembling a quail, daring not to utter a word, even stifling his sneezes for fear of disturbing his wife. Third master? What exactly happened? They must have traveled by carriage. And even if it suddenly rained, they shouldn't be this soaked. It was a suggestion to go boating on the lake to admire the rain. Once they were out on the water, his sudden movements caused the boat to sway alarmingly. Cheng Yuansong sheepishly defended himself. It was a gust of wind that rocked the boat. Could it sway so violently without your reckless jumping? Cheng Yuansong retreated beneath the quilt, thoroughly chastened. The boat rocked so violently that the boatman lost control, and we were both thrown into the lake. Li Qingyan gritted her teeth, both exasperated and comically disheveled as she sneezed again. Lu Shuangshuang was left speechless, unsure how to reprimand them. Before long, the doctor arrived in a flurry. Upon seeing the two patients, he decided to examine the lady first. First, take her pulse. Li Qingyin's irate exclamation startled the doctor, who promptly turned to attend to Cheng Yuansong instead. Cheng Yuansong subtly gestured to the doctor, indicating he should prioritize the lady's examination. As married men, the doctor understood that the lady was expressing her displeasure in jest. The doctor approached Li Qingyin's bedside, diagnosing her pulse through the curtain and handkerchief. After assessing both patients, Lu Xuanshuang quickly inquired, "Doctor, how are they?" "Do not worry, madam. The esteemed couple has merely caught a chill. I shall prescribe a remedy to dispel the cold. After consuming it and resting, they will be well again." "Thank you, doctor." After the doctor departed, Lu Xuanshuang exasperatedly remarked, "Did you hear that? Take your medicine and rest properly. Understood?" "Understood. Understood, sister-in-law." Li Qingyin indeed felt unwell, her head heavy, and she longed to close her eyes and rest. Just as she began to doze, a sudden thought struck her, causing her to open her eyes wide. Mo, and the others. With just an hour remaining until school was dismissed, Cheng Yuansong immediately sat up upon noticing Li Qingyin stir. Lu Xuanshuang hurriedly pressed Li Qingyin back down and gestured for Cheng Yuansong to recline once more. "You two should rest well. I will go fetch the children. Given your frail condition, I fear they may disturb you, so it would be best for you to spend the night at my residence." "Isn't that too much trouble for you, elder sister-in-law?" Li Qingyin increasingly felt the weight of her body. Yet she knew the children would cling to her upon their return, leaving her in a quandary. "I must recover quickly to avoid being a burden." Chapter 88. The path to the imperial examination in the training grounds of the Rome Wang mansion. Shun Yi and Cheng Yinyu had just concluded a duel, both drenched in sweat. "You, my friend," showed no mercy. Shun Yi wiped his brow and poked Cheng Yinyu's shoulder playfully. Cheng Yinyu, after taking a generous sip of water, replied, "You insisted I give my all in our sword practice. Besides, if you lack skill, is that my fault?" "Who lacks skill?" Shun Yi retorted. "The one who is anxious is the one without it." Cheng Yinyu discarded his cup carelessly, and before the servants could see what had flown from his hand, a dart had already embedded itself in the target in the distance. "Your mastery of concealed weapons has surely improved." Shun Yi admired the precision with which Cheng Yinyu sent dart after dart soaring through the air. "There is no place for practice at my home. My father forbids me from training with concealed weapons, so I must come here to hone my skills." Shun Yi gazed at him, captivated by his focused profile. "If I excel, it will be due to your guidance," Cheng Yinyu replied, unwavering in his concentration on the target. Shun Yi smirked. "It seems I am at a disadvantage. You agreed to accompany me for sword practice because you sought my assistance. Yet my training ground has transformed into your dart practice arena." Cheng Yinyu, holding a dart, turned to point at Shun Yi. "What? Are you displeased?" The dart glimmered ominously. Given the distance and Cheng Yinyu's skill, Shun Yi felt it prudent to concede. "Of course not. Young Master Cheng may practice as he pleases, for as long as he desires," he replied with a forced smile. Cheng Yinyu, without even looking at the target, threw the dart with force, landing it squarely in the bullseye, leaving the nearby servants in awe. Shun Yi's admiration deepened. "I do not understand. Your proficiency with concealed weapons is remarkable. Why does the Marquis prevent you from practicing?" In fact, due to Cheng Yinyu's training with concealed weapons, Cheng Yuanji had once resorted to family discipline. Upon this topic, Cheng Yinyu's expression soured, and he responded with a hint of defiance. "It is merely his belief that using concealed weapons is unworthy of a gentleman. Only the unrefined resort to such tactics to inflict harm from the shadows." "I disagree with the Marquis. It depends on the opponent. If they are also a gentleman, then a fair duel is in order, and victory is determined by skill alone. However, when facing a rogue, it matters not the means employed to secure victory." Cheng Yinyu lifted his chin. "You understand me well." Seated beside him, Shun Yi quietly observed Cheng Yinyu as he practiced with the darts, nearly achieving perfect accuracy with every throw. "Let's take a break. You have been practicing for quite some time." Cheng Yinyu, having thrown his final dart, finally joined Shun Yi at his side. Shun Yi's subordinates swiftly retrieved all of young Master Cheng's darts, carefully placing each one back in order. Observing the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, Shun Yi remarked with such fervor, "Can your body withstand it?" During the day, he He attended classes, and after dismissal, he accompanied Shun Yi for sword practice, further dedicating an additional hour to honing his dart skills. Such diligence left Shun Yi pondering the true aspirations that resided within the young man's heart. Is everything all right? Will you be participating in this autumn's examinations? Shun Yi hesitated momentarily before countering. Will you be attending? Shun Yi chuckled lightly. Of course, I shall participate, and I shall give it a try as well. However, upon arriving at Jixia Academy, I realized how much I have fallen behind in my studies. With 2 months remaining until the examinations, Shun Yi suggested, why not come to my study? We could review our lessons together. After contemplating, Qingyin found the notion too cumbersome. Visiting another's home was acceptable, but prolonged stays might lead to unwelcome feelings. Never mind, I shall continue to review my lessons at home. Shun Yi discerned his concerns and proposed, alternatively, we could retreat to the countryside residence. There it would be just the two of us, with only the servants to attend to us, uninterrupted by others. Qingyin felt a flicker of interest. Very well, I will discuss it with my mother. Have you truly resolved to embark upon the path of the imperial examinations? Lu Shuang observed Cheng Yin's earnest demeanor and sensed that he was not jesting. Indeed, I have made up my mind. If I do not succeed this autumn, there is always next year or even the year after. However, I shall strive diligently. I aim to succeed this year. I am aware of your intelligence and talent. Yet the examination arena is filled with scholars who have devoted themselves to their studies for years, some even decades. You have only attended Jixia Academy for a few months. It may prove quite challenging. Lu Shuang was primarily concerned about his lofty aspirations and the potential disappointment that might ensue. Mother, please allow me to try. Even if I do not achieve recognition this time, I will gain an understanding of the challenges posed by the examinations, which will only motivate me to work harder in the future. Witnessing his resolute spirit, Lu Shuang found it difficult to dissuade him. You're already 13, which indeed qualifies you for the autumn examinations. Therefore, go ahead and give it a try. Cheng Yin's joy was palpable. Thank you, mother. I shall endeavor earnestly. Observing his exuberance, Lu Shuang grew increasingly concerned that he might not be able to withstand the pressures of failure at such a tender age. Inu, pursue your ambitions boldly. Regardless of the outcome, do not be disheartened. If your aspirations lie in the government, our family possesses numerous avenues to support you. Cheng Yin collected himself, expressing gratitude for his mother's considerations. I understand. Cheng Yuanji had already attained the esteemed rank of first-class general, capable of recommending talents to the emperor who would likely acquiesce. While it may be inappropriate to directly recommend his own son, mutual recommendations among peers posed no issues. Moreover, as the legitimate eldest son, Cheng Yin was destined to inherit the marquisate, making his involvement in governmental affairs entirely justifiable. There also existed the option of military service, where he could carve out his own path, secure in the knowledge that with Cheng Yuanji's backing, challenges within the military would be manageable. Yet, these were merely Lu Shuang's reflections. Young men are often filled with ambition, especially those like Cheng Yuanji, who, in their youthful exuberance, yearn to prove themselves. Having agreed to allow Cheng Yin to participate in the autumn examination, there was no way for Lu Shuang to dissuade him from studying alongside young Master Xin. After conversing with Cheng Yin, she soon realized that time was of the essence and hurriedly made her way outside. With the dispersal of classes at Hongming Academy imminent, today marked the first day for several children at their new school, and with the rain falling, Lu Shuang felt compelled to personally pick them up. Despite her haste, by the time she arrived, the students had already begun to leave in droves. As she rushed toward the entrance, she peered through the rain-soaked window and, amidst the misty curtain of rain, caught sight of a few colorful figures. Upon a closer look, she realized it was none other than the little ones. Faster, she urged the coachman. As the carriage came to a halt, Lu Shuang swiftly disembarked, not even allowing Granny Ruan to properly hold the umbrella. The servants quickly followed suit, shielding themselves from the rain. Why are you all waiting outside? Why didn't you stay inside? Lu Shuang inquired, noticing the group of children huddled under the eaves, unsure of whom to attend to first as she wiped away the raindrops from their faces. Cheng Wanqing and Cheng Yinze stood hand in hand, silent. while Chung Mo embraced Chung Yin, both wearing expressions of grievance. Chung Fan and Chung Li stood like two little pillars, visibly upset, as they observed that the families of the other children were waiting at the entrance. "We thought you would be waiting for us too." Their faces were round and puffed up with indignation. With sincere apologies, Lu Shuangshuang took her time to wipe away the rain from each child's face and clothes. "I'm truly sorry for being late. Some matters at home delayed me. Please don't be angry with me, my dear young masters and misses. I promise to come on time to pick you up in the future. Please don't be upset. Let us go back. It's too cold outside. How about I have the kitchen prepare crystal dumplings for you? Then let us make a pinky promise." Chung Fan and Chung Li chimed in unison, extending their little pinkies. Chapter 89. The little ones refusing sleep that evening. The four children from the third household rested in Qingzhou courtyard alongside Wanqing and Yinza. The servants had already tidied up the two guest rooms and, following Lu Shuangshuang's instructions, had prepared some snacks and goat milk porridge. Currently, half of the servants in Qingzhou courtyard were new, having replaced the previous ones who, feeling unappreciated and neglected, had become unruly and negligent. With Lu Shuangshuang's frequent visits, she discerned the true nature of the servants and promptly dismissed the lazy ones, sending them off to clean the toilets, replacing them with a diligent and loyal staff. The two matrons overseeing Chung Wanqing and Chung Yinza were overjoyed to see the clean and bright surroundings, filled with gratitude towards their mistress. Furthermore, their status had risen significantly, as the mistress treated them with utmost courtesy, and the other servants now referred to them respectfully as matron. The children from the third household were still young, and, although they inquired a couple of times about why they were sleeping in the main house, Lu Shuangshuang merely brushed the questions aside with casual remarks. The children gathered in one place, brimming with excitement, completely devoid of any signs of drowsiness despite the late hour. Their jubilant voices echoed through the entire Qingzhou courtyard. Initially concerned that Wanqing and Yinza might feel out of place, it turned out they were quite delighted, more animated than usual, likely feeling more at ease in their familiar surroundings. Yinza and Wanqing proudly brought out the toys they had cherished since childhood, playing openly with their older siblings. Lu Shuangshuang accompanied them late into the night, but it was high time for sleep. Even as the children yawned repeatedly, they were reluctant to retire for the night. Lu Shuangshuang had already requested several times, each plea met with their adorable, pitiful antics, leading her to relent. All right, just a little longer. As the hour grew late, and fatigue settled in, she knew she could no longer indulge them. "Children, it's time to return to your quarters for sleep. We have school tomorrow. Aunt, just a little longer, please," they implored. "Look at you. Your eyes can barely stay open, yet you refuse to sleep." Chung Fan dramatically widened his eyes. "Aunt, see, I can keep them open. It's very late. I've already extended your playtime far too long," Lu Shuangshuang replied with a hint of seriousness. "And can we play just a little longer? Please, please." Even the most sensible Chung Mo whined in an exaggerated tone. "Yes, yes, Aunt, you're the best." Chung Yin echoed her sister's words. Chung Wanqing and Chung Yinza blinked their big, watery eyes, gazing at her with a mix of cuteness and desperation. Lu Shuangshuang nearly succumbed to their charm once again. It was how she'd been swayed the previous 3 times. "No, it is late, and you must go to bed. We have to rise early tomorrow. If anyone struggles to wake, they shall stand facing the wall for half an hour." The children exchanged glances, their expressions filled with dismay as they turned to Lu Shuangshuang, seeking a way to negotiate. With a stern look, she emitted a firm from deep within. The children pouted reluctantly and stood up, slowly shuffling towards the door, glancing back as if parting in a dramatic tale of separation. Lu Shuangshuang could hardly maintain her composure. Their performances were worthy of a theatrical troupe. "All right, enough. You'll wear out the soles of your shoes," she sighed, glancing from one to the other. "If you wish to come here and sleep with Wanqing and Yinza in the future, just inform your mother." "Really? Truly?" The 4 children immediately perked up, the earlier atmosphere of sorrow dissipating in an instant. "Indeed. Hooray. Oh yay. Aunt, you're the best. You're the best aunt in the whole wide world." The children cheered joyfully as they dashed out, likely to settle down for the night without further fuss. Once they were settled, Lu Shuang wearily made her way back to Qing Feng courtyard. Granny Ruan gently massaged her shoulders. Madam, it's getting late. Shouldn't you rest? Let us rest. Little Yin promptly went out to instruct others to prepare warm water for Lu Shuang's bath. Under the attentive care of her servants, Lu Shuang finally reclined upon her bed. She had expected to succumb to slumber after such a taxing day, yet, contrary to her anticipation, her mind was invigorated. Lying there, she found herself drifting into thoughts of her natal family. Typically, a bride returns home 3 days post-marriage accompanied by her husband. However, having wed in March, it was now August, and not only had she not returned home, but she had not even caught a glimpse of her husband. She pondered about the well-being of her parents, and whether her younger siblings were behaving well, fearing they might have caused their parents distress. As these thoughts swirled, sleep eluded her. Madam, madam! Suddenly, piercing cries resonated from outside, illuminating the adjacent rooms with their lights. Xiao Huan was the first to dash out, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Scaring people in the dead of night. Do you wish to be punished for disturbing the madam?" The frightened maid collapsed at Xiao Huan's feet, pleading, Sister, save our mistress, please." Her words were accompanied by frantic glances around her, rendering her speech nearly incoherent. Observing her panic, Xiao Huan felt a chill creep over her, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Other maids, hearing the commotion, rushed out as well. With the gathering of people, Xiao Huan's fear began to dissipate. A steward from the outer courtyard called out, "Miss Xiao Huan, what has happened? Do you require our assistance? Stay by the door." Xiao Huan instructed, turning to the kneeling maid. "Do not be afraid. Speak slowly. What transpired?" Sister, there's a ghost. The declaration sent shockwaves through the other maids, who exchanged alarmed glances, their hair standing on end in the stillness of the night. "Speak sensibly. What is happening?" Lu Shuang emerged, dressed under the guidance of Nurse Ruan. The maid's eyes lit up at the sight of Lu Shuang, as if she had encountered Savior.